So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 369 to Chapter 439. That. My classmate and I. Chen Mengyan said hesitantly. Your classmate bought you flowers? Chen Fei smiled strangely after listening. Is it that Yang Ming? N. Chen Mingyan's answer was the same as Yang Ming's, but she was more shy. Hee hee, then you have fun. Chen Fei hung up the phone after saying that. Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable. How did Dad guess that it was Yang Ming? I almost didn't mention Yang Ming's name recently. It's really strange. The 7 people came to the door of Huahai Cinema, and the problem came. Yang Ming had 3 couples tickets in his hand. Now there were 7 people. Could they go in? Even if they went in, who would Zhou Jiejia sit with? However, Zhou Jiejia might have reached a consensus with Wang Shui. Zhou Jiejia, Wang Shui, and Tian Donghua were in a private room. Moreover, Wang Shui also agreed with this proposal. After all, the relationship between Wang Shui and Tian Donghua was just established. It hadn't developed to a very intimate level. In this way, with Zhou Jiejia, Tian Donghua couldn't do too much to Wang Shui. Although Tian Donghua felt a little uncomfortable, there was no other way. It was good enough that Wang Shui could accompany him, so he had to agree with Wang Shui's statement and bring Zhou Jiejia along. Anyway, the space in the couple's compartment was very spacious. It wasn't a problem for 3 people to sit. However, even if they reached a consensus, there was still a small problem when they entered the cinema. Sir, there are 7 of you, but there are only 3 couples tickets. One person is not allowed to enter, said the ticket inspector at the entrance of the cinema. Not allowed? Why? Wang Shui couldn't accept it. She pointed to the couple tickets and said, there is no rule here that only 2 people can enter. But, aren't couples always 2 people? The ticket inspector had a headache. It wasn't written on the ticket, but was it necessary to write it? Everyone knew what was going on, right? Who said that couples must be 2 people? When Tian Donghua heard Wang Shui speak, how could he not show off? Can't we be a 3-person couple? Haven't you seen a threesome before? Yeah, let's have a threesome. Wang Shui added. The ticketing officer was about to faint. He had been ticketing tickets for several years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin also looked at Wang Shui in amazement. Isn't this chick too fierce? How could he dare to say anything? However, when he thought about it, it was true that birds of a feather flocked together. Tian Donghua was fierce first, and Wang Shui was just following his wife's lead. How is it? Can we go in now? Tian Donghua said to the speechless ticket inspector. But. The ticket inspector was now rendered speechless by Tian Donghua and Wang Shui. What she said seemed to make a lot of sense. Your ticket didn't say that there were 2 couples. What's wrong with her saying that there were 3? 3P, threesome, that's evil. If there's nothing else, we're going in. Yang Ming handed the ticket to the ticketing officer. The ticketing officer was still hesitating, but when he saw the number of the ticket, he immediately shut up. The numbers on these 3 tickets were A001 to A003. They were the 5 best seats in the first row of the couple partition. Those who could get these tickets weren't ordinary people. Therefore, the ticketing officer simply didn't want to be a busybody. Even if the boss knew, he wouldn't blame him. The first 5 tickets were originally tickets for favors. They were given out, so it didn't make a difference if there was 1 more person or 1 less person going in. The cinema wouldn't lose anything. Those who could get the first 3 tickets were ruthless people, so it didn't matter if it was a threesome or threesome. Even if it was a group threesome, it was none of his business. So, he raised his hand and let them go. The 7 people found their seats. Yang Ming asked for the A003 partition in the middle. The location here was the best. The first row of couple partitions had 5 seats, so Yang Ming's seat wouldn't be disturbed by people going to the toilet on both sides. What is threesome? Chen Mengyan was more pure. Naturally, she didn't understand such obscure words. Ordinary words such as masturbating and XO could barely be understood, but threesome was a less common word. Obviously, she didn't understand. Ugh, it's one man and two women. Yang Ming explained. One man and two women? Just like Tian Donghua, Wang Shui, and Zhou Jiejia? Asked Chen Mengyan. Not really, how do I say it, it's just going to bed together. Yang Ming felt that it wasn't very good to say it directly to Chen Mengyan, but subconsciously, Yang Ming felt that if Lan Ling came back, maybe he would have a threesome one day. Now that he had the opportunity, he wanted to instill this idea in Chen Mengyan. It's disgusting. Chen Mengyan sneered. She saw Yang Ming was actually laughing, and she was suddenly annoyed. Do you think so too? Huh? Yang Ming was shocked and blurted out, how did you know? You are going to die. I'm telling you, Yang Ming, you are dreaming. It's impossible. Chen Mengyan said coldly. It's just a joke. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. He was careless, and his true thoughts were discovered by Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengyan naturally didn't want to continue to pursue this matter with Yang Ming. They had been in a cold war for so long. Chen Mengyan was also a little scared. So, she just scolded him. Although Chen Mengyan was still brooding about Lan Ling's matter, she had already tacitly accepted this fact in her subconscious. Otherwise, what could she do? Let Yang Ming break up with her? Never mind that Yang Ming wouldn't agree emotionally. Even if Yang Ming agreed, Chen Mengyan wouldn't agree. Breaking up was equivalent to personally killing Yang Ming. Yang Ming was dead. What was there to fight about? Wasn't that a problem? Therefore, Chen Mengyan also forced herself not to think about Lan Ling's matter. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. Don't make jokes in the future, Anne. I don't want to mention that person. Chen Mengyan hesitated and said. Then you mean, you are ready to accept Lan Ling? Yang Ming was happy after listening. I didn't say that I accept, and I don't plan to accept in the future. Chen Mengyan paused and continued, the matter between you two has nothing to do with me. I don't want to have anything to do with her. You mean, the two of us, and me and her, don't interfere with each other? Yang Ming roughly understood Chen Mengyan's meaning. Maybe. You can think of it this way. Chen Mengyan said with some helplessness and pain, in short, I won't look for her, but you can't let me see her. Yang Ming's mood now was very happy. This was the precursor to success. As long as Chen Mengyan didn't pursue Lan Ling's matter, then other things could be discussed later. However, on the surface, Yang Ming still pretended to be very painful. In fact, it couldn't be said that he was pretending. Yang Ming's heart was indeed full of guilt now. Mengyan. I'm sorry. Chen Mengyan shook her head and looked at Yang Ming. Her eyes were full of tenderness. I love you, so I am selfish and suspicious. But also because I love you, I can indulge you. Having said this, Chen Mengyan bit her lip. Indeed, this decision was undoubtedly very painful for her. But Chen Mengyan had to make this decision. She knew that Lan Ling's problem was always an important factor that hindered the development of their relationship. Only by solving this factor could the two of them be better together. Otherwise, if they were both on guard against each other, could it still be called a relationship? It was almost the same as playing infernal affairs. This was naturally not what Chen Mengyan wanted. She really wanted to go back to the days when they were in high school. At that time, their relationship was so harmonious. Although Yang Ming was sometimes perverted, Chen Mengyan didn't dislike it. Chen Mengyan felt that she was not like Yang Ming's girlfriend at all now. The two of them looked like they were together, but they were apart. There were many things about Yang Ming that she didn't know. She didn't know what he was doing every day, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Mengyan was going crazy. She didn't want to be like this. Therefore, she took the initiative to give in. Before coming to watch the movie, Chen Mengyan had already made a decision. Today, on this special day, she was ready to lay her cards on the table with Yang Ming and put everything on the table. In this way, there would be no gap between the two of them. However, although Chen Mengyan gave in, there was also a limit. Although she acquiesced to Lan Ling's existence, she didn't say that she would accept it. Of course, this was already Chen Mengyan's limit. It was not easy to let our female lead, the jealous student, make such a concession. At least, Yang Ming was quite satisfied now. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words, and his heart was suddenly touched. He gently hugged Chen Mingyan, and Chen Mingyan seemed to be aware of something, and quietly closed her eyes. Kissing was no stranger to Yang Ming. He wasn't a virgin anymore. He had kissed Lan Ling and Xiaoqing before, but it was his first time kissing Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming smelled the faint fragrance of Chen Mingyan, and he was somewhat obsessed. Yes, although Yang Ming's feelings for Lan Ling and Xiaoqing were very deep, and they had a closer relationship, Yang Ming's feelings for Chen Mingyan were very special. He had a crush on her for 3 years in high school. What was the concept? Moreover, the identity of Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan had a gap between heaven and earth. Study commissary and poor student. At that time, Chen Mingyan was like a goddess in Yang Ming's heart. And one day, he could actually hug the goddess in his heart and let her take advantage of him. Yang Ming felt a lot of emotions. Chen Mingyan closed her eyes and waited nervously for that moment to come. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't move for a long time, she couldn't help but be anxious. What is Yang Ming doing? Why is he so slow? Can't he kiss? Chen Mingyan was a little annoyed. Didn't he do it with Lan Ling? How can he not know? Chen Mingyan was getting angrier as she thought about it. She subconsciously opened her eyes and saw Yang Ming looking at her in a daze. She was even angrier. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Let me go. As she said this, she pushed Yang Ming away. Yang Ming was suddenly overwhelmed. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Humph. Chen Mingyan snorted and didn't answer. You are really beautiful. I just looked at you like a fool. Yang Ming finally realized why Chen Mingyan was angry. He quickly explained with a smile. Yes, who wouldn't be angry? The girl closed her eyes and waited for you to kiss her, but you dropped the ball at the crucial moment. It would be strange if she didn't die from anger. It would be good if she didn't beat him up. However, Yang Ming's explanation was still very appropriate, which made Chen Mingyan very happy. She pouted playfully, is that so? Am I prettier or is Lan Ling prettier? As soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Mingyan felt that she had asked a stupid question. First of all, she was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Wouldn't she be lowering herself by comparing herself to Lan Ling? Secondly, Chen Mingyan had also read some posts on the internet, which said that smart women would never ask such questions. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's question, he was also very embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer. The two of them really couldn't be compared. They each had their own unique characteristics, and were completely different types of beauty. Chen Mingyan was pure and beautiful, while Lan Ling was adorable and cute. Both of them had their own unique characteristics. If he had to say, it would be a tie. Chen Mingyan also realized that her question was inappropriate, but she had already said it. There was no way to take it back. Moreover, she really wanted to hear Yang Ming's opinion. Mingyan, you should be clear. Although I don't deny that the reason why I like you is also because of your beauty, the important thing is that I like you as a person. If you simply think who is prettier and who isn't, then Zhou Jiejia is also very beautiful. Why don't I like her? Yang Ming said, you are irreplaceable in my heart, and it's the same for Lan Ling. So, I can't answer this question. If I say that you are prettier than Lan Ling, you may be very happy. But if one day Lan Ling also asks me the same question, then how should I answer? I know, hee. In fact, Yang Ming's current answer was still quite satisfactory to Chen Mingyan. Although he didn't say that she was prettier than Lan Ling, Chen Mingyan hoped to hear Yang Ming's heartfelt words that didn't hide from her. If couples were hypocritical and polite, then how could they be called a couple? Therefore, Chen Mingyan didn't have any displeasure. On the contrary, she was very happy. Since you know, then let's continue our unfinished task. Yang Ming said with a smile. Stop it. What are you saying? Chen Mingyan was embarrassed and lowered her head. Hee, you have already done it. Why are you still shy? Yang Ming originally drank wine. Although it wasn't a lot, he was a little confused when the alcohol came up. Yang Ming began to speak without thinking. Who did it with you? Chen Mingyan's face suddenly sank. She could still understand this word. She couldn't help but be angry. Did you recognize the wrong person? Huh? Yang Ming was stunned, but he immediately realized that his wording was wrong. In all honesty, he just said it casually. Chen Mengyan probably thought that he treated her as someone else. Ugh. I'm talking about the fact that you've helped me, and I've touched that part of yours. I'm talking about doing this. Yang Ming was quick-witted and started to talk nonsense. However, Chen Mengyan still believed it. Suddenly, her face turned red. Isn't it because you lied to me? You said that your private part is broken, and you want me to treat it. Don't think that I'm a fool. I was a little confused at the time. After that, I understood that it was your conspiracy. I just didn't expose you to save your face. You dare to say it? Ah? You know all about it? Yang Ming sweated. He thought that his deception was flawless. He didn't know that Chen Mengyan had already seen through it. What do you want to do in the future? Just say it directly. I'm not. Chen Mengyan stopped talking and didn't continue. However, the meaning was already obvious. That was, if Yang Ming wanted to do something, she wouldn't be too opposed. Huh. Yang Ming was happy when he heard it. He certainly understood Chen Mengyan's meaning, so he said directly, Mengyan, let's kiss. What? Chen Mengyan was shocked by Yang Ming's sudden straightforwardness. She hadn't reacted yet. While she was in a daze, she felt that her mouth was overbearingly sealed by Yang Ming. Woo-woo. Chen Mengyan snorted twice, but she couldn't hear what she was saying. Although Chen Mengyan felt that it was quite sudden, she didn't struggle, nor did she reject it. Instead, she was silently kissed by Yang Ming. What should come, will come, right? Chen Mengyan was obviously kissing for the first time. She was very inexperienced. She completely relied on Yang Ming's guidance step by step. When she felt Yang Ming's tongue go deep into her mouth, Chen Mengyan was stunned. However, she also learned from Yang Ming and slowly followed. However, Chen Mengyan's heart was still a little bit unsatisfied. Why? This is my first kiss, but Yang Ming isn't. However, this thought had just arisen. Before she had time to think about it, Chen Mengyan felt that Yang Ming's hand was slowly climbing up her chest. Although she was wearing fit clothes, Chen Mengyan still couldn't help but tremble. Her mind immediately became blank. She was a little dumbfounded. Am I developing too fast with Yang Ming? Should I let him touch me? Chen Mengyan hesitated. However, another voice sounded in Chen Mengyan's mind. Fast? You two have been together for more than half a year since senior high school. Zhao Sisi slept with you in a few months. Besides, didn't I touch you before? If I stop Yang Ming now, won't I be too pretentious? Will Yang Ming be unhappy? As she was thinking about it, Yang Ming's hand began to knead her chest. Chen Mengyan couldn't help but let out a moan. Chen Mengyan was obviously inexperienced. Because she hadn't fully mastered the key of breathing during a kiss, she felt that it was difficult to breathe after kissing with Yang Ming for a while. Especially now when her heart beat faster and her breathing accelerated, Chen Mengyan was even more upset. Who? Chen Mengyan pushed Yang Ming away and took a deep breath. Then she looked up and suddenly found that Yang Ming was looking at her with an inexplicable look. Chen Mengyan then remembered that she gave up. Halfway. She quickly explained with embarrassment that I am a little out of breath. After Yang Ming heard it, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Out of breath. You can use your nose, or when we kiss. Anne, tilt your head slightly. There will be a gap between the two of us. Then you can breathe. It's my first time. How would I know? Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Who is like you? So experienced. I am kindly guiding you. Why are you talking about my experience? I am self-taught. Yang Ming quibbled. In fact, when he kissed Lan Ling for the first time, both of them were burning with desire. It was a messy kiss. There was no pattern at all. However, it seemed that this wasn't Yang Ming's first kiss. The first person he kissed seemed to be Lin Jiyun. Moreover, it was 100% her. It was just that Yang Ming's memory at that time was incomplete. He forgot what it felt like. Liar. How can someone learn this kind of thing without a teacher? Chen Mingyan scolded him with a smile. However, she was satisfied with Yang Ming's explanation. The more Yang Ming explained, the more it proved that Yang Ming loved her. If he didn't explain, then it would be over. It's true. Otherwise, look at the book. It's written that male and female students went to the wild for an adventure and got lost there. After n years, they were rescued with a child. If it wasn't self-taught, did they learn it from animals? Yang Ming thought of a plot in a novel. Nonsense. Chen Mingyan naturally knew that what Yang Ming said was probably true, but she didn't want to agree with his point of view. Yang Ming smiled and extended his arm to take Chen Mingyan into his arms. It will be New Year's Day in a few days. How about coming to my house? Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Meet the parents? So soon? Although Chen Mingyan had already recognized Yang Ming, she still said with some embarrassment, "Is this okay? We are only in our first year of university." What's not okay? My mom already knew about you. She always told me to bring you to my house as a guest. Yang Ming said, "Why? Are you embarrassed?" Who's embarrassed? It's just that if I go, will your mom be fierce to me? Chen Mingyan was a little worried. She had seen a few TV dramas where mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't get along, so she was scared. How can she? My mom's biggest wish now is for me to bring a daughter-in-law back. She definitely likes you. Besides, didn't you talk to my mom on the phone? Yang Ming said. Then, okay. Chen Mingyan felt that this was quite embarrassing, but her heart was very sweet. Yang Ming brought me home. What does that mean? It means that my position in Yang Ming's heart is very important. Bringing me to see his parents is indirectly confirming my identity as the daughter-in-law of the Yang family. That Lan Ling definitely didn't receive such treatment, right? The reason was simple. If Yang Ming had brought Lan Ling home before, then it was impossible for him to bring him back. Therefore, Chen Mingyan only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then shouldn't I make some preparations? What should I buy? And, how should I dress up? Is it more mature or more youthful? Chen Mingyan asked, at a loss. Hee, you're just like how you usually are. You look pretty good today. Yang Ming smiled and said, as for the things, let's go buy them together. My father is willing to drink, so let's buy him 2 bottles of good wine. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. After settling this matter, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. In the beginning, he made a military order in front of his mother to bring Chen Mingyan home during Chinese New Year. At that time, their relationship was in a cold war, so Yang Ming was very worried. After all, feelings couldn't be reconciled just because they wanted to. Now that this psychological problem was solved, Yang Ming was also a lot more relaxed. Finally, he had an explanation for his mother. Wait, I need to go to the toilet. Just now, he drank too much and didn't go to the toilet. A burst of urination came, so Yang Ming quickly said. Chen Mingyan was speechless. The two of them had a strong friendship. Originally, the atmosphere was just right for another kiss. In fact, Chen Mingyan was also reminiscing about the feeling just now. It was like an electric shock. It was soft and numb, and it was very addictive. Although it was a little difficult to breathe for the first time, it could still be overcome. However, she didn't expect Yang Ming to actually say such disappointing words. Yang Ming got up and passed by Zhang Bin's partition. Zhang Bin asked casually, "Where are you going?" "To the toilet." Yang Ming replied. "Wait for me. I'll go too." Zhang Bin also drank too much and was preparing to go to the toilet. The two people passed by Zhang Bin's partition. Tian Donghua also asked the same question as Zhang Bin, "Where are you going?" "To go to the toilet." Zhang Bin replied, "Are you going?" "Let's go together." Tian Donghua also stood up, and the 3 people went to the toilet together. Zhou Jiejie saw that Yang Ming and the others had gone out, so she stood up and walked to the partition where Chen Mingyan was. What she had to do now was to use all possible opportunities to have a good relationship with Chen Mingyan. "Hey!" Jie, why are you here? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Jie to come over at this time. I didn't have any reason to stay there, so I just stood up and walked around. Hee. Zhou Jie said casually, making Chen Mingyan feel that she didn't come here deliberately. Zhou Jie was actually a very smart and scheming woman. Otherwise, she couldn't become a genius hacker. However, when it came to dealing with Yang Ming, she was always stupid. This may be the case of one thing conquering another. Yeah, Yang Ming and Wang Shui, you are next to them. It's really awkward. Chen Mingyan remembered what she had just done with Yang Ming, and she couldn't help but blush. If there was a third party present at the time, not only would they be awkward, but wouldn't the third party be even more awkward? And, it's quite redundant. I guess Tian Donghua hates me, right? Zhou Jie said self-deprecatingly. Chen Mingyan had just experienced passion with Yang Ming. Naturally, she understood Zhou Jie's awkward heart, so she comforted her, it's okay. Why don't you find a boyfriend? It will be much better the next time you come out to play. Boyfriend? Zhou Jie smiled bitterly and shook her head. I like him, but he doesn't like me. Seeing Zhou Jie's disappointed look, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but feel sad. She didn't expect Zhou Jie to have a one-sided love. Such a beautiful girl actually has a one-sided love? Does he know that you like him? Chen Mingyan asked with some sympathy. Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't know, but he seems to hate me. Zhou Jie said faintly. Hate? It can't be. You are so beautiful. How can a boy hate you? Chen Mingyan was a bit puzzled. Don't many boys take a girl's appearance as the first criterion for choosing a partner? What's the use of being beautiful? Zhou Jie shook her head. You are so happy. Me? Chen Mingyan was a bit bitter after listening. Happy? Yes, I used to be very happy, but because of Lan Ling's matter, there was a trace of a grudge in the originally pure love. What's wrong? Zhou Jie saw that Chen Mingyan's face wasn't very good. It seemed that there was something that was difficult to say, so she asked. Chen Mingyan wouldn't easily tell her own thoughts to others, let alone Zhou Jie who wasn't familiar with her. But today, she drank some wine and was a little drunk, so she couldn't help but say, Zhou Jie, if your boyfriend likes other girls besides you, what will you do? Zhou Jie was stunned. What does Chen Mingyan mean by this? Could it be that she noticed something? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be shocked. But when she looked up and saw that Chen Mingyan's expression was normal. Except for some sadness in her eyes, there was no anger and hatred. She was relieved and sighed. I don't know. I only know that if he likes me a little bit, I will be satisfied. Who cares if he likes others? Chen Mingyan listened to Zhou Jie's words and couldn't help but be surprised. Zhou Jie can actually say such a thing. Like him a little bit. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jie. What kind of girl is this? Her love for a person had actually reached such a level. She can be so indulgent to her lover. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jie with some incomprehension. You really don't care if he has other girlfriends? Why should I care? Zhou Jie shook her head. I care so much. In the end, I am still worried about myself. Besides, do I have the qualification to care? Now. I just want a little bit of love. I will be very satisfied. Really? Chen Mingyan shook her head helplessly. Could it be that his thinking was too traditional? Jiaoying persuaded me like this. Zhou Jie's theory was even more shocking. Am I wrong? Love is selfish. Is it so difficult to have a complete love? I think so. Zhou Jie smiled. The reason why she said those words just now was to give Chen Mingyan a dose of precaution so that she could be mentally prepared. Then I wish you a dream come true. Chen Mingyan didn't know what to say. She had to comfort Zhou Jie. However, this was exactly what Zhou Jie wanted to hear most. These words were said by Chen Mingyan, which made her very happy. After Yang Ming released the water, he felt dizzy. It seemed that the alcohol was kicking in. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that my alcohol tolerance had dropped a lot. I was a little confused after drinking only 6 bottles. It turned out that I was fine after drinking half a box. Yang Ming and the other two staggered back to the cinema and entered their own cubicle. Because the cinema was relatively dark, Yang Ming was still in a confused state. The most important thing was that Yang Ming didn't know that Zhou Jiejie would be in his cubicle, so he didn't use his special ability to look carefully. Yang Ming didn't even think about it. He sat next to Zhou Jiejie and hugged her directly. He kissed her little mouth. Zhou Jiejie was dumbfounded at the time. Yang Ming kissed me? What's going on? Is he interested in me? However, this was also for a moment. After thinking about it, Zhou Jiejie understood the truth of the matter. Yang Ming definitely wanted to kiss Chen Mingyan. He didn't expect that I would appear here, so he subconsciously thought of me as Chen Mingyan. Then, what should I do now? Should I push him away and tell him the truth? Zhou Jiejie's heart was swaying. Zhou Jiejie didn't reject Yang Ming's kiss at all. And to be honest, Zhou Jiejie was a little happy. Kissing the person she liked was what she had always dreamed of. But now, Yang Ming actually didn't know that she was the one he was kissing. This made Zhou Jiejie a little depressed. Yes, Yang Ming thought of me as Chen Mingyan. I'm just a substitute. Forget it. Don't think so much. Let's just make the best of it. Consider it as indulging myself once and rewarding myself once. Hee, only by tasting the sweetness can I continue to work hard in the future. Zhou Jiejie clenched her small fist. She didn't refuse nor cater. That's right. Firstly, it was her first time kissing, so she didn't know how to do it. Secondly, if she was too proactive, Chen Mingyan would see through her and she would be done for. Yang Ming's tongue had already entered Zhou Jiejie's mouth. Zhou Jiejie also let him take advantage of her. The two people were willing. Although they didn't have a tacit understanding, they were very coordinated. However, soon, Yang Ming felt that something was not quite right. This doesn't seem to be the same as before. This mouth seemed to be slightly smaller than Chen Mingyan's. Furthermore, there was a faint scent of mint. Yang Ming clearly remembered that he and Chen Mingyan were eating lemon-flavored chewing gum just now. Where did this peppermint smell come from? However, it was a pity that Yang Ming's current thinking was a little slow. Although he felt that something was wrong, he didn't think about why. It was because he didn't think that the person he was kissing wasn't Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was still a little puzzled. Chen Mingyan was more proactive just now. Why was she retreating? Could it be that this little girl was shy? Chen Mingyan also looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Her own boyfriend hugging another girl and kissing her passionately. Isn't this too ridiculous and exciting? Chen Mingyan didn't know what to do at that time. After looking for a long time, she suddenly realized and suddenly shouted, "Ah! Yang Ming, what are you doing?" "An?" Yang Ming was stunned. Chen Mingyan asked me what I am doing? Am I not kissing you? You are asking the obvious. No. Yang Ming finally thought of something. I am sealing Chen Mingyan's mouth. How can she say that? Yang Ming suddenly became sober. He quickly looked at the person in front of him carefully. He couldn't help but be shocked. It's actually Zhou Jiejie. I kissed Zhou Jiejie. Yang Ming was so scared that he pushed Zhou Jiejie away and stuttered, why are you here? Zhou Jiejie's face was frighteningly red. She was a little ashamed when she was questioned by Yang Ming. Yes, the calmness when facing Chen Mingyan just now suddenly disappeared without a trace. In front of Yang Ming, there was only panic, heartbeat, and shyness left. Zhou Jiejie made a sound and pushed Yang Ming away. She lowered her head and quickly ran out of Yang Ming's partition and left. Yang Ming was stunned as he looked at the direction Zhou Jiejie left. He had a lot of thoughts. What is going on? How could such a huge blunder happen? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with an angry face. Her eyes were about to spit out fire. Yes, who wouldn't be angry about this? My boyfriend kissed another person in front of me. It would be strange if I wasn't angry. Mingyan, that. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Humph. Chen Mingyan snorted, you are really good. You did this kind of thing in front of me. Ming Yan, you also saw it. It was a misunderstanding. I thought, she was you. Yang Ming touched his chin and said with a bitter smile, the light here is so dim. How can I see clearly? Who would have thought that she would actually run into our partition? You can't even tell me apart? Chen Mingyan asked with a cold smile. It wasn't me. Yang Ming didn't know what to say, but this matter couldn't be blamed on him. Although it couldn't be said that he didn't have any responsibility, this was just a misunderstanding. Don't explain. Explaining is trying to cover up the truth. Chen Mingyan said. Mingyan. Can you stop fooling around? Yang Ming was a little anxious. Did I do it on purpose? It was so dark. Who could see clearly? Besides, if I did it on purpose, why didn't I find a place with no one to kiss her secretly? I didn't need to do it in front of you. Why are you being so fierce? You are still being reasonable. Chen Mingyan pouted her mouth and said with some grievance, I feel bad in my heart. Can't you just let me vent? You are so stingy. If I was really angry with you, do you think I would still sit here and talk to you? Forget it, forget it. I was wrong. I was wrong. Yang Ming shook his head and said helplessly. What's the use of you saying that you were wrong? Chen Mingyan's anger was vented, and her mood was a lot better. At this time, she carefully considered the seriousness of the matter. Zhou Jiejia is a girl. You kissed her forcefully. You are sorry to her now. Although Yang Ming felt that it wasn't right for him to kiss Zhou Jiejia, she ran to his partition first. Yang Ming had always suspected that this chick had ulterior motives, so he didn't think much of it in his heart. Moreover, after watching Zhou Jiejia's passionate video, Yang Ming didn't think that Zhou Jiejia, this little slut, was very pure. So what if I kissed her? I can't lose a piece of meat. She might have been kissed by many people. I can't get a mouth ulcer, right? Yang Ming thought evilly. However, this matter couldn't be told to Chen Mingyan. In the current situation, Chen Mingyan was obviously protecting Zhou Jiejia. I don't know what this chick gave Chen Mingyan. She actually made Chen Mingyan, who liked to be jealous, side with her. Well, I will apologize to her in a while. Yang Ming nodded. Apologize. Zhou Jiejia is a very pure girl. She doesn't even have a boyfriend. Aren't you ruining her innocence? Chen Mingyan was a little annoyed with Yang Ming's recklessness. What should I do? I can't be responsible for her, right? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and said. You are dreaming. Even if I agree that you are responsible for her, Zhou Jiejia may not let you be responsible. Chen Mingyan snorted and said, Zhou Jiejia has someone she likes. Moreover, her love is very deep. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and couldn't help but frown. In my impression, Zhou Jiejia isn't the kind of person who casually confides in others. What is her purpose of approaching Chen Mingyan? Is she really interested in me? Yang Ming would rather believe that the earth was square than believe that Zhou Jiejia would like him. Well, then what do you say? Yang Ming sighed and spread his hands as he looked at Chen Mingyan. Forget it. I will help you test Zhou Jiejia's tone in a while. Really? You have cheated on her, and you still want me to clean up the mess for you. I am probably the first girlfriend like me. Chen Mingyan said in a bad mood. I saw in online novels that there are girlfriends who help their boyfriends find girlfriends. Yang Ming whispered. You also said that that is a novel. Chen Mingyan said faintly. However, this sentence made Yang Ming speechless. Indeed, that is a novel. Find one in real life? Yang Ming was speechless. He had to look at Chen Mingyan pitifully. Don't look at me like that. Let me tell you. You are not allowed to kiss me again today. I don't want other women's saliva to enter my mouth. Chen Mingyan tilted her head and said. Chen Mingyan didn't dislike you. Yang Ming was immediately aroused by Chen Mingyan's words. He picked up Chen Mingyan and kissed her. Yeah. What are you doing? Woo-woo. The poor Chen Mingyan had to indirectly enjoy a 3P kiss. Zhou Jiejia wasn't annoyed by Yang Ming's recklessness. On the contrary, she was very willing. After all, if Zhou Jiejie resisted strongly, Yang Ming wouldn't have succeeded. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't have kissed her non-stop. Zhou Jiejie returned to the partition with a red face and sat next to Wang Shui. She was in a daze, and there was a silly smile on her face. It made Wang Shui somewhat inexplicable. What happened to this child? She went out and came back with a silly look. Hey, Jiejie, what happened to you? Wang Shui asked softly. Zhou Jiejie didn't hear her question at all. She was still in a daze. Jiejie? Wang Shui called again. She still didn't hear it. Jiejie, what happened to you? Wang Shui pushed Zhou Jiejie. This time, Zhou Jiejie finally reacted. She looked up inexplicably and looked at Wang Shui. Ah? Wang Shui, what's the matter? What's the matter? I asked you what's wrong. Wang Shui said with some blame, Jiejie, why are you in a daze? Why are you still smirking? Ah? Am I smirking? Hee hee. Zhou Jiejie looked at Wang Shui and smirked. Wang Shui was scared. Jiejie, are you crazy? No. I'm just very happy, hee hee. Zhou Jiejie continued to smirk. Wang Shui shook her head. Tian Donghua was sitting next to her, so Wang Shui couldn't ask more. She could only ask after returning to the dormitory. The movie they watched today was a foreign blockbuster. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in this kind of movie. Moreover, the two people didn't just come to watch the movie. They just wanted to feel the effect of the 3D cinema. The rest was to secretly do something that couples could do. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan lingered for a while. Couples in love were always very attached to each other. So, until the end of the movie, the two still didn't understand the meaning of the whole movie. After the movie ended, Zhang Bin directly pulled Zhao Sisi to get a room. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan obviously hadn't reached that stage yet. The two of them had just reconciled, so it was obviously inappropriate for them to get a room directly. Everything had to be done one step at a time, right? There would be a day when the conditions were right. At this time, Yang Ming had already sobered up, so he went to the entrance of the hot pot city with Tian Donghua to pick up the car and return to school. This time, without Zhang Ben and the others, Zhou Jiejie had no reason to sit in Yang Ming's car again. Moreover, there was such an embarrassing scene just now. Naturally, it was even more inappropriate to sit in his car again. However, when Zhou Jiejie wanted to get into Zhang Bin's car that was now driven by Tian Donghua, Chen Mengyan called her, Zhou Jiejie. Ah. What's the matter? Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She quickly turned around and asked. Come on. Let's sit together. Chen Mengyan greeted her enthusiastically. In fact, she wanted to solve Yang Ming's mistaken kiss incident as soon as possible to avoid the situation from escalating. Me? Go over? Zhou Jiejie was stunned. She didn't expect that she had no reason to hitch a ride. Instead, Chen Mengyan found a reason for her. Seeing that Chen Mengyan nodded, Zhou Jiejie carefully walked over and sat in Yang Ming's car. She looked like a concubine who was reprimanded by the main wife in the past. Chen Mengyan took the initiative to sit in the back seat of the Jetta, side by side with Zhou Jiejie. This made Zhou Jiejie somewhat flattered. Jiejie, I'm sorry. Chen Mengyan took the initiative to apologize first. She couldn't help it. Who asked her boyfriend to get into trouble? Ah? Mengyan, why are you apologizing to me? Chen Mengyan's sudden apology made Zhou Jiejie somewhat at a loss. However, since Chen Mengyan called her Jiejie, then she also affectionately called Chen Mengyan as Mengyan. Yang Ming accidentally mistook you for me. So, please don't mind. Chen Mengyan whispered, I hope you can forgive him. Don't pursue his responsibility, okay? This. Zhou Jiejie was somewhat overwhelmed. She never thought of pursuing Yang Ming's responsibility. Chen Mengyan saw that Zhou Jiejie didn't express her opinion. Instead, she showed a strange look. She was anxious and quickly explained, Jiejie, you also know that Yang Ming is a reckless person. Can you not make it difficult for him? Zhou Jiejie reacted. It turned out that Chen Mengyan really wanted to apologize to her. Zhou Jiejie almost blurted out that she had nothing to do with it. She wouldn't pursue it. However, she thought about it again. If she expressed her opinion quickly, it would easily cause Chen Mengyan to misunderstand. Moreover, if she felt wronged, it might be an opportunity to win Chen Mengyan's sympathy. Then what should I do? Zhou Jiejie hesitated and said. I will let him apologize to you. Do you think that's okay? Chen Mengyan didn't know how to compensate Zhou Jiejie. Indeed, if it was another person who kissed her, she would have been mad. I don't know. I have never encountered such a thing. Zhou Jiejie shook her head and said with grievance. Yes, indeed, this kind of mishap can be encountered a few times in a lifetime. How could Zhou Jiejie be so unlucky to encounter it? And the initiator is my boyfriend, Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan had a headache for a while. If Zhou Jiejie took this matter to heart in the future, then it would be troublesome. If Zhou Jiejie took things too hard because of this matter, then Yang Ming would become a sinner. Chen Mengyan sighed and had to comfort her. Jiejie, I know that you must be very uncomfortable in your heart now, but Yang Ming didn't mean it. How about I let him treat you to a meal? Buy you a gift as an apology? It was also the first time that Chen Mengyan dealt with this kind of thing, so she didn't speak in an organized manner. She didn't know how to comfort Zhou Jiejie. She could only make some requests that seemed to be coaxing a child. Zhou Jiejie had never encountered such a thing, so when Chen Mengyan proposed this childish compensation request, Zhou Jiejie really thought about how to get closer to Yang Ming in this way of compensation. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhou Jiejie felt that she had to take advantage of others. So if she really wanted to be with Yang Ming in the future, if she wanted to get past Chen Mengyan, she had to let Chen Mengyan feel that Yang Ming was guilty of her. Then, Chen Mengyan wouldn't blame her too much, right? Therefore, Zhou Jiejie decided that she didn't need any compensation. She would just let it go. Then, I just let it go? Zhou Jiejie's meaning really wanted to express that this matter was just let it go. However, Chen Mengyan felt that it was like a rhetorical question. She thought that Zhou Jiejie meant that this matter couldn't be let go. So she couldn't help but frown. If I don't let it go, what else do you want? Do you want Yang Ming to be responsible for you? Or, you can just think of it as the person you like kissing you. Is that okay? Anyway, you can't see clearly in the dark. If you think like this, your heart should feel better, right? Chen Mengyan said a funny reason. However, in fact, Zhou Jiejie didn't need to think about it at all. Yang Ming was the person she liked, so she didn't have any psychological burden at all. However, after listening to Chen Mengyan's explanation, Zhou Jiejie was puzzled again. I gave up pursuing it. What does Chen Mengyan mean by this? Could it be that she had really seen through something and had been using words to trick me? And, it is very possible. The girl in front of me is obviously not stupid, so I have to be careful. Don't be fooled. Zhou Jiejie thought so. As for Chen Mengyan, when she saw that Chen Mengyan didn't speak, she thought that her words just now had stimulated her. She hurriedly apologized. Jiejie. I didn't mean that, although Yang Ming may not be as good as the person you like, he is also very good. Chen Mengyan was a little indiscriminate. Her words were even more incoherent. But the more she said this, the more frightened Zhou Jiejie was. He is also very good? What does this mean? Chen Mengyan is promoting Yang Ming to me? Could it be that this was also a test of him? I didn't mean that. In fact, Yang Ming is also very good. Zhou Jiejie carefully replied vaguely. She said this ambiguously to test Chen Mengyan. Very good. Chen Mengyan also nodded stupidly. Then this matter. These two women with high IQ actually had such a low IQ secret dialogue. After talking for a long time, the other party didn't understand the meaning of the other party. However, the matter was resolved. Chen Mengyan at least knew that Zhou Jiejie wouldn't pursue Yang Ming. She was just wondering why Zhou Jiejie didn't pursue it. She didn't even want a little compensation? Zhou Jiejie was also very puzzled. Why do I feel that Chen Mengyan seems to have a hidden meaning in her words? But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the case. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Jiejie carefully fiddled with the rose in her hand. She was afraid of breaking it. She carefully picked it up and looked at it. Jia, what are you doing? Why are you so weird today? It's just a broken flower. Don't you usually receive a lot of flowers? Wang Shui asked, puzzled. Even if it was given by Yang Ming, there was no need to be like this. It's just a thing, and it doesn't represent any special meaning. This Zhou Jie is really obsessed. Where's the vase? Where's my vase? Zhou Jie didn't bother with Wang Shui. Instead, she jumped up from the bed and began to rummage for the vase. Your vase? Didn't Miao Miao use it as a pen holder in the next dormitory? Did you forget? Wang Shui reminded her. Oh, yes, it seems to be. Zhou Jie rushed out of the dormitory and then ran to the next dormitory. Under the very surprised eyes of the people in the next dormitory, Zhou Jie poured out the pen in the vase and then took the vase back. Ugh! Is that Zhou Jie? The girl in the next dormitory asked. Looking at the appearance, it is. Could it be that she was possessed by the soul? The girl in the next dormitory said. It's very possible. Girl C shook her head. Zhou Jie ran to the bathroom and cleaned the vase. Then, she returned to the dormitory and inserted the roses by the bed. Wang Shui was dumbfounded. After Zhou Jie finished all of this, she breathed a sigh of relief and said to herself, I will keep this flower like this. Keep it? How many days can you keep it? Wang Shui looked at Zhou Jie's obsessed look and said angrily, Jie, don't be silly. How many days can it live if you keep it like this? It will die in 2 or 3 days. It will die by then. Ah? You're right. Zhou Jie patted her head. I blame myself for being too impatient. Why didn't I think of this? Zhou Jie shook her head with self-deprecation. Wang Shui, how can I make the flower not wither? Not wither? Do you think it's a flower demon? Wang Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head helplessly and said, Jie, can you not be like this? Wasn't it just a flower? Is it necessary? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Zhou Jie only heard the first half of Wang Shui's sentence and turned a deaf ear to the second half. Wang Shui, where do you think there is a place to make specimens? You go to the gift shop and ask. Wang Shui was helpless. It seemed that Zhou Jie didn't listen to her advice at all. She was a little obsessed. Hence, he changed the topic. Oh right, Jie, what did Chen Mengyan say to you just now? Wasn't she Yang Ming's girlfriend? Why are they looking for you? Nothing. Although Zhou Jie and Wang Shui had a very close relationship, she was still embarrassed to say such a shameful thing like being kissed by Yang Ming. Strange, Jia, you are really strange today. Wang Shui frowned and sighed. Zhou Jie was lying on the bed in a daze. She looked at the vase on the bedside and giggled from time to time. When Yang Ming returned to the dormitory, Chen Fei's phone call came in. Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. What's going on with this Uncle Chen? It's the middle of the night. It's almost 2 o'clock. Why is he calling so late? Hello, Uncle Chen, what's the matter? Yang Ming asked curiously. Oh, Yang Ming, it's nothing. Where are you? Chen Fei was actually afraid that Yang Ming would take Chen Mengyan somewhere to spend the night. As a father, he was obviously very concerned, so there was this phone call. I'm at school. What's wrong, Uncle Chen? Yang Ming replied inexplicably. It's nothing. It's the end of the year. The public security outside isn't very good. I'm just worried about you. Chen Fei smiled. Worried about me? Yang Ming was even more inexplicable. Uncle Chen, don't forget that I once faced 2 ferocious gangsters. I even killed one. And, I'm relieved that you're back at school. Then it's fine. Rest early. Chen Fei sighed in relief and hung up the phone. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Yang Ming edited a few text messages and sent them to Zhao Li Dagong, Su Peng, Yang Xiaobo, and others. The general idea was to wish them a Merry Christmas. Suddenly, Yang Ming thought of Lin Jiyun and quickly sent her a message. However, Lin Jiyun didn't actually rest. She quickly replied with a message, You haven't slept yet? Did you just come back from accompanying your girlfriend? Yang Ming held the phone and was a little embarrassed. Lin Jiyun was now his girlfriend in name. Now that she asked this question, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Ugh. I haven't slept. You haven't slept either? Yang Ming deliberately avoided the question of just coming back from a trip with Chen Mingyan. Not yet. A few of my mother's friends for many years came home. We spent Christmas Eve together. It was very lively. They just went back. I accompanied my mother to pack up. Lin Jiyun replied. I see. Is your leg better? Asked Yang Ming. There's basically no problem now. Right, Yang Ming, can you come to my house tomorrow? My mother just told me to call you over. Lin Jiyun replied. Yang Ming looked at the message and thought about it a little. Yeah, it's reasonable to say that today's Christmas Eve is for couples to go out and play together. I actually didn't ask Lin Jiyun out. This seems a bit unreasonable. It's hard to guarantee that Mother Lin won't be suspicious. Yang Ming patted his head. I miscalculated. Even if I went to Lin Jiyun's place to take a look, it would have been good. No wonder Lin Jiyun just asked me if I went to accompany my girlfriend and just came back. Did your mother suspect anything? Yang Ming quickly sent a message over. After a long time, Lin Jiyun replied, N. My mother asked me if we had a fight. I told her that we didn't. You went to tutor Wu Xianxia today. She saw that you sent me a text message just now. She should be relieved. If you have something tomorrow, then you don't have to come. Something? I have to come even if I have something to do. Yang Ming's feelings for Lin Jiyun were very strange and overbearing. There was a strong sense of protecting and duty-bound. As long as it was Lin Jiyun's matter, even if Yang Ming had a big matter, he had to put it aside first to do her thing. Therefore, Yang Ming replied without thinking, I will go. I will go tomorrow morning. You can tell Auntie Shen that I will be there at around 9 o'clock. Is that okay? Well, then you should rest early. Otherwise, can you wake up tomorrow? Lin Jiyun replied. Okay, you should sleep too. Sleep together. Good night. Yang Ming sent a message with some ambiguity. Lin Jiyun didn't reply again. He didn't know if she understood. In fact, Lin Jiyun certainly understood Yang Ming's text message. For such a sensitive word like sleep together, she suddenly blushed. She remembered the memory fragment of her naked encounter with Yang Ming in the hotel. She couldn't help but feel hot all over. From the hatred for Yang Ming at that time, to the peace of mind later, and now. Lin Jiyun found that she had an indescribable feeling for Yang Ming. In short, when she was with Yang Ming, there was a slight feeling of her heart beating faster. It was a little exciting, a little enjoyable, but it was more of a fear. Lin Jiyun had never liked any boy since she was a child. Because of her family conditions, she didn't think about other things except for studying. This was also the reason why she lacked the wisdom of the world. Therefore, Lin Jiyun didn't know what it felt like to like a person. This also caused her to be unaware of Yang Ming's shadow in her heart. Although Lin Jiyun always reminded herself that she couldn't have any substantial relationship with Yang Ming, because the relationship between the two people was fake. Moreover, Yang Ming had a girlfriend, but Lin Jiyun didn't know. That feelings couldn't be controlled so well. If feelings could be controlled, then there wouldn't be so many unrequited love in this world. Facing the last ambiguous text message from Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun obviously didn't know how to reply, so she simply pretended to be asleep and didn't reply. Although she pretended to be asleep, in fact, Lin Jiyun didn't sleep for half the night. She didn't know why, but when she thought of Yang Ming, she felt sweet in her heart. Yang Ming tossed around for a night and soon fell asleep. However, what he didn't know was that this night, 3 people were destined to have insomnia, and they were all insomnia for the same person. These 3 people were Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and of course, Zhou Jejia. Chen Mingyan returned to the dormitory. Her heart was still in a mess. She and Yang Ming finally made substantial progress. In fact, Chen Mingyan's heart wasn't very important to these things. Although she was more conservative, she had already recognized Yang Ming in her heart. She thought that he was the only man in her life. Then, other things became not very important. For kissing and even going to the hotel, Chen Mingyan wasn't very repulsed. She just felt a little scared. Originally, before she came today, she also thought about whether Yang Ming would ask to take her out for the night. Chen Mingyan was still very nervous. She didn't know what she should do. Although she didn't rule it out, it was impossible for Chen Mingyan not to be nervous when it happened. Just now, when Zhang Ben said that he would take Xiao Sisi to the hotel, Chen Mingyan was so nervous that she couldn't stand still. Fortunately, Yang Ming didn't ask for anything. He just sent her back to school. However, sometimes people were so contradictory. Fear was fear. Now that things didn't happen, Chen Mingyan began to think more. Is Yang Ming not interested in me? Why did he do that with Lan Ling, but he never asked for me? Am I not as good as Lan Ling? As a result, Chen Mingyan spent the night in a daze, letting her imagination run wild. Early the next morning, Yang Ming rushed to Lin Jian's house in Hoshenhan's broken Jetta. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to buy some fruit, but because it was Christmas Eve yesterday, many vendors were open all night and didn't close until the morning. So, in the early morning of Christmas, the street was very deserted. There weren't even many cars. When he arrived at Lin Jian's house, Yang Ming knocked on the door. It was Xianxia Ping who opened the door. When she saw Yang Ming, she immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Ming, you are here. And, hello Auntie Shen. Merry Christmas. Yang Ming said, where is Jiyun? Jiyun texted you in the middle of the night last night. Then, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep for half the night. She just fell asleep at 4 o'clock. Now, she is resting. Xianxia Ping said. If that's the case, then do you want me to come back later? Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Why would you come back later? You and Yun Er aren't outsiders. I will go out later. You wait for her at home. Xianxia Ping said, go to her room. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded. Poor Lin Jiyun. She was sleeping soundly. How would she know that her mother actually pushed a man into her bedroom? Although Yang Ming was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend in disguise, both of them knew about each other, but they didn't expose each other. Therefore, the relationship between the two of them wasn't considered intimate, but it was still quite ambiguous. If it were another person, no matter how perverted Yang Ming was, he wouldn't simply enter a girl's bedroom when she was sleeping. However, Lin Jiyun was different. Yang Ming originally held the idea of being responsible for her, so there was no problem of avoiding it. When he pushed the door into Lin Jiyun's bedroom, he saw Lin Jiyun sleeping. At this moment, Lin Jiyun was riding on the quilt. One of her snow-white legs was exposed outside the quilt. Yang Ming really wanted to touch it. Lin Jiyun had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Her little face was flushed with a sparkling luster. Her long eyelashes were so cute that Yang Ming really wanted to kiss her. However, before Lin Jiyun accepted him, Yang Ming could still restrain himself. He was just thinking about it. He couldn't really do anything. Yang Ming got up and pulled Lin Jiyun's quilt. He covered her exposed legs so that she wouldn't catch a cold. After a while, the sound of the door closing came from outside the house. Apparently, Auntie Shen had left. Yang Ming didn't have the heart to disturb Lin Jiyun, so he sat quietly and waited for her to wake up. After a while, Lin Jiyun suddenly made a lazy moan. Apparently, she had woken up. Yang Ming was about to greet her, but he saw Lin Jiyun hurriedly get up from the bed. She said to herself, where are the slippers, where are the slippers? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to wet the bed. After that, she stepped on the slippers and ran out of the door quickly. Yang Ming was stunned. F***ck, could it be that my ability was automatically activated? Why is Lin Jiyun naked? Just now, Yang Ming only felt a blur in front of his eyes. A white female body passed by his eyes. Yang Ming saw the two bright red spots on her chest and the black spots below her body clearly. Could it be that the function of the glasses automatically upgraded again? Why is Lin Jiyun naked? Yang Ming thought inexplicably. Moreover, Lin Jiyun didn't seem to notice him at all. Could it be that the glasses have a stealth function? However, the answer was immediately revealed. Yang Ming thought too much. The glasses didn't change, but Lin Jiyun was indeed naked. Moreover, he wasn't invisible. Lin Jiyun, who went to the bathroom, also woke up a lot. She hurried back to her bedroom. The reason why she dared to run out naked was because her father wasn't at home recently. It was just her and her mother, so there was no need to avoid anything. Otherwise, Lin Jiyun would definitely put on her clothes first. Lin Jiyun looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the hall. It was actually more than 10 o'clock. Why isn't Yang Ming here yet? It seems that my mother has already left. Lin Jiyun shook her head and was ready to go back to the room to put on her clothes. But she didn't expect that when she opened the bedroom door, she suddenly found a person sitting in front of the desk. That person was Yang Ming. Ah! Lin Jiyun screamed and hurriedly covered the important parts of her body. But unfortunately, she only had 2 hands. If she covered the top, she couldn't cover the bottom. If she covered the bottom, she could only cover half of the top. Ugh. Actually, I didn't see anything. Yang Ming said as he sweated. Stop it. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and was so angry that her face turned red. She quickly went back to her bed. You still don't want to go out? Okay. I will go out now. Yang Ming shook his head. This matter, AI. In fact, it was reasonable to say that Yang Ming was responsible for this. He just saw it once. When Lin Jiyun didn't notice him, he quickly hid in another room. However, Yang Ming didn't think that Lin Jiyun wasn't wearing clothes at the time, but he felt that his special ability had upgraded or failed. As a result, this scene happened. If it was another person, it would be fine. But Yang Ming had this special ability of X-ray vision, so he hesitated and didn't hide. However, this kind of thing couldn't be explained to Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming had to force himself to walk out of Lin Jiyun's bedroom awkwardly and then closed the door for her. Lin Jiyun now wished that there was a hole to hide in. She was exposed too much. Although it wasn't a big deal to be seen by him, she was still embarrassed. Lin Jiyun felt that she didn't have the face to see Yang Ming. Isn't this too shameful? However, this wasn't a big deal. Now, Lin Jiyun could only pray that Yang Ming entered her bedroom after she went to the bathroom. Otherwise, wouldn't her previous sentence of "I'm going to wet the bed" make her even more ashamed? A girl actually said such a thing in front of a boy. She felt that she didn't have the face to see him. Lin Jiyun quickly put on her clothes and struggled for a long time. She took a deep breath and opened the bedroom door. When she saw Yang Ming sitting on the sofa in the living room, she didn't know what to say. She could only cough deliberately. Jiyun, you are dressed? Sorry, I didn't know you were naked. Yang Ming scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Lin Jiyun obviously didn't want to pursue and didn't want to continue this topic. She just wanted to figure out when Yang Ming came, so she asked, "When did you come?" I didn't know. Oh, I came over at 9 o'clock. Auntie Shen asked me to wait for you to wake up in your bedroom. Yang Ming explained, you also know that we are now in a relationship. If I didn't go, Auntie Shen would definitely be suspicious, so I didn't refuse. But I just sat aside honestly. Yang Ming naturally declared his innocence first. He didn't do anything. However, Lin Jiyun couldn't care about this now. Looking at the situation, Yang Ming must have heard the sentence that I just said. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's face that turned red and white. He couldn't help but ask, Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Didn't you rest well last night? Or, did you hold your pee for too long? Huh? Lin Jiyun was shocked. She didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually say such a thing. Ugh. It's not suitable for a girl to hold her pee. It can easily lead to urethritis and bladder rupture. Yang Ming didn't mean to make fun of Lin Jiyun. On the contrary, he was very concerned about Lin Jiyun. He was reading the news on the internet and accidentally saw a news article. It said that a girl drank soda before going to bed and failed to urinate in time, resulting in a bladder rupture. In fact, he was also applying what he learned. Ah? Lin Jiyun was really stunned. She stared at Yang Ming with her mouth wide open. I'm also concerned about you. Hee hee. Yang Ming felt that it was inappropriate for a man to talk about this topic with a girl. Isn't there a saying that goes, don't be afraid of the doctor when you're sick? Or something. In short, I'm now acting as a doctor. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Lin Jiyun noticed that Yang Ming wasn't done yet. She didn't care about being shy anymore and quickly said perfunctorily, I'm fine. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. I'm going to tidy myself up. You wait for me first. Lin Jiyun hadn't brushed her hair and washed her face yet. It wasn't appropriate to face Yang Ming with her messy hair. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Ming nodded and said, do you need me to leave? Is it still useful to leave now? Lin Jiyun snorted. She glared at Yang Ming and hurried into the bathroom. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. What does Lin Jiyun mean? Does she mean that I can continue to peek? Since it's allowed, can I use my special ability? Yang Ming thought very evilly. Today, Lin Jiyun didn't wear her white down jacket, but she wore a black coat. This coat wasn't of good quality. It should be something that cost dozens of yuan in the night market. However, it fit Lin Jiyun very well. Go shopping? Yang Ming suggested. Shopping? Lin Jiyun was stunned and asked, aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend? Aren't you my girlfriend? Yang Ming pretended not to understand. Lin Jiyun was speechless and shook her head. You know who I'm talking about. You're wearing a coat. Aren't you going shopping with me? Yang Ming didn't answer Lin Jiyun's question. I'm wearing clothes to go to school. Lin Jiyun said, I hurt my leg. I haven't been to school for a few days. Let's go. I'm your boyfriend now. If I don't go shopping with you for Christmas, Auntie Shen will be dissatisfied with me again. Yang Ming said with a smile, besides, I don't think there will be many students going to class today. Maybe the school has already changed it to self-study. Nonsense, do you think everyone is skipping class like you? Lin Jiyun smiled and said, well, where do you want to go? Let's just walk around the business district. Yang Ming suggested, I'll buy you 2 sets of clothes. Buying clothes. Lin Jiyun hesitated. Yang Ming, in fact, our current relationship is just to deceive my parents. You don't have to spend so much money. What do you mean by spending money? Even if we're good friends, shouldn't we give each other some gifts for Christmas? Yang Ming interrupted Lin Jiyun's words and continued, besides, buying clothes for you is also to deceive Auntie Shen. Please, I'm your boyfriend now. I don't want to be looked down upon by your mother. Hee hee. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but smile. Well, then, don't buy anything that's too expensive. Okay. Just buy it with the tutoring fee for these few days. Anyway, this is what you deserve. Yang Ming nodded and said. The 2 people went out. Coincidentally, they actually met Auntie Hong from the snack bar. Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming. Auntie Hong's memory was particularly good. She could call out the name of the person she had met once. Auntie Hong, hello. Merry Christmas. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Auntie Hong. Auntie Hong. Lin Jiyun also called. She was a bit puzzled. How did Yang Ming know Auntie Hong? The 2 of them just had a meal at Auntie Hong's place. Let's go out and play together, asked Auntie Hong. Yeah, Auntie Hong, where are you going? Lin Jiyun nodded shyly and asked. I'm going to the market to buy some goods. There are a few dishes at home that are almost gone, said Auntie Hong. Auntie Hong, how are you going? Asked Yang Ming. I'm taking the bus. Auntie Hong smiled and said, when you come back, you can take a taxi. When you go there, you didn't take anything. Of course, you have to take the bus. Jiyun and I are going to the commercial street, just in front of the market. Let's go together. Yang Ming said. Okay. Auntie Hong nodded. She thought that Yang Ming was talking about taking the bus together, so she didn't care. When they were out of the alley, Yang Ming opened the door of the Jetta and said to Auntie Hong, get in the car. The car is a bit broken. Don't mind it. Ah? You have a car? Auntie Hong was a little surprised. Although this car didn't look very good, it was unrealistic for a small family like her to keep a car. Yours? Lin Jiyun was also a little surprised because in the past, Yang Ming always drove Zhang Bin's Pentium. No, it's a friend of mine, Yang Ming said. Lin Jiyun had been accustomed to Yang Ming's statement. From the time Yang Ming knew her until now, Yang Ming had driven 3 cars. From the beginning of the Buick business, to the later Fa Pentium, and now to the current Jetta. Auntie Hong didn't care. Many of the taxis she took weren't as good as this one. Yang Ming started the car and drove Auntie Hong to the market first. Then, he drove to the commercial street. After parking the car in the parking lot, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun got out of the car together. The strange thing was that this was a paid parking lot, but the toll collector turned a blind eye to Yang Ming's car. After collecting the fee by the side, he went straight to collect the fees of other cars. Obviously, this couldn't be ignored by the toll collector. Yesterday, Yang Ming had some doubts about the performance of the security captain at the entrance of the hotel. From the association to today's incident, Yang Ming could be sure that these people obviously knew Ho Zhenhan's car. It seemed that Ho Zhenhan's reputation had been established. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that this parking lot was Bao Sanli's property. Even if it wasn't, disputes were easy to occur in public places like the parking lot, especially those who didn't want to pay for parking. At this time, it was necessary for the gangsters to come forward. Therefore, this place was more or less related to Bao Sanli. Don't underestimate the parking fee of 3 or 5 yuan each time. In a day, it was tens of thousands of income. However, it was better if no one collected the money. Yang Ming was too lazy to ask the reason. He took Lin Jiyun directly to the commercial street. The two walked into a shop selling casual clothes. The clothes in this shop weren't very expensive, and the quality was okay. Yang Ming always bought clothes in this kind of place. Both of you, there is a Christmas special for couple outfits. If you buy couple outfits, you will get a concentric lock necklace. A waiter greeted them enthusiastically. Most of the people who came to this kind of low-end casual shop were student couples. Therefore, in order to attract customers, these shops were racking their brains to find an excuse to do some promotions and special offers. Generally speaking, these shops were promoting all year round, but this was also an important reason why there were so many customers in this kind of shop. Couple outfits? Lin Jiyun was stunned. Yes, it was Christmas. A man and a woman coming out to shop was obviously easy to be regarded as a couple. What are the styles? Yang Ming asked casually. Student, please take a look here. These are all the Christmas special sale price. This couple's vest is 99 yuan per set. This couple's windbreaker is 268 yuan per set. If you buy the couple's windbreaker, you will get a pair of concentric lock necklace. If you buy the couple's windbreaker, you will get 2 couple scarves. The waiter introduced skillfully. Jiyun, what do you think of this small vest? Yang Ming felt that this set of vest was good. He didn't have this kind of thing, so he could buy one. Moreover, the price wasn't expensive. Ah? Lin Jiyun suddenly had no idea. Buy couple outfits. Yang Ming and we are becoming more and more like a real couple. It's okay, student. You can try it on. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter if you buy it or not. The waiter said. And then you find a set for us. Look at our figures. What size do you want? Asked Yang Ming. Hee, both of you can wear L size. Student, both of you are a good match, unlike some couples. Their figures are so different that they can't even wear couple outfits. The waiter didn't forget to praise. Yang Ming laughed twice after listening, but Lin Jiyun lowered her head. Needless to say, this waiter's eyesight was still good. They tried it on, and it fit. So, Yang Ming didn't intend to take it off. He asked Lin Jiyun, what do you think? I think, it's okay. Although Lin Jiyun also felt that the design of this small vest was very good, and it was very warm, because it was a couple outfit, Lin Jiyun was embarrassed to say that it was particularly good. And then we will buy it and wear it. Yang Ming nodded to the waiter and said. Okay, please come here. I will take you to pay. The waiter took Yang Ming and the others to the cashier, paid the money, and gave the receipt to Yang Ming. Yang Ming turned and was about to leave, but Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered that the waiter just said that there was a gift. She was a careful girl, so she quickly asked, "What about our gift?" "It's here. I'll get it for you." The salesperson thought that she could save a set of gifts. She didn't expect this girl to remember it. She quickly took a set of gift necklaces and handed them to Lin Jiyun. After getting the gift, Lin Jiyun was very happy to walk out of the clothing store with Yang Ming as if she got a big bargain. "Hee, this necklace looks like a street stall product, right?" Yang Ming smiled indifferently and pointed to the necklace in Lin Jiyun's hand. "But he promised to give it to us. Why don't we take it?" Lin Jiyun said. "You didn't wear it even if you wanted it. What's the use of it?" Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Many times it was like this. When people bought things, they were very concerned about the gift. When they really took the gift home, it became a useless waste. "Why didn't I wear it?" "Who said I didn't wear it?" Lin Jiyun was reminded by Yang Ming. She directly put the heart of the heart lock necklace on her neck. Hee. Yang Ming smiled and picked up his own necklace and put it on his neck. The two people smiled at each other and a tacit understanding arose spontaneously. Lin Jiyun. At this time, a young man and a young woman came from the opposite side. The woman greeted Lin Jiyun. "Xianxia." Lin Jiyun also saw the girl opposite and was a little surprised. "Isn't this the pure and innocent girl in our class?" "Why? You have a boyfriend too?" Xianxia smiled and said, "How should I address this handsome guy?" "Hello, my name is Yang Ming." Yang Ming didn't know the relationship between the person in front of him and Lin Jiyun, so he just replied faintly. "Yo? That's pretty cool." Zhang Xiaoyuan smiled. "What are you wearing? Isn't this the necklace that was given as a promotion in the store? Why are you wearing such a rubbish thing on your neck? Hurry up and ask your husband to buy you a platinum necklace. Just like this one of mine." Although Zhang Xiaoyuan was smiling, there was an unspeakable pride in her tone. The little fatty beside her also straightened his body. He looked at Yang Ming proudly. Only then did Yang Ming understand that little bitch Nier was here to act cool in front of Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun obviously didn't have a good impression of Zhang Xiaoyuan. She shook her head. "I don't like these things." Jiyun, let me tell you. Women can be like you. You are really a disgrace to us women. Zhang Xiaoyuan said, "When we women and men are together, we are paying with our youth. You have to find a man who can spend money on you." "Damn? Am I not generous?" Yang Ming frowned. Why was this Zhang Xiaoyuan's words so unpleasant? "I don't think you're looking for a partner. You're prostituting yourself. By the way, I'll buy you, didn't you say you were going to buy me a mink fur coat? Let's go now?" Zhang Xiaoyuan said to Fatty. "Yes, let's go. Let's go now. But my Mercedes-Benz is parked in the parking lot. Don't let people scratch it." Fatty seemed to show off unintentionally. Although Lin Jiyun didn't care about these, girls also wanted to save face. Even Xianxia was scheming in the dark. This Zhang Xiaoyuan was blatantly insulting others. How could Lin Jiyun not notice it? "Jiyun, let's go. Didn't you say you were going to buy a mink fur coat? Don't waste time with them." Yang Ming said very humorously, "We are rich people. We don't want to lower ourselves to the same level as these poor people. Buy a mink fur coat?" How could Zhang Xiaoyuan believe it? Mink fur coat was much more expensive than mink fur. Looking at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun's clothes, it was obvious that they were students. How could they afford to buy a mink fur coat? Therefore, Zhang Xiaoyuan naturally regarded Yang Ming's words as refuting because he wanted to save face. The fatty was obviously upset by Yang Ming's words, "We are rich people. We don't want to lower ourselves to the same level as these poor people." Why? Am I a poor person? I want to see who is the poor person in the end. So she sneered, "That's just right. I know there is a diamond madam fur shop in front that has a lot of new designs. Let's go together." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and said indifferently. Zhang Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Jiyun with a deep meaning. Her eyes were full of disdain. To be honest, Lin Jiyun was much more beautiful than her, but what was the use? Didn't she still find a rich partner? Yang Ming, are we really going? On the road, Lin Jiyun whispered to Yang Ming. Why don't we go? Didn't we agree to buy clothes for you? Yang Ming looked at the fat man who was walking in front of him with his head held high. But you can't buy something so expensive. Lin Jiyun bit her lip and said, with our relationship, you bought me something so expensive. I can't accept it. Although Lin Jiyun's words were intermittent, Yang Ming could still understand. He comforted her with a smile, that's right. What's the relationship between the two of us? It's not a big deal to buy you 2 pieces of clothing. Lin Jiyun was speechless. Did this guy really not understand, or was he deliberately pretending to be stupid? Lin Jiyun now had some doubts. Why is Yang Ming so good to me? It was reasonable to say that he was just her fake boyfriend. Usually, it was enough to deal with her parents. But now, Yang Ming was completely no different from his real girlfriend. Not only did he care about me, but he also often bought me some gifts. This is probably only a man and a woman in love, right? Lin Jiyun also expressed this question to Yang Ming several times, but Yang Ming either pretended to be stupid or brushed it aside. He didn't answer her directly. Lin Jiyun's heart was now in a mess. Yes, she also liked to be with Yang Ming. If possible, Lin Jiyun didn't mind keeping this relationship. But a fake is still a fake. Paper can't wrap fire. There will be a day when the truth will come out. At that time, my parents will know that Yang Ming is just a fake. Then, wouldn't the relationship between the two end? However, if I don't say it, and Yang Ming doesn't say it, who will know? Yes, it's Yang Ming's girlfriend. If this continues, Yang Ming's girlfriend won't find any clues. If she comes to find me, what should I do? It was precisely because of this that Lin Jiyun always reminded herself not to be too close to Yang Ming. But because her parents had already recognized Yang Ming's identity, she couldn't be too alienated from him, so it caused the current situation where she couldn't back down. Forget it. Lin Jiyun sighed helplessly. Let's take one step at a time. The 4 people came to a large fur shop in front, Diamond Lady Fur. Fur was very popular in the north. The terrain here was cold. Mink, fox, and rabbit fur were warm, so it was very popular among some rich people. Xianxia and the fat man were determined to embarrass Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, so they weren't in a hurry to buy. They just strolled with Lin Jiyun and the others. Moreover, they deliberately led them to the most expensive area. Wow, this is good. Lin Jiyun, it suits your figure very well. Why don't you try it? Xianxia's evil intention suddenly emerged. She pointed at a very expensive mink coat and said. How could Yang Ming not understand what she meant? But that coat did look pretty good. In fact, Xianxia also considered this point. If she simply pointed out a coat for Lin Jiyun and the others to buy, it might not fit. Then, they would have a reason not to buy it. Therefore, Xianxia fully considered her figure and other factors before she chose such a suitable coat. Not bad. Let's take this one. Yang Ming nodded and greeted the sales staff, please take this coat down. Let's try it on. Oh, okay, wait a moment. Although the sales staff saw that Yang Ming's clothes were very ordinary, she didn't have any contempt. There were many strange rich people these days. She had seen a lot of them. It was understandable to pretend to be poor. Don't leak your wealth. The sales staff took the coat down and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming handed it to Lin Jiyun and said, you go to the fitting room. I will wait for you here. Xianxia and the fat man were waiting to see Yang Ming make a fool of himself, but they didn't expect that Yang Ming was an idol. While Lin Jiyun was trying on the coat, he asked the sales staff, right, is there a size of about 1.65 meters over there? Who is wearing it? The sales staff asked a routine question. Oh, it's my mother. Yang Ming thought that this mink coat was good. It could keep out the cold. Since he was here, he should bring one back for his mother. Otherwise, his mother would definitely not be willing to spend money to buy it. Yes, but your mother should be middle-aged. She should wear the one on the side. The sales staff pointed to a coat on the right. Yang Ming compared it. It was indeed the case, so he nodded and said, well, I want this. you can give me the invoice directly. Ah? The waiter was stunned. She didn't expect this person to buy it without even trying it. However, since it was bought as a gift, it didn't matter. Okay, sir, if you buy 2 coats at a time, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Can you wait for the lady to try the coat? If it's suitable, you can get a discount when you open the invoice together. Okay. Yang Ming nodded indifferently. However, Xianxia and the fat man couldn't stand it anymore. Xiaoyuan, didn't you say that Lin Jiyun is very poor? What the hell is going on? The fat man asked with some worry. Who knows? Look at that man. He doesn't dress well. Zhang Xiaoyuan whispered, don't you want to buy me a mink coat? Hurry up and buy it. Don't be outdone by him. This thing is so expensive. There is a shop with a 20% discount. Let's go there. The fat man whispered, aren't we here to embarrass your classmate? Humph, do you just lack that money? Zhang Xiaoyuan was a little unhappy. You even drive a Mercedes-Benz. You're not even as good as 2 poor people. Little lady, that Mercedes-Benz isn't mine. It's my boss's. I'm just a driver. I only earn 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, and it's all spent on you. The fat man smiled bitterly. Although the voices of the 2 people were small, Yang Ming stared at their lips with the corner of his eyes, so he knew what they were saying. Zhang Xiaoyuan, right? I think the coat that Jiyun tried on is more suitable for you. You should try it too. Yang Ming smiled insidiously and said to the waiter, please find a coat of the same style for this lady to try. Oh, okay, sir. Yang Ming was a big buyer, so the waiter naturally nodded very enthusiastically. Besides, she saw that Zhang Xiaoyuan and the fat man's clothes were very exquisite, so she didn't doubt their purchasing ability. This? The fat man was a bit embarrassed. However, the waiter had already handed Zhang Xiaoyuan another one of the same style. Although this coat was chosen by Zhang Xiaoyuan for Lin Jiyun, she also chose it according to her own vision. First of all, she herself felt that this coat was good. Moreover, her figure was not much different from Lin Jiyun's. This dress was definitely suitable for her to wear, so Zhang Xiaoyuan didn't know what to do. If she tried it on, it was really beautiful. If she didn't buy it, she would be ridiculed by Lin Jiyun. Hee, this dress seems to suit you quite well. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xiaoyuan and smiled. Don't you want to try it on? Then let's give it a try. Zhang Xiaoyuan wanted to say something else, but the fat man couldn't stand Yang Ming's gaze, so he braced himself and said. In any case, he could just pick out a few flaws and not buy it later. Fatty didn't have Yang Ming's vision. He didn't know that this dress was very suitable for Zhang Xiaoyuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. In his opinion, wasn't it easy to find faults? When the time comes, he could just say that it was too big or too small. Zhang Xiaoyuan misunderstood. She thought that the fat man agreed to buy it for her, so she happily took the mink coat and ran to the fitting room. Just as Lin Jiyun came out, Yang Ming couldn't help but brighten up. Even Zhang Xiaoyuan was slightly shocked. Lin Jiyun's coat was so fitting. Lin Jiyun walked over carefully. Her face was a little red as she looked at Yang Ming. Does it look good? It's perfect. Yang Ming couldn't help but praise. Then, he nodded and said, Jiyun, didn't you look in the mirror? No. Lin Jiyun said with some shyness. It's very beautiful. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Yang Ming helped Lin Jiyun fix the collar and said. Yeah, ma'am, this dress really fits. Not to mention that Lin Jiyun was really beautiful when she wore it. Even if it didn't look good, they had to say yes to this deal. Then this one. We'll take it. For these 2 clothes, you can give me the invoice. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay, sir. Aren't you waiting for the lady just now? If she likes it, you can also enjoy a 10% discount when you give the invoice together. Said the waiter. It's okay. Both of them have a big business. How can they be poor like me? They don't care about the money. Yang Ming smiled and said, if you give him a discount, he will say that you look down on him. Isn't that right, brother? Yang Ming deliberately nodded to the fat man. this? The fat man thought, King 10% discount and full price difference is a few thousand. Isn't this a joke? But, he had to pretend to be fat. Yeah, this money doesn't matter. The waiter suddenly had a face full of worship. This is called a rich man. I must praise him in a while. People who don't have money bought 2 pieces. I have to trick them to buy 3 pieces, right? Yang Ming was laughing in his stomach, but his mouth also agreed. Yeah, driving a Mercedes-Benz is really different. Driving a Mercedes-Benz? When the waiter heard this, he must be really rich. So, she was happy and prepared to let the fat man pay for it. It didn't take long for Xianxia to come out. Although this dress wasn't as beautiful as Lin Jiyun, it was very fitting on her. If there was no comparison with Lin Jiyun, then Zhang Xiaoyuan would also give people a feeling of amazement. However, even if it didn't feel as good as Lin Jiyun, it was very difficult to find fault with it. The excuses that the fat man had prepared couldn't be used at all. As he was thinking about how to reject it, the waiter spoke. Miss, this dress is simply tailor-made for you. It fits you so well. Look, it's so natural. The waiter began to talk endlessly. Let your husband take a look. Isn't it very good? What do you think, sir? Oh, yes, no, that. The fat man's mouth trembled. He almost agreed with the waiter's words, but he suddenly remembered that the money in his pocket was limited. He had to change his mind. I think it's average. Average? Hee, sir, I'm not boasting. I have been selling mink fur for so long. It fits so well. Except for the lady just now, it's your girlfriend. You see, the whole person has a noble temperament. The waiter said, Miss, what do you think? Zhang Xiaoyuan just thought that the fat man had agreed to buy it for her, so naturally, she didn't care. Besides, she also liked this coat very much, so she said, not bad. When you said that, I also feel this way. I'll buy you, why don't we buy this? Although she couldn't show off in front of Lin Jiyun, she didn't lose face, so Zhang Xiaoyuan was still relatively happy. After all, she also bought a mink fur coat. Before this, the fat man only said to buy a mink fur coat. Moreover, this mink fur coat wasn't cheap. It cost more than 40,000 yuan. How could Zhang Xiaoyuan not be happy? However, the fat man couldn't stand it. He quickly winked at Zhang Xiaoyuan and said, Xiaoyuan, I don't think this is very good. Why don't we go somewhere else? I think it's quite good. What's wrong, I'll buy you. Zhang Xiaoyuan was suddenly a little unhappy. Isn't this obviously losing face? Ugh. I just think that if we buy clothes, we have to walk around more, right? The fat man explained awkwardly, and then he kept winking at Zhang Xiaoyuan. Buddy, what's wrong with your eyes? Yang Ming held back his laughter and asked the fat man seriously. Nothing, it's a little confusing. The fat man stuttered. Oh, so that's the case. Since your girlfriend likes it, then you buy it. Anyway, it's not much money. If you see something good later, then buy it. Besides, maybe if you don't buy it now, someone else will buy it in a while. Yang Ming said. Yes, sir, this is the last one left. There won't be any more after it's sold out. The waiter also fanned the flames. But the fat man was now in a dilemma. The key problem was that his card didn't have so much money now. I'll buy you, I want this one. Let's pay. Zhang Xiaoyuan saw the fat man hesitate, and her face immediately sank. What's wrong with this I'll buy you? Isn't this embarrassing? The fat man wanted to say that he wouldn't buy it, but if he said this, not only would he lose his face, but he might also lose his girlfriend. Sir, then I'll issue the invoice? The waiter asked, it's 46,800 yuan. Isn't it a discount? Zhang Xiaoyuan asked. Oh, it's a discount if you buy 2 pieces. Just now, this gentleman said that the discount was looking down on him. The waiter explained. Wow. So stylish. Zhang Xiaoyuan looked at her boyfriend with some admiration. She finally got back some face. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun provocatively. What's the discount? It doesn't matter. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Most likely, this silly girl didn't know the situation of the fat man, right? Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, the fat man whispered to Xianxia, "I'm going to make a call." Then, he left in a hurry. Although the fat man found a place far away from them to make a call, the content of the phone call was clearly passed to Yang Ming's ears. "Boss, I'm Biaozi. I want to discuss something with you. Can you see if you can give me my next few months' salary in advance? Please, boss. I've been with you for so many years. Why, isn't it because my girlfriend wants to buy a coat? Boss, but I like her." "Okay, thank you, boss. 40,000 yuan is enough." The fat man breathed a sigh of relief and finally settled the matter of money. Yang Ming laughed twice and took the bill to pay first. "Aren't you pretending? I'll let you pretend. Pretend as much as you want. I'll cooperate with you. Let's see how you repay the debt after pretending. Wait to be a slave." As soon as he finished paying, he saw the fat man come over with a bitter face. Yang Ming said insidiously, "Rich people are really different. You don't even bargain when buying things." That's right, that's right." The fat man was about to cry. "Damn, if you didn't talk too much, would I be able to spend a few thousand yuan? My 1 month's salary was gone because of your words. But I can't say this. Who asked my girlfriend to be so prideful? It's really a case of wanting to be prideful to suffer." As for what expression Xianxia would have when she knew the truth, Yang Ming didn't have the mood to watch it. He took the clothes directly and left the Diamond Madam for Plaza with Lin Jiyun. Should I take it off first? Lin Jiyun wore such expensive clothes for the first time in her life. She was afraid of breaking it. "No need, I bought it to wear it. If I don't wear it, what's the point of buying it?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "But your classmate, Xianxia, might not be so happy now, right?" "Why?" Lin Jiyun asked curiously. The reason is very simple." Yang Ming told Lin Jiyun what had just happened. Even Lin Jiyun, who had always been a good person, laughed. "Yang Ming, since you know, why are you still playing with him?" Lin Jiyun said with some blame. "I'm not messing with him. Isn't he just trying to show off in front of us? I was just cooperating with him to show off." Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, "Who asked me to be a good person?" Lin Jiyun sighed after listening, then smiled and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about her. Jiyun, I think you are a very good person. Guxinyao is so hateful, yet you still speak up for her. This Zhang Xiaoyuan, why do you seem to hate her?" Yang Ming had long wanted to ask this question. Hate her? Maybe. Lin Jiyun took a breath and then said. Slowly, Zhang Xiaoyuan and I were good friends in high school. At least I think so. We were deskmates. At that time, she found a rich boyfriend. It should be the one I saw today. Although she always showed me her expensive things, I felt that she didn't have a bad heart at the time. But later, something happened in my family. It was the time when my father was hit by a car. I wanted to borrow some money from her, but I didn't expect her to reject me. No matter how I begged, she was indifferent. She also said that it was better to buy a necklace herself than to borrow money from me. Yang Ming thought about Zhang Xiaoyuan's attitude and felt that it wasn't strange for her to do this kind of thing. Later, she gave me an idea, and then I met you. Lin Jiyun said with some pain. After all, that incident was a stain in her life. In any case, she had betrayed herself like those prostitutes. Although the transaction wasn't successful, this was always a knot in Lin Jiyun's heart. Is it the matter of you selling your virginity? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Lin Jiyun responded softly and then nodded. Motherf asterisk cur, I think she's almost like a prostitute now. Yang Ming scolded in a bad mood. Fortunately, Lin Jiyun met me at that time. Otherwise, who knows what would happen. However, then again, it seemed that Yang Ming should thank Zhang Xiaoyuan. If there was no Zhang Xiaoyuan, could Yang Ming meet Lin Jiyun? If there wasn't that encounter, without Yang Ming's help, would Lin Jiyun immediately give up the idea of pursuing him after knowing that the person who violated her was Yang Ming? Don't scold people. Lin Jiyun scolded. Hee, okay, I won't scold anymore. Yang Ming smiled. Originally, Lin Jiyun's mood wasn't very good when she met Zhang Xiaoyuan, but after knowing that Yang Ming set her up, she let go of the unhappiness in her heart. Looking at the time, it was about noon. The two people found a fast food restaurant to eat something, and then drove back to school together. Xianxia didn't go to class today. Last night, she had a crazy night with Bai Hai. Now, she just got up and was wearing clothes when she saw Lin Jiyun come in. Hey! Sister Lin, you're here? Is your leg okay? Xianxia asked very enthusiastically. Okay, I'm fine. Lin Jiyun nodded. It's good that you're fine. Sister Lin, is the coat you're wearing mink? It's so beautiful. Did Brother Yang buy it for you? Xianxia praised. Lin Jiyun nodded shyly. Right, Jing Xiaolu, don't you want to know Brother Yang? This is Brother Yang's girlfriend, Lin Jiyun. You can call her Sister Lin. Xianxia said to a girl who had makeup like a monster. Jing Xiaolu looked at Lin Jiyun for a long time, and then said, Sister Xianxiao, are you mistaken? How is she Brother Yang's girlfriend? Jing Xiaolu saw Chen Mengyan last time. She had never seen Lin Jiyun, so naturally, she would ask this question. Xianxiao listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and remembered that Brother Yang's girlfriend last time wasn't Lin Jiyun. It's over. This is bad. Xianxiao was afraid that Jing Xiaolu would say something else, so she quickly gave her a look. After all, Lin Jiyun was standing here. Xianxiao couldn't guarantee that she didn't know that Yang Ming had other girlfriends. Sister Xianxiao, what's wrong with you? Jing Xiaolu didn't know the details, so she asked stupidly, I remember the woman last time very clearly. It's not her. Jing Xiaolu, don't talk nonsense. How many times have I told you? You should get a contact lens for your myopia. You can even mistake people. Xianxiao scolded, Sister Lin is Brother Yang's girlfriend. You must have seen wrongly last time. Jing Xiaolu was even more puzzled. That's not right. What is this Xianxiao doing? She looked at Xianxiao strangely. My eyes aren't myopic. Sister Xianxiao, have you not woken up yet? Ai. Xianxiao sighed helplessly, and then said to Lin Jiyun awkwardly, Sister Lin, Jing Xiaolu is usually so crazy. She speaks incoherently. Don't mind her. It's okay. I know who she is talking about. Lin Jiyun shook her head bitterly. Yang Ming was just her fake boyfriend. How could she be compared with his real girlfriend? Ah? Xianxiao was stunned. She looked at Lin Jiyun strangely. Did she know? Xianxiao, and Jing Xiaolu, right? Lin Jiyun hesitated and said, Can I trouble you with something? What is it, Sister Lin? As long as you say it, I can do it even if I can't. Xianxiao quickly promised. I'm Yang Ming's girlfriend. Can you keep it a secret for me? Can you not tell others? Lin Jiyun bit her lip and said bitterly. She didn't know why, but Lin Jiyun had a sad feeling. Lin Jiyun suddenly had a very sad feeling. Am I a third party? Because in Jing Xiaolu's strange eyes, Lin Jiyun read this message. Yes, Jing Xiaolu did think so. Could it be that this Lin Jiyun is the legendary mistress? However, Xianxiao immediately adjusted her mood and said, No problem, Sister Lin. I won't talk nonsense. Then she glared at Jing Xiaolu and said, You heard it too? Oh. I know. Jing Xiaolu was still afraid of Xianxiao. This matter was over, but Lin Jiyun fell into contemplation. Should I take some measures? In the afternoon, Yang Ming originally wanted to go shopping with Chen Mengyan, but Chen Mengyan didn't want to skip class, so he had to give up. However, this also gave Yang Ming time to meet other lovers. Yang Ming came to Xiaoqing's office and glanced inside with his special ability. He saw that there was no one else except Xiaoqing, so he pushed the door and walked in. Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming closed the door and walked straight to Xiaoqing. Yang Ming? Why are you here? Xiaoqing looked up with some joy and looked at Yang Ming very gently. Why? Didn't you go shopping with your girlfriend? Am I not preparing? Yang Ming stretched out his hand in front of Xiaoqing. I just don't know if my girlfriend will do me the honor. Me? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming with some disbelief. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually come to her and ask her to go shopping. As a matter of fact, she was just his secret lover. Although Xiaoqing said that she didn't care about these titles, as a woman, especially at Christmas, she still hoped to be with her beloved. However, Xiaoqing also knew that Yang Ming was a person who had a girlfriend. She couldn't create trouble for him, so she endured her longing and didn't call Yang Ming. She didn't expect Yang Ming to take the initiative to ask her out. There seems to be no one else here, right? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing with a smile. Okay. I accept your invitation. Xiaoqing happily handed her hand to Yang Ming. Yang Ming held Xiaoqing's soft little hand and said, Where do you want to go? I want to go to the beach. Is that okay? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming eagerly. Okay, but why do you want to go to the beach in winter? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. I used to have a wish to stroll on the beach with my lover. Xiaoqing said with yearning, Since you walked right into the trap, then of course, I won't be polite. You haven't been there with Song Heng before? Yang Ming asked strangely. Xiaoqing and Song Heng used to be a couple. Even if there was no intimate relationship, they should often go out to play, right? But Xiaoqing shook her head, no. Don't mention him. I'm in a good mood now, so I don't want to talk about him. Although Xiaoqing just mentioned it casually, Yang Ming felt that something was unusual. Yes, when Song Heng was mentioned before, Xiaoqing just regarded him as a stranger. Although she was disgusted, she didn't avoid it, and it was impossible for her to be angry. But today, Xiaoqing's tone had an obvious intention to avoid it. Sister Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Did Song Heng trouble you again? Yang Ming asked suddenly. No. Xiaoqing shook her head quickly. She didn't want to destroy the gentle atmosphere in front of her. Sister Xiaoqing, you lied to me. Yang Ming's eyes went straight to Xiaoqing's eyes. I. Xiaoqing sighed. It seemed that she couldn't hide it. Is it because of the purchase of experimental equipment? Did he make things difficult for you? Yang Ming said in a low voice. He refused to cooperate with our school. In other words, he didn't intend to sell experimental equipment. Xiaoqing said helplessly. Because I talked back to him last time? Yang Ming asked with some difficulty. It has nothing to do with you. Song Heng has premeditated this for a long time. From the moment he saw me, he probably tried to sabotage this deal. Even if you didn't have anything to do with it, he would pick on it from other places. Xiaoqing said with some resentment, I didn't expect him to be such a person. Because of personal matters, he would harm the company's interests. In other words, he isn't going to cooperate? Or does he want to get something? Yang Ming wasn't stupid. Song Heng must have a purpose for doing this. Moreover, Yang Ming had already guessed something. He asked me to go to his residence tonight to talk about it in detail. Xiaoqing said with some anger. Mother of asterisk Kerr, is this guy tired of living? He still dares to do something to you? Yang Ming was immediately angry when he heard it. Don't worry, Yang Ming. I definitely won't go. At most, I will take the blame and resign. Xiaoqing said with some helplessness, after all, he is targeting me. If I'm no longer in school, he shouldn't go against the money. It seems that it is necessary for me to talk to this guy. Yang Ming sneered and then said to Xiaoqing, Sister Xiaoqing, I will go out now. I will accompany you to the beach in the evening, but maybe you will be in a better mood at that time. Yang Ming, do you mean that you are going to find Song Heng? Xiaoqing asked nervously. If I don't find him, why should I keep him? Yang Ming said with a shrug. Song Heng is a very sinister person, and Huatong Trading Company is a multinational company. Xiaoqing hesitated and said, Yang Ming, I don't want anything to happen to you, really. Hehe, Sister Xiaoqing, you can rest assured. Have you forgotten about Huang Yukai? Is Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group big? In my eyes, it is nothing at all, Yang Ming said with a smile. I only know that whoever bullies you, I will let him suffer a fate worse than death. The incident last time. You really did it. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming in a daze. Although she suspected it last time, there was no substantial evidence. Now, Yang Ming said it personally, so Xiaoqing had no doubts. It seems that I still don't know enough about Yang Ming. Yang Ming must have a side that I don't know. Thinking of Yang Ming's calmness in the bar in Hong Kong, and his calmness when he was being followed by bad guys, Xiaoqing determined that Yang Ming was not an ordinary person. Sister Xiaoqing, you won't report me, right? Yang Ming was just joking. He was 100% assured about Xiaoqing. Even if the whole world betrayed him, Xiaoqing would never do it. Yang Ming had this confidence. I don't know anything. Xiaoqing smiled. Then you should be careful. Xiaoqing knew that she couldn't stop Yang Ming, so she could only tell him. Today, Song Heng was very upset. It was already noon, and Xiaoqing didn't reply to him. Mother **Ker, why hasn't this bitch called me back? If you want to buy experimental equipment, isn't it up to me? If you don't come and beg me, don't expect me to sell it to you. I'm not afraid that you won't comply at that time. Song Heng looked at the phone on the table and scolded fiercely. President Song, how can I not compare to that Xiaoqing? A coquettish woman, Song Heng's secretary, said while lying on Song Heng's body. Hee, you don't understand. That's my first love, so I must get it. Song Heng said as he lasciviously pulled open his belt, and then violently pressed the female secretary's head down. Oh, President Song, I like to eat bananas the most. How can that Xiaoqing compare to me? The coquettish female secretary said as she began to work hard. Don't worry, don't be jealous. I won't treat you badly. If there is a chance, I will recommend to the head office to promote you to the assistant to the general manager. Song Heng pinched the female secretary's chest and said, harder. With a paw sound, the office door was pushed open. Who? **CK, don't you know how to knock on the door before entering? Song Heng was shocked. Fortunately, the female secretary was relatively short and was lying behind the desk. President Song. Yang Ming opened his mouth and was rudely interrupted by Song Heng. Since you know that I'm President Song, get out of here. Song Heng scolded. He was having fun, but he was interrupted. This feeling was really uncomfortable. President Song, of course, I know that you are President Song, and I'm here to send you off. Yang Ming said with a sneer. You mother **Ker. Song Heng was about to curse, but he suddenly recognized the person in front of him. Are you Xiaoqing's lover? Lover? Hee, whatever you say. But you won't have the right to speak soon. Yang Ming shook his head indifferently and wasn't angry at all. What do you want? If you are here to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Song Heng said as he pressed the internal phone on the table and shouted, Security Department, send a few people up. Just shout, idiot. Yang Ming scolded. N? Song Heng was stunned. It took a long time to react. It turned out that there was no sound on the phone. You broke my phone? Oh, I saw the telephone exchange in the corridor, so I just smashed it. Yang Ming said faintly. You mother **Ker, you wait. As Song Heng said this, he was going to pick up the phone on the table. An iron skewer flew straight over and nailed Song Heng's right hand, who was about to get the phone, to the desk. Song Heng howled and watched the blood flow down from his right hand. Ah! The female secretary who was serving Song Heng was also frightened by the scene in front of her. She fainted directly. You, what are you doing? Song Heng saw Yang Ming coming to him with a smirk. He was so scared that he forgot the pain in his hand. Who is this person in front of me? Why is he so bloody? Nothing much. This iron stick is sold by the mutton skewers downstairs. There is still a deposit of 30 cents. I will pull it out and return it to him later. Yang Ming said with a smile. Don't pull it out. Song Heng's words hadn't finished yet. Yang Ming had already walked over and pulled out the stick. Song Heng screamed again. Yes, it was impossible for him not to scream because Yang Ming's method of pulling out the stick was simply torture. Yang Ming didn't pull out the stick. Instead, he pulled Song Heng's hand out of the stick. There was a spiral part behind the stick. It directly made a bloody hole in Song Heng's hand. Song Heng rolled his eyes and fainted directly. With this kind of appearance, he still dares to have ideas about Xiaoqing? Is the opponent too weak, or am I too strong? Yang Ming shook his head and directly grabbed Song Heng's collar. He took him to the window, opened the office window, pushed half of Song Heng's body out, and then grabbed his legs. Song Heng had already fainted. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blowing on his forehead. He was so cold that he shivered and woke up all of a sudden. It didn't matter if he woke up, but Song Heng almost peed his pants. Oh my god, I actually hung on the edge of the window with my head down. This is the 16th floor. If I fell, wouldn't I die immediately? Song Heng wanted to climb up, but he had no strength at all. He had no choice but to wave his hands randomly. Don't move. Although I don't want to kill people, if my arm goes numb, then don't blame me. Yang Ming warned him. In fact, with Yang Ming's strength, it was a piece of cake to catch him. As soon as Song Heng looked up, he saw Yang Ming above, looking at him gloomily. Song Heng shuddered, oh my god, is this person a desperado? Just now, Yang Ming's means had already frightened Song Heng. Now, compared to him, the pain from before had long disappeared. That, brother, don't play with me. Pull me up. I beg you. What do you want? I promise you. Song Heng was really scared this time. But it was no wonder. Who wouldn't be afraid of a big head hanging from the 16th floor? Weren't you very awesome just now, telling me that your manager Song? Yang Ming sneered and shook his hands. Song Heng swayed up and down as if he was sitting on a couch. Oh my god. Song Heng was so scared that he trembled and peed directly in his pants. Unfortunately, he had a big head, so all the urine flowed down his body and onto his face. But at this moment, Song Heng couldn't care about this at all. Whether he could survive or not was still a problem. Sorry, my hand is a little numb. Yang Ming said with a smile. Brother, you're my brother. Brother, don't play with me. Pull me up. You can do whatever you want. I surrender. Song Heng begged. F***ck off, who is your brother? Yang Ming disdained such a person to be his younger brother. Dad, no. Grandpa, you pull me up. I can't do it. Song Heng quickly changed his words. Really? If I pull you up, you can call the police. Is that what you think? Yang Ming asked faintly. Call the police? Song Heng never thought about it. At this time, he didn't have the mood to think so much, so he quickly said, Grandpa, you can rest assured. I don't dare to call the police. Besides, who will believe me if I call the police? Humph. Yang Ming sneered and pulled Song Heng up. Then he walked to the side and said, your urine is too disgusting. Stay away from me. Yes, Grandpa, you can do whatever you want. Song Heng quickly crawled to the corner and gasped for breath. The taste of walking around the gates of hell was really uncomfortable. Now Song Heng suspected that the person in front of him was in the underworld. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such ruthless means. I heard that you asked Xiaoqing to go to your house at night. Yang Ming looked at Song Heng and his eyes were full of contempt. That kind of expression was like looking at an insignificant ant. That's right, Yang Ming now had 100 ways to kill him. However, killing in the company was not a wise choice. Misunderstanding. Grandpa, I just want to talk about business. I don't mean anything else. Song Heng thought, sure enough, it's because of Xiaoqing. This smelly bitch, she has caused me a lot of trouble. If you're that strong, why are you still calling me and begging me for help? Isn't this harming me? Previously, it was also because Xiaoqing called him several times to apologize to him that Song Heng thought that Xiaoqing was a pushover. However, it was impossible for him to say this to Yang Ming. He didn't want to go to the gates of hell for free again. Moreover, it was easy to go to the gates of hell, but whether or not he could come back was another matter. Misunderstanding? Do you need to go at night to talk about business? Yang Ming sneered. That. Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Song Heng also knew that it was useless to deny, so he simply admitted his mistake. Grandpa, you tell me what to do. In the future, you are my grandpa, and Xiaoqing is also my grandmother. Oh? Then, shouldn't you give a discount for your own business? Let's do this. Give your grandmother a 20% discount for that batch of experimental equipment. Yang Ming instructed directly. 20% discount? Song Heng was a little dumbfounded. Although he was the regional general manager, the price was set by the head office. Although he could get a discount, it wasn't so much. However, seeing Yang Ming's expression, Song Heng didn't dare to say no. He could only add money from his own pocket, so he clenched his teeth and nodded, no problem. Good attitude. Yang Ming nodded. But words are no guarantee. Shouldn't you sign the contract first? But, isn't it a bit too hasty to sign the contract now? Song Heng was telling the truth. How could a contract be signed so hastily? N? Yang Ming snorted and raised the iron stick in his hand. Grandpa, I was wrong. Sign now, immediately. Song Heng was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Grandpa, I beg you. Just don't stab me. No, your hesitation just now has decided that you must be punished. Yang Ming said with a smile, say it. Is it your left hand or right hand this time? Song Heng rolled his eyes after hearing it and almost fainted again. It wasn't that he didn't want to faint, but he didn't dare to faint. He was afraid that Yang Ming would throw him out of the window again. Grandpa, then stab my right hand. Song Heng said with trepidation. Forget it. If you stab your right hand again, it will be wasted. I will leave it for you to sign the contract. Remember this. Don't question in front of me next time. Yang Ming decided to spare Song Heng this time. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Song Heng quickly said gratefully, but, Grandpa, this contract has to be signed with the school's official seal. It also has to be signed by the school leader. Can't it be done immediately? Really? Yang Ming hesitated. It seemed that what Song Heng said was true. So, he called Xiaoqing. After asking clearly, he handed the phone to Song Heng. You say it yourself. Let's make an appointment to sign the contract. That's Xiao. Oh no, Grandma, I am Song Heng. When do you have time? I will come over and sign the contract. I promised Grandpa that I will sell to the school at a 20% discount. Song Heng said quickly. What, Grandma and Grandpa? Xiaoqing was somewhat inexplicable. You will be my grandma in the future. My real grandma. If you have something to say, just say it. Song Heng said quickly. Although Xiaoqing didn't know what was going on, she also knew that this was Yang Ming's masterpiece. So, she said, then let's do it in these 2 days. I will ask for the school leader's opinion and call you again. Okay, Grandma. Everything is up to you. Song Heng said flatteringly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Song Heng and said faintly, how can I believe your words? Grandpa, I swear. I will definitely do what I say. You will be my grandpa for a lifetime. Song Heng said quickly. I hope what you said is true. Yang Ming said faintly, you can choose to call the police, but the day I come out of prison will be the anniversary of your death. After that, Yang Ming kicked Song Heng's desk. The solid wood desk was kicked into pieces by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's kick was the foot that broke a big tree. Moreover, during this time, he didn't slack off on his practice. Song Heng was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. After a long time, he recovered from the shock. When he looked up, Yang Ming was no longer there. Who? Song Heng took a deep breath and lay on the floor for a long time. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what kind of person is this? He is even more ruthless than the underworld in Hong Kong. After a while, Song Heng suddenly felt that his right hand was still burning. He suddenly remembered that his palm had been pierced. He quickly stood up and kicked the female secretary awake. Get up quickly. The female secretary woke up in a daze and saw that Song Heng's hand was still bleeding. She quickly asked, "Is that person gone? Should I call the police now?" Motherf asterisk Kerr, why call the police? Do you want to kill me? Song Heng scolded angrily. Hurry up and help me to the hospital. If I'm late, my hand will be crippled. I still have to go to Macau to gamble. Okay, President Song. The female secretary didn't dare to say more. She quickly stood up and helped Song Heng out of the office. While walking, she called the driver downstairs and asked him to wait at the company's entrance. Song Heng didn't want to call the police at all. Yang Ming was very reasonable. If he called the police, he would be charged with intentional injury at most. It wasn't a particularly big crime. Even if he was sentenced to a few years, Song Heng wouldn't be able to rest until he was released. It would be strange if he didn't kill him. Unless Song Heng ran away and lost his current identity and status. But could Song Heng lose it? It was not easy for him to climb to this position. His future was bright. Song Heng was not stupid enough to give up everything for a woman. Although Song Heng was also very upset and annoyed, he could only hold his annoyance. He also saw that Yang Ming belonged to the group that risked his life, and it wasn't just risking his life. That guy's ability was also very strong. A mutton skewer could actually pierce his hand from so far away, and it passed through his hand and into the table. How much strength did it take? Therefore, Song Heng had to give up the idea of retaliating against Yang Ming and Xiaoqing. He didn't have the strength. Retaliating was equivalent to finding trouble for himself. When she was bandaged in the hospital, Song Heng asked his secretary to call the head office and reported Xiaoqing's order. He also specifically emphasized the importance of this customer and asked the head office to ship as soon as possible. In the face of Song Heng's instructions, the head office didn't think much about it. They thought that this was Song Heng's first business after taking office. He attached great importance to it, so they agreed to give him priority in shipping. After doing all this, Song Heng was relieved. Motherf asterisk Kerr, Song Heng felt like he had personally experienced a Hong Kong underworld movie today. He could only vent his resentment on the female secretary. Now, Song Zhong's underworld was basically in the hands of Yang Ming, so Yang Ming didn't need to be as careful and low-key as before. Sometimes, the more ruthless you were, the more afraid the opponent would be. For example, today's Song Heng. Yang Ming felt funny when he thought of him. After leaving Song Heng's place, Yang Ming returned to Xiaoqing's office. Xiaoqing was very excited to see Yang Ming again, but she still endured and didn't say anything. Intuition told Xiaoqing that Yang Ming must still have something to hide from her. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's identity as a student, how could Song Heng change his words so casually? Moreover, judging from Song Heng's attitude just now, he was obviously very afraid of Yang Ming. He was so afraid that he actually called her grandma. But Yang Ming didn't tell her, so there must be a reason for Yang Ming. Xiaoqing didn't get angry or think too much about this matter because she always thought about Yang Ming. She wouldn't force Yang Ming to do anything. You're back? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming. Her eyes were full of care and love. Song Heng won't trouble you again. Yang Ming nodded and said. What did you do to him? Xiaoqing asked with some concern. She wasn't worried about Song Heng, but she was afraid that Yang Ming would cause trouble. Nothing. It was much easier than Huang Yukai. At most, he would go to the hospital for 2 stitches. Yang Ming said indifferently, don't worry. This guy won't dare to play any tricks unless he doesn't want to live. Yang Ming, I know you are doing it for my good, but you must be rational next time. For example, Huang Yukai. Isn't it a bit too? Xiaoqing was afraid that Yang Ming would be found by the police. I never said that Huang Youcai's matter was done by me. Besides, Wang Shifan didn't pursue it. Who would pursue it? Yang Ming smiled and said, well, Sister Xiaoqing, let's not talk about this. Aren't you going to the beach? Let's go now. Okay, you wait for me. I will change my clothes. As Xiaoqing said this, she stood up and walked to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe and took out a down jacket. Because the beach was cold, the windbreaker on her body was obviously not enough to keep out the cold. After Xiaoqing changed her clothes, the two of them went downstairs side by side. Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister. Since Wang Shuifan's incident, this was almost known in the college, so the two of them didn't need to avoid anything. Moreover, if they deliberately avoided it, it would seem that there was a problem. So, Yang Ming and Xiaoqing went out of the computer building while talking and laughing. On the way, they met a few teachers and greeted Xiaoqing. Of course, those who knew Yang Ming also said a few words to Yang Ming. I have never really had a Christmas. Yang Ming, do you believe it? In the car, Xiaoqing looked at the lively street and said with some emotion. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and didn't answer Xiaoqing's words directly. Instead, he said, Sister Xiaoqing, in the future, I will spend every Christmas with you. I am satisfied with your words. Hee hee, Yang Ming, you have to accompany your girlfriend. If Lan Ling comes back, you still have to accompany her. How can you have time to accompany me? Xiaoqing said with a bitter smile, Yang Ming, our relationship is better to be low-key. Don't you think it is very dangerous now? At least Song Heng knows about our relationship. I am afraid that he will go out and talk about it. Does he dare? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Probably the last thing Song Heng wanted to mention now was himself and Xiaoqing. In fact, Song Heng was indeed like this. The female secretary asked many times, but Song Heng refused to say what happened at that time. He even warned the female secretary that if she dared to say more, he would fire her. I hope so. But what I mean is that it is better for us to be low-key. Xiaoqing nodded and said. I understand, Sister Xiaoqing. You can rest assured. Yang Ming smiled understandingly. But one day, I will announce to the world that you are also my, Yang Ming's, woman. Yes, Yang Ming now had this confidence. He had special abilities, money, and a unique skill. If he wasn't successful, then there was no justice. Today's seaside, there weren't as many people as last night. Looking around, there were only a few couples strolling. However, there were a lot of small vendors selling things on the seaside. Most of them bought goods yesterday and were not sold out. Now, they were selling at a discount. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing got out of the car. Yang Ming held Xiaoqing's hand. Xiaoqing glared at him and wanted to break away, but she didn't expect her hand to be held by Yang Ming. No one knows us here. What are you afraid of? Yang Ming smiled and said, besides, it's not a big deal to hold hands between siblings. Xiaoqing couldn't help it. She had to let Yang Ming do as he wished. However, this feeling of walking hand in hand by the seaside was really fascinating. Xiaoqing felt very warm and happy. Pearl shell, sold cheaply. Buy now, open now. Free thread for pearls. A vendor on the roadside shouted loudly. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing walked over. It turned out to be a small stall selling pearl shells. There was a pile of pearl shells on the stall bed. A few couples were picking and choosing with interest. A couple picked out a shell and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner cut it open with a knife and took out a pearl from inside. The pearl wasn't very big, but it was well proportioned. The couple also liked it very much. The owner processed it into a necklace on the spot and handed it to the couple. The couple paid the money satisfactorily and left. This person was very good at doing business. This pearl necklace was only worth a few yuan at most when it was processed into a finished product. He sold it for 50 yuan. However, this boss wasn't a particularly stingy person. According to the people on the side, he had also opened a large pearl that was worth at least a few hundred yuan. Therefore, many couples were visiting for the second time. This kind of thing made Yang Ming involuntarily think of the way of jade gambling. In fact, it was essentially the same, but this pearl shell was more difficult. Yang Ming, I want to buy one to try. Is that okay? Xiaoqing obviously had a strong interest in this. Although Xiaoqing was 30 years old, many women in love were similar to children, so Xiaoqing also liked these novel things like other girls. The fun of doing it yourself was endless. Just like the pottery bar, painting bar, mud bar, and so on that appeared in the past few years, all of which were done by oneself, attracting a large number of couples. The seller of this pearl shell obviously thought of this, and the business was indeed very popular. Yang Ming squatted down and began to pick with Xiaoqing. In fact, the couples who came here to buy pearl shells didn't know how to pick. They just did what they wanted. It was fine as long as they liked it. How about this? Xiaoqing took 2 shells and held them in front of Yang Ming. Not good. Let's change it. Yang Ming glanced and said with a smile. Although the 2 pearl shells chosen by Xiaoqing also had pearls in them, the size was too small, and one of them wasn't very well proportioned. What's wrong? These 2 shells look very good. Xiaoqing said, baffled. It looks good, but it doesn't mean that the pearls inside are also good looking. As Yang Ming said, he casually found a black and ugly shell from the pile of pearl shells and handed it to Xiaoqing. This one. This one looks good. Ah? It's so ugly? Xiaoqing frowned. Why don't we each choose one, and then see whose pearl is bigger? Okay, but there needs to be a little bit of luck. Yang Ming didn't mind. Anyway, he was just spending money to buy fun. He didn't expect this thing to make a fortune. As long as Xiaoqing liked it, it didn't matter which one she chose. If he really forced her to choose the one she liked, although the pearls inside were bigger and rounder, Xiaoqing might not have a good time. This thing was about the fun of choosing by yourself. Luck? What do you want? Xiaoqing was a little dumbfounded. This thing could be used for luck. And, tonight. If I win, you will be on top. If you win, then I will be on top. How about that? Yang Ming said with a smirk. You go. It's not a good thing to guess. Xiaoqing blushed and whispered to Yang Ming, what's the difference? You haven't been up there yet. Yang Ming said lecherously. Okay, I don't believe that I will lose. Xiaoqing hesitated and nodded. Although she was very active, she had never tried the position where the woman was on top and the man was on the bottom. After all, Xiaoqing was a woman. Although she was open with Yang Ming, she didn't like to try it easily. When Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing agreed, he smiled secretly. It seemed that Xiaoqing was bound to lose. There was no doubt about it. Among the 2 pearl shells just now, Xiaoqing chose one and kept it. Then, he handed this one and the one Yang Ming chose to the stall owner. All right. I'll open it now. The boss took out the knife and skillfully opened the shell of the pearl shell. He first took out the pearl in the pearl shell that Xiaoqing chose. This was a relatively small pearl, and it was still round. Xiaoqing happily took the pearl and looked at it from left to right. Miss, do you need to thread it? The stall owner asked, it's free. Ugh. Okay, then you can help me put it on. Xiaoqing thought about it and nodded. Don't you want to look at mine? Maybe mine is bigger. You should wear mine. Yang Ming said. Well, then let's look at yours first. Xiaoqing nodded and said. The stall owner listened to Yang Ming's words, then threw away his pearl shell and took out the pearl inside. He couldn't help but admire, what a big pearl. Young man, you've earned a lot. The stall owner's words couldn't help but attract a lot of couples. They looked at Yang Ming and Xiaoqing with envy. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to have such good luck. Xiaoqing said somewhat ambiguously. Hee, I think that the uglier the pearl shell, the bigger the pearl inside should be. Hee. Yang Ming laughed. I want it too. Husband, you can pick one for me too. A woman said to the man next to her. How can I pick one just like that? The man had a bitter face. I have bought 5, but there are no decent pearls. I don't care. I want it. The woman obviously refused to give up. Ai. The man sighed and then said to Yang Ming, buddy, can I discuss something with you? How about you sell this pearl to me? I will give you 100 yuan. When the man just finished speaking, the onlookers nearby looked at him like a fool. Someone said, he has such a good pearl, and you only give him 100? Are you kidding me? How can there be such a good thing? That's right. You said it yourself. You bought 5 and didn't get anything. That's 250. You want to buy it with 100? You're really 250. The words of the crowd made the man blush. He hesitated and said, can I give you 300? Hee hee, the value of this pearl isn't worth 300. At this time, the stall owner spoke. 500. The man clenched his teeth and said, 500, that's a sky-high price. Yang Ming shook his head with some amusement. Sorry, I'm not selling. Not selling? Then we will pay 1,000. The woman didn't want to do it. Boss, please thread it for me. I'm leaving. Yang Ming didn't bother with the woman and said to the stall owner. Yang Ming didn't want to sell. The man and woman had no choice but to watch Yang Ming take the threaded pearl and hang it around Xiaoqing's neck. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming happily. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, she left the stall selling pearl shells with Yang Ming. The couple behind became ruthless and continued to pick the pearl shells crazily. The stall owner was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. How is it? I won, right? Yang Ming said with some pride. You won, but Yang Ming. Do you know pearl shells very well? Xiaoqing suddenly asked. Why do you say that? Yang Ming's heart moved. Xiaoqing really saw something. Others didn't know the conversation between Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, so most people thought that Yang Ming was lucky, but Xiaoqing was different. She had some doubts. It's okay. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Xiaoqing shook her head indifferently. Anyway, your purpose has been achieved. After that, Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming with a blush. Thinking of what she had to do at night, Xiaoqing felt hot all over. Sister Xiaoqing, it's not that I don't want to say it, but some things are really too weird. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, actually, I have wanted to tell you about my matter for a long time. Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming, don't say it first. Xiaoqing suddenly stopped Yang Ming. Yang Ming, do you trust me so much? What if I hurt you? Sister Xiaoqing, I know that you won't hurt me. I believe you. Yang Ming said firmly. Hee hee, nothing in the world is absolute. How do you know that I won't betray you in the future? Xiaoqing smiled and said, so, if it's related to your own secret, it's better not to say it. Then I will gamble once. I don't believe that you will betray me. Yang Ming shook his head and stared at Xiaoqing's eyes as he said it word by word. Yang Ming, you are still too impulsive. Xiaoqing sighed and said faintly, I won't betray you, but it doesn't mean that others won't. So, I don't want you to say your secret. Sister Xiaoqing, no one knows my secret except for you. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. The reason why he dared to confess to Xiaoqing was that Xiaoqing now knew part of his strength. Moreover, Yang Ming had a deep understanding of how Xiaoqing treated him. Even if Xiaoqing was sorry for herself, she wouldn't be sorry for Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming was 100% assured of Xiaoqing. Moreover, Xiaoqing, as a woman, had given everything to him. Why couldn't Yang Ming trust her? Is it the last time you told me that you have a sixth sense? Can you foresee it? Xiaoqing guessed. Foresee, sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoqing. In fact, I lied to you about the sixth sense. I was. Don't say it. I understand. You don't need to apologize to me. Xiaoqing smiled slightly. However, Yang Ming, I really didn't expect you to be so careful. It seems that my worry was in vain. The last time I saw you reveal your secret so easily, I was worried about you. Sister Xiaoqing, I don't have a sixth sense, but my ability is not inferior to foresight. In a sense, my ability is even more powerful than foresight. Yang Ming looked around and saw that there was no one else, then he slowly said to Xiaoqing. Then you. This time it was Xiaoqing's turn to be puzzled. If Yang Ming didn't have the ability to foresee, how could he know that someone was coming from outside the door and that there was a pearl in the pearl shell? However, Xiaoqing wasn't a stupid person. After thinking about it, she came to an amazing conclusion. Could it be that you can see through things? Yang Ming smiled noncommittally. Sister Xiaoqing, you are wearing pink underwear today. You are so sexy. Xiaoqing was stunned and immediately understood. Yang Ming was admitting his ability in disguise. It seemed that her guess wasn't wrong. Yang Ming did have the ability to see through things. In other words, I'm naked in front of you? Xiaoqing asked with some shyness. You can say that. If you have any problems with your body in the future, you don't have to go to the hospital to do an ultrasound and CT. Just look for me directly. Yang Ming nodded and replied. Then wouldn't you be able to see who you want to see? Pervert. Xiaoqing scolded. Pervert? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Sister Xiaoqing, I usually don't use this ability. And, I swear, it was the first time I used this ability to look at your body. Really? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming with some disbelief. Of course, it's true. Sister Xiaoqing, am I as bad as you said? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Hee, then I misunderstood you. Xiaoqing smiled. Right, Yang Ming, let me tell you. Don't tell anyone about this ability. I can guarantee that I won't tell Xiaoqing, but what about others? Maybe it's unintentional or intentional. If your ability is used by bad people, it will be troublesome. Sister Xiaoqing, you can rest assured. I'm not a fool. I know very well what people do to me. Yang Ming said, you know the piece of imperial jade that I gave to Godfather, right? That's how I opened it. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you be so lucky to open an imperial jade? It turned out to be like this. Xiaoqing nodded, but she still had some doubts. Yang Ming, do you still have something to tell me? Huang Yukai and Song Heng's matter has nothing to do with your ability. Sister Xiaoqing, don't worry. What I'm going to say next is exactly this. As Yang Ming spoke, he bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. Sister Xiaoqing, you probably saw it when we were in Hong Kong. My skills are not bad. It's not just okay, it's simply too amazing. Xiaoqing didn't mean to flatter Yang Ming, but in fact, the incident that night had caused a great shock to Xiaoqing. Look at that seabird over there. Yang Ming pointed at a seabird that landed on the shore not far away. Yes. I saw it. Xiaoqing nodded. Yang Ming seemed to inadvertently throw out the small stone in his hand. It hit the head of the bird, and with a bang, the seabird fell down. You hit it? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. Although she had long known that Yang Ming's skills were great, Xiaoqing didn't know that Yang Ming had such accuracy. In fact, this was not much different from the hidden weapons described in those wuxia novels. Yes, I have a master who taught me kung fu. Yang Ming still didn't say anything about Feng Tian. After all, this wasn't his own matter. It involved Feng Tian, so he couldn't simply say anything to Xiaoqing. Moreover, the assassin industry was too unfamiliar and too sensitive for ordinary people, so Yang Ming didn't say it in detail. It turned out to be like this. I was wondering why Song Heng was so scared. It turned out that you used violence to coerce him. Xiaoqing didn't ask much. After all, she didn't understand these things very well. Hee, you didn't see Song Heng's appearance at the time. He even peed in his pants. Yang Ming smiled. Xiaoqing shook her head and sighed, he deserves it. As the sky darkened, the sea breeze also became fierce, and it was particularly cold when it blew on the face. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing walked for a while, then they drove back to Xiaoqing's residence. Xiaoqing also fulfilled her previous promise. Early the next morning, Yang Ming went to class as usual. When he walked into the classroom and saw Zhou Jiejia, he remembered the kiss that night. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't take her seriously at all, so he simply didn't think about it when he went back. Seeing that there was still a seat reserved for him next to Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming walked over helplessly. To be honest, Yang Ming was really embarrassed. In any case, whether Zhou Jiejia was a little slut or he didn't have a good impression of her, he still kissed her. However, since Zhou Jiejia didn't say anything and still reserved a seat for him, Yang Ming would be a bit pretentious if he continued to refuse. So, he simply pretended that nothing had happened and sat next to Zhou Jiejia. Maybe it was because of the embarrassment that night, Yang Ming took the initiative to greet Zhou Jiejia. Good morning, I didn't expect that the class monitor is so hardworking. Zhou Jiejia was stunned. Yang Ming actually talked to her first. Zhou Jiejia was so excited that she couldn't speak. After calming down for a long time, she said incoherently, anyway, it's not interesting to stay in the dormitory. I can see you in the classroom. See me? Yang Ming was stunned. Damn, if I knew that this chick would speak without thinking, I wouldn't have bothered with her. Now, how can I answer this? So, he had to laugh awkwardly and change the topic. Is there a class reunion tonight? Anne, can we go together tonight? Zhou Jiejie asked. Nonsense, if I don't go with you, where am I going? Yang Ming said with some annoyance. What time is it tonight? The reunion starts at 6 o'clock in the evening at the Immortal Resort in West Star Mountain. Zhou Jiejie also knew that she had lost her composure. Her tone returned to normal. We have to leave school at 4 o'clock in the evening, or else we can't make it. Well, remind me when the time comes. Yang Ming nodded. Why is it West Star Mountain again? But thinking about the scenic spots near Songjiang, except for West Star Mountain and the seaside, there was nothing to go to. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Jiejie called Yang Ming and asked him to meet at the school gate. West Star Mountain was far from the school. The road in winter was slippery, so Yang Ming didn't intend to drive himself. He called a taxi with Zhou Jiejie and rushed to West Star Mountain. Yang Ming had already called Chen Mengyan before. Chen Mengyan heard that Yang Ming was going to the class reunion with Zhou Jiejie. She didn't say anything. She just asked him to find an opportunity to apologize to Zhou Jiejie. Yang Ming didn't take it seriously and responded vaguely. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mengyan began to think about random things again. Although she felt that Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie were unlikely to be together, the two of them had kissed, so Chen Mengyan's heart was still a little uncomfortable. However, she didn't say it. After all, it was her boyfriend who was in the wrong first. If she was hostile to Zhou Jiejie, it would only make things worse. In the taxi, Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, and Zhou Jiejie sat in the back. Although the two people didn't sit together, Zhou Jiejie already felt very happy. At least, at this moment, she was alone with Yang Ming. When they arrived at the Immortal Resort in West Star Mountain, the time was exactly 5:40 in the evening. Fortunately, they weren't late. Right, Wu Qiren isn't coming today, right? When they got out of the car, Yang Ming suddenly asked. No, the people who came today are all students. There are no teachers. Zhou Jiejie said helplessly. She knew that Yang Ming hated Wu Qiren very much. Although Wu Qiren was very shameless, the fuse that caused all this was her, Zhou Jiejie. Yang Ming nodded and walked into the resort. If Wu Qiren was there, Yang Ming would beat him up. Zhou Jiejie saw that Yang Ming didn't wait for her, so she quickly quickened her pace and followed behind him. In the resort's hotel lobby, there were already some people waiting. Yang Ming glanced at these people. They were all familiar faces. Yang Ming couldn't name many of them. In Yang Ming's junior high school, he didn't have many friends. Except for Suya and Sun Haoming, Zhou Jiejie might be the only one who left a deep impression. However, there were many people who knew Yang Ming, but their relationship with him wasn't very good. After that, Yang Ming was notorious, so everyone pretended not to see him. Zhou Jiejie's popularity was good. After seeing her come in, many people took the initiative to greet her. Zhou Jiejie was afraid that Yang Ming would be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to introduce Yang Ming to everyone. However, all the people were not familiar with Yang Ming. After Zhou Jiejie's mediation, they just nodded. Yang Ming didn't care. After all, these people had nothing to do with him. Yang Ming came here just to see if he could meet Sun Haoming. Or Suya. He also knew that this possibility was almost impossible, but sometimes people tend to be like this. They obviously know that it is impossible, but they still want to see it. Looking at the group of familiar strangers in front of him, Yang Ming helplessly found a place to sit down in the rest area and waited silently. Although Zhou Jiejie was a little worried about Yang Ming, because she was a former study commissary, and she was beautiful, she was entangled by her classmates when she appeared. She couldn't get away, so she had to let Yang Ming leave. However, when she saw Yang Ming sitting aside without any unpleasant expression, Zhou Jiejie was relieved. After all, Yang Ming was dragged here by her. If he was unhappy, Zhou Jiejie's heart wouldn't feel good. Not long after, there was a commotion in the class. Yang Ming looked up. It turned out that the former class monitor, Sui Guangqi, came. It was said that this guy was admitted to the science experimental class of XX University in high school. He was a genius. However, Yang Ming wasn't interested in this kind of person, but the girls were very excited. Sui Guanqi not only studied well, but he also looked good. He exuded a kind of elegant temperament. Sui Guanqi was born to be a leader. Since he came, everyone gathered around him and greeted him. Sorry, my father had something to do, so I was delayed for a while. As the class monitor, I am late. I am really sorry. Sui Guanqi explained gently and elegantly, and then said, everyone has gathered. See if everyone is here. Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie shouted to Yang Ming, gather here. Yang Ming actually knew about the gathering. He knew what Sui Guanqi said when he saw the shape of his mouth. However, Yang Ming was used to being undisciplined. He didn't like to be controlled. When he heard Zhou Jiejie calling him, Yang Ming stood up lazily and walked to the crowd. Sui Guanqi looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He thought that a student like Yang Ming wouldn't attend the party. He didn't expect him to come. However, Sui Guanqi said calmly, Yang Ming, I haven't seen you for a long time. Not long, not long. It's only been 3 years. Yang Ming replied indifferently. Sui Guanqi didn't put a small character like Yang Ming in his eyes. He only greeted him out of courtesy. When he heard Yang Ming's answer that was almost joking, he didn't care. He nodded and began to greet others. Just now, the students who were still in groups of 3 to 5 immediately reached a consensus under Sui Guanqi's call. It had to be said that his organizational ability was very strong. Sun Haoming is here. A few girls took the lead and shouted. If Sui Guanqi was scholarly and elegant, Sun Haoming was masculine and domineering. Both of them were the focus of the class at that time. Their academic performance was comparable. Although they were friendly on the surface, many people knew that these two people were competing in the dark. There was no other reason. It was because one mountain couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. Who didn't want to be the most dazzling focus? Sui Guanqi, who had always been calm, couldn't help but frown when he heard Sun Haoming's name. However, when he saw Sun Haoming's outfit, he couldn't help but wonder. Not only did he have this feeling, but the other people in the class, including Yang Ming, also had this strange feeling. Sun Haoming was wearing a tight black leather jacket. His hair had been trimmed into a crew cut, and he was wearing a pair of black sunglasses. If Sun Haoming didn't take off his sunglasses because he was still breathing when he came in, no one would recognize him. However, Sun Haoming's outfit didn't look like a student. Instead, he looked like a big brother in the society. Hello, Sun Haoming. Although Sui Guanqi didn't have a good impression of Sun Haoming, his former opponent, the two people didn't have any intersection. Sui Guanqi didn't need to compete with him, so he simply greeted him generously. Sun Haoming looked at Sui Guanqi but pretended not to hear it. He went straight to Yang Ming's side and smiled at him. He patted his shoulder and said, You're here? I just came to see you. Yang Ming nodded. If you came a little later, I might have left. I didn't expect that Sun Haoming, would have such a good relationship. I can even make Madman Yang remember me. Sun Haoming laughed. Madman Yang? Haoming, don't mention this name again. At that time I was young and didn't know anything. Yang Ming chuckled twice. Sui Guanqi's face was a little ugly. Just now, Yang Ming was indifferent to me. Now, this Sun Haoming actually turned a blind eye to me. Sui Guanqi wanted to be angry, but he held it back. The image he created didn't allow him to do so. So, he smiled at Yang Ming and Sun Haoming without any unpleasantness. You two brothers can catch up later at the table. Now, it's almost time. We should be seated. Sun Haoming saw that Sui Guanqi wasn't angry, so he smiled and said, Your temper is still so good. You too. You still like to joke so much. Although Sui Guanqi said so, he was a little puzzled in his heart. This Sun Haoming was very introverted when he was in school. Why is he acting like he took medicine today? It's up to you to understand it. Sun Haoming said faintly and didn't look at Sui Guanqi again. Sui Guanqi was bored, but his patience was quite amazing. He didn't show the slightest displeasure, but he began to organize everyone to sit down. On the way to the restaurant, Sun Haoming asked Yang Ming, How is it? What are you doing now? Doing what? Of course, going to school. Yang Ming looked at Sun Haoming strangely. Aren't you going to school? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Sun Haoming's dressing obviously didn't look like a student. Even if he was a student, he wasn't a good student. This was different from the original Sun Haoming. At that time, although Sun Haoming was dressed very cool, he had the image of a sunny boy. He wasn't as decadent as he was now. Hee, I stopped studying long ago. Sun Haoming shook his head. Brother Yang, are you still mingling outside now? Mingling what? Later, I felt that what you said made sense. After I went to high school, I settled down a lot. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, after all, mingling outside isn't a long-term solution. No way, Yang Ming. With your skills and fame, it's really a waste not to continue mingling. Sun Haoming said with some regret. Sun Haoming? Yang Ming looked at him strangely, then frowned and said, Are you Sun Haoming? Why do I feel that you and him are not the same person? Although you look quite similar. D*MN. Yang Ming, don't be funny. Of course, I'm Sun Haoming. Sun Haoming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now that I think about what I said to you, I feel that I was childish back then. At that time, I thought that studying well was everything and that I could have everything. But I found that I was wrong, very wrong. Sun Haoming, do you mean to tell me that you dropped out of school to mingle outside? Yang Ming looked at Sun Haoming with surprise after listening. This shock came so suddenly that Yang Ming was somewhat at a loss. He didn't expect that Sun Haoming, who was so good at studying, would actually drop out. And he, who was called a bad student and crazy young, was actually admitted to a famous university. Yang Ming, I will talk to you about this in a while. There are too many people now, so I don't want to mention it. Sun Haoming sighed, then patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said, But the original Sun Haoming no longer exists. Although Yang Ming vaguely knew that Sun Haoming might have encountered something to become like this, he still felt very sorry for him. In the past, the two most promising people in the class were Sun Haoming and Sui Guangqi. Now, Sui Guangqi had obviously started his shining life, but Sun Haoming had become another person. To be honest, I came to the class reunion this time to see you. Sun Haoming said faintly, in junior high school, we got along quite well. Before Sun Haoming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Jiejia who was walking in front. Yang Ming, hurry up. The elevator is waiting for you. Let's go. We'll talk after dinner. Yang Ming patted Sun Haoming's shoulder and pulled him quickly to the elevator. With the passage of time, many of the people in his memory have now become fragmented and unrecognizable. Yang Ming looked at the table of hypocritical former classmates, and felt an unprecedented sense of strangeness. Even stranger than strangers. The once innocent people are no longer innocent, and the once pure people are no longer pure. In Yang Ming's impression, she was a very quiet and ordinary timid girl who wore small glasses. Now, she had become extremely flirtatious. She was like a courtesan who wandered between various men, throwing flirtatious glances at them and making them infatuated. A very upright boy in his impression is now flattering a few young masters with powerful and rich families that he once despised the most. There is no other reason, just to have a good job after graduation. Those who were once looked down upon like Yang Ming, in an instant, also stood up, holding their heads high and accepting the flattery of everyone and the teasing of coquettish women. However, those people are different from Yang Ming, they have prominent family backgrounds. In junior high school, everyone competed in learning. Now, many people realize the importance of identity, and learning has become dispensable. No matter how good you learn, you are not as good as others who have connections. People who are the last to enter a big company and become a manager. However, many have no connections. Even if you learn well, can you find a job after leaving school is still a matter. However, no one tried to get close to Yang Ming. In their opinion, Yang Ming is just a bad student with no background. Talking to him is simply a waste of time. However, this is what Yang Ming wants. He feels that talking to these people is really disgusting. The one who gave Yang Ming the biggest impact is Sun Haoming. The boy who was once very sunny has now become decadent and dropped out of school. Thinking of this, Yang Ming can't help but feel a little sad. and sighed with great vicissitudes of life. Yes, isn't it the same for me? 3 years' time was enough to change anyone. 3 years ago, Yang Ming did not expect that 3 years later, he would be like this. Rich, powerful, with unique skills. This is what Yang Ming did not dare to think about before. He thought that he would muddle through high school like Su Peng, opening a billiards room or an internet cafe with Li Dagong. A beauty like Zhou Jiejie has also become the focus of everyone. However, she is not comparable to those coquettish women. Even Cui Guanqi has some taste of pleasing her. This can't help but make Yang Ming a little curious about Zhou Jiejie's identity. Before being framed by Wang Jitao, Yang Ming has never paid much attention to other people's family and background. It wasn't until that incident that Yang Ming began to become vigilant. Originally, Zhou Jiejie wanted to get closer to Yang Ming, but there were too many flies around her. Although it made her very unhappy, after all, they were all classmates. Zhou Jiejie couldn't drive them away. During the meal, Yang Ming just drank 2 glasses of wine with everyone. After that, no one toasted him, but he was too lazy to toast others. However, although Sun Haoming was decadent, he was still the focus of everyone, but compared to Cui Guanqi, he was much dimmer. Because most girls understood that in contrast, Cui Guanqi's family was more fascinating. What's more, the current Sun Haoming was no longer the original Sun Haoming. Soon, everyone's eyes ignored him. Sun Haoming didn't feel anything. He originally came to find Yang Ming. The others had nothing to do with him. Halfway through the banquet, someone turned on the KTV song ordering system in the restaurant and was ready to start singing. Who is singing? Come and order it yourself. The person who turned on the KTV shouted. Of course, although everyone was classmates, after all, they hadn't seen each other for a few years. Singing during a meal was still somewhat embarrassing. This required the coordination of the class committee. Seeing that no one took the lead to order a song, Cui Guanqi stood up. I will sing first, and the other class committee members will follow. Zhou Jiejie, the second one is you. Cui Guanqi finished speaking unquestionably and walked to the big screen. It was undeniable that Cui Guanqi's communication skills were strong. In a few words, the atmosphere was stirred up. In particular, it was very wise to put Zhou Jiejie out. Because Cui Guanqi also saw that Zhou Jiejie had more fans than him, at least he and Zhou Jiejie took the lead, and the boys and girls would follow to order songs. Zhou Jiejie was helpless. She had to stand up and order songs. The others, as Cui Guanqi expected, followed to order songs. I will sing a song for everyone, Zhang Zhenfu's young friends come and meet. Cui Guanqi said very generously and began to sing. This was an old song, but it wasn't inappropriate. On the contrary, it was very appropriate on such an occasion as a class reunion. In particular, Cui Guanqi changed the new generation of the 80s in the lyrics to new generation of the 90s, which made everyone present unconsciously have a feeling of excitement. Even Yang Ming was infected by his melodious singing. This Cui Guanqi was indeed not simple. Zhou Jiejie sang a very popular song, Childhood Love. It was sung by the big star, Xianxia. The lyrics of this song were very sad, but because the person who wrote the lyrics was Xianxia herself, the media paid a lot of attention to it. Moreover, this song was really good. Many people even speculated that the lyrics were true. Otherwise, it was impossible to reveal such true feelings. Yeah, it's Xianxia's song. Most people were fans of Xianxia. Even if they weren't, they were familiar with this song. They all turned their heads to watch Zhou Jiejie sing. And those boys were even more so. Most of them had some covetous thoughts about Zhou Jiejie. This song was Zhou Jiejie's favorite song. Every time she listened to this song, Zhou Jiejie would be very emotional. She envied the pure love of the male and female protagonists in the song. She couldn't help but subconsciously regard the male and female protagonists as her and Yang Ming. Therefore, when this song was sung by Zhou Jiejie, it had a special charm. It was different from the original song. In the original song, although Xianxia was sad, there was a bit of sweetness as if she was reminiscing about the past. But Zhou Jiejie's song was full of sadness and expectation. It was a yearning for the song. Zhou Jiejie sang very well. She was not inferior to the original singer, Xianxia. Even Yang Ming had to look at her with admiration. Yang Ming was familiar with this song. Since the last time he downloaded it, Yang Ming often listened to it. When Zhou Jieji finished singing the song, it immediately attracted warm applause from the audience. Everyone applauded and kept asking Zhou Jieji to sing another song. Right, isn't there a girl named Suya in our class? Her name is similar to the name of the big star, Xianxia. Huh, maybe it is the same person. Someone suddenly interrupted. The class immediately became silent. The people present weren't close to Yang Ming, but it didn't mean that they didn't know Yang Ming. They didn't know what happened to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Suya's matter had been known by the whole class. Later, Yang Ming was decadent because of it. This was also something that everyone knew. Although Yang Ming was now a lot more low-key, his majestic image in the past was still deeply rooted in people's hearts. At that time, whoever dared to mention Suya in front of Yang Ming would be waiting to be beaten up. Therefore, over time, Suya became a taboo topic. Although the matter had passed for many years, when someone suddenly mentioned it at this time, it still made people feel a little cold. Sure enough, Yang Ming's eyes, which were originally a little slack, immediately became sharp. He glanced coldly at the person who just spoke. Sui Guangqi saw that the warm atmosphere immediately became dull. He couldn't help but complain about the classmate who just spoke, but he was more disgusted with Yang Ming in his heart. I didn't expect that a little punk in the past still had such a big influence today. Hee. Sui Guangqi quickly mediated and then said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, you have been relatively silent since the beginning. You should sing a song too. Yang Ming looked at these people who had been with him for 4 years in junior high school. He couldn't help but think of Suya. Especially after listening to Zhou Jieji's song, he couldn't get rid of it for a long time. Yang Ming didn't care about the surprised eyes of the people present. He stood up directly and said to Zhou Jieji, help me order the song, you who sat next to me. Oh, okay. Zhou Jieji bit her lip. Sure enough, he still can't forget me. However, Zhou Jieji still ordered the song that Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming's hoarse singing, accompanied by a melodious accompaniment, resounded in the restaurant. Tomorrow, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still miss the you who loved to cry the most? Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? The days of the past are far away. I will also have my wife. I will also show her photos and tell her about you who sat at the same table. Who married the sentimental you? Who comforted the crybaby you? As he sang to this point, Yang Ming couldn't help but recall the scenes with Suya in the past. He thought of Chen Mingyan, Lan Ling, Xiao Qing, Lin Jiyun, and even Zhao Ying. The lyrics of this song, Isn't It About Me? At the end of the song, Yang Ming didn't stay any longer. He strode directly to the door. He didn't look at anyone, and he didn't say anything. Yang Ming. Zhou Jieji called, but Yang Ming didn't stop at all. Ai. Zhou Jieji sighed helplessly. Sun Haoming looked at the back of Yang Ming's leaving figure and quickly chased after him. After Yang Ming and Sun Haoming left, the atmosphere of the banquet was obviously much worse. Although the two people were dispensable characters when they were there, once Yang Ming left, the atmosphere unconsciously became depressed. Sui Guangqi tried to improve the atmosphere a few more times, but it still didn't work, so everyone started to chat with each other. Yang Ming came to the hall outside the restaurant and took a long breath. Yes, he couldn't stand it anymore. The depression in the song seemed to seep into his heart. Yang Ming was so sad that he couldn't extricate himself. He even had a feeling that he wanted to cry. Sitting on the sofa, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Yang Ming closed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened. The bits and pieces with Suya. After a long time, Yang Ming opened his eyes, but he saw Sun Haoming sitting next to him. Are you thinking about her again? Sun Haoming saw Yang Ming open his eyes and asked with a sigh. Hee, yes, but it's just thinking about it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and helplessly. I remember you always asked me that when we were still in school. Well, at that time, I thought it was inconceivable that you would become so decadent because of a girl. In my opinion, it was impossible. Sun Haoming took a deep breath. However, later on, I understood your state of mind at that time. Tell me about yourself. Yang Ming shook his head and looked at Sun Haoming. My affairs? Sun Haoming was stunned, and his expression began to become a little hesitant. My father is dead. What? Yang Ming was stunned and didn't react in time. Surprised, aren't you? Sun Haoming nodded and said, my father was sentenced to death because of corruption. It turns out that the great father in my heart is actually a corrupt criminal. Yang Ming was shocked. He vaguely knew that Sun Haoming's father was a senior executive in a state-owned enterprise, but he didn't know his specific position. This is nothing. Do you know why I have been ignoring those girls who adore me? Sun Haoming asked bitterly. Yang Ming shook his head. He was also very puzzled. When Sun Haoming was in junior high school, he was admired by many girls, but Sun Haoming showed no interest. Because I have a girlfriend who is my childhood sweetheart. Her father is a friend of my father and also a colleague. Our two families are friends. I have been with that girl since I was a child. Sun Haoming paused and then sighed. After my father was sentenced to death, her family cut off contact with me. You gave up on yourself later? Yang Ming didn't expect Sun Haoming to experience such a big life change. Kind of, but I have. Nothing. I can't stand the way others look at me. I have nothing in my family. The real estate and cars were all confiscated. Sun Haoming said desolately, Yang Ming, I finally know how you felt at that time. Right, where is your mother? Yang Ming asked. Don't you know? I was a single parent since I was a child. Sun Haoming looked at Yang Ming strangely. Many people knew about this. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't care much about these things at that time, so he didn't pay attention. But as Sun Haoming said, when his father fell, he really had no one to rely on. What are you doing now? Yang Ming asked with some regret. Sun Haoming's grades were better than his. If this didn't happen, he could have been admitted to a key university. Nothing much. I am just mingling. I lead a dance in a few nightclubs. Sun Haoming shrugged. I am a marginal figure, half black and half white. Yang Ming nodded. Naturally, he knew what Sun Haoming meant. People who led the nightclubs had some underworld connections. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do well. Then what are you going to do in the future? Yang Ming asked, you can't lead a dance for a lifetime, right? This thing eats the rice of youth. I recently recognized a boss. I want to see if I can open a place or something like that in the future. Sun Haoming said. Recognize a boss? You want to go into the underworld? Yang Ming asked with some surprise. What else can I do? I don't have any other skills now. You also said that dancing can't be done for a lifetime. It's just eating the rice of youth. What should I do after a few years? For a person like me who is half black and half white, the best way is to go into the underworld. Sun Haoming said, it's easy to enter the industry. Have you thought about it? Yang Ming looked at Sun Haoming and asked. I have already decided. Sun Haoming nodded. Originally, I thought you were still mingling outside. I wanted to pull you into a group and do some business with you. I didn't expect you to have turned over a new leaf. What do you mean by turning over a new leaf? It sounds like a prostitute. Yang Ming scolded with a smile. Well, I will find you to drink another day. Sun Haoming patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said, I will go first. You can play here. Let's go together. There is no one worth staying here. Yang Ming said faintly. Yang Ming, Sun Haoming, where are you going? Just as the two were about to walk to the door, they heard a voice calling them from behind. Yang Ming looked back. It turned out to be Zhou Jiejia, and Sui Guangqi and other classmates came out with her. Obviously, the banquet was over. Yang Ming, Sun Haoming, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We haven't played yet. Let's go to the disco. Although Sui Guangqi didn't like Yang Ming and Sun Haoming very much, as the organizer of the party, he still put the overall situation first. He showed that he cared about everyone. Let's go. Let's go and see. Yang Ming saw that they couldn't leave, so he said to Sun Haoming helplessly. disco, my strong point. Let's go. I will let you see what it means to be the dance king. Sun Haoming also smiled and said. As a resort with a full range of entertainment facilities, there was a disco bar inside, and it was the kind where one ticket was sold to the end. There was no need to buy a separate ticket. Under the lead of Sui Guangqi, the group came to the Immortal Bandit Disco Bar in the Immortal Resort. The deafening sound effect suddenly surrounded Yang Ming's eardrums. For many years, he hadn't come to such a place. Yang Ming had a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. Yeah, since high school, Yang Ming almost never came to the disco bar again. Now, the disco bar was playing a few songs that Yang Ming had never heard before. Sun Haoming was obviously not unfamiliar with this kind of environment. He quickly entered the state and danced back and forth. Yang Ming, come on. Sun Haoming said as he twisted his body. Yang Ming's mood today wasn't very good, so it was difficult to find the state. He tried a few times, but he didn't feel anything. So, he had to give up and sit down at a rest table on the side. Zhou Jejia is a good girl. Sweat, she is a good girl? Seems like it. It's just that Yang Ming felt that she wasn't. Back to the topic, Zhou Jejia was obviously not interested in the disco. The reason why she followed was entirely to take care of everyone's mood. Then, Zhou Jejia began to look for Yang Ming's figure after a few hops on the field. When she saw the direction where Yang Ming was, she quickly walked toward Yang Ming. However, before she took 2 steps, Zhou Jejia was stopped by 2 young men who looked like punks. Zhou Jejia frowned and wanted to go around, but the 2 young men refused to let her go. They blocked her left and right. Little sister, are you alone? The young man looked at Zhou Jejia's face wretchedly and looked up and down. When Zhou Jejia saw the 2 young men looking at her, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. However, Zhou Jejia knew that they weren't good people, and she didn't want to provoke them. So, she turned around and wanted to go around in another direction. This disco bar was public. All the people who came to the resort could come here to play, so it was a mix of good and bad people. Zhou Jejia also knew that these people weren't good people, so she wasn't prepared to provoke them. When the 2 people saw that Zhou Jejia didn't dare to resist, they thought that Zhou Jejia was easy to bully. So, they whistled unscrupulously. Little sister, why are you turning around? Are you letting your brother see your butt? It's so round. Yeah, it's so round. Twist twice to let your brother see. The other young man also whistled and jumped directly in front of Zhou Jejia. Apparently, he wasn't going to let her go easily. If you do this again, I will call someone. Zhou Jejia warned. Call someone? Well, call a little sister over. Everyone can have fun together. The young man said with a smile. Please get out of the way. Zhou Jejia was a little annoyed at the 2 young men in front of her. Although Zhou Jejia's voice was loud, in this lively disco bar, it seemed to be much smaller. It was instantly covered by the noisy music. However, Zhou Jejia was the focus of many people's attention, so when Zhou Jejia was in trouble, a few boys in the class immediately rushed over. The opportunity to perform in front of a beauty was not always available. Thinking of this, a few boys who had a good impression of Zhou Jejia began to be eager to try. Anyway, there was strength in numbers. Although the other party was a punk, they had a lot of people. What happened? Sui Guangqi spoke first. As the organizer of the party, Sui Guangqi was obligated to be responsible for everyone's safety. Moreover, now that Zhou Jejia was in trouble, Sui Guangqi was even more duty-bound. Who are you? The 2 young men obviously didn't put the people dressed as students in front of them in their eyes. They glared at Sui Guangqi and asked with a cold snort, ignoring him. She is with us. Sui Guangqi pointed at Zhou Jejia and said, I hope you don't entangle with her. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. Aya, my mother. Young Mane said exaggeratedly, you scared me to death. Ha 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 ha. Young Manbi also laughed, get out of hand? Do you know who I am? Get out of hand? If you want to get out of hand, you need to have the ability to do so. Sui Guangqi's face changed. Usually, no one dared to be so arrogant to him. But in this kind of place, he really couldn't be too serious with these little punks. Otherwise, it would be hard to clean up after a fight. Although Sui Guangqi wasn't afraid of him, a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. After going out, there were 10,000 ways to deal with them. But now, he still had to bear with it. Brother, don't do things too ruthlessly. Sui Guangqi said faintly. Brother? Whose brother are you? Young man A obviously didn't buy his words. He's talking about your little brother. Young man B continued, he said he's a dick. Sui Guangqi's face became more and more unpleasant. Then, what you two mean is that you must make things worse. Whatever you say. We're definitely going to get this chick today. You can just stay where you want to be. Young man A snorted. Okay, since you want to play, it's fine. Sui Guangqi took out his mobile phone from his pocket and was about to make a call. *CKU. Young man B grabbed the phone in Sui Guangqi's hand and smashed it on the ground. Then, he stepped on it twice. You want to call the police? You are courting death. As he said this, he raised his fist and smashed it at Sui Guangqi. Half of his gold-rimmed glasses flew away, leaving only half hanging on his ear. Why are you hitting him? The boys in the class couldn't take it anymore and started to blame young man B. However, despite the accusations, no one took the initiative to make the first move. All of them were just talking. So what? Young man B shook his fist arrogantly. I'll kill whoever dares to come up. These boys in the class, to put it bluntly, were just pretending. When it came to real fighting, they immediately became soft. Many people hadn't fought until now. They only dared to say a few words because there were so many of them. If they were alone, they would have already slipped away. Beat them up. No one knew who said it. Everyone immediately responded, beat them up. Yes, beat them to death. However, they were all very imposing. No one was willing to make the first move. Ha 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 ha. Young man A laughed. A group of F*king cowards. You want to be the hero to save the beauty like this? Go to hell. Beauty, let's go. Brother will bring you to have some fun. Young man B said as he was about to grab Zhou Jieji. However, before his hand reached out, his whole body flew out with a whoosh and smashed into the corner more than 2 meters away. He groaned twice and rolled his eyes directly. Yes, he was kicked out, and the person who kicked him obviously used a lot of strength. Of course, only Yang Ming had such a strong leg strength. Moreover, it was only him who could be so arrogant to come over and kick people directly. Yang Ming didn't like to say some polite words. His principle was that if I don't like you, I will kill you directly. So much bullshit *T is better than a kick. Although Yang Ming didn't notice Zhou Jieji before, there were so many people gathered here later. Yang Ming couldn't not notice. When he saw that it was 2 punks who were flirting with Zhou Jieji, he couldn't help but hesitate. Should I come forward to stop it? After thinking about it, it was reasonable for him to take action. Not for anything else, but because Zhou Jieji came with him, and she was his classmate, Yang Ming couldn't ignore it. Moreover, whenever Yang Ming thought of the kiss with Zhou Jieji that night, he always had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that he seemed to owe Zhou Jieji a little. It was also because of this mentality that even if Yang Ming didn't like Zhou Jieji very much, he still couldn't ignore her when something happened to her. Just as Yang Ming was about to make a move, he saw that the other people in the class also came over, so Yang Ming sat down again. In his opinion, with so many people, it was impossible that they couldn't handle 2 punks. Even if one person went up to punch and kick, it was enough for these 2 people to stay in the hospital for half a month. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that these classmates were so timid. They only knew how to talk without action. Seeing that Zhou Jieji was about to be flirted with, Yang Ming stood up helplessly and walked over without saying anything. He directly raised his leg and kicked young man B away. This sudden turn of events made everyone present dumbfounded. However, Zhou Jieji was very excited at the moment. Yang Ming actually cared about her. This was enough to make Zhou Jieji happy to death. Zhou Jieji suddenly had a feeling of dizziness. It seemed that her efforts were rewarded after all. If it was the previous Yang Ming, it would be good if he didn't beat her up again. Now, Yang Ming actually helped her deal with the punks who flirted with her. What are you doing? Young Mane was obviously more afraid of Yang Ming's strong leg strength. He asked with some trepidation. Take your sh*tty bad friend to the hospital. Otherwise, if he dies, it's not my fault. Yang Ming said lightly. King. Young Mane was obviously enraged. Shua, he took out a switchblade from his pocket and was about to stab Yang Ming. Hey Z, come back. A voice sounded behind the young man. Brother Bai. Young Mane, who was Hey Z, quickly retreated and said respectfully, this kid hit a raccoon. Kid, where are you from? How dare you make trouble in my place? Zhang Penbai looked at Yang Ming and asked with a sneer. Take care of your underlings. Don't let them come out and embarrass themselves again. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of the boss-like character in front of him. He said slowly. What you said isn't right. You hit my people in my place. Is it my fault? Zhang Penbai was a little annoyed. Think whatever you want. This is none of your business. You better not get yourself involved. Yang Ming said arrogantly. This was no longer the territory of Songjiang City. West Star Mountain belonged to Lidong County. Although Lidong County was a county under Songjiang, Yang Ming wasn't sure if Bao Sanli and Ho Shenhan's forces had penetrated here. However, Yang Ming didn't care. At most, it was just another fight. Who was afraid of who? Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, it is easy to get hurt. Zhang Penbai looked at Yang Ming and said. Brother Bai, don't talk nonsense with this kid. Catch him and put him in the basement. Young Mane was afraid that Yang Ming would say that they were molesting Zhou Jiejia. After all, molesting guests in your own place was a taboo in the industry. F***ck off. Did I ask you to speak? Yang Ming looked at this person's attitude and was angry. He was the happiest when he was molesting Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming gave him a slap and let him enjoy a free gain of weight. Half of his face immediately swelled up. Yang Ming deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, his cervical vertebra would have been broken. This time, Zhang Penbai couldn't bear it anymore. He originally wanted to know which side Yang Ming was on. Zhang Penbai was really bad *SS in Lidong County, but it was only Lidong County. Most of the people who came to the Immortal Resort were ruthless people from Songjiang and even Donghai. He had seen arrogant children. Most of them were prodigal sons who relied on their families. However, this kind of person really couldn't be offended. At most, he could only scare them. It was his first time seeing such a ruthless and merciless kid like Yang Ming. Zhang Penbai was 38 years old this year, so it was normal for him to think that Yang Ming was a kid. Kid, you hit my underling before, but I didn't see it. Now that I'm standing here, you hit my underling in front of me. Aren't you being too arrogant? Zhang Penbai's face was gloomy as he said fiercely, are you not putting me in your eyes? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled faintly. I don't put you in my eyes? I think it's your underling who doesn't put you in his eyes. When the boss was talking, he interrupted and pointed at the boss. Is this your underling? I just helped you to teach your underling a lesson. This? Yang Ming's words weren't unreasonable. Zhang Penbai just wanted to be angry, but the truth was like this. Which boss likes his underling to tell him what to do? He could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. What the hell is going on? Zhang Penbai wasn't stupid. He stared coldly at the young man with high cheeks. Now, it was obvious that Yang Ming wouldn't deliberately come to find trouble. It must be his underling who offended him. Because although Yang Ming's tone was loud, it wasn't the kind of rogue tone, but calm and strong. How could a person who could stand in front of him and not be afraid of him lower himself to the same level as a punk? Brother Bai, we. Young Mane saw that he couldn't hide it, so he simply lowered his head and didn't have the arrogance just now. Zhang Penbai saw his hesitation and understood the situation in his heart. This kid must have something to hide from me. Moreover, it was likely that he made a mistake first. Otherwise, he couldn't not explain it to me. I'll deal with you too when we go back. Zhang Penbai scolded, and then said to Yang Ming, you hit my underling. There should be a reason, right? Reason? Originally, I never needed a reason to hit people, but if you want to hear a reason, then your two underlings intended to molest my underling. Is this reason enough? Yang Ming sneered and said, if I didn't hear you wrong, you should be in charge of this place, right? Molesting a guest in his own place. TSK. Your subordinates are really too talented to be able to do such a thing. I suspect that your two subordinates were sent by your enemies to mess with you. If you drive away all the customers in this disco bar, won't the boss of the resort fire you? Yang Ming's words made Zhang Penbai blush. That's right, even though he was in charge of the disco bar's safety, he still had to rely on the Immortal Resort's boss to survive. Alright, since this is our fault, then I can't cover up for my subordinates. I will deal with these two people. Zhang Penbai nodded. But you've already taught my people a lesson. I hope you won't spread rumors when you go out. Although I, Zhang Penbai, don't have much ability, I can still fight to the death. Zhang Penbai was in the wrong now, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He was also afraid that Yang Ming would spread rumors after he went out, which would be detrimental to the resort's business, so he gave him a warning. Yang Ming didn't fall for his tricks? Fight to the death? If you come, at most I'll let you break my net. How can I let the fish die? The fish still have to write a book. What a joke. I'm too lazy to go out and say it, I don't have the time. Since the other party had given him face, Yang Ming couldn't be too ungrateful, so he replied faintly. Zhang Penbai nodded. It's a small world, brother, we'll meet again someday. Just as Zhang Penbai was about to leave with his two underlings, the music in the disco bar stopped abruptly. The dazzling lights immediately filled the entire place, and the sudden brightness made the people in the area cry out in surprise. Before everyone could react, they saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walk in from the door of the disco bar. He went straight to Zhang Penbai, swung his arm, and slapped his face. Boss. Zhang Penbai looked at the person in front of him with some astonishment. This person was the owner of the Immortal Resort, Sui Yuemin. You're King blind. Don't you know that the young master brought his classmates to play today? Sui Yuemin said angrily, your people actually went to flirt with the young master's guests. I think you don't want to work anymore, right? What? Zhang Penbai was shocked when he heard it. Young master? Could it be that the head office's young master is here? Humph. I don't know what to say to you. You're getting worse and worse. Sui Yuemin glared at Zhang Penbai and said angrily to Sui Guangqi beside him, apologize to the young master. Young master. I didn't know you were here, you see. Zhang Penbai saw Sui Guangqi's black eye and knew that he must have been beaten up by his underling. Forget it, uncle. It seems that my classmate has already settled it in private. Sui Guangqi shrugged and said, it's fine. Uncle, you take him out. Okay, young master. Sui Yuemin nodded respectfully. Although he was Sui Guangqi's uncle, if he wasn't Sui Guangqi's father, which was his own elder brother, then he was nothing. Not to mention being the owner of the Immortal Resort, he might even be selling fruits on the street now. Although Sui Guangqi's tone was very calm and there was nothing wrong with it, his heart was already very unhappy. Yang Ming stole his limelight. If Yang Ming didn't appear, then he would be the one to calm this storm. But now, it seemed to be a bit of hindsight. Although he was angry in his heart, Sui Guangqi's face was still calm. Instead, he smiled and said to Yang Ming, hee, thanks to you just now. Otherwise, I don't know when my people would have arrived. Fortunately, it didn't cause any consequences. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Although Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Sui Guangqi, he still nodded. Okay, everyone continue to play. It's fine now. Sui Guangqi said to everyone. At this time, the disco bar also restored the atmosphere just now. The music sounded, the lights were intertwined, and the lights were red. Zhou Jiejia, you go and rest. I'm sorry. Sui Guangqi said very apologetically. It's fine. Zhou Jiejia shook her head, but her heart was very shocked. This resort is actually opened by Sui Guangqi's family. Yang Ming was also a little shocked, but he didn't take it seriously. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do here, he turned and left. Wait for me, Yang Ming. Zhou Jieji saw that Yang Ming was leaving and quickly called out. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't look back, but he still slowed down his pace. Looking at Zhou Jieji who chased after him, Sui Guangqi's heart was very angry. Originally, the role of the hero saving the beauty today should be me. His bitter calculations were all in vain. Sui Guangqi rubbed his blue eyes. Humph, you are quite ruthless. However, I have just hinted to my second uncle to teach that Zhang Penbai a lesson. Yes, there was no such thing as a coincidence. This scene of a bully flirting with a beauty and Guangqi showing off his power was planned by Sui Guangqi in order to win Zhou Jieji's favor. However, now it seemed that it had failed. The reason for this failure was Yang Ming. How could Sui Guangqi not be angry? Without Sui Guangqi's permission, it was impossible to flirt with a guest in his own place even if his brain was full of water. Wasn't this equivalent to smashing his own place? However, Sui Guangqi didn't show it at all. This was the powerful part of him. No matter how angry he was in his heart, his face was still smiling. Yang Ming, thank you for just now. Zhou Jieji caught up with Yang Ming and said very shyly. It's nothing. We are all classmates. Yang Ming replied indifferently. Hee, you finally don't hate me. If it was before, you might have bullied me with them, right? Zhou Jieji said with a smile. Before? Yang Ming broke into a sweat after listening. I couldn't have helped others flirt with Zhou Jieji in the past, right? He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Am I so bad? Yes. Zhou Jieji nodded. Anyway, you have really changed. Really? Yang Ming shook his head. Everyone has changed. I am not the only one who has changed. Maybe you have changed too. Zhou Jieji smiled and didn't answer. I have never changed. Of course, it was my feelings for Yang Ming. Do you like Xia? Yang Ming found an empty seat and sat down. He asked Zhou Jieji next to him. I think the people in the song seem to be you and Suya. After Zhou Jieji finished speaking, she whispered, how good would it be if that person was me? What did you say? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't hear it clearly. The environment here was noisy. Yang Ming was absent-minded, so he didn't hear Zhou Jieji's words clearly. Nothing. Zhou Jieji didn't have the courage just now. She couldn't say the same words. Yeah, Suya. I haven't heard from her for a long time. Yang Ming said faintly. Right. Yang Ming. There is one thing I want to tell you. Before saying this, Zhou Jieji's heart was still very struggling. After all, even a generous girl had a selfish side. Although she decided to be with Yang Ming no matter how many women were around Yang Ming, she wanted to be with him. However, who would want to have one more? However, Zhou Jieji also understood that Yang Ming was always thinking about Suya. This was something that she couldn't stop. Moreover, never mind her, she believed that even Yang Ming's current girlfriend, Chen Mengyan, couldn't stop Yang Ming from missing Suya. Therefore, Zhou Jieji might as well be generous and tell Yang Ming everything she knew. This could also increase her weight in Yang Ming's heart. What is it? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Zhou Jieji was in class with him almost every day. What other things did she have to say to him? After Suya transferred, did she contact you? Zhou Jieji didn't directly say anything but asked Yang Ming. No. Yang Ming shook his head. After she left, there was no news. Maybe she forgot me? No. Zhou Jieji shook her head. Yang Ming, Suya actually didn't forget you. How do you know? Yang Ming immediately sat up straight and looked at Zhou Jieji nervously. Yes, it was impossible for Yang Ming to remain calm when it came to Suya. Because Suya wrote you a letter after that, and it wasn't just one letter. Zhou Jieji looked at Yang Ming and said word by word. What? What did you say? Yang Ming grabbed Zhou Jieji's shoulder excitedly and shook it back and forth. You said that Suya wrote me a letter? But where are the letters? Where is the letter? You saw it? Zhou Jieji was a girl. How could she withstand Yang Ming's strong shaking? She was suddenly confused and disoriented. She pointed to her shoulder and smiled bitterly. That Can you let me say it slowly? Ugh. I'm sorry. Yang Ming also realized his gaffe and let go of his hand awkwardly. Zhou Jiejie didn't mind Yang Ming putting his hand on her shoulder, but as long as he didn't shake it back and forth. Seeing Yang Ming take his hand away, Zhou Jiejie was slightly disappointed. It's okay. Zhou Jiejie smiled and shook her head. I did see the letter that Xianxia gave you. You mean, you hid the letter? When Yang Ming heard Zhou Jiejie's words, he immediately misunderstood. He glared at Zhou Jiejie and waited for her to admit it. He was going to explode. Me? Zhou Jiejie smiled bitterly and shook her head. I don't have that much power. In fact, after Xianxia transferred to another school, I already regretted that I talked too much. Who is that? Who took my letter? Yang Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He was on the verge of going berserk. It's Teacher Wu. Zhou Jiejie sighed and said, when I went to his office to deliver the workbook, I saw him opening a letter. I glanced at the recipient on the envelope. It was your name. Wu Qiren? Humph. How do you know that the letter was written by Xianxia? Yang Ming resisted the anger that was about to erupt. Teacher Wu read the letter in the office. Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming's expression and said carefully. Read it once? Humph, very good, very good. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said, what did the letter say? The letter was all about how much Xianxia missed you, and she said that she would wait for you, and let you wait for her. Zhou Jiejie shook her head and said, Teacher Wu also laughed at you at the time. He said that little brats also know love? If the two of you are in love for a long time, why would you be together all the time? Bang! With a loud noise, Yang Ming slammed his fist on the table beside him. The small wooden table was immediately cracked. He believed that as long as he touched it again, it would fall apart. Wu Qiren. Really King shameless. Yang Ming said angrily, did Xianxia say where she was in the letter? Teacher Wu read it. Don't call him Teacher Wu. Yang Ming interrupted Zhou Jiejie's words and said coldly, call him a shameless person. Oh, okay, the letter that Wu Qiren read didn't say anything. It should have been mentioned in the previous letters. Zhou Jiejie quickly changed her words. In her heart, she naturally had to obey Yang Ming's words. How do you know there was a letter before? Yang Ming asked. Because old Wu Qiren, he said at the time, this little brat is quite persistent. She wrote so many letters. But she will never see the reply. Zhou Jiejie quickly replied. Humph, Wu Qiren, you are good. Yang Ming's eyes were full of resentment. He just brushed past Xianxia again. And the culprit of all this was Wu Qiren. Is Wu Qiren still in Red Flag Junior High School? Yang Ming asked. I don't know about this. I haven't gone back for a long time, but you can ask Sui Guangqi. He should know better. Zhou Jiejie suggested. Forget it. I will go back and find him. Yang Ming said faintly, I hope he still keeps those letters. Otherwise, humph. Wu Qiren had nothing to do with Zhou Jiejie. But seeing Yang Ming's cold expression, Zhou Jiejie couldn't help but worry about Wu Qiren. However, who asked him to reap what he sowed? Yang Ming was now excited and angry. He was excited because Xianxia never forgot about him. She still had feelings for him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to write so many letters in a row. If two people had feelings for each other for a long time, they wouldn't be together all the time. Yes, Xianxia was right. In front of Yang Ming's eyes, Xianxia's sweet and determined face seemed to appear. However, Yang Ming was a little worried. My letters were kept by Wu Qiren. Xianxia didn't receive a reply for a long time. Would she lose confidence in me? Would she think that I have forgotten her? Ai. It wasn't that Yang Ming thought too much, but this was the fact. The longevity of love was that both people had feelings for each other. If Xianxia thought that I didn't like her anymore, would she still wait? Maybe. Xianxia might be lying in the arms of others, sweet and happy. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had a heartache for no reason. Xianxia is a persistent person. Yang Ming, don't think too much. Zhou Jiejie seemed to see Yang Ming's inner struggle, so she quickly comforted him. Maybe, one day, Suya will appear in front of you. I hope so, but it seems impossible. Yang Ming shook his head. Isn't there a saying? It's called lovers get married. Although Zhou Jieji said this sentence to Yang Ming, wasn't it also to herself? She didn't know when she and Yang Ming would have a result. But Zhou Jieji didn't care. She could wait. If one day wasn't enough, she would wait for 2 days. If 1 month wasn't enough, she would wait for 2 months. If 1 year wasn't enough, she would wait for 2 years. If it really wasn't enough, even if it was 10 years, Zhou Jieji believed that she could definitely wait. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed, I'm afraid that Suya has already forgotten me. Otherwise, if she couldn't receive the letter, she could have called. Maybe, she has some unavoidable reasons. Besides, didn't you change your family's phone number? Said Zhou Jieji. Hey? How do you know? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Jieji to know about these little things in his family. I saw it in the university's contact list. My own contact list is in the computer. I found it when I added the update. Zhou Jieji explained. In fact, she had memorized Yang Ming's previous family's phone number. Sometimes, the love in junior high school was so funny. You secretly loved someone and didn't dare to confess. You tried every means to find out the other party's phone number. You even memorized it, but you never called it once. But you still remembered it very clearly. You could even memorize it in your dreams. This was the love in childhood. It was very innocent and ridiculous, but it was the most profound and most unforgettable. But it was changed after she entered high school. She used to use the original number. Yang Ming said if she wanted to call, she wouldn't have waited for so long. Maybe she has some difficulties? Zhou Jieji explained for Suya, I believe in Suya. Maybe. Yang Ming could only comfort himself. Otherwise, what else could he do? In fact, Zhou Jieji was right. Suya really has difficulties. She couldn't call Yang Ming. Suya, who had just transferred to another school, was completely under the supervision of Su's father. She wasn't allowed to bring her mobile phone and all her calls were monitored. The purpose was to prevent her from continuing to contact Yang Ming. In desperation, Suya had to use the most primitive method, which was to write a letter. Suya wrote a letter at school and then asked her friend to help send it out. However, there was no reply after sending a few letters. Suya even thought that her father colluded with the school to withhold her letter. However, Suya's friend later confirmed that it wasn't what Suya imagined. Because Suya was now studying in an aristocratic school, the teachers couldn't interfere with the privacy of the students, and it was impossible for the students' letters to be withheld privately. Poor Suya. Sometimes she was smart, but sometimes she was stupid. Since she could think of her letter being withheld, didn't she think that her letter might be withheld by Wu Qiren? But fortunately, Suya was the kind of person who was stubborn. Once she decided, even 10 cows couldn't pull her back. Therefore, her feelings for Yang Ming hadn't changed from the beginning to the end. This was also the most important reason why the two people could finally walk on the red carpet. The disco was only open until 8 o'clock. This place wasn't open to the public, so it was only open for a period of time every day. The lights gradually lit up, announcing the end of the disco dancing time. Sui Guangqi took everyone to a large private room. It was about 100 square meters. After everyone entered, it didn't seem crowded. Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji naturally separated. They found Sun Haoming and stood together. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to still be so fierce. Sun Haoming praised, you're even more awesome than before, 1 punch and 1 kick to end the battle. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Fighting was not a good thing. To be honest, Yang Ming, it's a pity that you don't come out. Sun Haoming said regretfully, this skill is much stronger than most of the people in the underworld. Okay, Haoming, stop talking. Yang Ming shook his head. I have to go to school. Well, I know. I'm just saying. Sun Haoming nodded. I'm sure everyone must be tired from the disco. Now, let's play a game to liven up the atmosphere. Sui Guangqi stood in the middle of everyone and said, as for what the game is, everyone should already know, right? Yeah, let's start. A few boys were already eager to try. What game? Yang Ming asked inexplicably. He didn't know what Sui Guanqi was going to do. Hee, it seems that there are still people who don't know. I have to explain it. Although Sui Guanqi was a little impatient in his heart, he was still very enthusiastic on the surface. The game we are going to play is called a safe kiss. Safe kiss? Yang Ming was stunned. He had seen this term before. Some Hong Kong and Taiwan stars would sometimes do this kind of activity when they met with their fans. The so-called safe kiss was two people kissing with a thin film between them. It looked like a kiss, but in fact, nothing could be received. It was just a tactile feeling. It seems that you understand it too. Sui Guangqi said with a smile. Well, I have already counted. There are a total of 18 girls present. There are exactly 18 boys including me. In this way, no more, no less. Everyone has to participate in the game. When Yang Ming was confused, he saw Sui Guanqi come out with a cardboard box and said, I have made the name of each female student into a slip of paper. Everyone can only draw randomly. What are you doing? Safe kiss? Although it was very different from a real kiss, it was still a physical contact after all. Moreover, it was still lips. Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Why didn't these people object? In fact, what Yang Ming didn't know was that the people in the class had reached a consensus on the internet before. Occasionally, there were one or two who were unwilling, but they were persuaded by everyone with reason and emotion. Zhou Jiejie was one of the few who objected, but when she saw that everyone agreed, and Zhou Jiejie herself was a class cadre, she had no choice but to agree. However, she had been praying in her heart. She hoped that the person who picked her would be Yang Ming. She firmly believed that her determination would definitely move the heavens, and there would be a miracle. While everyone was drawing lots, Sui Guanqi took out the pre-made plastic wrap with a frame and handed it to the girls one by one. This thing was made very special. The frame was square, and there was a fixed handle below. Then, the plastic wrap was inlaid on the frame to form an isolation. When it was used, as long as the girl raised this thing and put it in her mouth, it would be fine. Yang Ming really admired the imagination of the first person who invented this thing. It was too bad *SS. It was the god of show. Looking at everyone happily drawing lots, Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. These people could play anything, but they had to play such a dirty game. Those variety shows were really harmful. Let's go, Yang Ming. It's our turn. Even Sun Haoming was eager to try. Yang Ming was helpless. Under the urging of Sun Haoming, he had to come to the lottery box. Yang Ming originally didn't want to participate, but when he saw that everyone was so excited, he couldn't bear to spoil the mood of others. Although he wasn't familiar with them, after all, they came out to play together. Moreover, Sui Guanqi was taking care of him everywhere, so Yang Ming couldn't refuse. Looking around at the girls in the class, Yang Ming was unfamiliar with each and every one of them. Some of them didn't even speak a word to him. Some of them couldn't even be called by their names. Yang Ming had a headache. Let me kiss these people? What kind of international joke is this? After looking around, the most familiar one was Zhou Jiejie. Well, then it will be Zhou Jiejie. Anyway, I have kissed her once before. A second time won't make a difference. Besides, there should be no problem with the plastic wrap, right? Thinking of this, Yang Ming looked at the lottery box with his special ability. What he was most worried about was that someone had already taken Zhou Jiejie's lot away. Now, there were only 8 pieces of paper left in the lottery box. Yang Ming looked at it carefully. Fortunately, Zhou Jiejie was still there. But, who was the one who stuffed Zhou Jiejie's lot into the crevice? How can I draw it? However, Yang Ming hesitated a little and understood the general situation. The last person to draw the lot was obviously Sui Guanqi. If Zhou Jiejie's lot was hidden in a position that wasn't easy to be touched, then wouldn't he? Yang Ming couldn't help but despise Sui Guanqi. This guy with a human face but a beast's heart. Isn't this chick Zhou Jiejie just beautiful? In fact, she is very lascivious. I have seen her self-touching video. Yang Ming directly reached out and took Zhou Jiejie's lot out, then he stood aside. Zhou Jie was now anxiously waiting. She stood aside and looked at Yang Ming's hand. She wanted to know who he got, but it was too far away. Zhou Jie actually couldn't see anything. She could only wait anxiously for the final result. When Cui Guangqi put his hand into the lottery box for the last time, his face couldn't help but change. Zhou Jie's note was actually taken away by someone. How is it possible? Cui Guangqi remembered clearly that he had put the note with Zhou Jie's name in the crack of the top left edge of the paper box. Most people couldn't touch that place. However, Cui Guangqi was only puzzled in his heart. His hands were still moving, and he took out the last piece of paper from the box. This also confirmed his previous guess. Zhou Jie's note was taken away by someone else. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be one left in the box. When Cui Guangqi opened the note and looked at it, his face, which had always been calm, changed slightly. The one he got was actually the fattest and ugliest girl with bad breath, Dong Huniu. Cui Guangqi was dizzy, and he almost fainted on the ground. However, his tenacious endurance forced him to calm down. He smiled and said to everyone, "Next, take the note in your hand and look for the person on it. The passionate kiss begins now." After announcing this sentence, everyone began to look for their respective partners. Cui Guangqi could only clench his teeth and come to Dong Huniu, who had a love-struck look. Zhou Jie was very nervous now. She was afraid that the person in front of her wasn't Yang Ming. Yang Ming played this game for the first time, so he was a little awkward. He planned to see how others did it first, so he wasn't in a hurry to find Zhou Jie. There were a few lecherous people who had already started to kiss the person they had drawn. Both men and women were like dry firewood. Obviously, they had been looking forward to this activity for a long time. It was a good thing to be able to have an affair without cheating. Therefore, many people's moral bottom line had not been crossed, so they simply kissed openly. Was this no different from a normal kiss? Yang Ming looked and shook his head. He saw a few pairs of men and women who were so active that they almost broke the plastic wrap. Why bother? Since they were so hungry, why didn't they just kiss directly? It was even separated by a plastic wrap. I really couldn't understand. After understanding the general situation, Yang Ming was also ready to act. Looking at Zhou Jie's anxious look, Yang Ming thought, could it be that this chick is anxious to be kissed? What a little slut. However, this was Yang Ming misunderstanding her. The reason why Zhou Jie was anxious was that she was afraid that the person she was kissing wasn't Yang Ming. If it was someone else, what would Zhou Jie do? So, how could she not be anxious? A classmate had drawn a partner who wasn't very good-looking. When he suddenly saw that there was no one in front of Zhou Jie, this kid had the idea of fishing in troubled waters. Maybe, Zhou Jie didn't get drawn? Wouldn't I be taking advantage of her? Anyway, there was no one now. At most, he would say that he kissed the wrong person. Hee hee. I'm so evil. Thinking of this guy approached Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was shocked. No way, how could it be someone else? Just as she was about to say something, the evil guy's shoulder was patted by Yang Ming. I say, are you standing in the wrong place? This evil guy originally wanted to explain a few words. When he turned around and saw that it was Yang Ming, he was almost scared out of his wits. He thought, forget it. I can't afford to offend this guy. If he kicks me to death, I'll be finished. I might as well enjoy the girl who isn't very good-looking. Thus, he hurriedly apologized and left in a hurry. Ha, I didn't expect us to be partners. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. N. Zhou Jie nodded with a blush and whispered. Then, let's start? Yang Ming looked at the people around him who had already entered the zone. I can't just stand here stupidly, right? He then lowered his head and kissed Dong Huniu with all his might. Okay. Zhou Jie nodded stupidly and then raised the plastic wrap for isolation. Then I'll kiss you? Yang Ming felt so awkward. D***MN, who suggested this game? N. Zhou Jie nodded. Let's go. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and kissed her with his eyes closed. Zhou Jie also closed her eyes. Although this time it was separated by a layer of plastic wrap, Zhou Jiejia's mood was unusually excited. Last time, it was a blunder kiss. This time, although it was a safe kiss, it was when both of them were awake, so this time, Zhou Jiejie was more excited than the last time. She was nervous. Of course, most of all. She was looking forward to it. When Yang Ming's lips touched Zhou Jiejie's lips, Zhou Jiejie's body trembled. Yang Ming had already made up his mind. Kiss then kiss. What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't kissed before. However, as they kissed, Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. Why does it feel so wet? However, Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Anyway, there was a plastic wrap in the middle. It was probably my own saliva, right? Yang Ming gradually got into the mood of kissing. Zhou Jiejie's kissing skills were very inexperienced. It made Yang Ming have an illusion that the person in front of him was Chen Mingyan. Therefore, he unconsciously extended his tongue forward, but he didn't expect to actually extend it into Zhou Jiejie's mouth. There seemed to be no barrier. Strange, the taste of this plastic wrap is so good? Could it be specially made for kissing? Yang Ming played this game for the first time, so he didn't understand it very well. He thought, this is no different from a real kiss, right? Zhou Jiejie seemed to feel that something was wrong. A girl's senses were more sensitive. The feeling of Yang Ming's tongue touching her mouth was so real. It didn't feel like there was a plastic wrap. Could it be that the plastic wrap was broken? Zhou Jiejie thought so. But if it's broken, it's just right. Anyway, the person in front of me is Yang Ming. If it were another person, I'm afraid I wouldn't be so calm. However, Zhou Jiejie was also very puzzled. How could this plastic wrap be broken just like that? There was no feeling of forewarning at all? Doesn't that mean that other people's plastic wrap is also broken? Then this safe kiss is too unsafe, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejie couldn't help but have some fear. If the person who drew the lot today wasn't Yang Ming, what should I do? However, it seems that my sincerity really moved God. At least, Zhou Jiejie thought so. Yang Ming was too immersed in the kiss before, so he didn't notice it. But gradually, he felt that something was wrong. If the taste of this plastic wrap was good, then the smacking sound when the two people kissed couldn't be fake, right? Moreover, Yang Ming clearly felt the moisture in Zhou Jiejie's mouth and the faint mint taste. This was Zhou Jiejie's favorite chewing gum. She always ate it usually. So Yang Ming was very familiar with it. And this taste seemed to be gradually entering his mouth. Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the plastic wrap was broken? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly pushed Zhou Jiejie away and looked at the middle of the kiss. He was immediately shocked. In the middle of the plastic wrap, there was already a big hole. It can't be, right? This thing is so fragile? However, Yang Ming soon discovered that it wasn't the case. This was obviously not a trace of a break, but a feeling of melting. Because there were no traces of tearing, but it was natural to show a round shape. Yang Ming carefully touched the plastic wrap. There was a sticky feeling. He licked it with his tongue. D*MN. Suddenly, Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Who the F***ck is playing with me? What kind of plastic wrap is this? It is clearly a thin layer of paper made of glutinous rice. In some places, it is also called glutinous rice. With a lick of saliva, wouldn't it melt immediately? What kind of safe kiss is this? This is clearly an unsafe kiss. This is made of glutinous rice. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. It seems to be. Zhou Jiejie lowered her head and didn't dare to look directly at Yang Ming. She said with some shyness. Then the others. Yang Ming thought of this and quickly looked around. D*MN, this group of perverts. They are still kissing so passionately. It seems that they don't intend to stop for a while. Some even used their hands to touch each other's bodies back and forth. However, these weren't what Yang Ming was concerned about. Yang Ming was concerned about whether other people's plastic wrap was like his. Obviously, this wasn't the case because Yang Ming clearly saw that many people's plastic wrap was intact. Of course, there were some people who deliberately tore it. However, Yang Ming could see with his X-ray vision whether the plastic wrap was torn or melted. At present, only the one in Zhou Jiejia's hand was made of glutinous rice paper. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown deeply. He glanced at Sui Guangqi, who was kissing Dong Hunyu. From the note hidden in the interlayer to the plastic wrap made of glutinous rice paper. Connecting the dots, Yang Ming smelled a hint of conspiracy. Yes, this was 100% Sui Guangqi's trick. His purpose was Zhou Jieji. He used this despicable means to kiss Zhou Jieji. Although Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Zhou Jieji, he had kissed her twice for nothing. You can't be too shameless, right? He could only secretly remind Zhou Jieji. Although Yang Ming didn't like Zhou Jieji very much, in contrast, he felt that Sui Guangqi was more dangerous. A knife hidden in a smile. He was a complete schemer. Only ours is made of glutinous rice paper. What do you think? Yang Ming glanced at Zhou Jieji and asked faintly. Ah? Zhou Jieji was stunned. She thought that everyone was like this. This was specially arranged, but she didn't expect that only hers was like this. Just now, when I drew the lot, this lot was hidden in the interlayer of the lottery box. Yang Ming continued. Zhou Jieji wasn't a fool. She was just a little silly when facing Yang Ming. When it came to other things, she was smarter than anyone, so it was easy to think of the truth of the matter. You mean Sui Guangqi? Zhou Jieji frowned and whispered to Yang Ming. Probably. It's just a guess. There is no evidence. Although Yang Ming said so, in fact, his tone had already determined that this was done by Sui Guangqi. Sure enough. I had some doubts before. Zhou Jieji hesitated and said. Before? What do you mean? You knew that this thing was made of glutinous rice paper? Yang Ming asked in surprise. No way, then why did she still play the safe kiss with me? I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the two little rascals before. Zhou Jieji shook her head and said, you also saw it later. Since this resort is the property of Sui Guangqi's family, he came here to play. How could the senior management not receive the news in advance? Could they not take care of the people under them? Now, those two people actually dared to openly flirt with the guests when the young master of the Sui family came to play. Does this make sense? You mean, this matter was also instructed by Sui Guangqi? Yang Ming didn't expect Zhou Jieji's thinking to be so meticulous. She could grasp these small details and integrate them. Although I'm not 100% sure, the possibility is very high. Zhou Jieji nodded and continued, if Sui Guangqi didn't do it too pretentiously, maybe I would really think it was a coincidence. His previous trick of injuring himself to gain sympathy and the reinforcements after that seemed to make sense, but there was a big contradiction between them. As the young master here, he could get help with a phone call before the incident happened. Why did he take the initiative to get beaten up? Why did he have to call in front of these two people? With Sui Guangqi's IQ, he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? So there is only one purpose for him to do this, and that is to act in front of me. Yang Ming listened to Zhou Jieji's analysis and reasoning. He couldn't help but be moved. D***MN, isn't this chick's IQ too high? She can even see through this? I thought she was stupid. It seems that I have to guard against her in the future. If she were to trick me, even my bones would be eaten by her. I can only stay away from her in the future. If Zhou Jieji knew what Yang Ming was thinking now, she would cry to death. She didn't want to say this in front of Yang Ming because she knew that men generally didn't like women who were smarter than them. However, there were 3 reasons why Zhou Jieji said these words. One reason was that the two of them talked about Sui Guangqi, and it was Yang Ming who mentioned it first, so Zhou Jieji continued. The second reason was that Zhou Jieji wanted Yang Ming to feel that she was not only a pretty face, but also had her own opinions. This would make Yang Ming value her more. The third reason was also the most important one. Zhou Jieji wanted to express a meaning by exposing Sui Guangqi's means. That was, she was very popular with boys. Some even played tricks on her. Yang Ming, why do you always turn a blind eye to me? Don't you understand the principle of the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first? However, Yang Ming automatically ignored the third reason and only paid attention to the second reason. Moreover, he was thinking about something else. So Sui Guangqi likes you? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. This Sui Guangqi's family condition isn't bad. Why does he like Zhou Jejia, this little slut? Is it because of Zhou Jejia's background? Or is it because Zhou Jejia pretends to be a pure girl in front of others? Is everyone deceived? Zhou Jejia was helpless. Her words were in vain. Why was Yang Ming not moved at all? Sui Guangqi's condition is very good. He is handsome and good at studying. I think he suits you very well. Yang Ming said casually. His current idea was to quickly send Zhou Jejia out. After this chick found a boyfriend, she probably wouldn't have time to think about scheming against him. Then, he would be safe. Zhou Jejia listened to Yang Ming's words. Her eyes widened and she was furious. She also felt wronged. What kind of person is this? He actually said this kind of thing. Zhou Jejia's tears almost came out. She thought to herself, if I want to be with Sui Guangqi, do I still need you to say it? Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be confused? You have kissed me twice, and I didn't say anything. Can't you see my intentions? You actually sent me to someone else? What am I? Am I a product? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jejia's weird look and didn't understand what was going on. So he continued, I'm telling the truth. Why are you looking at me like this? Sui Guangqi is really good. Yang Ming, I hate you. Zhou Jejia couldn't help it. She threw the plastic wrap used for a safe kiss in front of Yang Ming's chest, turned around, and ran out of the door. It's so inexplicable. Yang Ming shook his head. I'm also being kind. Why is this chick throwing a tantrum? Forget it. If you don't like Sui Guangqi, then so be it. At most, I will continue to be entangled by you. I will always be vigilant. Zhou Jejia's last sentence, I hate you, was a little louder. Many men and women who were passionately immersed in the kissing business were awakened. They looked up at Yang Ming in a panic. When they saw the broken plastic wrap in Yang Ming's hand, they immediately understood something in their hearts. This guy is a pervert. After breaking the plastic wrap, he wanted to kiss directly. As a result, Zhou Jejia noticed it. They didn't expect that Yang Ming's hand was glutinous rice paper, so it was normal to have this idea. The few boys who did the same thing as Yang Ming were glad that their partner was open-minded. Not only did she not blame them, but she also cooperated enthusiastically. Who asked Yang Ming to meet Zhou Jejia? Such a beautiful girl, it would be strange if you could take advantage of her. Those boys were still envious of Yang Ming's luck. He actually drew Zhou Jejia as his partner, but now they weren't envious at all. That rose with thorns, it was better not to provoke her. Even Sui Guangqi was smiling. He was annoyed that Yang Ming drew the lot that he prepared for himself. Now he was glad, and he was a little gloating. Fortunately, it wasn't me. This time, the unlucky one is Yang Ming. I didn't expect Zhou Jejia to be so conservative. She couldn't even kiss him. This is a blessing in disguise. Who knows if it will be a blessing in disguise? Sui Guangqi thought proudly. However, they all misunderstood. Zhou Jejia wasn't angry because she was kissed by Yang Ming. She was angry because Yang Ming was indifferent to her efforts. After Zhou Jejia made such a fuss, the people present naturally couldn't continue. However, there was still time at night. Those men and women who liked each other could find a place where no one was around to continue. Sui Guangqi looked at Dong Huniu, who was full of lust, and sighed. Forget it. Anyway, isn't it the same if the lights are turned off? The game of safe kiss ended early, but the content of the party was not over yet. Sui Guangqi gave everyone a card. This card allowed them to play in all the entertainment venues of the Immortal Resort, such as the bowling alley, swimming pool, game hall, fitness center, billiard hall, etc., for free. Sui Guangqi instructed everyone and said, in a while, it will be free time for everyone. You can go to the entertainment venues listed on the card with your close friends. It is completely free. You can enter by swiping the card. However, at 11 o'clock, we will all come back here to gather. I will arrange for a waiter to issue room cards here. 2. People will get one card. You can come back early. There will always be people here. Of course, everyone agreed. The men and women who were partners just now were familiar with each other. No words were necessary. Kissing was the best communication. So, after these people received the cards, they left in pairs. Oh, yes, Yang Ming, you and Zhou Jejia are partners. Her card is also given to you. Give it to her when you see her. Sui Guangqi handed 2 magnetic cards to Yang Ming. Originally, he was going to give it to Zhou Jejia personally, but now Zhou Jejia's mood was definitely not good. If he went, she wouldn't be nice to him. What's more, Dong Hunyu had been urging him. He had no choice but to give the card to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He took the card and turned to find Sun Haoming, but he didn't expect that this guy was hugging the girl he just hooked up with. It was the courtesan that Yang Ming saw before. Yang Ming, see you tonight. I'm going to play first. Sun Haoming greeted him and left. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Sun Haoming, the change is really too big. The person in my memory has now become blurred. Yang Ming sighed and walked out of the room alone. In the distance, he saw Zhou Jejia standing alone by the bonsai not far away. She was in a daze. He didn't know what she was thinking about. Was I really too much just now? But it's not too much to introduce a partner to someone, right? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. D*MN, this chick is really difficult to deal with. If I didn't kiss Zhou Jejia, Yang Ming wouldn't bother with her. Now that there was no way, Yang Ming had to walk over. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Zhou Jejia immediately turned around. When she saw Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be stunned. Just now, Zhou Jejia also figured it out. I shouldn't be angry with Yang Ming for no reason. Why does Yang Ming have to like me? I have hurt Yang Ming and Suya. It's good that Yang Ming didn't roll his eyes at me. Now that the results were already worth celebrating, why did he have to ask for so much? At least, now Yang Ming shouldn't hate me so much, right? As long as it is like this, isn't it? This is much better than Yang Ming's attitude towards me before. Therefore, Zhou Jejia decided to take the initiative to apologize to Yang Ming. So when she saw Yang Ming coming over, she quickly said, Yang Ming, I was a little emotional just now. I'm sorry. N? Yang Ming was stunned. Why did Zhou Jejia take the initiative to apologize to me? This couldn't help but remind Yang Ming of another person. Wang Jitao. At that time, after Wang Jitao took the initiative to apologize to me, nothing good happened. Is Zhou Jejia also thinking about harming me? Yang Ming widened his eyes and carefully observed Zhou Jejia's expression. It was so sincere, without any hypocritical expression. Sigh. Yang Ming sighed and thought, forget it. Anyway, I am always on guard. Besides, the current Yang Ming is different from the past. I am not afraid that Zhou Jejia will have any crooked thoughts. So she waved her hand and said, forget it, I won't give you any matchmaking in the future. You can like whoever you like. Is that so? Zhou Jejia rolled her eyes and said with a smile, then I like you? Whatever, as long as you like it. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhou Jejia would flip out again, so he simply nodded. Besides, he simply didn't take it seriously. Zhou Jejia had said that she liked him several times, but Yang Ming never felt that there was anything about him that attracted Zhou Jejia, so he only took it as a joke. He didn't take it seriously at all. Hee hee. Zhou Jejia giggled twice, somewhat at a loss. With Yang Ming's reply, Zhou Jejia didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Why doesn't Yang Ming believe that I like him? However, the road of love was difficult. Zhou Jejia had the confidence to continue. Right, this is the entertainment card that Sui Guangqi gave us. What do you want to play? Let's go together. Yang Ming was also helpless. He didn't know anyone around him. Sun Haoming was fooling around with the courtesan. Yang Ming was now familiar with Zhou Jejia. Okay. Zhou Jejia was very happy. Yang Ming took the initiative to invite her to play together. As for what to play, it didn't matter. As long as she was with Yang Ming, it was fine. Isn't there a good saying? When you go out to play, you don't care about what to play, but who to play with. Zhou Jiejia now felt this. Even if she stood stupidly with Yang Ming, she would feel very happy. Where are we going? Yang Ming handed the entertainment card to Zhou Jiejia and asked. Anything is fine. You can say it, said Zhou Jiejia. Then, go swimming? Asked Yang Ming. To be honest, Yang Ming really didn't have any other dirty thoughts. He just felt that there were too many things recently. Soaking in the water could relieve the pressure. However, Zhou Jiejia's face was red. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no either. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with you? But he suddenly thought about it. Could it be that Zhou Jiejia misunderstood that I wanted to see a beauty? So he had to quickly explain that. I just want to go swimming. There is no other meaning. I know, but actually. Zhou Jiejia's face was flushed. She clenched her teeth and said, I had that today. Ugh, Yang Ming immediately understood what Zhou Jiejia was talking about. He was suddenly very embarrassed. Then forget it. Let's go to the game hall to play. In fact, the reason why Zhou Jiejia suddenly became angry with Yang Ming was also because of this reason. A woman? Every month, there were a few days when her temper wasn't very good. Zhou Jiejia just happened to catch up with this day, so she lost her temper with Yang Ming. Otherwise, Zhou Jiejia wasn't the kind of person who would easily lose her temper. Okay. Zhou Jiejia nodded. She obediently followed behind Yang Ming and walked elsewhere. Hey, buddy, let me ask you. Where is the game hall? Yang Ming patted the shoulder of a macho man in a security uniform in front of him. Turn left in front. Hey. When the macho man looked back and saw Yang Ming, he couldn't help but be surprised. Zhang Penbai? Yang Ming was also stunned. I didn't expect to meet him again so soon. I'm really sorry. I'll go first. You guys go and play. Zhang Penbai finished with some embarrassment and wanted to turn and leave. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly stopped him. Is there anything else? Asked Zhang Penbai. The matter just now, was it Cui Guangqi who instructed you to do it? Asked Yang Ming directly. What's the matter? What are you talking about? Zhang Penbai pretended not to understand and looked at Yang Ming in confusion. Don't tell me you've forgotten about the incident where your men flirted with my friend so quickly? Yang Ming said coldly. Humph, kid, I gave you face just now. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're Master Sui's guest. Zhang Penbai saw that Yang Ming noticed something, so he quickly threatened and didn't let him continue. Really? Then I want to see if you have the ability. Yang Ming said indifferently, I'll ask you one last time. Yes or no? Yang Ming's fierce momentum made Zhang Penbai couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Penbai couldn't believe it. How old is Yang Ming? But the murderous aura on his body made him a little scared. I don't like to be played like a fool. You guys directed a show, and you want me to foolishly say the damsel in distress? Is it fun? Yang Ming said with a sneer. Yes, Yang Ming was very angry. At that time I couldn't stand it, so I made a move, but I didn't expect that this was just a play. Even if I didn't make a move, the two little punks wouldn't dare to do anything to Zhou Jiejia. Then, wouldn't I be doing something unnecessary? Yang Ming felt like he was playing a monkey, and he was very uncomfortable. Zhang Penbai was annoyed. Who asked you to be a busybody? No one asked you to do anything in the first place. You were the one who wanted to stand up. Not only did you ruin Cui Guangqi's good thing, but you blame me instead. You can think whatever you want. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Zhang Penbai didn't answer and turned to leave. Do I ask Bao Sanli to call you so that you will tell the truth? Yang Ming saw that Zhang Penbai didn't fall for it, so he had to threaten him with Bao Sanli. As for whether it would work, Yang Ming wasn't sure. After all, this wasn't Songjiang City. Yang Ming asked this because he was unhappy and wanted to vent. However, after Zhang Penbai heard the name of Bao Sanli, his whole body trembled and he quickly turned around. Do you know Brother Bao? Zhang Penbai asked carefully. Do you need me to make a call to prove it? Yang Ming glared at him and was about to take out his cell phone. No need, no need. Zhang Penbai shook his head quickly. If Yang Ming really called Bao Sanli, then things would be big. Therefore, Zhang Penbai would rather believe it than not. Besides, only the ruthless people in the underworld knew Bao Sanli's full name. It was already good enough for the general punks to know Brother Bao. Now, who in the underground forces near Songjiang didn't know Bao Sanli? These bosses in the border counties had also received invitations to attend Bao Sanli's banquet on New Year's Day. They couldn't wait to curry favor. Who would provoke Bao Sanli? Now, Zhang Penbai was doing well in the Sui family's territory, but it didn't mean that he was loyal to the Sui family. At most, he would quit and change to another territory. There was no loss to him. But if he angered Bao Sanli, the consequences would be serious. So after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Penbai nodded. Yes, Sui Guanqi arranged it in advance. Yang Ming nodded. He just wanted a definite answer. Sui Guanqi, Yang Ming remembered. You should go. Don't tell anyone about meeting me. Yang Ming instructed. I know. The New Year's party. Zhang Penbai nodded quickly. And, the one on the 3rd? Brother Bao told me that I might go. Yang Ming said. Then, can you introduce me to Brother Bao? Zhang Penbai said carefully. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Yang Ming said perfunctorily. The reason why Yang Ming asked Zhang Penbai was that he didn't want to be played like a fool. However, Zhou Jiejia misunderstood. She thought that Yang Ming stood up for her. After listening to Yang Ming questioning Zhang Penbai, Zhou Jiejia's heart was as sweet as eating honey. Although the Sui Guanqi had bad intentions toward Zhou Jiejia, he didn't directly threaten Yang Ming's interests, so Yang Ming didn't care about him for the time being. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia came to the game hall. They exchanged 20 game coins for free with the card. After using it up, they could continue to receive more. There was no limit to the number. What do you like to play? Asked Yang Ming. I don't play this often. I don't know how to. Although Zhou Jiejia was a computer genius, she rarely played games. Then you play something like Find a Fault. This can be played by 2 people. Yang Ming was a little tired of these arcade games when he was in junior high school. Now, there were no new games, so it was still the same old things. Yang Ming simply found a casual game. He briefly explained the rules of the game to Zhou Jiejia, and the 2 people started to play. Yang Ming's current eyesight was amazing, but he didn't want to compete with a girl. So, in many cases, Zhou Jiejia was the first to find a fault. When the time was almost up, he would start. In this way, Zhou Jiejia had a lot of fun. She played this kind of thing for the first time. It was very fresh. She was with Yang Ming, so the 2 people were like a couple. They cooperated very well. Yang Ming was completely coaxing Zhou Jiejia. Although Yang Ming felt that he should be wary of Zhou Jiejia, they had been together for a long time. They were familiar with each other. Yang Ming naturally regarded her as a good friend. After playing a few rounds, Yang Ming was a little bored. However, seeing that Zhou Jiejia was having fun, Yang Ming also patiently accompanied her. If he had known that this class reunion would be so boring, he wouldn't have come. After playing until 10 o'clock, Yang Ming looked at his watch and said to Zhou Jiejia, "It's almost time. I said that we should go back at 11 o'clock to collect the room cards." "Oh, okay." Zhou Jiejia nodded and stood up reluctantly. The feeling of playing games with Yang Ming was very enjoyable. Zhou Jiejia couldn't bear to leave. Because Yang Ming's eyesight was invincible, he could always pass the last critical moment smoothly. Therefore, the 2 people used a total of 1 game coin. They went to the bar to return the rest of the game coins. Then, the 2 people returned to the room where they played the safe kiss. After Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia left, the waiter in the game hall couldn't help but praise the person next to him. Look at this couple. They cooperated so well. They only used 1 game coin in such a long time. And, it's a ruthless person. Another waiter nodded and said. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia came to the previous room. They thought that there should be a lot of people, but they found that they didn't know anyone. Only the waiter sat on the sofa alone. "And? Where are the people? Aren't we gathering?" Yang Ming asked, puzzled. "Oh? You are back? We were waiting for you." When the waiter saw Yang Ming, his face immediately showed a relaxed expression. "Only the two of you are left. The others have received their room cards. After I hand them over to you, I can get off work." "No way? These people are so fast?" Yang Ming shook his head. "And many people have already received their keys. The latest pair was an hour before you two came back," said the waiter. "Pair? What pair?" Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. This person still talks about pair ? A man and a woman. A couple. Why? Is there anything wrong? The waiter was puzzled by Yang Ming's question. "Aren't you a couple?" Ugh, of course not," Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Zhou Jiejia's face was also slightly red, but she didn't deny it. "It's none of my business. I'm just a waiter. It has nothing to do with me." The waiter stood up and handed a room card to Yang Ming and said, "The room card is given to you. I'm off work." "Wait." Yang Ming took the room card and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly stopped the waiter and asked, "Why is there only one?" "Yes, there is only one." The waiter nodded and said, "What about her?" Yang Ming pointed to Zhou Jiejia and asked, "Her? You two are staying in a room. Didn't we agree before? Two people in a room, voluntary combination." The waiter said. D***MN. Yang Ming said, "Is it possible that there was a man and a woman mixed before?" The reason why Yang Ming asked this was because the number of men and women was equal. If there was only one room left, then there must be someone mixed before. It's really lascivious. Most of them live like this. Is there anything strange? The waiter was obviously used to it. "It's okay, you can go." Yang Ming waved his hand helplessly. What kind of world is this? These adulterers, how did they get together so quickly? Is it okay to stay in a room? Yang Ming raised the room card and asked Zhou Jiejia. "No, nothing." Zhou Jiejia replied with a stutter. "Oh? If it's not convenient, I will go to the main service desk and get another room." Yang Ming thought that Zhou Jiejia was unwilling, so he said this. No. Let's just stay like this." Zhou Jiejia was a little incoherent. She wasn't unwilling, she was excited. "Forget it. If it's not convenient for you, just tell me. I will go out for a few laps." Yang Ming shook his head and said. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhou Jiejia would take a shower and change clothes, but after thinking about it, Zhou Jiejia was on her period today. It was impossible for her to take a shower, so he was relieved. Anyway, both of them couldn't take off their clothes at night, so they just had to rest for a while. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took Zhou Jiejia to the guest room area upstairs and found the room number marked on the room card. When he opened the door, Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? In the room, there was only one big bed. What kind of room is this? What is going on? This is clearly a couple's room. What's wrong? Zhou Jiejia behind him didn't react, but when she took a step forward, she also saw the scene in the room. Zhou Jiejia suddenly blushed. When she thought that she could lie on the same bed with Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be shy and look forward to it. Yang Ming frowned and said to Zhou Jiejia, "Let's do this. I will go to the waiter and see if I can get another room." After Yang Ming finished, he didn't wait for Zhou Jiejia to say anything and turned away. Zhou Jiejia wanted to ask Yang Ming not to go, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say it. Although Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia were now familiar with each other, they weren't familiar enough to sleep in the same bed. Although Yang Ming was a bit lecherous, he wasn't lecherous to this extent. Intuition told him that it was better not to have a close relationship with a girl like Zhou Jiejia. Otherwise, it would be easy to have problems. Although Yang Ming felt that Zhou Jiejia was a little slut, if he asked for something, she probably wouldn't refuse. No, it seems that something is wrong. With the frequent contact with Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming didn't feel that Zhou Jiejia had the temperament of a little slut. She wasn't even a slut. On the contrary, Zhou Jieji looked very pure. For example, the previous flirting and the shakiness of the kiss. This made Yang Ming feel that Zhou Jieji was completely a young girl. But the previous video, Yang Ming saw it with his own eyes. It shouldn't be fake. Could it be that I have encountered the legendary dual personality? Split personality? Isn't this too outrageous? Thinking of this, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Yes, according to Yang Ming's feeling, Zhou Jieji was very smart and self-respecting. She couldn't be stupid enough to video chat with others naked, right? Did I see it wrong? With this idea, Yang Ming decided to look at the video carefully after going home. It wouldn't be good to blame others wrongly. Yang Ming came to the service desk and explained the purpose of his visit to the waiter, but unfortunately, the waiter checked the computer and told Yang Ming that the rooms were full now. Those who hadn't checked in were also booked. It was impossible to change rooms or get another room. Helplessly, Yang Ming could only walk back to the room in depression. He shrugged and said to Zhou Jieji, "It didn't work. There are no vacant rooms. Just put up with it. I will sit on the sofa for the night." Zhou Jieji nodded. There was a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't know if it was joy or shyness. In short, it made her unspeakably nervous. Yang Ming didn't care about her. He sat on the sofa and said to Zhou Jieji, "You sleep on the bed. I will sleep on the sofa." Okay. Zhou Jieji nodded, but when she saw Yang Ming sitting on the sofa, she said with some embarrassment, "Why don't you come to the bed too?" "It's okay. Forget it. You haven't married yet. It's not good to let people know. It will damage your reputation." Yang Ming was a little tired. He wanted to take a nap, so he just said perfunctorily to Zhou Jieji. Ugh. Zhou Jieji was speechless. Damage my reputation? I have been kissed twice. What reputation do I need? Besides, we are staying in the same room. Why should I be afraid of what others say? Of course, these weren't the key. In this era, how could it be as conservative as Yang Ming said? Zhou Jieji had decided to follow Yang Ming wholeheartedly. Why should she care so much? Zhou Jieji saw that Yang Ming didn't have that intention, so she no longer insisted. She lay quietly on the bed. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Zhou Jieji felt particularly uncomfortable under her body. Zhou Jieji's period had been very unstable. Every month, it was either a few days earlier or a few days later. It was reasonable to say that today was a few days away from the predicted date, but it came at the last minute. When it came, it happened to be eating just now. Zhou Jieji's underwear was all over. Even if she patted the sanitary napkin later, it was still very uncomfortable. Zhou Jieji was still a girl who liked cleanliness, so she hesitated and decided to get up and go to the bathroom to wash. When she came to the bathroom, Zhou Jieji hesitated and didn't lock the door. First, she believed that Yang Ming wouldn't peep. Second, even if he peeped, Zhou Jieji would be more happy that she was attractive to Yang Ming. Zhou Jieji took off her clothes and put them aside neatly. Then she soaked her underwear in the wash basin and prepared to simply wash her body. The resort's bathing facilities were still relatively high-end. There was a separate bathroom. Although it was a relatively cheap engineered bathroom, it was still considered good compared to some hotels. Zhou Jieji turned on the shower head and tested the water temperature with her hand. It was okay, so she went in to take a bath. However, just as Zhou Jieji was about to finish showering, something unlucky happened. Perhaps because the nozzle had aged for a long time, when Zhou Jieji put it back in its fixed position, she used a little more force. As a result, the connection between the end of the nozzle and the cold water pipe broke with a click. The cold water inside instantly sprayed out, causing Zhou Jieji to stagger. She slipped and sat in the bathroom. The cold water kept splashing on Zhou Jieji's body. It was winter, and the water was frighteningly cold. Zhou Jieji screamed and tried to stand up, but she didn't expect that the pressure of the cold water was so great that it didn't allow her to stand up at all. Ah! Help! Zhou Jieji was really scared this time. She quickly shouted. If this continues, I will freeze into a popsicle sooner or later. Yang Ming was about to fall asleep in a daze when he suddenly heard a scream. He was shocked and opened his eyes. He didn't see Zhou Jie in the room, and there was the sound of water in the bathroom. He couldn't help but feel a little strange and quickly walked over there. Zhou Jie? Yang Ming shouted. Yang Ming, help me. Zhou Jie felt that her teeth were trembling. This water is too cold. If this continues, I will freeze to death. Yang Ming frowned and pushed the door of the bathroom. He found that it wasn't locked. He didn't think much and went straight in. Huh? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Although the entire bathroom was full of cold water, Zhou Jie was sitting in it naked. Yang Ming could still see it. Yang Ming hesitated. Although he didn't understand what was going on in front of him, it was obvious that Zhou Jie didn't know how she did it. She turned the bathroom into a fountain. However, if he went in now, would it be good? Zhou Jie wasn't wearing clothes. If he went in, wouldn't he see everything? Yang Ming. Zhou Jie saw Yang Ming hesitating and shouted again. She used all her strength. She felt that she was going to freeze to death. Ai. Yang Ming sighed. He thought, anyway, I have seen her video. It's not a big deal to see her in person. He quickly walked to the front of the bathroom and opened the bathroom door. The cold water inside suddenly sprayed all over Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming couldn't help but shiver. He quickly found the tap to turn off the water. Zhou Jie quickly said, "It's broken. It's broken. Help me out." Yang Ming saw that the water pipe at the end of the nozzle had broken. How the *CK can I encounter all kinds of unlucky things? Yang Ming was helpless. He reached out and picked up Zhou Jie. This chick must be freezing, right? In just a while, Yang Ming felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, not to mention Zhou Jie who had been in it for so long. Yang Ming didn't care about the fact that Zhou Jie wasn't wearing clothes. He quickly carried her to the bed, then found a bath towel and handed it to her. However, Zhou Jie was obviously frozen and had lost the ability to move by herself. Seeing Zhou Jie struggling to reach out, Yang Ming had to sigh helplessly. He picked up the bath towel and helped Zhou Jie wipe her whole body. On Zhou Jie's white skin, there was a layer of goosebumps caused by the cold. Yang Ming couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, thinking that Zhou Jie was in pain, Yang Ming didn't have the mood to think about other things. He quickly dried Zhou Jie's body. He didn't care about the places that he shouldn't touch. In short, he wiped her whole body. After he was done, Yang Ming covered Zhou Jie with a quilt and asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" Zhou Jie shook her head in the room. There was a hint of joy on her pale face. "Thank you. Yang Ming. What are you thanking me for?" "But, I just saw you, you don't mind, right?" Yang Ming didn't know what to say. "You are saving me. Why should I mind?" Zhou Jie smiled and said, "I'm so cold, Yang Ming. Can you hug me for a while?" "What did you say?" Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jie with some amazement, thinking that there was something wrong with his hearing. "No, nothing." Zhou Jie sighed and didn't have the courage to say the same thing again. "You rest first. I'm going to wipe my body." Although there was nothing on Yang Ming's body, his whole head was like a drowned rat, dripping water. Yang Ming wiped his body with a bath towel and went to the bathroom. Mother **Ker, this isn't a problem, right? What kind of **T resort is this?" Yang Ming even scolded the young master of the resort, Sui Guangqi. "This kid is really my bane. Nothing good happens when I meet him." Yang Ming reached out and closed the bathroom door. Then, he went out to find the waiter to solve the problem. The waiter listened to Yang Ming's words and first apologized. Then, he looked for the maintenance worker with a very good attitude. It made it difficult for Yang Ming to vent his anger. Looking at the maintenance worker changing a new part quickly, Yang Ming thought, is this thing broken often? Otherwise, how can it be operated so skillfully? After all this, Yang Ming remembered that most of the clothes that Zhou Jie put in the bathroom were wet. His own coat was also wet, so he called the waiter and asked him how to deal with it. The waiter was easy to talk to. After apologizing, he promised to take it to Yang Ming for free to dry clean. he would definitely send it over tomorrow morning. Therefore, Yang Ming handed the clothes to the waiter. His eyes glanced and found Zhou Jiejia's underwear soaking in the wash basin. He hesitated and didn't give it to the waiter. The reason why Yang Ming didn't give it to the waiter was that he felt a little embarrassed. But he wouldn't be kind enough to wash Zhou Jiejia's underwear. This woman wasn't worth Yang Ming doing this for her. Yang Ming checked the phone book at the head of the bed and directly called the store below the resort. He asked them to send a pair of women's underwear and a pack of cold medicine. After so long, Zhou Jiejia had obviously recovered a lot. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she couldn't help but blush. My underwear, Yang Ming must have seen it. Underwear. When she thought of underwear, Zhou Jiejia suddenly screamed ah. Yang Ming hung up the phone and was shocked by Zhou Jiejia's scream. He looked back at Zhou Jiejia strangely. What happened to you? The sheets, that, must have been stained with blood. Zhou Jiejia said anxiously. Yang Ming was stunned and then reacted. Zhou Jiejia was on her period. I carried her directly to the bed. There was no cushion below, so it must have been stained on the sheets. Yang Ming said indifferently, who cares? It's good enough that I didn't ask them for compensation for mental damage. Why do I care about their bedsheets? No, that I. Zhou Jiejia meant that it was so embarrassing, but she thought that Yang Ming knew about her matter, so she didn't want to think about other things. Well, take a break. I asked for cold medicine. Don't catch a cold. Yang Ming sighed and realized that he was too good to Zhou Jiejia. AI, forget it. Who asked me to be good to her? After a while, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming opened the door and saw that the things he ordered were delivered. Hello, sir. I'm from the resort's commercial service. This is the underwear and cold medicine you asked for. A male waiter opened his backpack and took out the things inside. There are two kinds of underwear. One is pure cotton with good quality, and the other is ordinary. Which one do you want? The good one. Yang Ming thought, no matter how bad my impression of Zhou Jiejia is, I won't buy her trash underwear to fool her. Okay, sir. Also, we provide condoms and emergency contraceptive pills here. Do you want to keep them? The waiter continued to promote. Yang Ming sweated. What do I need those for? Ugh. What about Viagra? You need Viagra, right? The waiter didn't give up and continued to promote. Yang Ming was angry when he heard it. D*MN, do you think I'm impotent? Sorry to bother you. It's a total of 56 yuan. I'll charge you 50. The waiter didn't dare to say more. Yang Ming took out a 50 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it over. Then, he closed the door with a blank expression. Zhou Jiejia, who was in the room, heard the conversation at the door clearly. When she heard the words condoms and emergency contraceptive pills, her face seemed to have a fever. However, she also knew that Yang Ming would not buy it. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejia couldn't help but sigh slightly. Yang Ming, when will he use these things with me? Seeing that Yang Ming came over, Zhou Jiejia quickly pretended to be fine and whispered, who is it? Is he here to deliver the medicine? N. Yang Ming nodded. He picked up the thermos on the table and looked at it. It was hot water, so he poured a cup for Zhou Jiejia and handed it over. Take some medicine first. Don't catch a cold. N, thank you. Zhou Jiejia was very moved now. When she was sick, Yang Ming was by her side. This was something that she didn't even dare to dream. Yang Ming took Zhou Jiejia's empty cup and put it on the coffee table. This is your underwear. Find a chance to change it later. Yang Ming gave the underwear to Zhou Jiejia and said, do you want me to go out and hide? No need. Zhou Jiejia flattened her mouth and looked very wronged. I have seen everything just now. What is there to hide? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Wasn't it an emergency just now? Why don't you open the quilt now and let me see again? However, Yang Ming couldn't say this. Besides, if Yang Ming wanted to peek, would he need to open the quilt? You should take some medicine too. Zhou Jiejia handed the cold medicine to Yang Ming. The water is too cold. It is easy to get sick if you are suddenly stimulated. Yang Ming thought about it and felt that it was true. At the end of the year, there were more things. If he caught a cold, it wouldn't be fun. So he nodded and took the cold medicine. He took out a piece and picked up the cup on the coffee table. He hesitated a little. He wanted to go to the bathroom to wash it because this was the cup that Zhou Jiejie used after all. But after thinking about it, I have kissed Zhou Jiejie. Why do I care about these small details? So he directly picked up the cup and took the medicine. Zhou Jiejie was very attentive. Naturally, she saw Yang Ming's hesitation. However, Yang Ming could use the cup she used and drink the rest of her water. This made Zhou Jiejie happy for no reason. Well, you should have a good rest. Especially in this sensitive period, you caught a cold. Don't get sick. Yang Ming instructed Zhou Jiejie and sat on the sofa to rest. Zhou Jiejie wanted to ask Yang Ming to come to the bed several times, but when she remembered that she wasn't wearing clothes and that her lower body was covered with blood, she dismissed the idea. She was drowsy and blissful. Zhou Jiejie fell asleep. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for a man and a woman who were not a couple to sleep in the same room. However, Zhou Jiejie slept very peacefully because the person next to her was Yang Ming. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the waiter sent the washed clothes. Yang Ming took it and checked the number of pieces. After finding that there were no problems, he put the clothes on the bed and then went to the bathroom to wash up. Not long after, Zhou Jiejie also woke up. Although she had nothing to hide from Yang Ming, the girl's instinctive shyness still made Zhou Jiejie somewhat unable to get rid of it. While Yang Ming was in the bathroom, she quickly put on her underwear and bra. Then, she slowly put on the other clothes. When Yang Ming came out of the bathroom, Zhou Jiejie had already put on her clothes. Today's Zhou Jiejie obviously looked good. She didn't look as weak as yesterday. In fact, the cold medicine played a certain role, but the most important thing was Zhou Jiejie's mentality. Zhou Jiejie was in a good mood last night. Naturally, she slept well, so she was full of energy. You also go and wash up. Yang Ming said, it is estimated that we will have breakfast in a while. Okay. Zhou Jiejie nodded cleverly and then went to the bathroom. Yang Ming took advantage of the time when Zhou Jiejie went to the bathroom and lay on the bed. Yesterday's sleep was really uncomfortable. I should take advantage of this time to relax. After lying down and enjoying it for a while, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming had no choice but to get up and open the door. He thought it was the waiter who cleaned the room, but he didn't expect it to be Sun Haoming. Beside him stood the courtesan. Yang Ming, go and have breakfast. Sun Haoming said with a smile. Okay, wait a minute. Yang Ming said, Zhou Jiejie is still washing up. Come in and sit for a while. Right, how did you find my room? Didn't you register with the waiter who gave you the room card yesterday? I will naturally know when I make a call. Sun Haoming said indifferently, Buddy, did you have a good time last night? Speaking of last night, Yang Ming was angry. Motherf ***, I became a drowned rat without any reason. He said somewhat dumbfounded, what's so good about it? What are you thinking? Ugh, isn't it? Sun Haoming said as his eyes began to look at Yang Ming's room. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the bed and looked at the large blood stains on the bed sheet. He looked at Yang Ming with surprise. D*****. It can't be? A virgin? Okay, you kid. It's not like that. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He couldn't tell him that Zhou Jiejie had her period. Awesome. What an awesome person. The first time, and it was a big loss of blood. Sun Haoming gave a thumbs up in admiration. Sun Haoming, it's not what you think. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't make wild guesses. Hee, I understand. I understand. Is it a woman's first time? Her face is small and shy. I won't say it. Sun Haoming said with a lascivious look. At this time, Zhou Jiejie just came out of the bathroom and saw Sun Haoming looking at the bloodstains on the bed. She couldn't help but blush. As for Sun Haoming, looking at Zhou Jiejie's shy expression, he confirmed the thoughts in his heart. He sighed that Yang Ming had a way. He's really an awesome person. The two class bells of the entire class were taken care of by him. Of course, the other one was Suya. At that time, Suya and Zhou Jejia were the top beauties in the class and even in the entire school. Zhou Jejia, Sun Haoming asked us to have breakfast together. Yang Ming said. Oh. Zhou Jejia nodded and stood next to Yang Ming like a little wife. Sun Haoming was envious. Why can't I meet such a beautiful girl? The courtesan beside me is obviously a one-night stand. She doesn't take me seriously. The four people walked downstairs to the restaurant. In the corridor, they met many other students. However, there weren't many men and women coming out of the room together. Most of them were two men or two women. It wasn't as lascivious as what the waiter said yesterday. This guy actually dared to trick me. As a matter of fact, the waiter's job was to speak human language. When he saw that Yang Ming and Zhou Jejia came together, he naturally had to say that. Otherwise, what if Yang Ming asked him for another room card? Therefore, the waiter naturally described the previous people as a couple and completed the task. After breakfast in the resort's restaurant, Sui Guangqi announced the end of the party. The party will end here. I can see that everyone is having a good time. There will be a bus from the resort to the city. Everyone can take it. As for the money mentioned before, forget it. I will pay for it. In the future, everyone should gather together often. Although we have graduated, we are still friends. After breakfast, Yang Ming, like others, boarded the bus back to the city. He returned to school with Zhou Jejia. He also made an appointment with Sun Haoming to go out and play together. Sui Guangqi came to the room where Yang Ming and Zhou Jejia stayed. When he saw the large pool of blood on the sheets, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Yang Ming. You actually took advantage of me. I didn't expect Zhou Jejia to still be a virgin. It seems that Sui Guangqi misunderstood. Yang Ming didn't sleep well yesterday. When he returned to school, he separated from Zhou Jejia and planned to go back to the dormitory to rest. Although Yang Ming didn't show it on the surface, he was very anxious. He still had something to do. A very important thing. He had to find Wu Qiren. After returning to the dormitory, after 2 hours of sleep, Yang Ming drove to Red Flag Junior High School. Looking at the familiar and strange teaching building in front of him, Yang Ming didn't have a trace of nostalgia. To be honest, Yang Ming's junior high school life, except for Suya, were all painful memories. Wu Qiren's supercilious eyes and sarcastic remarks were something that Yang Ming couldn't forget for the rest of his life. Hey man, who are you looking for? Yang Ming wanted to enter the campus, but he was stopped by the old man guarding the door. Yang Ming looked up. Isn't this the old man guarding the door? Yang Ming said with a smile, Uncle Ma, don't you recognize me? You are. Uncle Ma looked at him for a long time and suddenly exclaimed, Yang Ming. You stinking brat. It's really you. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. Uncle Ma, you still remember me? Nonsense, how could I forget? Uncle Ma said angrily, back then, we were always fighting in front of the school gate. I can't forget even if I want to. Hee, it's all in the past. Yang Ming smiled. What are you doing now? Why are you driving? Uncle Ma glanced at the Jetta parked in front of the school gate and said. I'm in university, Songjiang Industry University. The car is my friend's. Yang Ming smiled. Amazing. Uncle Ma was stunned. You've grown up, haven't you? Yang Ming? Have you turned over a new leaf? Weren't you young back then? You weren't sensible. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. He thought in his heart, can't I go to university? Good, not bad. Uncle Ma nodded with a smile and said, what are you doing in school? Are you here to see me? I'm here to see you. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, which class is Wu Qiren teaching now? Wu Qiren? Uncle Ma rolled his eyes and said with some disdain, are you here to see him? What's wrong? I want to ask him something. Yang Ming looked at Uncle Ma's expression and asked curiously. That kid, I already knew he wasn't a good person. He was so sneaky. Finally, something happened. Uncle Ma sneered. Something happened? What do you mean? Yang Ming asked quickly. Wu Qiren asked for bribes from students' parents. He was reported. Uncle Ma said, last year, the Education Bureau dealt with him and expelled him. Expelled? Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't care about Wu Qiren. The most important thing now was to find Wu Qiren and ask him about Suya's letter. And he was expelled a long time ago. Uncle Ma said. Yang Ming sighed helplessly and then asked, then, Uncle Ma, do you know where Wu Qiren went after he was expelled? How would I know? Uncle Ma shook his head and said, I heard that he went to Donghai to do business. Who knows? AI, wait a minute. Uncle Ma suddenly waved to a teacher not far away, Little Zhang, you live in the same neighborhood as Wu Qiren, right? Uncle Ma, you're calling me? Teacher Little Zhang turned around and said, yes, I used to live in the same neighborhood as him, but he moved away. Where did he move to? One of his former students is looking for him. Uncle Ma said. I don't know. He doesn't have a wife or children. He's all by himself. Who knows? But I heard that he's doing business in Donghai. Teacher Little Zhang said. Oh, I know. You can go. Uncle Ma waved his hand and said. Yang Ming didn't know what to do. Why did this Wu Qiren go to Donghai? It seems that it won't be easy to find him. You see, the teachers in the school actually hate Wu Qiren. They think that this guy is the scum of the teaching team. They don't want to interact with him. Even little Zhang, who lives in the same neighborhood as him, doesn't know. Don't even think of getting anything out of him. Uncle Ma shook his head and said. Well, no matter what, thank you, Uncle Ma. Yang Ming nodded and said helplessly. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, why are you looking for Wu Qiren? I remember that he didn't get along with you. He even forced your girlfriend to transfer schools? Uncle Ma was very clear about Yang Ming's past. I'm looking for him because of this. He kept all the letters that Suya had written to me back then. If I didn't attend the class reunion and know about this, I would still be in the dark. Yang Ming said angrily, I'm looking for him to get those letters. So that's the case. Then I can't help you. Uncle Ma sighed and said, I didn't expect you to be so infatuated with that little girlfriend. But even if you find Wu Qiren, he might have thrown those letters away as trash. In fact, Yang Ming also thought of the situation that Uncle Ma mentioned. Who could keep a few letters that had nothing to do with him? But although Yang Ming knew that the chances weren't high, he would continue to pursue as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Because, now, there were only these clues. Yang Ming wouldn't give up easily. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Yes, wait for me. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that there were still 2 bottles of white wine in the trunk of the car. He found them when he checked the trunk that day. They weren't famous wines, but Yang Ming knew that Uncle Ma liked wine. Yang Ming took out the 2 bottles of white wine in the trunk of the car and gave them to Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma, you can drink these 2 bottles of wine. Others gave them to me. I don't need them. Huh. You kid, you still remember that I like to drink. Then I won't be polite. Uncle Ma wasn't vague. His eyes lit up when he saw the wine. After bidding farewell to Uncle Ma, Yang Ming frowned. Now, it was imperative to find Wu Qiren. However, now that Wu Qiren went to Donghai to do business, it was much more difficult to find him. Although Donghai wasn't far from Songjiang, it wasn't easy to find a person in a city. Yang Ming suddenly thought of a person, Sun Jia. Isn't her family in Donghai? Moreover, it seems that her family has quite a lot of power in Donghai. In fact, Yang Ming first thought of Tian Donghua, but he didn't know why. Comparing him with Sun Jia, Yang Ming was still more inclined to find Sun Jia. That passion left a deep impression on Yang Ming. It made Yang Ming feel a little itchy. When he went to Hong Kong last time, the perfume that he brought back for Sun Jia hadn't been sent yet. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly drove back home and took the gift for Sun Jia. Of course, he also sent the mink coat that he bought for his mother back. Big Ming, what I told you, did you take it to heart? Yang Ming had just entered the house when he was stopped by his mother. After his mother lost her job, she was idle at home. Although she couldn't stay idle, Yang Ming still let her rest at home for a while. If he opened a company, he hoped that she could participate. What's the matter? Yang Ming was stunned. Is it about the company? Uncle Zhang is planning it. What company? I'm talking about Chen Mengyan. There is still a month until Chinese New Year. When are you going to bring my future daughter-in-law back? I have already prepared the red packet. Mother Yang said with a stare. Ah. Mom, you are talking about Chen Mengyan. You can rest assured. I will bring her back to you in a few days on New Year's Day. Yang Ming suddenly realized. I have already talked to her. Really? Mother Yang asked with some suspicion. Every time this issue was mentioned before, Yang Ming always covered it up. He wouldn't say it if he could. Why was he so proactive today? Of course, it's true. Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Yang Ming smiled. Well, it's New Year's Day. Mother Yang nodded. But we agreed that when your dad comes back, I will tell him. Right, Yang Ming, what are you holding in your hand? Mom, this is the coat I bought for you. Yang Ming quickly handed the coat in his hand to his mother. Coat? What coat? Mother Yang took a look and couldn't help but be shocked. You bought a mink coat? Yeah, you wear it and see if it fits, said Yang Ming. This child, why did you buy such an expensive coat? Mother Yang said with some blame, but the expression on her face was very happy. Mom, if I didn't buy it for you, you definitely wouldn't be willing to buy it. Next time, I have to go. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, just buy this one. Don't buy too many. Mother Yang shook her head and said. On the way back to school, Yang Ming called Xianxia. After dialing Xianxia's phone number, the ringtone on the other side rang for a long time, but no one answered. So, Yang Ming had to hang up the phone and was going to call again later. It didn't take long for Xianxia to call back. Hello? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Xianxia? Anne, it's me, Yang Ming, right? What's the matter? Asked Xianxia. Where are you? Asked Yang Ming. Why? Are you looking for me? Asked Xianxia. Nothing. I just miss you, so I want to see you. Yang Ming smiled. Really? Xianxia obviously believed it. She was a more rational woman. She wouldn't be fooled by Yang Ming's sweet words. Then why didn't you come to see me before? Of course, it's true. I went to Hong Kong a while ago and brought back some gifts for you. Yang Ming explained. Oh? When Xianxia heard that Yang Ming brought her a gift, she was stunned. Then you can't give it out for the time being. I'm not in Songjiang. I'm in Donghai. Why did you go to Donghai? Yang Ming asked, when can you come back? I'm going home for Christmas. Besides, at the end of the year, there are more things at home. Xianxia said, I plan to go back after New Year's Day. No way, it takes so long. Yang Ming said with a wry smile, it seems that I'm looking for you at the wrong time. Alright, Yang Ming, you've been talking to me for so long. Is there something you need from me? Xianxia wasn't a kind person. Although she didn't meet Yang Ming many times, she was quite thorough about people's psychology, so naturally, she thought that Yang Ming was looking for her for something. Yang Ming actually wanted to talk about it on the phone, but he hesitated. It wasn't good to ask for help like this. It was better to say it face to face. Moreover, he could collect more information about Wu Qiren in these few days. This would also make it convenient for Xianxia to investigate. It's okay. Let's talk about it when you come back. Yang Ming said. Well, I will call you after I go back. Xianxia saw that Yang Ming didn't say anything, so she didn't ask any more. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming drove back to school. Before he took 2 steps, he heard the special horn of the police vehicle behind him. Then someone shouted, Hey! The Jetta in front, the license plate is Song BXXXXX, stop by the side. The Jetta in front, the license plate is Song BXXXXX, stop by the side immediately. Xia Shui's voice. It's definitely that woman, Xia Shui. Yang Ming was about to go crazy. Who did I provoke? Why does this Xiaxue always find trouble with me? Yang Ming was helpless. He didn't dare to not stop. He had a deep understanding of Xiaxue, this violent girl. She was a master who would shoot at any time. No matter how bad *SS Yang Ming was, he couldn't provoke her. Yang Ming parked the car on the side of the road, and the police car behind stopped by the side. Sure enough, Xiaxue jumped out of the car. She proudly knocked on Yang Ming's car window. Yang Ming. You come down. Huh? Yang Ming was a little overwhelmed. He opened the door and looked at Xiaxue. You know it's me, but you still want me to stop? Nonsense, I don't have the time for other people. Do you think I'm a traffic police? Xiaxue said in a bad mood. Since you're not a traffic police, why did you stop me? Yang Ming was helpless. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Who stopped you? I just asked you to stop by the side. Xiaxue argued. Isn't it the same? Is there a difference? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Of course, there is a difference. Can attempted murder be the same as murder? A difference of 2 words can make a big difference. Xiaxue said with conviction. I'm not going to argue with you. Yang Ming was helpless. Big sister, why are you looking for me? I'm looking for you? Did you forget something? Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming with an angry look. Me? What did I forget? Yang Ming frowned. Nothing, right? Yang Ming. Where's my meal? Xiaxue gritted her teeth and said, last time, you said you would treat me to a meal. Why haven't I been waiting for almost half a month? Ugh. Yang Ming scratched his head. I really forgot about this. He couldn't help but sweat. That. Xiaxue, why don't we go eat now? Yang Ming had been busy for the whole morning. He hadn't eaten yet. He could just treat Xiaxue to a meal. You're not being sincere? Xiaxue snorted. I'm on duty. You want me to eat with you? Then, you tell me when. Yang Ming shrugged. I will be waiting for you. Humph, you're sensible. Tomorrow night. Xiaxue thought about it and said, I still have something to ask you. Don't. I'm a timid person. If you have something to ask me now. Yang Ming pretended to be scared and looked at Xiaxue. The things you ask are never good. Humph, don't be silly. Tomorrow night, wait for me at the entrance of the police station. Xiaxue said, I'm on duty. After that, she turned back to the police car and left. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and started the car. To be honest, he really forgot to treat Xiaxue to a meal. It seems that I have to remember tomorrow. Otherwise, if I provoke this violent girl, it won't end well. Yang Ming set the notification of treating Xiaxue to a meal tomorrow night in his mobile phone. Then, he returned to school with peace of mind. He called Chen Mengyan and told her that he was safe. Then, he told her that he had already discussed with his mother about visiting his house on New Year's Day. Chen Mengyan was surprised and happy when she heard it. Then, should I tell my parents about us? Chen Mengyan consulted Yang Ming's opinion. This, you decide for yourself. If you feel that the time is right, you can tell them. Yang Ming said. Well, then I will tell them. You can't abandon me in the future, right? Chen Mengyan said jokingly, then, I will be ashamed in the future. Although Chen Mengyan asked casually, she was still very nervous in her heart. She wanted to get a positive answer from Yang Ming. Of course, I can't abandon you. Yang Ming said with a smile, even if I don't want you, my mom won't agree. Hee hee. Chen Mengyan smiled happily. Just in time. I will go home tomorrow night to discuss something with my parents. I will tell them about us. Okay, if you need me to visit, just say it. Yang Ming smiled. Humph. You have such a big face. My parents haven't said that they want to recognize you as their son-in-law. Chen Mengyan said with some pride. Hee hee, if they don't recognize you, you have to fight with them. Yang Ming smiled. I won't talk to you anymore. You're not serious. Chen Mengyan said, I have to go to class. You go back to the dormitory to rest. Yesterday's party was very tiring. Yeah, I almost didn't sleep. I will go back to sleep first. Yang Ming said, let's have dinner together tonight. And, you come downstairs and wait for me. Chen Mengyan promised. As for Xiaxua's matter, Yang Ming originally wanted to talk to Chen Mengyan, but he thought that Chen Mengyan was a little vinegar jar, so he let it go. Anyway, there was nothing between him and Xiaxue. They were just ordinary friends who had a meal together. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming opened the computer notebook in the dormitory and prepared to study Zhou Jiejia's video. Through Yang Ming's contact with Zhou Jiejia, he didn't see anything lewd about her. The more it was like this, the more curious Yang Ming was. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to study the video that was saved. Now, Yang Ming's impression of the video wasn't very deep. He wasn't sure if the person in the video was Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming logged into the foreign mailboxes and downloaded the compressed files one by one. Then, he entered the decompression password and decompressed the video. After it was done, Yang Ming dragged the video to the player and clicked the play button. A woman's white body appeared in front of Yang Ming. Although it wasn't very clear, he could still see it. However, after Yang Ming looked at it a few times, he frowned deeply. No, this is definitely not Zhou Jiejia. Zhou Jiejia's figure is not the same as the woman in the video. Yang Ming had already seen Zhou Jiejia's naked appearance yesterday. Although he didn't see it so clearly, Yang Ming still knew which part was big and which part was small. Especially the small thicket on Zhou Jiejia's lower body wasn't as thick as the woman in the video. Therefore, Yang Ming could now be sure that the person in the video wasn't Zhou Jiejia at all. Yang Ming slapped his forehead. Mother **Ker, I have a big misunderstanding. I thought that Zhou Jiejia was very lascivious. I didn't expect to make such a big mistake. Looking back at the moment when Zhou Jiejia's face appeared, Yang Ming carefully looked back and forth several times. Finally, he found a very critical problem. That was, Zhou Jiejia's expression didn't change at all. It was very rigid. It was just like a picture that had been connected together. Although this poor picture quality made Yang Ming unable to judge whether his idea was correct, it seemed that there was an 80% possibility. Yang Ming sighed and turned off the video. Then, he crushed it with a file shredder. Although this video was definitely not Zhou Jiejia, even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be good for this thing to spread. If my guess is not wrong, then I really misunderstood her. But the problem was again. Since the person in the video wasn't Zhou Jiejia, who was it? Who made a video of Zhou Jiejia's jigsaw? Yang Ming knew that this kind of splicing technology wasn't a problem now. There were many celebrities' spliced photos on the internet that were used as news. However, Zhou Jiejia wasn't a celebrity. Who would do this to her? Zhou Jiejia obviously shouldn't have done this. She wouldn't have done such a thing to ruin her reputation unless her brain was pierced. Otherwise, who would do such a stupid thing? However, if it wasn't Zhou Jiejia, who could it be? That QQ number was obviously Zhou Jiejia's own, and this had been confirmed by Wang Jitao. Could it be that Zhou Jiejia was so bored that she spliced a video of herself to fool others? Yang Ming had a bit of a headache. Unless he asked Zhou Jiejia face to face, there wouldn't be any result. However, since he already knew that this video wasn't Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming's impression of Zhou Jiejia had slightly changed. After all, who wouldn't like a pure little girl? However, Yang Ming began to regret it. He had kissed her twice. This matter was a bit indecent. Recalling the feeling of kissing Zhou Jiejia for the first time in the cinema, her reaction was similar to Chen Mingyan's first time. It was so awkward. Could it be that it was also this chick's first kiss? Thinking of this, Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It's over. This is too much. Yang Ming shook his head. He could only avoid it a little in the future. After knowing the truth, Yang Ming's mood became very bad. He turned off the computer and lay in bed to sleep. As for Zhou Jiejia smiled even in her dreams today. Her relationship with Yang Ming had improved by leaps and bounds. At least she thought so. Zhou Jiejia felt very satisfied to be able to go from the initial cynicism to the current concern. Humming Jolin Tsai's Never Setting Sun, she returned to the dormitory happily. Wang Shui, who was playing games, was shocked. Jiejia, are you okay? What's wrong? Zhou Jejie was stunned for a moment, but she was still humming a song. I want to send you the longing of the rising sun city, sending you a postcard representing love. I want to send you the love of the rising sun city, walking through the world hand in hand. You are sunny day, my love sleepless, the longing of the rising sun city flies by your side. I'm going to faint. Jejie, what are you so excited about? Wang Shui was surprised. She knew that Zhou Jejie rarely sang such cheerful songs. Zhou Jejie generally liked some sad songs. Hee hee. Zhou Jejie smiled and then whispered mysteriously to Wang Shui, guess, who was I in the same room with last night? How would I know? Didn't you go to the class reunion? I don't know your classmates. Wang Shui looked at Zhou Jejie strangely. Suddenly, she said, could it be, you are talking about Yang Ming? You're living with him now? Zhou Jejie nodded shyly. Her face was flushed, and she looked unspeakably beautiful. You two did that? Wang Shui opened her mouth wide and looked at Zhou Jejie up and down. Her eyes stopped at Zhou Jejie's lower body. Aya. Wang Shui, what are you thinking? We just lived in the same room. We didn't do anything. Zhou Jejie quickly waved her hand and said, besides, I did that, how could it be that? What do you mean by this and that? You made me confused. Wang Shui certainly understood what Zhou Jejie was saying, but she still deliberately made fun of her. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Seeing the smile on Wang Shui's mouth, how could Zhou Jejie not understand that she was deliberately pretending to be confused? They were both girls. It was impossible not to understand these hints. Hee hee, don't be angry. Tell me, what happened yesterday? Wang Shui asked with a smile. Zhou Jejie just said that she didn't want to talk to Wang Shui. In fact, she wanted to find someone to talk to. Therefore, when Wang Shui asked, she took the initiative to talk about yesterday. When it came to the two of you, there was only one room card left? Wang Shui's eyes widened. Was your junior high school class so erotic? Men and women living together? Who knows what Sui Guangqi was doing? Most of the people who went were not decent people. There were more than 70 people in the class, but only 30 people went. Zhou Jejie said helplessly, that safe kiss was indeed a little. Probably that kid had an ulterior motive for you. He deliberately created this atmosphere to make you submit. Wang Shui said casually. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener had a heart. Wang Shui's casual words were different in Zhou Jejie's ears. Zhou Jejie originally suspected that Sui Guangqi had an ulterior motive for her. Now that she listened to Wang Shui's words, she felt that this was the case. She found it strange before. Although the current social atmosphere was more open than before, it wasn't so open that men and women who weren't familiar with each other would play safe kiss, right? It seemed that these people must have discussed it with Sui Guangqi beforehand. Those who didn't agree to play the game obviously didn't come to this party. It turned out to be like this. After figuring this out, Zhou Jejie was even more disgusted with Sui Guangqi. How can this person be like this? Fortunately, Yang Ming went yesterday, and he happened to draw my lot. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. You two, a man and a woman alone in a room at night. Didn't anything special happen? Wang Shui looked at Zhou Jejie with a smile. After we entered the room, Yang Ming gave me the bed. He sat on the sofa to rest. Later, I felt uncomfortable in my lower body, so I wanted to take a shower. But I didn't expect an accident to happen. So, Zhou Jejie told about the broken water pipe. The water used in the resort was directly from the groundwater. It was so cold that I couldn't move. Then, didn't Yang Ming see everything? Wang Shui widened her eyes and looked at Zhou Jejie, who had suffered a loss but didn't know it. Instead, she looked happy. He also helped me wipe my body. He even touched here. Zhou Jejie pointed to her chest shyly and then lowered her head. Ugh. Wang Shui was speechless. This silly girl. She was seen and touched, yet she was still so happy. Is it really taking advantage to suffer a loss? Do you feel very happy? Yeah. Zhou Jejie nodded vigorously. Well, then you are very happy. Wang Shui had to agree. She couldn't explain it to Zhou Jejia. For this kind of thing, only Zhou Jejia, the party involved, would feel happy. Unfortunately, after he took me to the bed, he didn't do anything. Zhou Jejia shook her head and said with some regret. What else do you want to do? Wang Shui also sighed. Do you think that even if Yang Ming really did it with you, can he accept you? Will he be responsible for you? Zhou Jejia was silent. Yes, although Yang Ming doesn't hate me now, it doesn't mean that he likes me. Thinking of this, Zhou Jejia's mood was depressed again. Okay, don't be sad. Wang Shui saw that Zhou Jejia was silent, and she knew that what she said was inappropriate. She quickly explained, you are now much better than before. It's good as long as there is progress. Zhou Jejia raised her small fist. I think so too, hee. In the evening, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan had dinner together. They discussed visiting Yang Ming's house on New Year's Day. The two agreed to buy something for Yang Ming's parents tomorrow morning. After all, it was the daughter-in-law's first visit. She couldn't be empty-handed, right? That wouldn't be proper. Because he slept in the afternoon, Yang Ming wasn't very sleepy at night. He turned on the computer and surfed the internet. He checked his QQ friends and found that Wild Female Teacher was online, so he sent her a message. There's no true love in this world, long time no see. It didn't take long for Wild Female Teacher to reply. Now she changed her name to Wild Female Student, but Yang Ming was still used to calling her Wild Female Teacher, so he changed her online name back to Wild Female Teacher locally. Wild Female Teacher, yes, long time no see. How are you recently? There's no true love in this world, it's okay. I made up with my girlfriend. How about you? Wild Female Teacher, me? That's it. There's no true love in this world, are you with the person you like? Wild Female Teacher, how is it possible? I haven't seen him for a long time. There's no true love in this world, then what are you going to do? Right, I have a friend who told me that you have to take the initiative to fight for this kind of thing. You can't wait. Yang Ming suddenly remembered what Zhao Ying said to him that night. If it weren't for Zhao Ying's reminder, Yang Ming would still be in a cold war with Chen Mengyan. Wild Female Teacher. I'd better forget it. Zhao Ying thought to herself, a few days ago, I was still persuading others. This time, it's others' turn to persuade me. However, Zhao Ying had made up her mind to love Yang Ming silently for the time being, so she didn't intend to say her thoughts. She also knew that Chen Mengyan was Yang Ming's official girlfriend. Even if she said it, Yang Ming would never break up with Chen Mengyan and be with her. She knew Yang Ming too well. He was the kind of man with a strong sense of responsibility, so he would never do something like giving up another woman for one woman. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Ying was very clear that if she told Yang Ming her thoughts now, it would only increase Yang Ming's worries. Moreover, would Chen Mengyan accept her? Don't look at how Chen Mengyan is now calling me Sister Ying, which is very intimate. But when it comes to my own interests, the interests of my lover, will she still be so close to me? This girl has her own ideas. Even Lan Ling doesn't want to accept her, let alone Zhao Ying. Although Zhao Ying and Xiao Qing were both Yang Ming's sisters in name, in essence, the thoughts of the two people were very different. Although both of them trusted Yang Ming very much, and they would think for Yang Ming, Xiao Qing was much older than Zhao Ying, and she was much more mature. Her thoughts were also very different from Zhao Ying's. What Xiao Qing thought was that it would be good to be with Yang Ming like this, and occasionally be intimate with him secretly. The status wasn't important. Xiao Qing didn't care about these. Her reputation was bad enough, so Xiao Qing didn't care about these things. But Zhao Ying was different. Although she was a few years older than Yang Ming, she was still a child. Sometimes, even Yang Ming felt that she was a little sister. Zhao Ying didn't want to play any secret love. She wanted to be with Yang Ming openly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have scruples about her identity as Yang Ming's teacher. She wouldn't have quit her job in school for Yang Ming and come to Songjiang Industry University to be an ordinary student. Therefore, Zhao Ying decided to wait for a good opportunity. Now what she had to do was to let Chen Mengyan accept Lan Ling as soon as possible. Only in this way, she would have a chance. There's no true love in this world, what are you doing? Why aren't you talking? Wild female teacher, nothing, hee hee. How about playing Fight the Landlord with me for a while? I haven't played for a long time. There's no true love in this world, well, since I have nothing to do, let's play for a while. Wild female teacher, come to Northeast Netcom's XX room, XX table. I'll wait for you. Last night, he played with wild female teacher until the latter half of the night. When he got up in the morning, Yang Ming's ears still echoed with the 3 points and 2 points sound from the computer. After washing his face, Yang Ming looked at the time. Class was about to start. He quickly washed his face and quickly walked to the teaching building. Zhang Ben and Tian Donghua were already gone. These two people obviously thought that Yang Ming wasn't going to class, so they didn't call him. When he passed by the cafeteria, Yang Ming went in to buy a cup of soy milk and a piece of bread. When he came out, he suddenly met an acquaintance, Sister Ing. Yang Ming called. The person in front was Zhao Ying. Yang Ming? Zhao Ying quickly stopped, turned around, and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. What a coincidence. Yes, Sister Ing. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. You also came to the cafeteria to buy things? Looking at the yogurt and bread in Zhao Ying's hands, Yang Ming asked. Well, just bought some breakfast. Zhao Ying nodded. Are you going to class? Yes, you're going too? Let's go together. Yang Ming invited. Okay. Zhao Ying nodded. Today, Zhao Ying wore a tight leather jacket, which fully showed her exquisite and hot figure. With a painter's hat on her head, she looked more like a youthful student. It was difficult to connect her with the previous image of a teacher. The image of Zhao Ying as a teacher, that summer night, eating supper together at the food stall, and the awkwardness and ambiguity in Zhao Ying's house, and the hazy love of the two people had become a memory in Yang Ming's heart, an indelible memory. Yang Ming wanted to go back to the past, the feeling of the two people, but he seemed to find that Zhao Ying was deliberately avoiding these. Yang Ming couldn't do anything about it. First, they went to the teaching building of the Department of Economics and Management where Zhao Ying was. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying parted ways. Today, Zhao Ying was still very concerned about him, but Yang Ming was keenly aware of the difference. Zhao Ying didn't seem to have the previous attachment and strange feelings for him. Now, it was completely a concern between a sister and a brother. This made Yang Ming very disappointed. After all, Zhao Ying's position in Yang Ming's heart was no less than Chen Mengyan. There was a moment in time and it even surpassed Chen Mengyan. However, these were all in the past. Yang Ming shook his head with a wry smile and walked helplessly into the classroom. Zhou Jiejie still reserved a seat for Yang Ming like every day. Yang Ming wasn't polite. He walked over directly and sat down. Maybe it was because of the previous misunderstanding of Zhou Jiejie's apology. Yang Ming smiled at Zhou Jiejie for the first time. Zhou Jiejie felt incredible and pleasantly surprised. Yang Ming actually smiled at her. This is too rare. Is it really because of what happened last night that the relationship between the two people improved by leaps and bounds? Yang Ming suddenly remembered something. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote a row of numbers on it. He asked Zhou Jiejie, "Is this your QQ number?" Yang Ming wrote the QQ number of the charming baby that he saw at Zhang Bin's house, which was the number of the video owner. Yeah, how do you know? Zhou Jiejie was a bit baffled. Logically, Yang Ming shouldn't have my QQ number. Do you know a netizen named Debin? Asked Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie heard the name Debin, and her face immediately changed. Wang Shui used her QQ to chat with this person at the time, and she regarded him as Yang Ming. Is this person really Yang Ming? That Debin is you? Zhou Jiejie glanced at Yang Ming with a pale face and asked hesitantly. It's not me. It's Zhang Bin. Yang Ming said. Ah. Zhou Jiejie exclaimed. God, what did Wang Shui do? It's so embarrassing. Zhou Jiejie was a little ashamed. Since Yang Ming asked this, it showed that he must have seen the video. That video isn't you, right? Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejie's embarrassed look and said with a smile. It seems that my guess is right. The person in the video is not Zhou Jiejie. Looking at her shy look, I can tell. This little slut won't feel embarrassed, right? However, what made Yang Ming feel a little strange was that from Zhou Jiejia's tone and expression, she obviously knew about the video. This made Yang Ming somewhat inexplicable. As mentioned before, Zhou Jiejia, this chick, wasn't just smart. She was very smart. How could she do such a thing that would be detrimental to herself? Did you see the video? Zhou Jiejia sighed helplessly. Isn't it Wang Shui who messed with my account? Wang Shui? Yang Ming almost vomited blood. This is too much. Is this Wang Shui crazy? She actually spliced Zhou Jiejia's video? Yang Ming shook his head. Does she have a grudge with you? Why would she harm you? No. Wang Shui didn't mean it. Zhou Jiejia explained, she just wanted to confirm if the person opposite was you. Yang Ming frowned. He had an indescribable feeling. This Wang Shui didn't seem to be so reliable. It seemed that the relationship between her and Zhou Jiejia was very good. However, normally speaking, most people wouldn't make such a joke about their friends. If this video was spread, how much damage would it cause to Zhou Jiejia? However, he couldn't say anything to remind her. After all, Zhou Jiejia and Wang Shui were good friends. If he said that Wang Shui wasn't, then it seemed that he had some ulterior motives. Besides, although the misunderstanding of Zhou Jiejia was eliminated, Yang Ming didn't interfere in the matter between Zhou Jiejia and Wang Shui. Zhou Jiejia wasn't his woman. Why should he care about that? Zhou Jiejia blushed particularly easily today, especially when she was talking to Yang Ming, but Yang Ming didn't notice it. Wang Jitao, on the other hand, was angry in his heart. How come I like a woman, and this woman is so close to Yang Ming? Wang Jitao wasn't reconciled. Why? Although I don't look as masculine as Yang Ming, I'm also a pretty boy type. Don't girls nowadays like me? Weren't those Superboy competitions all about his type? In terms of family background, he was 100 times stronger than Yang Ming. He was the future successor of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, with assets in the hundreds of millions. Yang Ming was just a worker's family that couldn't even be considered as a salaried family. How could he compare with him? Of course, Wang Jitao did not know that Yang Ming was now much richer than him. Even 10 or 100 Wangs would not be as rich as Yang Ming. Of course, in terms of learning, Wang Jitao didn't dare to say that he was better than Yang Ming. He paid for himself to go to university, but Yang Ming was officially admitted. However, Wang Jitao thought that he had an absolute advantage in front of Yang Ming, but why couldn't he get the favor of girls? This was something that Wang Jitao couldn't figure out. Originally, he didn't want to have any entanglement with a social rascal like Yang Ming. It wasn't that Wang Jitao was afraid of Yang Ming. The key problem was that his dirty tricks were ineffective against Yang Ming. If he looked for the gangsters in the society, Yang Ming was obviously more popular than him. If he looked for someone to beat up Yang Ming, he was likely to be beaten up. If he wanted to frame Yang Ming, Wang Jitao didn't dare to do it this time. Chen Mingyan's father was the criminal investigation captain of the police station. Last time, he was already suspected. If he still went against the wind, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Therefore, when Wang Jitao gave up his pursuit of Chen Mingyan, he didn't hate Yang Ming so much. He even wanted to let go of Yang Ming. Later, the relationship between the two people was relatively harmonious. Wang Jitao didn't take any extreme measures. But now, Wang Jitao couldn't bear it anymore. D*MN, are you sent by my enemy to deliberately play with me? Why are you specifically against me? You have such a good girlfriend, but you don't stop. You come here to flirt with my Zhou Jiejia. You don't put me, Wang Jitao, in your eyes, right? At the thought of this, a sinister plan was born in his mind. Wang Jitao wrote a text message and sent it to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan, I am Wang Jitao. I have something important to look for you. Wait for me at the entrance of the school's teacher building after school at noon. After a while, Chen Mingyan's text message came back. If there is anything, just text it. I still have something to do at noon. Wang Jitao frowned. D*MN, if Yang Ming asked you out, you would go. If I asked you out, you would make excuses. What is this? But it was just a thought. Wang Jitao continued to send, I have something to tell you about Yang Ming. It is very important. He didn't expect Chen Mengyan to reply quickly, is it? I am not very interested. Wang Jitao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What is going on? Generally speaking, when other girls hear about their boyfriends, they would be very interested. However, Wang Jitao still didn't give up and sent, Yang Ming and a girl called Zhou Jiejia are flirting. They sit together in class. Chen Mengyan read the message with disdain. Last time, it was because of Wang Jitao that she quarreled with Yang Ming and gave Yang Ming the opportunity to meet Lan Ling. Chen Mengyan's hatred for Wang Jitao was no less than Yang Ming's. It was even worse. Girls were always very vengeful. Last time, Wang Jitao made her so miserable. How could Chen Mengyan forget? Therefore, Chen Mengyan was already immune to Wang Jitao's words. When she saw him slandering Yang Ming, she was angry for no reason. She used to think that Wang Jitao was a very upright person. She didn't expect him to be so dirty. He slandered others behind their backs. As for the matter between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia, Chen Mengyan was the clearest. The two of them had something that shouldn't have happened. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia sat together and comforted Zhou Jiejia. It was reasonable. Therefore, Chen Mengyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She replied directly, okay, I got it. I approved it. F***ck. Wang Jitao almost smashed his phone. What kind of world is this? Chen Mengyan actually approved Yang Ming to fool around outside? Isn't this too unbelievable? Wang Jitao was immediately shocked to the point that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He vomited 3 liters of blood. Yang Ming, you can do it. Just you wait. Wang Jitao said to himself angrily. At the same time, in the president's office of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, Wang Shifan looked at Huang Yukai, who was sitting in a wheelchair. President Wang, are we just going to let this matter go? Although Huang Yukai had received a large sum of compensation from Wang Shifan, he was still somewhat unwilling. How could Wang Shifan be willing? The one who went to prison was his brother. But what could he do? He didn't know who the opponent was. In his view, Xiaoqing was obviously a scapegoat on the surface. She had nothing to do with the behind the scenes. Moreover, Huang Yukai, as an underling that he appreciated, was disabled. How could Wang Shifan bear this? However, even if he couldn't bear it, there was no place to vent his anger. The Wang family had been operating in Songjiang for so many years. They had offended a lot of people. Who knew which enemy had met a ruthless character to retaliate against him? Wang Shifan shook his head at Huang Yukai. I still haven't figured out who wants to deal with us. If we don't let it go, what else can we do? Humph. But I'm not willing. Huang Yukai said resentfully, Boss, I'll be in this wheelchair for the rest of my life. What do you think? Wang Shifan glanced at his brother-in-law, who was also his brother-in-law, Su Daji. Brother-in-law, this is really difficult to swallow. Why don't we teach that Xiaoqing a lesson? Su Daji suggested. Obviously, it has nothing to do with that Xiaoqing. What's the use of teaching her a lesson? Wang Shifan said. Coldly. President Wang, I think so too. Huang Yukai had no place to vent his anger. It was good to find a scapegoat. Alright, let's talk about this later. It's almost the end of the year. There are more things. Don't cause trouble for me. Wang Shifan shook his head and said, let's talk about it after the Chinese New Year. Okay, everything is at President Wang's command. Huang Yukai nodded. Now, Huang Yukai could only be a doghead strategist in the office. Huang Yaocai's original job was handed over to his brother-in-law, Su Daji. Right, how is our transit route from Hong Kong? Asked Wang Shifan. Now, the people in the office were his confidants, so Wang Shifan had nothing to hide. The person in charge of Huatong International in Songjiang has changed to a new one. Because it's almost the end of the year, I haven't visited yet. However, according to the outgoing President Liu, the new guy is more greedy than him. It should be easy to deal with him. Su Daji said. D***MN, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Wang Shifan was a little annoyed. After the Chinese New Year, we will have a batch of goods from Singapore. We will take the route of Hong Kong. I'm sorry, President Wang. Su Daji apologized quickly. In the evening, give me an appointment with the new general manager of Huatong. I want to talk to him in detail. Right, book a room in our heavenly world. There is no surveillance there. Wang Shifan instructed. Okay, President Wang. Su Daji said quickly. Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group was a legal large-scale comprehensive business group on the surface. It was involved in hotel management, real estate, and other legitimate industries. But behind the scenes, it was involved in smuggling. Songjiang was a coastal city. Since the early 90s of the last century, Wang Shifan had opened up some connections and started a smuggling business. Wang's group didn't have the authority to import and export trade, but it could smuggle through some other companies. Among them, Huatong's former CEO was one of Wang Shifan's partners. Huatong was a foreign-funded high-tech trading company. It acted as an agent for some high-precision foreign instruments. The main customers were some universities, hospitals, and even research institutes. Therefore, for some top-secret technical instruments, Huatong had its own transportation channels. It was easier to smuggle private goods in. Wang Shifan saw this and maintained a good cooperative relationship with Huatong's former general manager. There were several companies similar to Huatong. They also had varying degrees of contact with Wang Shifan. Therefore, although the assets of the Wang family were only hundreds of millions on the surface, Wang Shifan knew that his account was more than 500 million. Smuggling was a huge profit. As they were discussing, there was a knock on the door. Wang Shifan was furious. Su Daji, didn't I ask you to inform the secretary? No one is allowed to approach my office when we are having a meeting. Just as he was about to scold the person who knocked on the door, the office door was pushed open. When Wang Shifan saw the person, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His face showed a loving smile. Xiao Tao, why are you here? The person who came was Wang Shifan's son, Wang Jitao. For this son, Wang Shifan loved him very much. Dad, I came to see you. Wang Jitao said as he entered the room. You all go out and do your work first. Wang Shifan waved to Su Daji. Yes, President Wang. Su Daji nodded and pushed Huang Youcai's wheelchair out. Xiao Tao, come and sit with Dad. Wang Shifan waved to Wang Jitao. How have you been at school recently? When are you going to bring a girlfriend home? Dad, that's why I'm here. Wang Jitao said angrily, it's all because of that young Ming. He's the one who foils my plans every time. Why? You still don't want to give up on that Chen Mingyan? Wang Shifan frowned and said sternly, wasn't the last lesson deep enough? Chen Mingyan's father is in the police station. Your little tricks will only bring you trouble. Dad, it's not Chen Mingyan this time. Wang Jitao quickly explained, I have given up on Chen Mingyan. I took a fancy to another girl, Zhou Jejia. But Yang Ming sat with her all day long and flirted with her. It made me angry. Isn't Yang Ming with that Chen Mingyan? Why is he with this Zhou Jejia? Wang Shifan was confused by Wang Jitao. What the hell is going on? How would I know? Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan are a couple, but he seems to be interested in that Zhou Jejia too. Wang Jitao said. Okay, why are you so useless? Women are won by strength. This can only be said that Yang Ming has the means. Wang Shifan shook his head. I have a lot of things to do recently. Don't cause trouble for me. But I'm not reconciled. Wang Jitao said while gritting his teeth. That won't do. Wang Shifan said very sternly, you better be honest with me. If you let Chen Mingyan's father target you, I can't do anything about it. Okay, I know. Wang Jitao saw that his father was really angry, so he had to give up. But he didn't give up. His bad intentions came again. Right, Dad, I want to ask you something. Is there a powerful Sun family in Donghai? What? Sun family? Wang Shifan's pupil suddenly contracted. Xiao Tao, I'm telling you. You better not provoke the people from the Sun family. Otherwise, I can't protect you. You won't even know how you died. Wang Shifan naturally knew about the Sun family in Donghai. It was a real underworld family. He had some business dealings with the Sun family, so he knew the details of the Sun family. The Sun family is so bad *SS? Wang Jitao was stunned. He didn't expect that his strong father was so afraid of the Sun family. Could it be that Sun Jiwei, this kid, really has a strong background like what he said? Yes. You must not get into trouble, Wang Shifan said. Don't worry, Dad. I know. I'm just asking casually. Wang Jitao nodded and said with a smile. He had already thought of a countermeasure. He wasn't Yang Ming's opponent, but someone could deal with Yang Ming. Sun Jiwei and Yang Ming didn't get along well. It was already a well-known thing. If he fanned the flames, it would definitely provoke Sun Jiwei's hatred. The reason why he asked his father to verify the strength of the Sun family was that he didn't trust Sun Jiwei. He was afraid that Sun Jiwei wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. Then, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Although Wang Jitao and Sun Jiwei didn't have a big contradiction, they didn't see eye to eye. If he wanted to provoke Sun Jiwei to deal with Yang Ming, then he must first approach Sun Jiwei with a humble attitude. If such a degrading thing couldn't achieve the goal, Wang Jitao wouldn't do it. Therefore, he must first determine whether Sun Jiwei could kill Yang Ming. Now, he got a positive answer from his father. Even his family wasn't the opponent of the Sun family. What else was there to be afraid of? Moreover, if he had a good relationship with Sun Jiwei, it might be beneficial to his family's business. Therefore, after confirming this, Wang Jitao returned to school happily, ready to wait for an opportunity to approach Sun Jiwei. In the evening, Yang Ming drove Chen Mengyan home first, and then came to the door of the police station. Such a broken car parked at the door of the police station naturally attracted the attention and suspicion of many people, but when they learned that Yang Ming was waiting for Xia Shui, they all shut up. Thinking about it, Xia Shui's reputation as a violent girl wasn't for nothing. He called Xia Shui and told her that he had come to her unit and was waiting for her downstairs. It didn't take long for Xia Shui to run over to Yang Ming's side. Then, she went straight to the front passenger seat and slammed the door. Can't you be gentler? This car is already broken. What if you break it? Yang Ming looked at the trembling door and shook his head. Your broken car is already like this. Don't blame me. Xia Shui said angrily, I suspect that this is a scrapped car or a assembled car. I should call the traffic police department to check. Are you sitting or not? If not, then get off. Yang Ming glared at Xia Shui. Humph. Of course, I'll sit. I'm not even afraid of bad people. Why would I be afraid of sitting in your broken car? Xia Shui said coldly, I'm just afraid that your car will break down halfway. Shut up. Yang Ming started the car. Where are we going? I know a spicy kebab shop. It's delicious. The spicy chicken wings there are quite delicious. It is said that whoever can eat 5 insanely spicy chicken wings is free of charge. Xia Shui said. You lead the way. Yang Ming nodded. Anyway, he was treating Xia Shui to a meal. She had the final say on where to go. Go out first and turn left. Xia Shui commanded. I don't know if it's because I didn't look at the calendar today or something else. Anyway, it's not a good thing to meet this violent girl, Xia Shui. Although Yang Ming's car was broken, it had always been very smooth to drive. There had never been any problems, but this time, it broke down on the side of the road. No matter how he started it, it couldn't start. Yang Ming was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You jinxed it. Are you happy now? You're right. The car broke down halfway. What do you mean by I said? Your car has a problem. Don't blame others, okay? Xia Shui snorted, but this time, she didn't dare to make sarcastic remarks. Her words were indeed a bit too much. I can't eat today. I'm sorry, Police Officer Xia. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yang Ming checked the car again and said helplessly. What? I wanted to eat the chicken wings there yesterday, but I didn't eat it. I was waiting for you to treat me today. No, no, no. Even if the car broke down, we still have to go. Let's take a taxi. Xia Shui wasn't willing. Then, what about my car? Just leave it here? Asked Yang Ming. Nonsense, how can you carry it? Xiaxue was puzzled. I mean, my car is just parked on the side of the road. What if I get a ticket from the traffic police? Yang Ming sweated. Is there a problem with Xiaxue's understanding? Forget it, it's really troublesome. Xiaxue shook her head. I gave you a ticket. If you look for me, I will help you withdraw the ticket, okay? Hee, I was waiting for you to say that. I knew that police officer Xia is popular in the police station. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Female Tyrannosaurus, who isn't afraid. However, Xiaxue didn't understand the meaning behind Yang Ming's words. She nodded unknowingly and said proudly, of course, you don't know who I am. Yang Ming held back his laughter and stood on the road to stop the taxi with Xiaxue. After a while, a taxi stopped next to Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened the back door and let Xiaxue sit in first. Then, he got in the car. Go to Chuandong Spicy Skewers. Xiaxue said to the taxi driver. Xiaxue, are you going on a date with your boyfriend? The taxi driver said directly. Huh? Yang Ming and Xiaxue were stunned at the same time. They looked at the taxi driver in amazement. It was actually Xia Jidong, the driver who claimed to be Xiaxue's second uncle when Yang Ming took a taxi at the entrance of the police station. Second uncle, why is it you? Xiaxue heard the word boyfriend and said with some embarrassment. Hee, why? Do you think your second uncle is a third wheel? Xia Jidong smiled. Second uncle, what are you talking about? He and I are just ordinary friends. Xiaxue was shy. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Xiaxue also has a feminine side? D*MN, isn't she too strong? Don't be embarrassed. It's not our era now. Don't be so sneaky. Xia Jidong said, it's okay. Second uncle supports you. This young man is good. Second uncle is very satisfied. Ugh. Uncle Xia, I think you misunderstood. Yang Ming quickly explained, Xiaxue and I are really ordinary friends. Hey. Young man, you're not being honest, right? When I asked you in the car last time, you told me that you are Xiaxue's boyfriend. Xia Jidong said with a straight face. Yang Ming sweated. When did I admit it? You didn't admit it, but you acquiesced. Xia Jidong remembered clearly that Yang Ming didn't speak at the time, but Yang Ming thought that he was too noisy, so he just kept silent. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Xia, I was thinking about something. Miss Xiaoxue, right? Xia Jidong said, it's okay, I understand. Yang Ming and Xiaoxue looked at each other and were a little speechless. Soon, the car came to the door of Chuandong Spicy Skewers. Yang Ming looked at the geographical location here. It was actually very close to Chen Mingyan's home. If he had known earlier, he would have waited here for Xiaoxue. Then, the car would not have broken down halfway. My stomach is also a little hungry? Xia Jidong said with a smile, do you want to go in and eat together? Second uncle will treat? Yang Ming was helpless. How does Xiaoxue have such a big face as her uncle? But looking at Xiaoxue, he saw that she was also helpless. He had to say, it's okay, Uncle Xia. I will treat. Let's eat together. Huh. Xiaoxue, your boyfriend is generous. Not bad, I like it. Xia Jidong said. Yang Ming and Xiaoxue could only pretend that they didn't hear it. Chuandong Spicy Skewers was actually a small shop. The scale wasn't very big, and there were no private rooms. But because of the unique taste, it could attract a large number of people every day. There were also many people who drove Mercedes-Benz to eat. Yang Ming found a table with a good location and sat down. He handed the menu to Xiaoxue and Xia Jidong. 20 spicy chicken wings, honey-flavored. 20 chicken necks, honey-flavored. After Xiaoxue finished, she handed the menu to Xia Jidong. Same, but I want super spicy. Also, give me 5 beef kidneys. A pot of spicy pork belly. Xia Jidong said. Sir, what about you? The waiter asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming recovered from the shock. They are all big eaters. Although it doesn't cost much, their appetite is amazing. I want 20 beef kebabs, 2 chicken wings, medium spicy. Yang Ming said. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter left after taking the order. At the same time, Chen Mingyan's house. Mom, why did you ask me to come back? Chen Mingyan looked at her mother strangely. Mingyan, after the new year, you will be 19 years old, right? It's time to find a boyfriend, right? Mother Chen asked. Mom. Chen Mingyan was a little shy, but her heart was relieved. She thought that her parents wouldn't let her date so early. She was worried about how to tell her parents about Yang Ming. Seeing that her mother took the initiative to mention it, she was relieved. I heard from your dad that you went out with your classmates for Christmas. Is it a guy? Mother Chen continued to ask. The night before, when Chen Fei came home for dinner, he accidentally said something about Chen Mingyan. Mother Chen was an impatient person. When she heard that her daughter had a boyfriend, she immediately called Chen Mingyan and asked her daughter to come home. She wanted to ask clearly. Of course, what Mother Chen wanted to find out most was whether the male classmate that Chen Fei mentioned was Chen Mingyan's male classmate in high school. Before, when Mother Chen was washing Chen Mingyan's small windbreaker, she found some clues. That was the dried traces of a man's thing. At that time, she was afraid that it would affect Chen Mingyan's mood for the college entrance examination, so she didn't ask Chen Mingyan. But this was always a knot in Mother Chen's heart. After Chen Mingyan went to college, she gradually forgot about this matter. But the day before yesterday, Chen Fei suddenly mentioned it. Mother Chen remembered this matter again, so she was so anxious. Mom. If I really have a boyfriend, will you scold me? Chen Mingyan nodded. She was a little shy and carefully probed. It's normal for a woman to marry when she is older. My family's little Yen has a boyfriend. It means that she has grown up. Mother Chen said with a smile, why would I scold you? Come, tell Mom about your boyfriend. Mom. Chen Mingyan was a little shy as she leaned on Mother Chen. Did you really agree? Why wouldn't I agree? Chen Fei came over at this time with a smile and sat next to the mother and daughter. Little Yen, tell me and your mom. Let me guess first. Who is your boyfriend? Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned, but immediately understood. Her father knew Yang Ming. Especially when she was holding the photo last time, how could her father not see any clues? It's Yang Ming, right? Chen Fei said with a smile. It's him. Chen Mingyan whispered. Yang Ming? Mingyan, is he your high school classmate? Mother Chen was eager to know the truth of the previous matter. The reason why she was so anxious was that she didn't want her daughter to be a casual person. Judging from the residue on the small windbreaker, Chen Mingyan had an intimate relationship with a boy when she was in high school. If she changed her boyfriend in college, as a mother, Mother Chen would be more uncomfortable. He is my high school classmate. Now he is in the same university as me. Chen Mingyan nodded and whispered. Mother Chen breathed a sigh of relief after listening. It seems that my daughter began to fall in love early in high school. However, since the doubts in her heart were resolved, Mother Chen no longer mentioned the past. After all, it was all in the past. Was there any meaning in lecturing her daughter about early love? This child. Yang Ming, I have seen him before. Not bad. Chen Fei said, I think highly of him. Little Yen, your father doesn't easily praise anyone. In this case, you should bring the Yang Ming you mentioned home and let me see him. Mother Chen took it for granted that something had happened between her daughter and Yang Ming, and it happened when they were in high school. Therefore, Mother Chen didn't say much. She just wanted to finalize the relationship between the two as soon as possible. I got it. On New Year's Day, I will go to his house first, and then I will come to see you with him. Is that okay? Chen Mingyan asked for her parents' opinion. I didn't expect that. You are going to meet his parents? Mother Chen said with a smile, if I don't call you back, are you going to hide it from me and your dad? No. Chen Mingyan said with a red face, I came back today to tell you about this. Are you hungry? I will go and cook first. We will talk while eating. Mother Chen looked at the time. It was time for dinner. Forget it. Let's go out and eat. Today, our little Yan has a boyfriend. Let's celebrate. Chen Fei suggested. All right. Mother Chen nodded. Then let's go out and eat. There is nothing at home. Let's go to the nearby Chuandong spicy skewers. I think it is very popular. We haven't been there yet. Chen Mingyan snuggled up to her mother, and the family of 3 went to Chuandong spicy skewers. Are there a lot of people in this house? Chen Mingyan was surprised to see that the door was full of cars. Is there still room? Why don't we change to another place? Chen Fei frowned. This place seems to be very popular. Since we are already here, let's go in and have a look. Mother Chen said. Okay. Chen Fei thought about it and agreed, so he nodded and took the lead to push the door and go in. Sir, how many? As soon as they entered the door, a waiter greeted them. 3. Chen Fei just opened his mouth and frowned because he saw acquaintances. It wasn't just 1, but 2. However, why are these 2 people sitting at the same table? Sir, can you wait for a while? There are no seats now. The waiter said apologetically. Xiaxia was sitting facing the door, so when she looked up, she saw Chen Fei standing at the door. Captain Chen. Xiaxia quickly stood up. In the police station, Xiaxia wasn't afraid of anything except for Captain Chen Fei. Xiaxia, why are you here? Chen Fei was also very puzzled. Why did Yang Ming come out to eat with Xiaxia? As a matter of fact, my daughter is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Ugh, that. Xiaxia just wanted to speak, but Xia Jidong stood up and looked at Chen Fei. Xiaxia, is this your leader? Come, let's sit together. I just happen to have some space here. You are. Chen Fei looked at Xia Jidong. The combination of these 3 people is a bit too weird. Oh, I'm Xiaxua's second uncle. I came to eat with the children. Xia Jidong said. At this time, Chen Mingyan also saw Yang Ming. She couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Why is Yang Ming eating with Dad's men? Since there were no seats, Chen Fei nodded and the whole family sat at the table with Xiaxia. Yang Ming, why are you here? After sitting down, Chen Mingyan couldn't wait to ask. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, thinking that things were going to be bad. How could there be such a coincidence? However, Yang Ming was shocked by how Chen Fei appeared with Chen Mingyan, so there was a moment of absent-mindedness. It was also because of this momentary absent-mindedness that things started to develop in a bad direction. Sure enough, before Yang Ming could speak, Xia Jidong opened his mouth. Huh? Do you know each other? Niece's husband? Yang Ming sweated profusely. What the hell is going on? However, after Chen Mingyan heard these 3 words, her eyes widened. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Even Chen Fei and Mother Chen had a strange expression on their faces. I'm not. Yang Ming wanted to explain, but Chen Mingyan suddenly stood up. Yang Ming, aren't you too much? Mingyan, listen to me. I have nothing to do with Xiaxia. Yang Ming saw that this little vinegar jar was going crazy again, so he quickly got up and explained. Then why did he call you niece's husband? He's not my uncle. Chen Mingyan asked as she bit her lip. She was more rational this time. She didn't leave immediately, but the stimulation brought to her now wasn't small. After all, Chen Mingyan misunderstood Yang Ming once before, so this time she was very angry, but she didn't turn around and leave. She listened to Yang Ming's explanation. Not to mention that Chen Mingyan would lose her composure, anyone would be angry. Today, Chen Mingyan just happily told Yang Ming to her parents. At this time, she saw an outsider call Yang Ming niece's husband in front of her parents. Where would she put her face? So, no wonder Chen Mingyan was so angry. AI? That's not right? At this time, Xia Jidong spoke. I say, Yang Ming, you're not right. You have to explain it to me clearly. How can you cheat on Xiaxia behind her back? This isn't right, right? Huh? Yang Ming was going crazy. Uncle, why are you still joining in the fun at this time? Aren't you deliberately making trouble for yourself? Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan finally couldn't help it. If she couldn't understand such obvious words, then she would be a fool. Tears came out from Chen Mengyan's eyes. Chen Mengyan turned and ran out of the door. Little Yan. Mother Chen quickly stood up and chased out. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming with a gloomy face. Uncle Chen, you and Mengyan. Yang Ming looked at Chen Fei with some embarrassment. She's my daughter. Chen Fei said with a stern face. Daughter. Yang Ming was dizzy. So that's the case. No wonder Chen Fei was so concerned about my love life. It turned out that he was Chen Mengyan's father. No wonder he knew what Chen Mengyan liked. But now wasn't the time to study these things. If the current situation wasn't solved well, then it would be a big problem. However, Yang Ming didn't worry much. After all, he was innocent. This time wasn't like the last time. This time, he really didn't have an improper relationship with Xia Shui. He wasn't afraid of Chen Fei's investigation. Uncle Chen, you can ask Xia Shui. I really don't have that kind of relationship with her. Yang Ming said firmly. Young man, you're not right. How can you not admit it after you finished eating? This isn't good. Xia Jidong didn't want to do it. Second uncle, what are you doing? Don't say it. Xia Shui was a little anxious and quickly stopped Xia Jidong from continuing to talk. Little Shui, why don't you let me say it? I just want to say it. What's wrong? Xia Jidong shouted, you can't be afraid of the strong. Although he is your captain and your leader, everyone is equal in front of the law. His daughter is a person, but my niece isn't? Little Shui, I support you. Kill her and win the victory of love. Even Chen Fei had some doubts about Xia Jidong's words. Could it be that what he said was true? Second uncle, I told you before. I have nothing to do with Yang Ming. He invited me to eat purely because of the friendship between friends. Xia Shui explained with a bitter smile. Little Shui, don't lie to second uncle. You are a police officer. You have to dare to fight against the evil forces. Xia Jidong said with a glare. I said that you are Xia Shui's second uncle. How can you say that? How did my daughter become an evil force? Chen Fei listened to Xia Jidong's crazy words and was a little unhappy. Humph, Xia Jidong said coldly, if you have the ability, then arrest me. I don't believe that if I say it, can you arrest me and put me in prison? Chen Fei was speechless. What kind of person is this? It seems like I'm unreasonable. How about it? You have nothing to say, right? Xia Jidong said proudly. Pa. A loud sound shocked everyone. Even Yang Ming was shocked. It turned out to be Xia Shui. Xia Shui finally couldn't hold it in and slammed the table hard. The loud sound made the entire barbecue shop quiet. However, everyone also knew that something unpleasant had happened at their table, so they just treated it as watching the fun. Second uncle, I told you that I have nothing to do with Yang Ming. Xia Shui was really angry. It was fine if her second uncle made a fuss at home, but now he was doing it in front of her leader. It really doesn't matter? Xia Jidong scratched his head. Seeing that Xia Shui was really angry, he was a little overwhelmed. It really doesn't matter. Xia Shui said firmly. Then you too. Xia Jidong realized at this moment that he seemed to have misunderstood. Looking at Xia Shui's expression, it didn't seem to be fake. Uncle Xia, Xia Shui and I know each other. Our relationship is good, but we are not a couple at all. Yang Ming said helplessly, you really misunderstood. Really? Then, did I make a mistake? Xia Jidong opened his mouth and said with some embarrassment. Humph, Chen Fei snorted. How can there be a person like you who randomly matches people? You made my daughter run away in anger. That. I'm sorry. I'm a straightforward person. I'll treat. Xia Jidong also felt that he had made a big mistake, so he quickly apologized. Forget it. Chen Fei waved his hand. He wasn't a stingy person. The other party was his subordinate's uncle, so he couldn't say much. Uncle Chen, then I'll go and see Mengyan? Yang Ming saw that the misunderstanding was resolved, so he thought of appeasing Chen Mengyan. Hurry up. You, kid, always make my daughter sad. The Disney doll I said last time was effective, right? Chen Fei smiled. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. He stood up and chased out. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan didn't run far before she was stopped by Mother Chen. Right now, she was crying in Mother Chen's arms. After Yang Ming saw it, his heart ached, and he quickly ran over. Mingyan. Yang Ming whispered softly. You go away. When Chen Mingyan heard the voice of Yang Ming, she immediately shouted without hesitation. Even Chen Mingyan's mother stared at Yang Ming angrily. Auntie, can you let me talk to Mingyan alone? Yang Ming said to Mother Chen with a headache. After all, she was standing here. Yang Ming had a lot of things that he couldn't say. Alone? Mother Chen looked at Yang Ming. Her heart was very angry. Her daughter was really blind to like such a fickle man. Auntie, in fact, this is a misunderstanding. Uncle Chen has explained it clearly. You will know when you go in. Yang Ming said. Oh? Mother Chen was stunned. Is it really a misunderstanding? However, when she heard Yang Ming's affirmation and the mention of Chen Fei, she nodded and did not make things difficult for him. Well, I will go in first. I will leave this place to you. Don't make little Yan angry again. Don't worry, Auntie. Yang Ming nodded. Chen Mingyan naturally heard the conversation between Yang Ming and her mother, so she didn't make any extreme moves. She now believed that Yang Ming really didn't have anything to do with Xia Shui. Because she knew that Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who didn't dare to admit what he did. Since he could disassociate himself from Xia Shui in front of her, it meant that Yang Ming and Xia Shui really didn't have a special relationship. After Mother Chen left, Yang Ming smiled and hugged Chen Mingyan from behind. What's wrong? Are you angry again? Aya, what are you doing? My parents are inside. Let me go. What if they see us? Chen Mingyan also knew that she wronged Yang Ming. Ai, why can't I calm down? Fortunately, this time Yang Ming explained it in time. If I misunderstood him again, wouldn't it be a big problem? The last time he misunderstood Yang Ming, he brought Lan Ling back. If he misunderstood him again, he might bring someone else back. Therefore, Chen Mingyan secretly decided that she would restrain her temper in the future. This won't do. However, for her to apologize to Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan still couldn't say it. After all, she was a girl. Shouldn't she be petty? He had no choice but to change the topic. Let them see it. Anyway, they know about our relationship. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's tone and knew that she was not angry, so he smiled. That won't do either. Chen Mingyan broke away from Yang Ming's embrace and said, Okay, let's go back and eat. Not angry anymore? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's shy look and found it funny. Who's angry? Chen Mingyan said stubbornly. Then why are you crying? Yang Ming looked at the tears on Chen Mingyan's face with a smile. Nothing? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She touched her face with her hand and said strangely, I wiped it clean. You're annoying. You're tricking me. No, it's your face that's like a little cat. Yang Ming took out a tissue and handed it to Chen Mingyan. Wipe it yourself. Oh. Chen Mingyan lowered her head and took it. She wiped her face carelessly. How can you wipe it clean like this? Let me do it. Yang Ming took the tissue and held Chen Mingyan's delicate face with his hand. He carefully wiped it. Chen Mingyan closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes made Yang Ming's heart beat faster. Maybe it was because of the cold weather, but there was a blush on her originally white face. Or, Chen Mingyan was shy. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He couldn't help but press on her cheek. His thin lips found Chen Mingyan's pink lips and kissed her hard. Oh. Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to kiss her in public. She wanted to push him away, but Yang Ming's strong masculine breath and overbearing kissing style made Chen Mingyan fascinated. She unconsciously fell into Yang Ming's arms and lost herself. Cough cough. Suddenly, a burst of vigorous coughing interrupted the passionate lovers. Yang Ming opened his eyes and was about to open his mouth to scold who was so immoral to ruin his good time. However, he saw Chen Fei standing not far from him with an expressionless face. At this time, Chen Mengyan also woke up. When she saw that the person who just coughed was her father, she couldn't help but be shocked and shy. She pushed Yang Ming and wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Uncle Chen. Why did you come out?" Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Cough cough. "I saw that you two didn't come back for a long time. I was a little worried, so I came out to see." Chen Fei said with a straight face, "But I seem to be superfluous." "How could it be?" "We couldn't help it." "Hee, we couldn't help it." Yang Ming scratched his head and grinned. "Yang Ming, you young people have a lot of feelings. I won't interfere with this, but you can't do this in public." Chen Fei said earnestly, "This has a bad influence. Next time I will pay attention. Find a place where there is no one." Yang Ming nodded and said. Chen Mengyan listened to Yang Ming's words. She couldn't wait to kick him. Find a place where there is no one? The person who is talking to him is my father. However, what Chen Mengyan didn't expect was that Chen Fei nodded and said, "What cinema, KTV, aren't there places for dating? Young man, if you want to pick up a girl, you have to be willing to spend money." Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. Pick up a girl? Cough cough, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Chen Fei cleared his throat and turned around. "Hurry up and go into the house. I will go back first." "Oh." Yang Ming nodded numbly. It was too shocking. "Your dad asked me to pick you up." Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan with a smile. Chen Mengyan was speechless. She didn't expect that her dad, who had always been serious, would actually say this. However, this wasn't a bad thing. In this way, it meant that he acquiesced to the relationship between her and Yang Ming. In other words, her dad didn't hate Yang Ming. Seeing that Chen Mengyan didn't speak, Yang Ming knew that she was a little embarrassed, so he reached out and held her cold little hand and walked into the restaurant. After the big mistake just now, Xia Jidong couldn't stay any longer. He found an excuse and left in a hurry. Originally, he wanted to pay the bill, but Chen Fei and the others hadn't started eating yet. Yang Ming didn't agree. Because Xiaxue was here, there were a lot of things that Chen Mingyan's parents couldn't ask too much. Therefore, everyone just talked about some recent news and major events that happened at home and abroad. Xiaxue also had a lot of questions in her heart that she wanted to ask Yang Ming alone. Although Yang Ming wasn't her boyfriend, it didn't mean that he wouldn't cheat on her. In fact, what her uncle said was really not wrong. Since Yang Ming was Lin Jian's boyfriend, how did he become Chen Mingyan's boyfriend? Due to the current relationship between the two, although it couldn't be said to be particularly good, it wasn't bad. Therefore, Xiaxue decided to ask Yang Ming the truth of the matter alone afterward. Therefore, this meal seemed to be very cheerful, but in fact, there was no nutrition to speak of. The topics of several people were all over the world, from college students to employment, to the surface of the moon. Everything was covered, but there were no personal issues. After the meal, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan's family left. Because the misunderstanding was resolved, Mother Chen warmly greeted Yang Ming and asked him to come to their house to play on New Year's Day. When Yang Ming and Xiaxue returned to the place where the car broke down, they just saw a patrol police car giving a ticket to Yang Ming. Xiaxue quickly ran over and negotiated with the person. The person nodded and left. How is it? My words still carry a lot of weight, right? Xiaxue said to Yang Ming proudly. If you didn't curse there, would my car break down? Yang Ming didn't appreciate it. Yang Ming, I still have something to ask you. Xiaxue frowned and then asked sternly, Yang Ming, do you know what happened to you? What happened to me? Yang Ming was a little confused. What do you mean by what happened to you? Why did these words sound so awkward? What did you do? Don't you know it in your heart? Xiaxue said coldly. I say, is your occupational disease acting up? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Xiaxue. What occupational disease? Xiaxue said coldly, don't interrupt. Well, since you don't want to say it, then I will say it for you. Chen Mingyan is your girlfriend, right? Yeah, didn't you see it? Yang Ming nodded. He still didn't understand what Xiaxue wanted to say. Since Chen Mingyan is your girlfriend, then what about Lin Jiyun? Xiaxue raised her head and looked straight at Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun? Yang Ming patted his head. It turned out to be because of this matter. No wonder Xiaxue would say these strange words. She was fighting for justice for Lin Jiyun. Let's find a place. I'll tell you slowly, okay? Yang Ming shook his head. We can't talk about it on the street, right? Well, then you find a place. Otherwise, I'll catch you and let you go back to the station. Xiaxue said fiercely. Yang Ming got in the car and tried to start the car. Magically, the car could actually start. Get in the car. Yang Ming shouted to Xiaxue. Is it fixed? Xiaxue was surprised to see the roaring engine of the car. No, it's fixed by itself. Yang Ming said. Oh. Xiaxue didn't refuse. She opened the door and got in the car. To be honest, Xiaxue's impression of Yang Ming wasn't very good. She thought that Yang Ming was just a hooligan college student. He was the scum of the school. Even if he was framed before, there must be a reason. Otherwise, who would take the risk to frame him? Especially after they found out that he was two-timing, their evaluation of him took a nosedive. If it didn't involve the lifelong happiness of her captain's daughter and the poor girl, Lin Jiyun, Xiaxue was too lazy to care about him. Where do we talk? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming coldly. She didn't believe that Yang Ming could explain a reasonable reason in another place. Just find a bar or coffee shop. Yang Ming looked at the time and said. Well, let's go to Blue Fish. Xiaxue thought about it and said, it's closer to where I live. Blue Fish? What is that? A kind of fish? Yang Ming was stunned and didn't understand. It's not blue fish. It's Blue Fish. Xiaxue explained. Fish bar? Yang Ming sweated. He just regarded the bar in Xiaxue's mouth as a modal particle. He heard of painting bars, pottery bars, and bars. He didn't expect there to be a fish bar. And, it's a small aquarium bar. There are many ornamental fish in it. The environment is more elegant. Xiaxue said. Well, you lead the way. I haven't been there before. Yang Ming nodded. It didn't matter where she went as long as Xiaxue was willing to listen to his explanation. Otherwise, it would be hard to prevent her from spreading rumors. If she angered Chen Mingyan, things would not be so easy to calm down. Yang Ming drove the car in the direction Xiaxue said. Stop the car. At an intersection, Xiaxue suddenly shouted. In fact, even if Xiaxue didn't shout, Yang Ming would have stopped the car. Because he saw a scene that made him angry. A few hooligans were bullying an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. There were two kinds of people that Yang Ming hated the most in his life. One was those who bullied the old, the weak, the sick, and the other was those who bullied the weak with numbers. Of course, he would not care about other people's business. After all, he was not Ultraman, nor was he an Interpol. It was obvious that these hooligans were both of them. Moreover, Yang Ming was a person who knew how to repay kindness. It was because he kindly saved an old man that he got a pair of magical eyes. Therefore, if Yang Ming encountered a similar situation again, it was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. However, before Yang Ming could make a move, Xiaxue, who had a strong sense of justice, opened the door and jumped out. She ran toward the hooligans. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Xiaxue actually hated evil more than me? But it was no wonder. Who asked her to be a police officer? Stop. Xiaxue shouted and said, I am a police officer. Although Xiaxue's voice was very serious, Xiaxue, who took off her uniform, didn't look like a police officer at all. She looked like a young girl with a hot body. Police officer? A hooligan named Huang Mao grinned and looked at Xiaxue in surprise. Then, he said to the other two hooligans, brothers, this chick said that she is a police officer? Huh, are you lying? You are a police officer? Another purple-haired hooligan didn't believe it. You are this old man's daughter, right? Okay, don't pretend. I have seen a lot of people like you. Your father owes us money. You pay it back for him. The last red-haired hooligan said. What's there to pay back? Let this chick accompany us to have some fun. Huang Mao said with a lewd smile, how about it, chick? Accompany us to have some fun. Forget about your father's money. Xiaxia didn't care about these three guys at all. In her eyes, these three guys were already standing behind bars. Old man, do you owe them money? Xiaxia asked the old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. Little girl, you should go. They are not good people. You don't have to worry about me. The old man selling roasted sweet potatoes was obviously very scared. He was afraid that Xiaxia would get into trouble here. Old man, don't be afraid. I am a police officer. Xiaxia comforted, if you have anything to say, just say it. I will definitely help you. Ai. The old man sighed, I don't owe them money at all. They said that the place where I sell roasted sweet potatoes every day belongs to them. They want to charge me rent. Xiaxia listened to the old man's words and was annoyed. What era is this? There is also the bandit saying, this road is opened by me. This place is bought by me. Is he telling the truth? Xiaxia said coldly. Yo. Chick, you are quite good at pretending. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Huang Mao said with a smile, aren't you a police officer? Where is your ID? Do you have a gun? Do you need this brother to get you a gun? Hee, what gun? Isn't there a gun under this brother's crotch? It is even a submachine gun. Do you want to try? The purple-haired man straightened his lower body and made a very lewd action. You. Xiaxia was so angry that she couldn't speak. Why do you bring a gun after work? Moreover, the ID was placed in the pocket of the police uniform. In fact, Xiaxia wore the police uniform every day when she went to work. But today, because she had an appointment with Yang Ming, Xiaxia couldn't wear the police uniform anymore. The country had regulations that civil servants couldn't wear uniforms to enter and exit entertainment venues. Of course, it referred to those who went for entertainment and not to enforce the law. Xiaxia didn't expect to encounter such a thing. She was provoked by these three punks and forgot about the regulations. She directly reached out to hit the guy who just spoke dirty words. Although Xiaxia wasn't Yang Ming's opponent, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary punks. However, Xiaxia forgot the situation in front of her. She obviously didn't have a problem dealing with one punk, but there were three of them in front of her. Just when Xiaxia reached out to hit the purple-haired man, Huang Mao and the red-haired man approached her from behind. They obviously wanted to catch Xiaxia. You two are having a good time, huh? Your cooperation is quite good. A gloomy voice sounded behind Huang Mao and the red-haired man. Then, Huang Mao and the red-haired man felt their bodies leave the ground. They were lifted up by someone who grabbed their collars from behind. Huang Mao and the red-haired man were both about 80 to 70 kilograms. If they were asked to lift people up like this, they knew they couldn't do it. But, the person who could lift them up definitely wasn't an ordinary person. However, when Huang Mao and the red-haired man turned around and saw a burly man with a cold expression lifting them up one by one, they were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. Isn't this too ridiculous? One in each hand? An athlete from the national team? Quang Dang, Yang Ming threw the two of them out without any expression. They smashed next to a garbage can on the side of the road. The fall made the two of them confused. Hey! Huang Mao, who was preparing to attack Xiaxia, was also scared. Isn't it just a chick? How did a man come out from nowhere? Why does he look so familiar? Gaga. Yang Ming glanced at Huang Mao, who was stunned. Grandson, you came out to embarrass yourself again? Huh? Huang Mao was stunned. Then, he realized who the person in front of him was. Isn't this the person who I met on the subway last time? I wanted to use my wallet to frame him. In the end, I got the short end of the stick. It's you? Huang Mao felt bad in his heart. Why am I so unlucky every time I meet this person? First, it was a woman who said she was a policewoman out of nowhere. Now, this brat is involved. Huang Mao had experienced Yang Ming's skill. Now that he saw that he dealt with his two accomplices without any effort, he was a little scared. Xiaxue was also a little surprised that Yang Ming would accompany her to care about this kind of thing. In Xiaxue's opinion, Yang Ming was the kind of person who didn't care about things that didn't concern him. Moreover, he might be jackals of the same tribe as these little punks. Old lady, don't be afraid. Are these guys blackmailing you? Yang Ming said shamelessly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly put the hat of blackmailing on these little punks. Even Xiaxue couldn't help but be shocked by Yang Ming's professionalism. Huh? Blackmailing? Huang Mao was stunned. I just collected some rent. Xiaxue, what are you looking at? Find your colleague. Yang Ming said faintly, blackmailing is enough for him to stay in prison for a while, right? Until the police car drove away, Huang Mao reacted. The woman just now was really a policewoman. Why did you help me? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming. She didn't know what he was thinking. Although Xiaxue didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that if there was no Yang Ming, she definitely couldn't deal with these three little punks. Yang Ming didn't care about her, but went to the old man who bought the roasted sweet potatoes and said, Old man, those three guys may not be locked up for long. After they come out, if they trouble you, you can call me. This is my number. You can also call her. She is a policewoman. Thank you, thank you. This was what the old man was most worried about. He did business here, so he didn't want to provoke these little punks. Therefore, even if Xiaxue was a real policewoman, he didn't want to tell her. He was afraid that the little punks would retaliate again. If the police caught them once, could they catch them a second time? Even if they caught them a second time, what about the third or fourth time? The police couldn't be here all day for an old man who was selling roasted sweet potatoes, right? Therefore, the old man was still more inclined to Yang Ming's method of using violence to curb violence. If the little punks came to make trouble in the future, a call to Yang Ming should be able to solve the problem. Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming with some amazement. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be more thoughtful than her. After comforting the old man, Yang Ming said to Xiaxue, let's go. Oh. Xiaxue nodded, but her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Did I wrongly accuse Yang Ming every time? In fact, he is a good person? Otherwise, why did Lin Jian say so? She was a victim in the past. However, Yang Ming was two-timing. This was a fact, right? Therefore, Xiaxue still didn't think that Yang Ming was a good person. No matter how many good things he did, this proved that he wasn't a good person. Along the way, Yang Ming didn't say anything, and he didn't explain anything. When they came to the Blue Fish bar that Xiaxue mentioned, they found a place to sit down. Obviously, Xiaxue seemed to be irregular here. The boss didn't even take the order and asked directly, still draft beer? Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. Xiaxue drinking draft beer? What are you looking at? Xiaxue was somewhat unhappy with Yang Ming's expression. Can't I drink beer? No, no, you drink. Yang Ming shook his head. You are drunk. Don't expect me to send you back. Hee, it's not certain who will be drunk. Xiaxue was provoked by Yang Ming, and her competitive spirit was aroused. She immediately mocked, do you want to compete? I'm just afraid that some people will drink too much and get framed without knowing it. Yang Ming frowned. Let's see who gets down first. Boss, give me 2, no, 10, 20 cups of draft beer. Xiaxue hesitated and said while gritting her teeth. The boss didn't say anything and went to prepare. Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue with amusement. Can you do it or not? You look like you're holding on? I'm not. See if I don't drink you down in a while. Xiaxue stared at Yang Ming. Up to you. Yang Ming shook his head. When it came to drinking, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Last time, when he was framed by Wang Jitao in the earthly paradise, the wine was obviously tampered with. That was why he got drunk so easily. This time, Yang Ming didn't have so many scruples. He didn't believe that Xiaxue would harm him. Although this chick didn't say anything nice to him, she wouldn't harm him. These 20 cups are just appetizers. The real competition hasn't started yet. Xiaxue saw Yang Ming's indifferent expression and suddenly became angry. She had a feeling of being underestimated. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This Xiaxue, she really has a screw loose in her head. You're a girl, and you come out to drink with a man. What good is it for you to get drunk? The draft beer was served, and it filled the table. Xiaxue first picked up a cup and said to Yang Ming, "Let's have a toast first, and then you confess to me. What is going on with Lin Jiyun?" Yang Ming didn't hesitate. This cup of draft beer was often drunk with Su Peng and Li Dagong when he was in junior high school. Say it. What is going on between you and Lin Jiyun? Whose boyfriend are you? Xiaxue finished a large cup of draft beer and stared at Yang Ming. Let's put it this way. Chen Mengyan is my real girlfriend. Can you understand? Yang Ming frowned. This matter was more troublesome to explain. It couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. You mean, Lin Jiyun is your secret girlfriend or mistress? Xiaxue stared at Yang Ming. Is this the case? Sigh, you still don't understand. Yang Ming sighed. Well, since you want to know so much, then I have to start from the beginning. So, Yang Ming said that he accidentally saved Lin Jiyun once. Xiaxue had already heard about this from Lin Jiyun. Although Xiaxue was more direct, she had promised Lin Jiyun to keep it a secret. So, Xiaxue only pretended that she didn't hear it and patiently listened to Yang Ming. Later, Lin Jiyun's mother found some clues and suspected that Lin Jiyun wasn't a virgin. Yang Ming sighed. So, Lin Jiyun found me and asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. That's what happened. You are fakes? Xiaxue couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Jiyun didn't tell her about this. Is there any secret? Fake? Why are you so good to her? I think you are almost as good as a real girlfriend, right? Xiaxue said with a snort. Xiaxue, you also know that I am sorry for her. I just want to do everything I can to help her, protect her, and prevent her from being hurt again. Yang Ming picked up a cup of draft beer on the table with some pain and drank it. Lin Jiyun didn't mention that to me. She probably doesn't want to mention it again. Since she doesn't want to say it, I can only pretend that I don't know the truth. It turned out to be like this. Xiaxue couldn't help but be moved. Okay, I will drink with you. You did this like a man. Xiaxue also drank a big cup with Yang Ming and then said, however, have you ever thought about it? If you continue to pretend like this, it won't be a long-term solution, right? What should I do? Yang Ming also said with some self-blame, Chen Mengyan. When I was in high school, we were together before Lin Jiyun appeared. I can't break up with her. But, I can't ignore Lin Jiyun. It's really a bit difficult. Xiaxue, who understood the situation, no longer complained about Yang Ming, but she felt that he was really difficult. Hee, but fortunately, I have already forewarned Chen Mengyan in advance and told her the truth of the matter. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Chen Mengyan accepted Lin Jiyun? Xiaxue was a little surprised. It should be very repulsive, but she didn't oppose it too much. Yang Ming shook his head. Who knew what Lin Jiyun's appearance would do to Chen Mengyan? Does Lin Jiyun know Chen Mengyan? Xiaxue continued to ask. Probably she knows. Yang Ming nodded. She knows that I have a girlfriend. It's really complicated. I have a headache just thinking about it. Xiaxue pressed her temple. Well, I can keep it a secret for you, but this drink is on you. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. Do I need to calculate this? He couldn't help but say helplessly, you already treat me as a long-term meal ticket. I still have this self-awareness. Yes, you are my long-term meal ticket. Xiaxue was already faintly a little drunk. It seemed that she was just pretending to order 20 glasses of wine before. Come, cheers for you being my long-term meal ticket. Xiaxue excitedly raised her glass. Cheers. Yang Ming helplessly touched his glass with Xiaxue. Bang. Xiaxue drank another glass of draft beer and then put the glass on the table heavily. This violent girl was obviously drunk. In the later stage, she completely ignored Yang Ming and began to drink by herself. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked at the 12 empty glasses in front of Xiaxue. 2 of them were for him. Boss, give me 20 more glasses. Xiaxue snapped her fingers. Don't drink anymore, it's enough. Yang Ming was obviously not as drunk as Xiaxue. He was just slightly confused. You look down on me? Xiaxue said with a stare, even you look down on me? When did I look down on you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, you drink. Humph, you obviously discriminate against me because I'm a woman. You don't say it, but you must think so in your heart. Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming drunkenly and said word by word, you men all look down on me. Look down on you? Who looks down on you? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Are there other people who look down on you? Yeah, the people in the team look down on me, just because I'm a woman. Xiaxue said dejectedly as she picked up the new draft beer that was served by the boss. When it comes to important big cases, there's nothing for me to do. They always ask me to catch thieves and deal with some trivial matters. I'm a criminal police officer. Aren't those things done by the police station? That's because the people in the team are taking care of you. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. They treat you as a little sister. Humph. Isn't that still doubting my ability? Xiaxue said with some anger, that's looking down on me. Yang Ming was speechless. This Xiaxue is really one-track minded. Do you know? Yang Ming, I was so happy to be able to enter the criminal police team. My classmates who were assigned to the police station as household registration officers were very envious of me. Xiaxue took a big gulp of draft beer and said, I dreamed of solving a big case, just like the detective in the movie. But until now, I've only been in contact with some trivial cases. Isn't this a step-by-step process? I think Uncle Chen is also training you. Yang Ming didn't know the specific rules of the criminal investigation team, so he guessed. What training? I've been in the team for a year, but... Xiaxue smiled bitterly and finished the draft beer in her hand. Why does everyone look down on me? Xiaxue, you're overthinking. I think everyone isn't looking down on you, but they're protecting you. Yang Ming knew Chen Fei's character and felt that he wouldn't discriminate against Xiaxue. The team is full of men. You're the only woman, and you're still a young girl. They naturally don't want you to come into contact with those violent and bloody things. This is also because of their care for you. But I also have a dream. Xiaxue said anxiously, I don't want to be a person who just dawdles. Yang Ming sighed. It seems that everyone has their own troubles. The people in the team cared about their little sister, Xiaxue. They didn't want her to come into contact with those bad things, so they picked some easy things for her to do. Of course, the team's bonus would definitely not be less than Xiaxue. In other words, no matter what Xiaxue did, she would get the same bonus as everyone else. This could also be considered as a form of care for Xiaxue. If it was a person who didn't want to make progress, they would definitely be so happy that they would forget about home. But Xiaxue was different. She wanted to solve big cases and make a name for herself. However, Yang Ming couldn't help much in this matter. He couldn't make a big case by himself and let Xiaxue catch him, right? Perhaps Uncle Chen also came from your era. Yang Ming had to comfort her, Xiaxue, don't be discouraged. There will always be a chance. I must work hard. Xiaxue nodded and then raised her head to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, it turns out that you are not a bad person. I've always been good. Yang Ming boasted shamelessly. Come, let's continue to drink. Today, we won't rest until we are drunk. Xiaxue raised her glass. Fortunately, Xiaxue was a regular here. She often got drunk here. The owner of the bar also knew where her home was. He even sent her back a few times. Of course, he also knew that Xiaxue was a policewoman. He didn't dare to do anything inappropriate to her. After asking for Xiaxue's address from the owner, Yang Ming carried Xiaxue out of the bar. Why am I flying? Xiaxue said dizzily. Her body was carried by Yang Ming on his shoulder. Her feet were off the ground, so there was a feeling of flying. Taking a plane. Xiaxue, you are drunk. Don't move around. Yang Ming patted Xiaxue without hesitation. This chick moved around on his body, making him a little unbalanced. You won't be responsible if I fall. Ugh. What is this so soft? But. Yang Ming sweated. He didn't expect that his casual pat would hit Xiaxue's butt. However, Xiaxue didn't realize it. She still screamed there. It wasn't easy for Yang Ming to get Xiaxue to her door. He took out the key from her handbag and opened the door of the apartment. This was a typical bachelor's apartment. It seemed that Xiaxue didn't live with her parents. He really didn't expect that Xiaxue, who was so careless, actually took care of this place so cleanly. There wasn't much in the room to begin with. There was only a single bed, a desk, a computer, and some law books on it. Yang Ming didn't have the time to take off Xiaxue's clothes, and he didn't want to get into trouble. Who knew if Xiaxue would treat his kindness as ill intent? Would she say that he was trying to molest her? Therefore, Yang Ming directly threw Xiaxue on the bed. He didn't even take off her shoes. Then, he threw her handbag aside, locked the door, and left Xiaxue's home. Yang Ming was already drunk. He definitely couldn't drive the car anymore. Driving while drunk would harm others and himself. Leaving the car at the door of the Blue Fish Bar, Yang Ming directly took a taxi back to school. As for the car, Yang Ming called Ho Jinhan and asked him to send someone to drive it away. Yang Ming couldn't stand the frequent breakdowns of this car. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to buy a car now. Yang Ming was going to find time to buy one. It didn't need to be too expensive. A cheaper domestic car would do. Yang Ming hadn't reached the level of luxury cars yet. Chen Afu failed the college entrance examination, but he fawned on Wang Jitao. He was now the foreman of a small hotel under the Wang family. Of course, the scale of this small hotel was far worse than the earthly paradise, but he was already satisfied. More than 3,000 yuan a month was enough for him to spend. Since the last time Chen Afu pretended to be a ghost and scared Wang Jitao, causing him to have sexual dysfunction, Chen Afu had restrained himself a lot. He didn't dare to go out and scare people again. After all, Wang Jitao's family had a big business. If they caught him, he wouldn't even know how he died. But as time went by, Chen Afu's perverted psychology began to play tricks again. For several nights in a row, he dreamed of himself on the street pretending to be a ghost to scare people, and those people were like ants in front of him. When he thought of this, Chen Afu had an indescribable pleasure. Chen Afu carefully found the few ghost masks hidden at the bottom of the drawer. Now, it had been so long. Wang Jitao's impotence should have been cured, right? He should no longer pursue that matter, right? Chen Afu looked at these masks, and his heart was indescribably excited. He couldn't wait to wear it on his face immediately and go out to scare people. In the evening, in the private room of Heavenly Earth, Wang Shifan invited Song Heng, the general manager of Huatong International Trading Company's Songjiang branch. Although the two people didn't know each other, Wang Shifan had already investigated Song Heng's character in advance and figured out his temper. So, in the exchange of toasts, the two people soon became friends who talked about everything. However, after all, smuggling was a big deal. Wang Shifan wasn't stupid enough to bring up this topic at the first meeting. He was also observing Song Heng's greed and courage. However, it was preliminarily determined that Song Heng's heart was very dark, and he was also very bold. When he knew that Song Heng married Asao as his wife because he wanted to be promoted, Wang Shifan had already nodded secretly. Yes, this person is very bold, and he will do anything in order to be promoted. He should be the best person to cooperate with if he can endure hardships. However, in order to show his strength, Wang Shifan also put in a lot of capital. In the past few years, while Wang Shifan painstakingly operated his own smuggling kingdom, he also spent a lot of money to network a group of capable people in the underworld. He must need some powerful people to pick up and deliver the goods. He also had to prevent others from taking advantage of him. Therefore, the Wang family had a special armed force in the dark. It was called the Wang Family Special Forces. As the name suggested, it was a small team to perform some special tasks. No one else knew about this team except Huang Yukai and Su Daji. Even his son, Wang Jitao, was not clear. Today, in order to show how powerful he was, Wang Shifan specially invited two of his boxing masters. Brother Song. Wang Shifan's address for Song Heng had changed from the original president's Song to brother, but Song Heng also called him Big Brother Wang. Brother Song, let me introduce you. This is the disciple of Shaolin Temple, Great Master Han Tianba. This is the current master of the Big Dipper sect, Great Master Fei Tianqi. These two great masters are today's martial arts masters. Martial arts masters? Song Heng was stunned. There are martial arts masters now? Humph. The two martial arts gods were obviously not very happy with Song Heng's doubts, so they snorted. Hee hee, please don't be offended. Brother Song doesn't know your strength. Of course, he doesn't believe it. You might as well show your skills and let Brother Song open his eyes. Wang Shifan laughed. Yeah, the two of you. Great gods, please don't be offended. Song Heng was also interested. Could it be that in addition to TV series and martial arts novels, there are really martial arts masters in this world? Humph, you go first. The two said in unison. These two people obviously felt that it was degrading to use their skills in front of Song Heng. Well, Han Tianba, you go first. Wang Shifan said with a smile. Now that the boss had ordered, Han Tianba couldn't have any opinion. He directly stood up and walked to the side of the solid wood tea table in the box. After standing still, he inhaled and exhaled. With a sound of ha, he punched the tea table. The solid wood tea table was immediately torn apart, with sawdust flying everywhere. Huh? Song Heng was stunned. It seems that there are a lot of ruthless people in this world. The last time he saw Yang Ming kick a table in the office, he was shocked. He didn't expect to see a more powerful one today. He actually broke a coffee table with his hands. Of course, this was just because Song Heng felt that Han Tianba was more powerful. Song Heng took it for granted that it was more difficult to break it with his hands than with his feet. He didn't know that this kind of cross-training kung fu might not be better with his hands than with his feet. Not to mention that Han Tianba had been using his qi for a long time. Even if Yang Ming used his fists, he might not be worse than him. It was just that Yang Ming kicked smoothly at that time. Pa pa pa. Song Heng clapped his hands and couldn't help but praise, it's wonderful. Han Tianba is really a great god. Hee hee, it's just a cross-training kung fu. My senior brothers are much better than me. Han Tianba said modestly. Haha, Han Tianba's senior brothers are all practicing. In this world, Han Tianba is already a top master. Wang Shifan laughed and said, Fei Tianqi, you should also perform. Yes, boss. Fei Tianqi stood up and casually threw out a few diamond-shaped darts from his sleeves. Pung, pung, pung. They hit the door and formed the Big Dipper. Too bad *SS. Song Heng couldn't help but praise, the great god Fei Tianqi is also an extraordinary person. You flatter me. Fei Tianqi nodded and sat down with satisfaction. Song Heng's heart was active. This boss Wang seems to be quite wild. His underlings are all ruthless people. If he had such people under his command, would he still need to be bullied by Yang Ming? When he thought of Yang Ming, Song Heng was furious. That's right, Yang Ming is simply too hateful. Not only did he ruin my plan, but he also put me in a difficult situation. However, if he had a good relationship with Boss Wang, it shouldn't be a problem for him to ask to borrow someone from him, right? Humph, at that time, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Yang Ming anymore. Thinking of this, Song Heng's heart was unspeakably comfortable. It seemed that it was a wise move to keep the appointment at night. Brother Wang, your underlings are all extraordinary people. Song Heng praised, presumably, Boss Wang isn't an ordinary person. Wang Shifan saw that Song Heng was interested in his underlings, and he was very happy. Although there weren't many people like Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, there were still a few in his special forces. So, Wang Shifan struck while the iron was hot and said, Why? Does Brother Song want to poach my underlings? That's not it. Song Heng was a little embarrassed as his thoughts were seen through. I mean if I am bullied, you have to send someone to help me. That's not a problem. Wang Shifan nodded. Of course. However, if we have business cooperation in the future, then it's not impossible for me to send these two people to help you. Really? Song Heng's eyes lit up, but then it darkened again. Brother Wang, are you making fun of me? Our company is doing business. Your Wang Century Xiongfeng Group is doing business. We don't have any business intersection. Hehe, maybe. Our Wang's group also has some private business, but it's confidential. Wang Shifan said with a smile, well, let's not talk about this first. This involves some of the secrets of our group. If we really have a chance to cooperate, it's not too late to talk about it. Don't, brother. I, Song Hang, like to do business the most. As long as there's money, anything can be discussed. Song Hang's interest was aroused. How could he give up? Especially when he heard that Wang Shifan could send these two great martial arts masters to him, Song Hang was even more excited. Hehe, but some money isn't a good way. I'm afraid that Brother Song can't accept it. Wang Shifan didn't expect Song Hang to be more anxious than himself. How could he know that Song Hang was coveting his two masters? Hehe, I'm not afraid to be laughed at by Brother Wang. When I, Song Hang, was in Hong Kong, I collected a lot of dirty money. Song Hang didn't care at all. Since Wang Shifan could bring out his capable men to show him, then there must be something for him to do. It couldn't be a simple matter of courting feelings. Song Hang wasn't stupid. He could be in the position of general manager, which proved this point. Therefore, Song Hang also understood Wang Shifan's play of hard to get. However, Song Hang wasn't a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with the bad idea of letting Xiaoqing be his mistress. So, he said it indifferently. Good, Frank. Wang Shifan clapped his hands. I like the straightforwardness of my younger brother. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm in the water business. I want to borrow your transportation channel to get some goods. Wang Shifan said it implicitly, but Song Hang must be able to understand it. Are you talking about smuggling? Song Hang smacked his lips twice and said it directly. Wang Shifan's face changed. He didn't know what Song Hang meant. What does Brother Song think? How much can I get? This was what Song Hang was most concerned about. Smuggling is against the law? *CK his grandmother. What I want is money. After so many years in Hong Kong, Song Hang had done a lot of things that could cost him his life. He had even strangled a prostitute, but it wasn't exposed. After Wang Shifan heard it, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It looks like there's a chance. Song Hang didn't reject it, nor did he show a scared expression. This was the result that Wang Shifan wanted. Although it was a bit abrupt to bring up this matter at the first meeting, it was also a matter of urgency. The atmosphere and timing were very harmonious. At least 40 million in a year's income. Let's split it 60-40. Wang Shifan directly opened his bottom line. Hehe, it looks good. Brother Wang is really a straightforward person. Song Hang nodded. 50-40 is 16 million. It's very tempting. How about it, Brother Song? It's all up to you now. Wang Shifan didn't forget to continue to fan the flames. After your predecessor got enough, he went abroad to retire. You mean my predecessor? The former general manager of Huatong International in Songjiang? Song Hang asked curiously. Yes. Wang Shifan nodded. He took more than 100 million to retire. Of course, I will do such a good thing. Song Hang nodded. But, it's okay to talk about things here, right? This is my hotel. Of course, there's no problem. Wang Shifan was very satisfied with Song Hang's vigilance. He couldn't have a partner who wasn't vigilant. That's good. I don't know about these two great masters. Song Hang's desire for money wasn't as strong as the two masters. It was because the memory of the loss he suffered at the hands of Yang Ming was too fresh. He wanted revenge. If he had these two masters, then he didn't have to be afraid of anyone. Haha. Wang Shifan laughed. Han Tianba, Fei Tianqi, from today onwards, you will follow Brother Song. You are responsible for his safety. Yes, boss. Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi nodded at the same time. They had been instructed by Wang Shifan to go to Song Hang's place to do things. However, protection was one aspect. The other aspect was to monitor Song Hang. Let's see if he has any bad intentions. After all, smuggling was a huge profit. If he embezzled some goods, Wang Shifan would suffer a loss. Brother Wang, are you kidding? Song Heng widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Boss Song, please take care of us in the future. Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi said indifferently, in the future, we will eat and live at President Song's place. President Song doesn't mind, right? I don't mind. Of course, I don't mind. Song Heng was overjoyed. Eat and live as you please. With these two masters, do I still need to be afraid of Yang Ming? What's wrong with eating and living? Then, the wages of these two people. This was what Song Heng was more worried about. He also knew that the remuneration of these people with special abilities would definitely not be low. Although he was now a governor, he had just taken office, right? He hadn't had time to earn money yet. His wife was afraid that he would have a change of heart, so she didn't bring him much money. Therefore, Song Heng didn't have much money now. Hee, you don't have to worry about this. The wages of these two people will be paid by me. Besides, although they are by your side, they are also working for me. Wang Shifan said with a smile. Big brother Wang is so straightforward. Song Heng was overjoyed. Then, I won't be polite. You know, I just took office. I don't have much spare money. Well said, well said. Wang Shifan nodded and raised his glass. Come, brother Song, let me toast you. It should be the younger brother toasting you. Song Heng was also very happy to raise his glass. The more Song Heng thought about it, the happier he was today. He got two masters in an instant. In other words, I can also do whatever I want in the future. What bullsh T Yang Ming? F CK his grandmother. I don't believe that I can't beat a little brat with two top-notch experts under my command. Thinking of this, Song Heng couldn't help but feel proud. Today was the day Song Heng signed a contract with Songjiang Industry University. Song Heng looked at the unequal contract on the table and called the secretary over. Go, raise the price of this contract by 500%. Ah? The secretary was stunned. 5 times? Then, can this business still be done? Haha, who said I want to do business with them? I just don't want them to do it. Song Heng laughed. Humph, unless they have water in their heads, they won't agree with my price. But President Song, that Yang Ming is so scary. Do we dare to provoke him? The secretary remembered the last incident clearly. After listening to the secretary's words, Song Heng couldn't help but shudder. Damn, it's really scary. However, then his face showed an expression of extreme resentment. It was Yang Ming who made him suffer such humiliation. Humph, don't forget, I now have 2 martial arts masters, Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi. Why should I be afraid of him? As soon as Song Heng thought of his 2 bodyguards, he relaxed. It would be strange if I don't beat up Yang Ming. Manager Song, are those 2 reliable? The secretary was still a little worried. After all, she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. That Yang Ming is too scary. Let's try not to provoke him, shall we? Humph. Why don't I call you a woman with big breasts but no brain? Song Heng scolded. Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi are both gods of the world. They come from famous families. Let me tell you, Yang Ming is not even worth a fart in front of either of them. All right. The secretary nodded. Then I'll follow your instructions. Hurry up. There's still time. Let's play another office battle later. Song Heng ordered with a lecherous smile. Okay. The secretary replied happily and went to work. He. Xiao Qing, soon you will be willing to be my plaything. Your Yang Ming is definitely unreliable. Song Heng smiled proudly. You bitch, don't you think your current boyfriend is bad *SS? Humph, I'll let you see who is the best *SS between us. In the conference room of Huatong International Trading Company's Songjiang branch, Xiao Qing, the school's vice principal, and several lawyers were all present, ready to sign the contract. Manager Song, this is Principal Ma of our school. He is responsible for the signing of this contract. Xiao Qing introduced. Oh? Principal Ma, nice to meet you. Song Heng pretended to be enthusiastic and shook hands with Principal Ma hypocritically. Hello, Manager Song. Thank you for taking care of our school. I heard from Xiaoqing that you gave us a big discount. Principal Ma said gratefully. Hee hee, you're welcome. Song Heng smiled. Then can we start? Principal Ma asked. Xiaoli, you show the contract to Principal Ma. Song Heng told his secretary. Okay, wait a minute. The coquettish secretary took a contract on the table seriously and handed it to Principal Ma. Principal Ma thanked her and looked at it with the lawyer. But after a while, he frowned and couldn't help but ask, Manager Song, do you think this price is wrong? Price? How can it be wrong? Let me see. Song Heng took the contract with a serious expression and pretended to look at it. Yes, this is the price. Is there a problem? Manager Song, did you make a mistake? The price is 5 times higher than the original price you gave us. What's going on? Principal Ma asked. Oh? Is it? 5 times higher? Song Heng laughed loudly and said, Indeed, I gave you a relatively low price before. But later, I calculated it. That price wasn't worth it. We are doing business, and we can't lose money, so I raised the price. Is there a problem? Song Heng said calmly. But, you can't lose money. That's right, but you can't increase the price by 5 times, right? Isn't it obvious that you don't want to do business? Principal Ma was a little angry. Is it? I didn't say that I don't want to do business. That's what you said. Song Heng sneered. I have marked the price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Since you said that you don't want to do business, then forget it. Xiaoli, send the guest out. This? Manager Song? What do you mean? Xiaoqing was also anxious. Didn't we agree before? Why did you change your mind in a few days? Hee hee, it's nothing. It's natural for businessmen to pursue profit. Song Heng smiled. I think I can make money at this price, so I will sell it at this price. How about it? Do you have a problem? You. Xiaoqing was angry. Why did this Song Heng turn his back on us? He begged us on the phone before, and now he doesn't admit it? She said with some annoyance, Did you forget what you said on the phone before? Haha. That was then, and this is now. Song Heng laughed. Do you think that your little boyfriend can really scare me? Dream on. Tell him to wait for my revenge at home. Song Heng. Xiaoqing was so angry that she trembled. She didn't expect him to say that she had a boyfriend in front of the principal. If this was spread to the school, it would be disadvantageous to Yang Ming. However, Principal Ma obviously didn't pay attention to these insignificant issues. He only cared about the contract and the price of the instrument. Manager Song, do you think there is any misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Song Heng nodded pretentiously. There may be some misunderstandings. What misunderstanding? Can't we just solve it? We still have to do business. Principal Ma said quickly when he heard that there was a chance. This is true, but it depends on whether you want to solve this misunderstanding. Song Heng looked up and down at Xiaoqing's mature and plump body. How do we solve it? Principal Ma was a pedantic figure, so he didn't notice the evil light in Song Heng's eyes. Hee hee, Director Xiao, I think you should be the clearest, right? Song Heng looked at Xiaoqing with a deep meaning. I don't know. Xiaoqing shook her head. She already had some bad guesses in her heart. Hee hee, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Let me tell you. In fact, it's very simple. For this misunderstanding, let's ask Director Xiao to come to my house tonight to talk about it. Song Heng smiled. If I'm happy, maybe the price can be discussed. Then we will definitely visit at that time. Principal Ma thought that Song Heng wanted to get some personal benefits, so he didn't think much about it. Not you, but Xiaoqing herself. She is going alone. Song Heng said without hiding anything. His eyes flashed with a lustful light. This? Even if Principal Ma was old-fashioned, he also heard the hint in Song Heng's words. He couldn't make the decision. How could he order his subordinates to do this kind of thing? Moreover, Xiaoqing was Lu Weishan's goddaughter. Lu Weishan didn't have a high position as the vice principal, but his influence in the school was much greater than his. You. Xiaoqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect Song Heng to have an ulterior motive for her. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. Song Heng threw a note on the table. This is my apartment address. Do as you see fit. After that, he turned and left the conference room. Everyone, please leave. Secretary Xiaoli gave the order to leave. Ai. Principal Ma sighed and left with Xiaoqing and the others. I didn't expect Song Heng to be such a person. He actually made such an excessive request. Principal Ma said helplessly, Director Xiao, don't worry. I will report to the principal. If it doesn't work out, we won't buy this batch of equipment. I'm sorry, Principal Ma. Xiaoqing said with some frustration. Principal Ma was transferred to Songjiang Industry University later, so he didn't know about the conflict between Xiaoqing and Song Heng. He thought that Song Heng was deliberately making things difficult. What's there to be sorry about? It's not your fault. Principal Ma said angrily, Huatong International is also a big company. They actually sent such a person to manage it. Back at school, Xiaoqing's mood was very low. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to tell Yang Ming about this matter. Firstly, if she hid it, Yang Ming would definitely be unhappy. Secondly, Song Heng changed his mind temporarily. Obviously, he had something to rely on. It was impossible for him to change his mind temporarily. Therefore, it was necessary for her to remind Yang Ming to let Yang Ming be careful of Song Heng's revenge. When the phone was connected, Yang Ming's voice came from the phone, Sister Xiaoqing, do you miss me? Yang Ming, where are you? Xiaoqing asked with some concern. I'm at school. What's wrong, Sister Xiaoqing? Yang Ming heard Xiaoqing's voice was a little nervous, so he asked curiously. Can you come to my office? Xiaoqing asked. No problem. I'm coming now. Yang Ming felt that Xiaoqing was very abnormal today. Something must have happened. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiaoqing said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming quickly rushed to Xiaoqing's office. When he came to the door of Xiaoqing's office, Yang Ming first used his X-ray vision to look inside. When he found that there was no one else, he pushed the door and went in directly. You're here? Why didn't you knock? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming and stood up. Have you forgotten my ability? Yang Ming smiled. I saw that there was no outsider inside, so I pushed the door and came in directly. Misuse. Xiaoqing shook her head. You actually used such a good ability. How do I use it? I can't just go out and use it randomly. Yang Ming shrugged. What happened? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Today, we went to Huatong International to find Song Heng to sign a contract. Xiaoqing paused. What did Song Heng say? Yang Ming had a bad intuition. Could it be that this kid betrayed him? Song Heng deliberately made things difficult for us. He raised the price by 5 times. Xiaoqing pursed her lips and said, he also said that he was going to trouble you. I think he has something to rely on. I have something to rely on? That's hilarious. Yang Ming laughed rudely. Song Heng, do you think the last time wasn't exciting enough? You want to ride the roller coaster again? Yang Ming, I think you should be more careful. Xiaoqing said, moreover, Song Heng threatened me to go to his place tonight so that the contract can be renegotiated. Then, are you going? Yang Ming asked with a smile. If I was going, would I still tell you? Xiaoqing complained. Don't worry. I will go for you. Yang Ming said indifferently, where does his family live? Yang Ming, let's just forget about it. The principal also said that if this batch of equipment really doesn't work, then we won't order it. Xiaoqing shook her head and said. Give me the address. Yang Ming interrupted Xiaoqing's words. Here. Xiaoqing obediently took out a note from her pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Because she knew Yang Ming, she knew that once Yang Ming decided on something, no one could change it. Therefore, instead of letting Yang Ming inquire about Song Heng's address, it was better to take the initiative to tell him. That's a good girl, Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming took the note, glanced at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. I'll go to your place tonight. Wait for me after you cook dinner. Aren't you going to find Song Heng? Xiaoqing was a little puzzled. It won't take long to find him. This kid is asking for a beating. I'll go and beat him up again. Yang Ming didn't take Song Heng seriously at all. Song Heng proudly crossed his legs. Wang Shifan, hee, it's really timely. Although Song Heng also understood that Wang Shifan's goodwill to him was just to make use of each other. Wang Shifan needed his own channel, so he let these two masters protect him. But it didn't matter. Couldn't he also get benefits? Although smuggling was a matter of losing one's head, Song Heng had done a lot of things that could cost him his head. This one didn't make a difference. Therefore, Song Heng was still very interested in Wang Shifan's proposal. In particular, not only did he get money, but he also sent two masters to show off. This was simply too refreshing. Song Heng drank a bowl of ginseng deer antler tiger penis soup on the table. This was a great supplement. He fantasized that he could ride on Xiaoqing at night. He couldn't help but be more proud. He glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Xiaoqing should have gotten off work, right? Today, in order to wait for Xiaoqing at home, Song Heng deliberately came back a little earlier. However, Song Heng wasn't very sure whether Xiaoqing would comply, so he also instructed Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi to stay in the villa where he lived. He was afraid that Yang Ming would come to find trouble again. In fact, Song Heng also wanted Yang Ming to come to find trouble. If Yang Ming didn't come, he would have found two masters for nothing. No matter what, he had to take revenge for the humiliation from last time. Yang Ming didn't let him down. Yang Ming came. This time, Yang Ming's appearance was similar to the last time. He still held a mutton skewer in his hand. I found that you are really lucky. Whether it is the company or the villa, there are such authentic mutton skewers sold next to it. It's so delicious. Yang Ming swaggered in front of Song Heng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to taste this delicious food. I still have to thank you. How did you come in? Song Heng was somewhat inexplicable. Didn't Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi guard downstairs? I came in from the gate. Do you think I can teleport? Yang Ming said sarcastically. My people were guarding the door. How could you come in? Song Heng was a little incredulous. Could it be that Yang Ming killed them all? Isn't this too ridiculous? Is it true? I can't be so unlucky, right? Oh, you mean the two old men? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, they didn't stop you? Song Heng nodded. They did. Yang Ming also nodded. Then how did you come in? Song Heng wondered, did you beat them? Why would I beat them? Yang Ming smiled and said, I said that I was here to deliver takeout to you, so they let me come up. As Yang Ming said, he raised the mutton skewer in his hand. The oil dripped everywhere. F***ck. Song Heng was so angry that he cursed. Delivery? He came in just like that? Are these two people stupid from practicing martial arts? Don't they have any vigilance? Okay, stop F***king. Yang Ming took a bite of the mutton skewer and then interrupted Song Heng's words coldly. I say, Song Heng, it seems that you haven't had enough of the roller coaster ride? The lesson from last time was not deep enough. This time I will let you remember it, hee. Don't come over. I have a great master here. Song Heng was shocked. He retreated and didn't forget to threaten. Auntie? Yang Ming was stunned. What auntie? Your auntie is here? Is your uncle here? It's a great master, not an auntie. Song Heng defended. Oh, great master. Your voice was so trembling that I didn't hear it clearly. Yang Ming smiled and said, is it the great master of Qidian? What great master of Qidian? Song Heng didn't read web novels. Naturally, he didn't know what Yang Ming was talking about. I have a martial arts great master here. Really? Those two old men? Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Yes. One of them is the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, and the other is the sect master of the Big Dipper sect. In order to scare Yang Ming, Song Heng promoted the two people under him. Shaolin Temple abbot? Are you fooling me? Isn't the abbot bald? Yang Ming glared and walked over to Song Heng. Don't come over. Someone come. Song Heng shouted. In fact, Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi weren't as stupid as Song Heng thought. Although they let Yang Ming in, they were secretly on guard. After hearing Song Heng's cry for help, they immediately pushed the door and rushed in. Stay away from Boss Song. Han Tianba shouted. You too, cripple him for me. When Song Heng saw that the reinforcements came, he wasn't afraid anymore. He straightened his chest and pointed at Yang Ming. Just the two of them? Yang Ming didn't put the two in his eyes. Song Heng, I don't want to bully the old, so don't let them lose face. Humph. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Fei Tianqi's cuff moved and he was going to hit Yang Ming with a dart. Yang Ming's eyesight was quite bad *SS. Although he disdained the two old men, he was guarding against them in his heart. Therefore, when Fei Tianqi's cuff moved, Yang Ming saw it. I say, old man, what are you doing? As Yang Ming spoke, he threw the iron skewer of the mutton skewer out. Although Fei Tianqi had heard Song Heng's words before, saying how bad *SS Yang Ming was, he saw that Yang Ming was a student. He thought that no matter how bad *SS Yang Ming was, he couldn't be that bad *SS. Moreover, when he saw that Yang Ming still had a mutton skewer in his hand, he naturally relaxed his vigilance in his heart. He didn't expect that before he could react, an iron skewer flew toward him. The speed of the iron skewer was extremely sharp, and the target was his right hand that was about to throw the dart. Fei Tianqi jumped in fright and hurriedly tried to dodge. If his right hand was pierced by this metal skewer, then his livelihood would be ruined. His skill in throwing hidden weapons would be ruined. However, he was standing by the door. The wall was on his left. There was no way to dodge. He could only dodge to the right. However, the speed of the iron skewer was very fast. Although Fei Tianqi dodged awkwardly, the iron skewer didn't pierce his hand, but it pierced his abdomen. Looking at the position, it probably became a gastric perforation. Fei Tianqi squatted down while holding his stomach. He instantly lost his fighting ability. This old man relied on his hidden weapon skills. His hand skills were great, but his physical fitness was really bad. After being pierced, he immediately withered. The darts in his hand also fell to the ground with a clatter. F***ck, thanks to my quick reaction. Do you want to use this thing to stab me? Yang Ming glared and looked at Fei Tianqi fiercely. Old man, aren't you too bad? Let me see. What this is? A diamond-shaped dart? Do you think you are a Japanese ninja? You still want to throw this thing? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Put down the mutton skewer in your hand. Let's fight fair and square. Han Tianba was furious. Although he and Fei Tianqi weren't brothers, they had been working together over the years. The two people had established a deep friendship and were as close as brothers. Therefore, when he saw Fei Tianqi fall to the ground, Han Tianba felt sorrow in his heart. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted. Yang Ming pretended not to hear him and continued to eat his mutton skewers. Don't say that, Sun Tzu. The mutton skewers in front of your house are really delicious. Buy some for me tomorrow and send them to my school. I'll call you whenever I feel like eating. You mother***cur. Song Heng didn't expect Yang Ming to be so arrogant. He killed a great god as soon as he made a move. He was scared, but when he thought of Han Tianba, he was not very nervous. Great god Han Tianba, you quickly kill him. To be honest, Song Heng wasn't such an arrogant person. He had just arrived in Songjiang and was unfamiliar with the place. Many of the policies in the mainland were different from those in Hong Kong. Therefore, when he forced Xiaoqing to be annoyed before, he was very vague. He was afraid that Xiaoqing would call the police or something. But now Song Heng was not afraid. Why? Since meeting Wang Shifan and seeing Wang Shifan's powerful strength, he felt that his awesome life was about to begin. Wang Shifan was obviously a character who could play around in Songjiang. He could cover the sky with one hand. Therefore, he started to be arrogant and didn't care so much. Yesterday, in front of so many people, he dared to open his mouth and threaten Xiao Qing. How would he know that Wang Shifan's brother had just been caught a few days ago and hadn't come out yet? If he knew that Wang Shuifan was also caught by Yang Ming, then he would understand that he was playing with fire now. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Let's compete fair and square. Don't do those sneak attacks. Han Tianba pointed at Yang Ming and said angrily. Huh? Did I hear it wrong? Yang Ming had a mocking look. He wanted to hit me with a dart first. I hit him back, so it's a sneak attack? Have you become muddle-headed because of your age? I say, old man, how can you confuse right and wrong like this? Humph. Han Tianba snorted and knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. He just wanted to provoke Yang Ming. He didn't expect this young man's brain to not be stupid and not be provoked. If it was a real fight, Han Tianba believed that he could knock down Yang Ming with one punch. But when it came to hidden weapons, he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent, so he wanted to let Yang Ming fight with him. Forget it. I have always respected the old and loved the young, although you are not worthy of respect. Yang Ming shook his head and finished the last mutton skewer. Then, he raised the iron skewer in his hand in the air. Han Tianba saw Yang Ming raise his hand and immediately strengthened his vigilance. He didn't want to become the second Fei Tianqi. Haha, look at how scared you are. Yang Ming indifferently threw the iron skewer in his hand on the table next to him. Well, since you want to fight, then I will respect your opinion. Who asked me to be a good person? Although Yang Ming's tone was a bit arrogant and sounded uncomfortable, Han Tianba didn't care. It was enough to make Yang Ming give up his strength. Now, Han Tianba had to admit that Yang Ming had some strength. Make your move. Yang Ming saw that Han Tianba didn't move, so he said a little impatiently. Humph. Han Tianba sneered and walked quickly to Yang Ming. As soon as he was 1 meter away from Yang Ming, he threw a punch at Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head. The power of the fist was okay, but it was mostly brute force. This person looked like what Song Heng said. He came from Shaolin Temple. But it was impossible for him to be an abbot. At most, he was a disciple. His brute force skills were enough to deal with ordinary people, but compared with Yang Ming, he was much worse. Although Yang Ming only practiced for a few months, he soaked his hands and feet in Feng Tian's secret medicinal liquid every day, so his achievement was far above Han Tianba. Moreover, Kung Fu wasn't something that the longer one practiced, the better. It depended on the person. Seeing that Han Tianba's fist greeted, Yang Ming directly flew up and kicked him. However, Yang Ming didn't make a killing move, but he kicked Han Tianba's ribs. Ka-ba, Han Tianba's ribs were obviously broken by Yang Ming's kick. Han Tianba's body also fell back and fell to the ground. Yang Ming originally wanted to kick Han Tianba's wrist, but Yang Ming hesitated slightly and changed the direction temporarily. Han Tianba's kung fu relied on his two fists. If his arm was broken, then he wouldn't expect to have a meal in the future. For Yang Ming's temporary change of direction, Han Tianba saw it clearly. He was very grateful to Yang Ming for his mercy. At the same time, he really recognized his own gap. These so-called martial arts masters were actually stronger than ordinary people. They had not reached the realm of invincibility. Yang Ming, although he was not a competent successor of the King of Assassins, he was much stronger than the average person. Moreover, Yang Ming was still improving. Therefore, it was normal for Yang Ming to be able to kick him over. Yang Ming naturally didn't want people to see that he was merciful. Yang Ming also knew that sometimes his heart was soft. He couldn't be ruthless. This was his weakness. Therefore, he pretended to be arrogant and said, "Ha, do you think that a fist can be longer than a leg? You're really stupid. Thank you, young hero, for your mercy." Han Tianba didn't have the original spirit, but he gritted his teeth and said very gratefully. Although Yang Ming didn't point it out, his heart was like a mirror. He was almost crippled just now. Han Tianba, what's wrong with you? Get up and beat him up. Song Heng saw that Han Tianba didn't seem to be ready to fight again, and he was suddenly anxious. If he doesn't fight, then what should I do? Boss Song. I'm sorry, I'm not his opponent. Han Tianba was very self-aware. When Song Heng heard this, his whole person immediately felt cold from head to toe, as if a basin of cold water was poured on him. Oh my god, the two masters were killed just like that? Song Heng really wanted to slap himself. Mother ***, I just endured it. Why did I have to pretend to be bad **SS in front of Yang Ming? I even wanted to retaliate against him. This is great. Will Yang Ming spare me? Thinking of this, Song Heng was so scared that he began to move back and wanted to jump out of the window of the villa. There was a small platform outside. Jumping out wouldn't kill him. You want to jump off the building? Yang Ming saw Song Heng's intention and said with a sneer, do you need me to help you? It's too short here. Let me take you to a higher place, okay? Don't. Yang Ming. No. Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Song Heng was so scared that he knelt on the ground. You think I'm a child who doesn't know anything? I'm your grandson. Your grandson got into trouble. Grandpa should be more magnanimous. This isn't the key issue. Yang Ming looked at Song Heng and said faintly, I heard that you were trying to get your grandmother. My grandpa, how dare I? I just want my grandmother to come and show filial piety to her. Yes, that's right, it's just showing filial piety. Song Heng said in fear. Really? Yang Ming looked at Song Heng with a ferocious face. I think you, kid, are more rebellious? I think I should put righteousness before family. Ah? Song Heng was stunned. Put righteousness before family? Does he mean to kill me? Song Heng was so scared that he trembled. Yes. Yang Ming grinned and reached out to touch an acupuncture point on Song Heng's body. Suddenly, Song Heng's body began to hurt like needles. Song Heng was shocked, but it was too late. The severe pain made him roll on the ground. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm being killed. Song Heng thought he was going to die, so he kept howling. After rolling for a while, Song Heng found that he wasn't dead yet, so he was even more scared. Now he felt like he was bitten by thousands of insects. It was more unbearable than death. It was better to die. When can I die? Song Heng grimaced and groaned. You won't die. Don't waste time. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't have the habit of killing people directly. I can't die? Song Heng was overjoyed. Grandpa, I really can't die? Do you want to die? Yang Ming glared at him. If you really want to die, I can help you. No, Grandpa, I don't want to die, but I'm too uncomfortable now. Please be merciful. I'm more uncomfortable than dying. Song Heng groaned with a twisted face. You don't want to die? I think what you're doing now is clearly looking for death. Yang Ming walked over and grabbed Song Heng's body. Only then did Song Heng let out an AO sound. He suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. Thank you. Song Heng only felt that the pain in his body disappeared all of a sudden. He was immediately surprised and happy. He was happy that he didn't have to suffer any more pain, but he was surprised that Yang Ming's casual move was enough to shock Song Heng. What is a martial arts master? What is a martial arts ant? Yang Ming is. Compared to the previous Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, they are nothing. Grandpa, did you just hit my acupuncture point? Song Heng asked carefully. Haven't you heard of a saying? The more you know, the faster you die. Yang Ming said coldly. Hee, Grandpa, am I not your grandson? Song Heng said shamelessly, is it okay if I know a little? Humph, it's best if you know less. Yang Ming glanced at him. Don't tell anyone about me. Otherwise, I promise you'll be in even more pain than before. I don't like to kill people, but I like to torture people. No. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm your grandson. How would I dare to betray you? Song Heng nodded hurriedly. What about the two of you? Yang Ming glanced at Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi. Don't worry, young hero. Although I, Han Tianba, live under someone else's roof, I am also a person who knows how to repay kindness. Moreover, since Boss Song has said so, we can't talk about it casually. Han Tianba said very heroically. It was true that he was working for Wan Shifan, but the underworld people were particular about loyalty and commitment. Yang Ming had already shown mercy just now, so Han Tianba also owed Yang Ming a favor. As long as Yang Ming didn't violate his principles, he would abide by it. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Song Heng. He said faintly, "Tomorrow, I hope to see the contract signed smoothly, and not you betray me again. This is the second time you've challenged my patience. Remember, there is no third time." I know. Grandpa, don't worry. I know what to do. Song Heng nodded quickly. Now, Yang Ming was a godlike existence in his mind. For Yang Ming's words, he didn't dare to have the slightest disobedience. And, this mutton skewer tastes good. Bring me some when you come to sign the contract tomorrow. Yang Ming instructed. But, isn't it the school's people who come to our company to sign the contract? Song Heng asked carefully. Don't you have legs? Can't you do it yourself? Yang Ming's gaze stayed on Song Heng's legs. If you don't want to go, it's fine, but you have to give me a reason why you can't go. For example, I will help you amputate your leg? No, Grandpa, I will go. I will go. I will go. Don't amputate. Don't amputate. Song Heng was so scared that he hugged his legs and almost sat on the ground again. And, your performance is okay. Yang Ming nodded. You can return this mutton skewer. You can return 10 yuan. Yes. Grandpa, take care. Song Heng said quickly. I haven't said that I want to go yet. Do you want to drive me away? Yang Ming lowered his head and looked at Song Heng. No, Grandpa, I didn't say that I want to drive you away. Really? Song Heng quickly shook his head and said. You have challenged my patience again and again. Don't you think that I should teach you a lesson? Yang Ming continued, why don't you find trouble with me today and tomorrow? I don't have time to play with you all day long. No, Grandpa, I really can't. Song Heng thought that Yang Ming was going to leave some parts of his body. He was shocked. That's hard to say. I don't believe you. Yang Ming's gaze stayed on Song Heng's lower body. Song Heng subconsciously covered his crotch. It can't be, right? Yang Ming wants to eunuch me? Take off your pants. Yang Ming ordered. Don't, Grandpa, I don't have children yet. Our Song family still needs to carry on the family line. Song Heng said with a bitter face. What does carrying on the family line have to do with me? Yang Ming was stunned. Grandpa, don't you want to eunuch me? Asked Song Heng. Eunuch, what do you want to do? Yang Ming couldn't help but be amused. I want to take a few photos of you stripping in the office. If you continue to be cocky with us, I will release the photos to the media. Your position as a general manager will probably come to an end, right? No need. Song Heng really didn't want to find trouble with Yang Ming again. He didn't dare to. And? Yang Ming snorted. I think you want to change to something more pleasurable, right? No. I'll take it off. Song Heng jumped up and began to take off his pants. Find me a digital camera. Yang Ming said faintly. Okay, here is it. Song Heng quickly took out a digital camera from the drawer. What is this? A digital camera? Yang Ming glanced at Song Heng's drawer and asked. Yes, Grandpa, this is a digital camera, the latest model this year, high definition. Song Heng nodded and said. Then take a video. Yang Ming picked up the digital camera and pressed the start button. And? What is this? Yang Ming saw that there were still a few videos stored in the camera, so he clicked the play button. As a result, the video of the real-life office battle between Song Heng and the secretary, Xiao Li, began to play on the screen of the camera. Ha, it's a good shot. Yang Ming praised, you don't have to take a video. This is enough. I'll take the camera. Do you have any opinion? No. Song Heng didn't dare to say anything unless he wanted to die on the spot. Although he was very reluctant, there was no other way. If the video of the striptease in the office was released, Song Heng wasn't afraid. But if the video of the battle with the secretary was released, then Song Heng would really be finished. He could sit in his current position now because of the family background of his fat pig wife. If this video was seen by his wife, then Song Heng could only go back to be her stay-at-home man in the future. Yang Ming nodded and strode out of Song Heng's villa with the camera. It wasn't until Yang Ming was far away that Song Heng stood up in trepidation. Today, Song Heng was really scared. He didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge anymore. Because he understood a truth, that was, Yang Ming was very bad *SS. He was so bad *SS that he couldn't imagine it. Before, he thought that the two martial arts gods, Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, were already bad *SS enough. But they couldn't even take one move from Yang Ming, and they were both knocked to the ground. When he recalled the feeling of pain just now, Song Heng still had a lingering fear. Yes, he would never take the initiative to provoke this person again. It was too scary. Moreover, his weakness was still in the hands of Yang Ming. He didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Song Heng glanced at Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, who were on the ground. "How are the two of you? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No, we just need to recuperate." Han Tianba shook his head. "Forget it. Let's go to the hospital." Song Heng shook his head. "Wait a minute. I will call a car for you." After all, they were injured because of him. Song Heng couldn't ignore it. "Thank you, President Song." Han Tianba nodded. He was old, and his recovery ability was not as good as before, so he could recover faster if he went to the hospital. "Today's matter, don't tell President Wang about it," Song Heng instructed. He didn't want to be troubled by Yang Ming because of Han Tianba's big mouth. Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi nodded. They didn't need to tell Wang Shifan about today's incident. This was also a shame for them. Moreover, this was Song Heng's personal vendetta. It had nothing to do with Wang Shifan. However, because Han Tianba and the others didn't tell Wang Shifan that Yang Ming was a ruthless person, Wang Shifan didn't have any defense against Yang Ming. He only thought that Yang Ming was a classmate of his son who had a conflict with him, which led to his complete annihilation in the future. A 10 yuan iron skewer was exchanged for an HD video camera. This was a good deal. Yang Ming hummed a tune as he returned to the university. He first went to the dormitory and copied the video data from the video camera to his computer. Then, he used the same compression, division, and encryption method to upload it to several of his mailboxes. Then, he deleted all the data from the video camera. Yang Ming originally wanted to buy a video camera. Now that someone had delivered it to him, he saved a lot of money. In the evening, Yang Ming went to Xiaoqing's place and told Xiaoqing that he caught Song Heng's weakness. Xiaoqing also smiled and scolded Yang Ming for being so bad. Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. Yang Ming naturally cherished it. Over there, Vice Principal Ma and the principal of Songjiang Industry University were studying Song Heng's problem in the office. "Principal Heng, don't you think this Song Heng is a bit too much? He actually made such a request? What does he think of our university?" Vice Principal Ma said with some anger. Especially for people like him who came from a scholarly background, he was somewhat old-fashioned. He couldn't stand Song Heng's kind of villain. "Why don't you look for the relevant departments in the city to put some pressure on them?" "AI, pressure?" Principal Heng shook his head with a bitter smile. "Let's not talk about Huatong International being a foreign company. The kind of test equipment we want is the kind of foreign semi-confidential technical instrument. If they want to sell it to us, we can't do anything about it. They don't buy it at all. If pressure is useful, our current technical equipment won't be so backward. Which of these cutting-edge technology companies doesn't have their country behind them? Then what should we do?" Vice Principal Ma didn't understand this either. "Are we just going to be the leader? Forget it. I will go there personally tomorrow." Principal Heng sighed and said, "This Song Heng is most likely coming for Xiaoqing." The next day, just as Principal Heng and Vice Principal Ma were about to leave for Huatong International, Song Heng had already appeared at Songjiang Industry University. The funny thing was that he was actually holding a bunch of mutton skewers in his hand. On top of the mutton skewers, there was even a heating pot for heating. He was afraid that it would get cold in the cold weather. Grandma, can we sign the contract now? Song Heng nodded and appeared in Xiaoqing's office, holding a lot of mutton skewers in his hand. I brought this for my grandfather. He said he likes to eat it. Well, leave it there. I'll pass it to him later. Xiaoqing nodded coldly. She was angry in her heart. She couldn't help but say sarcastically, your attitude changed quite quickly. Were you disappointed that I didn't go to your house yesterday? How can that be? Grandma, my head was kicked by a donkey yesterday. Song Heng said quickly, didn't I just wake up? You just thought that I was mentally ill yesterday. Did you bring the contract? Although Xiaoqing was still expressionless, she was already very happy in her heart. This Song Heng really has the potential to be a villain. He is faster than Akumulov in the chameleon text that I learned in school. I brought it. It's here. Song Heng quickly opened the briefcase. Today, he didn't even bring his secretary. He had to do everything by himself. Well, I'll call Principal Ma. Xiaoqing nodded. She was also afraid of long delays. If she signed the contract early, Song Heng wouldn't be able to go back on his word. Just as Xiaoqing wanted to pick up the phone on the desk, the phone rang first. Hello, Computer Science Department of Engineering University. Xiaoqing picked up the phone. Xiaoqing, this is Principal Heng. Principal Ma and I are going to Huatong Trading to talk to President Song. You don't have to go. Principal Heng's voice came from the microphone. Wait, Principal Heng. Song Heng is already here. He is in my office. You can just come here directly. Bring the lawyer and prepare to sign the contract. Xiaoqing said quickly. Anne? What happened? You said that President Song is in your office? Sign the contract? Did you agree to his price? Principal Heng asked strangely. The price is the previous price, right, Song Heng? Xiaoqing said until here and turned to ask Song Heng. Yes, the previous price is a 10% discount on the original basis. That is 72% discount. Song Heng said quickly. He was afraid that Yang Ming would go to his house to find him again, so he didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak. He lowered the price by himself. In fact, no matter how much the price was reduced, Yang Ming wouldn't get any benefits. He only did this to help Xiaoqing. He was afraid that Xiaoqing would be in a difficult situation. However, since Song Heng was willing to take the initiative to lower the price, Yang Ming wouldn't have any opinion. This is the case. Song Heng took the initiative to lower the price and gave a 10% discount on the price. Xiaoqing said. Another 10% discount? Wait, I don't understand. Is it a discount on the new price or a discount on the old price? Principal Heng was a little confused. He didn't understand what Xiaoqing meant. A discount on the original basis. Xiaoqing said, you will know when you come over. Well, you wait for us. We will be there in a while. Principal Heng was still very puzzled. What the hell is going on? A 10% discount on the original price? How is this possible? Song Heng isn't stupid. How can he suffer such a big loss? But it's useless to think about it now. I can only see Song Heng in person. In a while, don't call me grandmother. Call me Director Xiao. Xiaoqing said, also, Yang Ming is my god brother. Don't go out and talk about it. Yes, I got it. Song Heng nodded quickly. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I go out and talk about it? Am I sick? He is a fiend. Why would I mention him? I don't want to die yet. It didn't take long for Principal Heng and Vice Principal Ma to come to Xiaoqing's office. Behind them were lawyers. President Song, why are you standing there? Vice Principal Ma was stunned when he saw Song Heng. Song Heng didn't even sit on the sofa. He had been standing in Xiaoqing's office, and Xiaoqing was sitting firmly in the boss chair. It's okay. I'll just stand. Principal Ma, this is. Song Heng asked the person next to Principal Ma. This is Principal Heng. Principal Ma introduced. Principal Heng, nice to meet you. Song Heng enthusiastically stepped forward and shook hands with Principal Heng, which made Principal Heng confused. Is this the sinister and arrogant villain that Principal Ma mentioned yesterday? Why is he so humble? Hello, President Song. What's going on? I heard that your company wants to increase the price of the equipment by 5 times? Asked Principal Heng. No, I'm going to give you a 10% discount on the original basis, said Song Heng quickly. Ah? Vice Principal Ma was also stunned. Then yesterday, you. That contract doesn't count. Song Heng looked at Xiaoqing awkwardly. Principal Heng, Song Heng just said that his head was kicked by a donkey yesterday. Xiaoqing said faintly. What? Principal Heng was stunned. He was a senior in the school. Unlike Vice Principal Ma, he was clear about the grievances between Xiaoqing and Song Heng. But now, when he heard Xiaoqing suddenly ridiculing Song Heng in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Xiaoqing wasn't such a person who couldn't see the big picture. Since Song Heng had changed the contract, why was she still pursuing so much? Unexpectedly, Song Heng immediately nodded. Yes, dear. No, Director Xiao is right. My head was kicked by a donkey yesterday. Principal Heng and Vice Principal Ma looked at each other. They really didn't understand what happened to Song Heng today. Why did he suddenly change into a different person? President Song, are you okay? Principal Heng asked with some concern. Who would say that his head was kicked by a donkey? I'm fine. I'm fine. Look, I'm fine today. My brain is back to normal, so I quickly came over to sign the contract. Song Heng smiled and shrugged. Well, let's sign the contract now. Principal Heng nodded. Although it was strange, since Song Heng said that he had no problem, then he couldn't ask more. However, Principal Heng was still afraid that Song Heng would play some tricks, so he let several lawyers carefully read the contract several times. Principal Heng, Vice Principal Ma, there is a problem with this contract. Whispered the lawyer. There is a problem? Sure enough. Principal Heng and Vice Principal Ma were shocked at the same time. There really is a problem? Principal Heng quickly asked, what's the problem? This contract looks like an unfair treaty no matter how I look at it. The lawyer said strangely, from the warranty regulations to the liability for breach of contract, it's all in our favor. It looks like Huatong International has suffered a big loss. This doesn't look like a fair contract, but more like a list to curry favor with us. Curry favor? Principal Heng and Principal Ma looked a little weird, but since there was no disadvantage to them, they signed the contract with Song Heng smoothly. Song Heng saw that the contract was signed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't sleep well last night. He wanted to sign the contract as soon as possible so that Yang Ming wouldn't say that he didn't do things in time. If he went to find him again, then it would be over. Although Principal Heng and Vice Principal Ma were very surprised why Song Heng became so respectful and flattering, Xiaoqing didn't want to say more, so they didn't ask more. The contract was signed, and their work was done. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Song Heng's attitude. In the past 2 days, Song Heng would drive to the main entrance of Songjiang Industry University on time at noon every day. He held a bag of mutton skewers in his hand and waited patiently for Yang Ming to appear. Even if Yang Ming was late, Song Heng would greet him with a smile without any unpleasant expression. Grandpa, I think his mutton chops are good, so I bought 2 for you today. This beef kidney is also good. I also bought 2. Try it. If it's delicious, I will buy more tomorrow. Song Heng handed the meat skewers in his hand to Yang Ming. Your performance is not bad. Yang Ming nodded and praised Song Heng. It's my duty. You are my grandpa, and I am your grandson. Song Heng said flatteringly. In the past few days, Song Heng also found that Yang Ming was very easy to talk to when he wasn't angry, so he had a new idea. Those 2 great gods of the martial arts world are still not good enough. They are unreliable. Yang Ming is the real strong man, a ruthless person. If I have a good relationship with Yang Ming, then if I encounter any trouble in the future, I should have no problem finding Yang Ming to solve it. It's natural for a grandfather to help his grandson. Therefore, Song Heng performed exceptionally well. You don't have to come tomorrow. Yang Ming glanced at Song Heng and said. Ah? Grandpa, do you hate me? Song Heng was shocked, thinking that he had done something wrong. You're thinking too much. I'm just satisfied with your performance these few days, so I'm giving you a few days off, Yang Ming said. After all, you're the general manager of a company. You can't always buy skewers for me. It's okay, Grandpa. It's normal for me to serve you. Song Heng grinned. It seems that my efforts are still effective. I'll call you when I want to eat. Yang Ming said, just send a secretary or something to bring it to me. How can that be? I'll do it myself. Song Heng didn't dare to neglect. Right now, Yang Ming was a huge mountain in his heart, a mountain that he could never cross. In his eyes, Yang Ming was a god. Why? Because Yang Ming's surface identity was an ordinary college student, but Song Heng knew that Yang Ming was definitely not just a college student. How could a college student be so powerful? Song Heng suddenly remembered a novel that he had read when he had nothing to do. It was called something like A Martial Arts Master on Campus. It was about a ruthless person who hid in the school. Yang Ming must be such a person. Ruthless people now like to go back to school. Isn't this how it's written in online novels? Therefore, Song Heng felt that Yang Ming must be an extremely powerful person. Maybe he was a cultivator. Even if he wasn't, he must be an assassin. Not to mention, Song Heng's ability to association was really strong. He actually vaguely knew the true identity of Yang Ming through the association. However, he didn't dare to ask Yang Ming. That was tantamount to courting death. If Yang Ming silenced him, then the loss outweighed the gain. Grandpa, do you have any other instructions? Song Heng asked respectfully. Not for the time being. Right, where did the two great masters around you come from? Yang Ming suddenly remembered a problem. That was, Song Heng definitely didn't have these two people around before. Otherwise, with Song Heng's character, he would have found these two people last time. He wouldn't have waited so long to deal with me. There could only be one reason. These two people appeared recently. Ugh. Song Heng just hesitated and decided to tell the truth. He didn't have the courage to hide it from Yang Ming. I don't want to hide it from Grandpa. These two people just followed me. They were the helpers. That Boss Wang sent to me. Boss Wang? What Boss Wang? Yang Ming frowned. Wang Shifan, the president of Wang's Century Xiongfeng. Song Heng replied truthfully, I just met him a few days ago. Wang Shifan? Yang Ming had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Why did he send these two people to you? Did he ask you to seek revenge on me? He asked me to find you? He knows you? Grandpa? Song Heng asked in amazement. I don't know him. Yang Ming said faintly, I mean, why did he send these two great masters to you? Actually, he's trying to rope me in. Song Heng didn't dare to hide. Although smuggling was a big deal, compared with his own life, it was nothing. Song Heng felt that as long as he answered all the questions and said everything he knew, then Yang Ming would be happy. Wang Shifan wants to rope me in to do smuggling. Smuggling? Yang Ming looked at Song Heng strangely. Did I hear it wrong? Wang Shifan wants to do smuggling? What does his company have to do with trade? That's on the surface. Wang Shifan has been doing smuggling business before. It is said that he is also cooperating with my predecessor. Song Heng replied quickly. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Song Heng. He asked faintly, I know. You won't tell Wang Shifan about me, right? Why would I tell him? You're my grandpa. Who is he? Song Heng shook his head quickly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I don't dare to reveal your true identity. What is my true identity? Yang Ming was stunned. How did he make it sound like he was an undercover agent? You're a ruthless person. Song Heng said, aren't you pretending to be a student at school? I understand. Yang Ming was speechless. It seemed that Song Heng had reversed his identity. His true identity was a student. However, Yang Ming was too lazy to explain. Let him think whatever he wanted. However, seeing that Song Heng was so respectful to himself, Yang Ming decided to remind Song Heng that Wang Shifan isn't a good person. You have to be careful. If he falls one day, I won't even let you go. Ah? Song Heng was stunned, but then he understood. It seems that Yang Ming has a grudge with Wang Shifan. Well, I'm lucky that I said this out loud. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I died in the future. However, since Yang Ming and Wang Shifan had a grudge, it was easy to handle. Song Heng immediately began to express his sincerity. Grandpa, you can rest assured. If you want to mess with Wang Shifan, I will be your undercover agent. I will play the seamless network with him. Both of us will kill his grandma. Yang Ming was actually not afraid of falling out with Wang Shifan. Anyway, the two people would meet sooner or later. If Wang Shifan knew that he sent his elder brother to prison, he would definitely not let him go. Yang Ming didn't intend to let Wang Shifan go. So even if Song Heng told Wang Shifan, it was fine. But it seems that Song Heng won't say it. He seems to be afraid of me. Let's talk about this later. I have reminded you. You can do as you see fit. Yang Ming said faintly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what to do, said Song Heng. After bidding farewell to Song Heng, Yang Ming frowned. It turned out that Wang Shifan wasn't a serious businessman. This also gave Yang Ming enough reason to mess with him. The end of the year was the time when the crime rate was high. The rate of robbery and theft on the street was obviously much higher than usual. Xianxia finally couldn't hold back and began to commit crimes on the street. Today, the place he was going to was the First People's Hospital of Songjiang City. He could only find the feeling by scaring people here. Xianxia's perverted mentality had been tolerated to the extreme. He wanted to vent. Yes, he hadn't gone out to scare people for too long. It had been 4 or 5 months since the last time he scared Wang Jitao. Xianxia took the newly made grimace mask and a big black cloak. He tiptoed and disappeared into the night. Early the next morning, a horrible legend began to circulate in the First People's Hospital of Songjiang City. Many people saw ghosts when they went to the toilet in the middle of the night. If it was in other places, it might not be so evil. But it was a hospital, a place with strong yin energy, so many people believed it. But after all, it was a rumor. The doctors and nurses who worked there didn't see it with their own eyes, so they just laughed it off. They didn't take it seriously. However, a strange thing happened again. The next night, the haunted incident appeared again. This time, not only did many patients see it, but even the doctors on night duty saw it too. The hospital's dean took it seriously and quickly contacted the police. Everyone, what do you think of the haunted incident in Songjiang City's First People's Hospital? Chen Fei took the file on the table and asked the other people in the criminal investigation team. Obviously, someone is pretending to be a ghost. Xiaxue snorted. Hee, yeah, someone is pretending to be a ghost. Chen Fei smiled. That's for sure. What I'm asking is, do you all have any good ideas? Wait for the rabbit to show up, said Xiaxue. This is a good idea, but according to the description on the file, the haunted places were different twice. One was in the 3rd inpatient area, and the other was in the high-rise building. Especially the second time, the impact was particularly bad. Many retired leaders in our city were hospitalized there. An old leader was so scared that he broke his leg. Chen Fei said, besides that, there were no other casualties. However, this is enough to attract our attention. If there was a heart attack patient present at that time, what we have to deal with today would be a murder case. The people in the room listened to Chen Fei's words and nodded secretly. Fortunately, it was relatively lucky that no one was scared to death. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. This is the overall floor plan of the hospital. Chen Fei took out a drawing. Before the old leader retired, he was a real power figure in the city. Now, he is also in the position of the National People's Congress, so he has already put pressure on us to solve the case as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and began to live together with Chen Fei's floor plan. The hospital has a total of 6 inpatient areas. Each inpatient area is from 3 to 16 floors. If we want to wait for the rabbit to show up, we need to mobilize a large number of police forces. Our criminal investigation team doesn't have enough people. I have to transfer people from the police stations to perform the task. Every inpatient area and every floor needs to be guarded. Chen Fei continued, besides waiting for the rabbit to show up, is there no other way? I don't think so. Everyone thought for a while and shook their heads. That's right, the location of the criminal's crime was uncertain, which made it more difficult to solve the case. What if they are just guarding the entrance on the first floor? Xianxia suddenly asked, then, wouldn't it be fine as long as we pay attention to whether there are any suspicious people coming in and out? What if the person pretending to be a ghost is someone from the hospital? Or a patient? Chen Fei smiled bitterly. Before the case is solved, anyone is possible. Xianxia, I know what you're thinking, but if you want to solve a big case, you still need to train for a few more years. Ah. Xianxia was stunned, and then she blushed. It seemed that she was still too inexperienced. No wonder Chen Fei always refused to send her to perform important tasks. However, Xianxia also secretly made up her mind that she must solve a big case for others to see. Xianxia can do it too. Chen Afu held the newspaper in his hand. His heart was nervous and excited. I actually scared the leader of the National People's Congress to the point of breaking his leg. A perverse sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. Chen Afu was very refreshed to an indescribable extent. Especially these few days, Chen Afu was happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw those people panicking in front of him and yelling. However, Chen Afu wasn't a fool. After seeing the haunted news in the newspaper, he knew that he couldn't pretend to be a ghost for a while. The police were likely to be waiting in the hospital for him to take the bait. Fortunately, the depression in his heart had been vented, and Chen Afu wasn't so depressed anymore. He regained his usual identity, the hotel foreman. The ghost mask was also kept by him. Today was the third day that the police were waiting in the hospital. Before there were other effective methods, they could only use this method of waiting. However, the hospital was still very quiet at night. For 3 days in a row, there were no more haunted incidents. Chen Fei couldn't help it. There were many things before the new year, and there were other cases to solve. He couldn't just be entangled in this haunted incident, right? He could only withdraw some of the manpower first, and the others continued to wait in the hospital. New Year was here. Today was January 1st, New Year's Day. On this day, Chen Mengyan woke up very early. Before the sky was bright, she dressed herself up beautifully. Why? Today was the day when the ugly daughter-in-law met her in-laws. For the first time, she officially visited Yang Ming's house as his girlfriend. How could Chen Mengyan not be nervous? Mom, what do you think I look good in? Chen Mengyan stood in front of the wardrobe and was a little worried. Hee, silly child, why are you so nervous? You're not that bad. Mother Chen smiled and said, besides, didn't Yang Ming's mother talk to you on the phone? Didn't she have a good impression of you? That's true, but meeting is different. Chen Mengyan said with some shyness, and this is the first formal meeting. And then Mom will give you some advice. This beige down jacket is good. Little Yen, you wear this. Mother Chen took out the down jacket from the wardrobe. Ah? This? Chen Mengyan was stunned. Isn't this my high school clothes? Isn't it a little too kawaii? It's okay. I think it's quite cute. Mother Chen smiled. Will I look like a child wearing it? Mom, should I dress up more maturely? Chen Mengyan asked. What's wrong with looking like a child? In Mom's eyes, you will always be a child who won't grow up. I think Yang Ming's parents also have the same view of Yang Ming. So, in their eyes, you and Yang Ming are also children. It's not good to dress up maturely. Mother Chen patted Chen Mengyan's forehead and said. So it's like this. Well, I'll wear this. Chen Mengyan nodded and took the jacket in her hand. Let's go. I've already made breakfast. Your dad is waiting for us in the dining room. Let's go. Mother Chen said. Okay. Chen Mengyan held the jacket and went to eat breakfast with her mother. Chen Mengyan woke up early today. Wasn't Yang Ming the same? It wasn't that he was nervous like Chen Mengyan who couldn't sleep, but he was woken up by his mother knocking on the door early in the morning. Yang Ming, get up quickly. Aren't you going to pick up my daughter-in-law? Why aren't you up yet? Mother Yang's voice shook Yang Ming's room. Okay, I got it. I'm up. Yang Ming accompanied wild female teacher to play landlord for half the night. This chick said that she was in a bad mood. She didn't go back to her parents' place on New Year's Day. She was bored alone, and her lover couldn't be with her. Yang Ming was soft-hearted, so he played landlord with her for half the night. As a result, he slept in the second half of the night. Naturally, he was sleepy when he woke up. He calculated that he slept for less than 3 hours. Yang Ming opened the door with sleepy eyes. He saw that his mother had already dressed up. Even his father, who didn't care about his appearance, wore the Armani suit that Yang Ming bought for him. He sat on the sofa energetically. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he immediately reprimanded, "What day is it today? Why are you still lazing around in bed? Quickly tidy yourself up and pick up Chen Mengyan. Your mother and I will wait for you at home." "I got it." Yang Ming nodded and walked quickly to the bathroom. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. Then he put on his clothes and went out. He called a taxi and came to the entrance of Chen Mengyan's home. Yang Ming called Chen Mengyan. "Hello, Mengyan, I am at the entrance of your home." Yang Ming said. "My parents asked you to come up and sit for a while. Are you coming?" Chen Mengyan asked. "Tomorrow. Didn't we agree on it? Besides, I have already met your parents. I don't need to visit them in such a hurry, right?" Yang Ming said. "Well, then I will go down now." Chen Mengyan said, "You just have to wait for me for 10 minutes. Okay, no problem." Yang Ming hung up the phone. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he saw Chen Mengyan walking towards him quickly. Huh. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan's outfit and was amused. "Isn't this the down jacket you wore in your first year of high school?" "Yeah, you still remember?" Chen Mengyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to remember. This down jacket was only worn in her first year of high school. Later, Chen Mengyan felt that it was too childish to wear, so she bought a white down jacket. In total, she had worn it for less than 10 days. Yang Ming actually remembered. Chen Mengyan couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. "I remember the first time you wore this jacket. I remember it very clearly." Yang Ming smiled and said, "It happened to be a physical education class that day. Our class was skating on the ice rink. A senior student deliberately knocked you down." "Oh?" Chen Mengyan was reminded by Yang Ming, and she also had some impression. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The senior boy was a bad student in the school. When she was in her first year of high school, he pestered her for a while. That time, he knocked her down because he wanted to take advantage of her. Fortunately, Yang Ming rushed over in time and helped her up, so that the boy's plot didn't succeed. However, at that time, Chen Mengyan didn't have any special feelings for Yang Ming. She just regarded him as her classmate, so her impression wasn't very deep. At this time, after listening to Yang Ming's reminder, she remembered. "That time, you helped me up? What a coincidence." Chen Mengyan smiled and glanced at Yang Ming. "I didn't expect that we would end up together." "What coincidence? I have been paying attention to you. This beige down jacket of yours has always tugged at my heart." Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. "I'm not afraid to tell you now. At that time, I was paying attention to you almost every day." "Hey." Chen Mengyan was shocked. She stopped and looked up at Yang Ming. She couldn't help but show a slight smile. "Really?" "Of course, it's true." Yang Ming also stopped. "I have been secretly in love with you for 3 years. I didn't expect that I finally got together with the woman of my dream." "Hee hee. What do you mean by got together? That sounds bad. Don't be serious." Chen Mengyan had some regrets. If I discovered Yang Ming's feelings for me earlier and got together with him earlier, would he still like others? It shouldn't be. Moreover, the feeling of being with him is really good. It's very relaxing and very happy. Chen Mengyan liked this feeling very much. She was a little envious of those puppy love couples that she hated so much. Things had changed with the passage of time. Chen Mengyan thought so now, but she definitely didn't think so at that time. This was a different state of mind at different times. At that time, I saw Wang Jitao teaching you how to skate. I almost cut him into pieces with my ice skates. Yang Ming also recalled some scenes from back then. Did he teach me then? Chen Mengyan shook her head with a blank face. Apparently, she had forgotten everything. Then why didn't you teach me? At that time, I was the king of bad students. You good students couldn't wait to avoid me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Chen Mengyan was silent for a moment. Bad students. In fact, now that I think about it, bad students and good students were forcibly divided into classes at that time. After going to university, I found that this concept has faded a lot. Maybe I was inferior at that time and gave up on myself. Yang Ming sighed. I was a little afraid to get close to you because of that incident. Are you talking about Suya? Chen Mengyan bit her lips and asked. Yang Ming didn't answer and nodded silently. You said. Do you like me the most or Suya the most? Chen Mengyan knew that it was inappropriate to ask this, but she couldn't help but ask. She was such a person. Yang Ming also knew her character very well. Although sometimes she liked to be jealous, in the end, she had to compromise. There's no comparison. It's two feelings. Yang Ming answered truthfully, Mengyan, your question is very boring. At least, you are the first girlfriend that I officially brought home. Hee hee. Chen Mengyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation. Her face immediately smiled. It was very sweet. The little jealousy of Suya was also forgotten. Yes, that Suya has become a past tense. I am now Yang Ming's girlfriend. Thinking of this, Chen Mengyan took the initiative to reach out and straddled Yang Ming's arm. Why? So intimate. Aren't you afraid that your family will see? Yang Ming laughed. In the past, every time he sent Chen Mengyan home, she didn't dare to be too intimate with him. Stop it. You clearly know that my parents know you. Chen Mengyan rebuked. Then let's go one step further. Let's have a passionate kiss? Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Chen Mengyan with a smile. Okay, I put on my lipstick. I'm not afraid of getting it on your mouth. Just kiss me. Chen Mengyan didn't want to show weakness. Anyway, the last kiss was caught by her father. She didn't care about anything. Yang Ming didn't care. He didn't care about her lipstick. Baji, he kissed Chen Mengyan's face. You're shameless. You kissed my face. Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. No, I said passionate kiss. I didn't say that it had to be a kiss. Your thoughts are complicated. Yang Ming laughed. Go to hell. I'm ignoring you. Chen Mengyan said angrily. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. Right, the senior student who bumped into me didn't bother me anymore. The next day, I saw that his head was full of bandages. Chen Mengyan suddenly thought of something. Did you do it? Ugh. I beat him up. If Chen Mengyan didn't mention it, he almost forgot about it. Yang Ming had beaten many people. How could he remember all of them? The method was a bit extreme, but the intention was still good. Then, I will reward you. Chen Mengyan finished and also kissed Yang Ming's face. Chen Mengyan was tall. She was 1.7 meters, so kissing Yang Ming wasn't difficult. Ahem. Yang Ming was amused. Is this a reward? Yang Ming shook his head as he touched the sticky lipstick on his face. Haha. Chen Mengyan raised her small fist happily. Revenge successful. The two people stopped a taxi and ran to the commercial street. Today was the first time that Chen Mengyan went to Yang Ming's house as a guest. Naturally, she had to buy some gifts. This was a necessary courtesy. What do your parents like? Chen Mengyan looked at the dazzling array of goods in front of her and asked Yang Ming. The two of them were now in the largest department store in Songjiang City, Xinhing Department Store. Now, the store was full of promotions and discounts. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were a little lost in the flow of people. My parents don't lack anything. You can buy anything as long as it's a token of your heart. Even if you buy a bag of fruit, they will be happy. Yang Ming said. Does your dad smoke? Chen Mengyan asked as she passed by the tobacco and alcohol counter. Don't. I can give your dad this. You are a girl. It's not very good to give tobacco and alcohol. Yang Ming shook his head. That's true. Chen Mengyan nodded. Then, should I buy a cashmere sweater for each of your parents? This idea is not bad. Yang Ming recalled that the cashmere sweaters on his parents were bought during the mall's big sale 2 years ago. They hadn't bought new ones. The two people came to the counter of Erdos. There was also a promotion here. You could enjoy a 20% discount by buying 2 items. Chen Mengyan and Yang Ming picked 2 cashmere sweaters that were more suitable for middle-aged people. Then, they opened the bill and prepared to pay. Yang Ming naturally took out his bank card and prepared to swipe it, but he was stopped by Chen Mengyan. I will pay for it. Isn't it the same? Yang Ming was stunned. It's not the same. Other things are fine, but this is my token of appreciation for your parents. Of course, I have to pay for it. Chen Mengyan said seriously. Well, it's up to you. Yang Ming didn't care. Chen Mengyan's family condition was good, so he didn't refuse. After paying the bill, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan took a taxi back to Yang Ming's home. It was exactly 9 o'clock. The time was just right. Your home is here. Chen Mengyan came to Yang Ming's home for the first time. She was curious. It's very close to our high school. Yeah, I rode a bicycle to school at that time. Yang Ming nodded. Right, I was still wondering. Where's your car? Why didn't you ride it after that? Chen Mengyan asked casually. At that time, I wanted you to ride a bicycle to take me to the field trip. That feeling should be very good, right? Bicycle? Don't mention it. It was smashed. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Wasn't it smashed by the scum, Jean Gang? Right, this kid seems to have not compensated for my bicycle. I have to knock him down some other day. Smashed? What happened? Who did you provoke? Chen Mingyan's face was a bit bad. She didn't like Yang Ming to go out and fight. She would be worried. Who did I provoke? Do you know Jean Gang? Yang Ming said, he is our high school's physical education teacher. I heard of it. What does it have to do with him? Could it be, your bicycle was smashed by him? Chen Mengyan asked curiously. It was him. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. But I didn't provoke him. It was this guy who provoked me. Yang Ming told Chen Mengyan about Zhao Ying. It turned out to be like this, but Sister Ying is really good to you. Chen Mengyan now also called Zhao Ying Sister Ying. Yeah, if it weren't for you and Sister Ying, I might not be able to get into university. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say that it was because of his special ability. For Chen Mengyan, although Yang Ming couldn't say that he didn't trust her, he didn't have the level of unreserved trust like Xiaoqing did. I thought you were taking the opportunity to chase me. Chen Mengyan smiled. In fact, this is the case. Yang Ming nodded seriously. When they came to Yang Ming's door, Chen Mengyan was timid again. Yang Ming, I'm a little nervous. It's okay. Weren't you talking and laughing just now? Besides, my mom has a good impression of you. She won't eat you. Yang Ming comforted her. But I'm scared too. Chen Mengyan took 2 steps back. It's okay. You're just running away. Yang Ming smiled. But Chen Mengyan hadn't finished speaking yet. She heard a click sound. The security door of Yang Ming's house was opened. Mengyan, you're here. Why didn't you knock on the door? Mother Yang smiled and greeted her. Hello auntie. Chen Mengyan couldn't hide anymore, so she had to bite the bullet. This is the cashmere sweater I bought for you and uncle. It was the first time that Chen Mengyan was a big girl. She didn't know what to do. She didn't have similar experience, so she didn't know what to say. She had to take out the gift as a shield. Hee hee. Mother Yang smiled and took the cashmere sweater. Okay, I'll accept it. Come in quickly. Chen Mingyan then shyly lowered her head and entered Yang Ming's house. Yang Dehai also stood up from the sofa. Welcome, Chen Mingyan. Sit anywhere. Thank you, uncle. Chen Mingyan nodded but did not sit down. Old Yang, this is the cashmere sweater that Mingyan bought for us. Mother Yang put the gift that Chen Mingyan brought for them on the coffee table. Okay, I'm missing a cashmere sweater. Yang Dehai took it with a smile. When Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming's parents were very happy about her arrival, she felt relieved. Big Ming, go and wash the fruits for Mingyan. Mother Yang saw Yang Ming standing on the side in a daze, so she quickly ordered. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Auntie, you don't have to trouble yourself. Chen Mingyan said quickly. It's not troublesome. Let him go. Let's talk. Mother Chen enthusiastically pulled Chen Mingyan's hand. Yang Ming went to the kitchen to wash the fruits. Mother Yang and Chen Mingyan exchanged pleasantries. Mingyan, you and Big Ming are very close in high school, right? Chen Mingyan nodded shyly. It's okay. Then you are considered childhood sweethearts. Mother Yang smiled. Do your parents know about your matter? They know. Chen Mingyan replied. What did they say? About your matter? Mother Yang asked. They think it's very good. Tomorrow, Yang Ming and I will go to see my parents. Chen Mingyan said. Oh? You are going tomorrow? Mother Yang smiled and said, hee hee, that's great. Why don't Big Ming's father and I meet with your parents one day and settle your matter? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Isn't this too fast? It's settled already? Mom, what are you talking about? We are just freshmen. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan was a little stunned and quickly came over to help. Although he was washing the fruits in the kitchen, his eyes had been looking at the movements in the house. He saw what his mother said. What's wrong with being freshmen? I just said that both parents should meet. There is no other meaning. Mother Yang said. Well, let's not talk about this first. Yang Dehai also saw the awkwardness of the two children, so he waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go to the kitchen to cook and leave some privacy for the two children. Yes, it's already 10 o'clock. We have to prepare the meal. Mother Yang also stood up. Auntie, let me help you. Chen Mingyan also quickly stood up. Because she felt that to be a qualified daughter-in-law, she had to at least know how to cook. Isn't this generally written in the novel? No need. You are dressed so beautifully. Don't get oil and fumes. Mother Yang waved her hand and smiled. You and Big Ming can play in the house. I'll go and help you guys. It's good to be an assistant. Chen Mingyan insisted. Well, then you help me to wash the vegetables. I don't need you for the rest. Mother Yang saw that Chen Mingyan insisted on helping, so she nodded and agreed. However, she was very happy in her heart. Although she was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law now, she was beautiful and had good grades. However, wasn't it better if she could do housework? Yang Ming was bored alone, so he went back to his room and prepared to simply clean up the room. When he got up this morning, he was in a hurry and didn't fold the quilt. Yang Ming folded the quilt and opened the window to get some fresh air. He saw Chen Mingyan come in. Why? Aren't you going to help? Yang Ming asked, baffled. I want to, but the kitchen is too small. It can only fit 2 people. It's a bit crowded with 3 people. Auntie asked me to come back. Chen Mingyan said helplessly. Yang Ming nodded. His house had an old-fashioned pattern. The kitchen was relatively small, unlike the big houses built with large kitchens nowadays. Yang Ming originally planned to buy a house for his parents after the Chinese New Year, but his parents didn't agree because Yang Dehai was working nearby. If he moved away, it would be inconvenient for him to go to work. There were no newly developed buildings nearby, so Yang Ming had to give up. Can I just look around? Chen Mengyan approached Yang Ming's room and asked. Because she watched TV or movies, there were always some shameful things in the boys' room, such as porn videos, CDs, and so on. Of course, you can. Yang Ming said with a smile, you can look around. Anyway, his room didn't have anything dirty. Okay. Girls always like to look through their boyfriend's things, trying to find something. Chen Mengyan was no exception. Hey? Who is this? Chen Mengyan suddenly pointed to a photo frame in the bookshelf and asked. Oh? Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at the photo frame Chen Mengyan pointed to. It's Suya. Suya. So she is Suya. Chen Mengyan looked at the cute little girl in the photo and murmured. Chen Mengyan was conceited that she was very beautiful since she was young, but when she saw Suya's photo, she had to admit that this girl was comparable to her, and even cuter than herself. She is very beautiful. Chen Mengyan sighed. Didn't you ask me who is more beautiful between you and her? You can compare yourself. Yang Ming smiled. How can I compare? This photo is obviously a little girl, right? There is no comparison. When I go back, I will find my junior high school photos and show them to you. Chen Mengyan said somewhat unwillingly. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Then you have to put my photo in the bookshelf. No, it has to be on the bedside. Chen Mengyan knew that it wasn't realistic to ask Yang Ming to remove Suya's photo, so she could only fight for the same treatment as Suya, or even better than Suya. Okay, no problem. If you were willing to set it as my phone's background, it's fine. Yang Ming said with some amusement. Then it's a promise. Chen Mengyan said seriously. Yang Ming, can you tell me about Suya? Chen Mengyan picked up Suya's photo and hesitated. Won't you be jealous if I tell you? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Mengyan and joked. I'm not as petty as you say. I just want to know about you. Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Suya. In fact, strictly speaking, she and I can't be considered as boyfriend and girlfriend. We just have some feelings for each other, but we didn't say it out loud. Yang Ming told the story between himself and Suya. Chen Mengyan couldn't help but cry. Chen Mengyan couldn't believe that she actually cried for her love rival. However, the story was really moving. Yang Ming and Suya in the story were really sympathetic. That Wu Qiren simply became Huang Shiren's big bully. That Wu Qiren is too bad. Why did he take away the letter that Suya gave you? Chen Mengyan said indignantly. Well, you know everything. Shouldn't you tell me about you? Asked Yang Ming. Me? What do I have to say? You are my first boyfriend. Chen Mengyan stared at Yang Ming. You know the answer. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming, you still have Suya in your heart now, right? Chen Mengyan suddenly asked. After listening to Chen Mengyan's words, Yang Ming's heart trembled. Chen Mengyan really found out something. Yang Ming was silent. He didn't know how to answer. Forget it. I know even if you don't say it. Chen Mengyan shook her head. It's fine. I'm not angry. Chen Mengyan thought that since Suya wouldn't come back, she might as well be generous. Otherwise, Yang Ming would say that she was jealous again. And? Yang Ming was stunned. What do you mean? Did you accept Suya? Chen Mengyan sweated. She thought, when did I accept her? I only said that I wasn't angry, but I didn't say that I accepted her. However, when Chen Mengyan saw Yang Ming's excited and stunned look, Chen Mengyan's eyes turned. She weighed the pros and cons in her heart. I didn't give him a good face when I accepted him last time. Yang Ming obviously didn't like it. At this time, if she said that she didn't accept, Yang Ming would be unhappy, and it would ruin the mood of the two people. Moreover, Suya was a past tense. She had gone to another place and disappeared for many years. It was impossible for her to have any interaction with Yang Ming. So, even if she said that she accepted it, it was fine. Thinking of this, Chen Mengyan pretended to be generous and said, yes, I accept her. Really? Yang Ming frowned. Is this Chen Mengyan in front of me? Why is she different from usual? Chen Mengyan wasn't so generous. Really? Chen Mengyan nodded with certainty. Are you happy? But only this time. Hee hee. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mengyan's words, how could he not understand what she meant? I guess Chen Mengyan thought that Suya wouldn't appear in my life again. But Yang Ming didn't intend to give up. Hee hee, Chen Mengyan, you also have a time when you are too smart for your own good. Don't regret it in the future. So Yang Ming said, then, it's a promise? It's a promise. Chen Mengyan nodded. Give me a hug as a reward. Yang Ming opened his arms. What reward? You are obviously taking advantage of me. Although Chen Mengyan said so, she still ran into Yang's arms, she still obeyed. After lingering on the bed for a while, Yang Ming didn't dare to make any big moves. At most, the two of them kissed and hugged, and touched each other through the clothes. Yang Ming's parents were outside and could come in at any time. In the blink of an eye, it was time to eat. Although there were only 4 people, the food prepared today was unusually sumptuous. Come, Mengyan. Eat. Mother Yang kept giving Chen Mengyan food, making Chen Mengyan a little embarrassed. Auntie, you eat too. Don't worry about me. Chen Mengyan felt that she should be the one giving food to Mother Yang. This is a jade pendant passed down in my family. Today, I will give it to you. Mother Yang untied a jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Chen Mengyan. This was given to me by Big Ming's grandmother when I first went to her house. This, such a valuable thing. Chen Mengyan was a little stunned. What does this mean? Does it mean that my identity is recognized? What's so valuable about it? It's just an ordinary jade pendant. It's just a rule. If you have a daughter-in-law in the future, you have to continue passing it down. Mother Yang smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Mengyan's hands trembled. She was very excited as she took the jade pendant in her hand. Then, she wore the jade pendant around her neck. At this moment, Chen Mengyan's heart was indescribably steady. Lan Ling, Suya, and that Lin Jiyun can never be compared to me. I am the most authentic daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Chen Mengyan was very happy. She looked at Yang Ming proudly, but she found that Yang Ming was also smiling at her. She couldn't help but lower her head shyly. Today's atmosphere was very harmonious. In the afternoon, Chen Mengyan got up and left. Yang's father and Mother Yang didn't ask too much. After all, today was New Year's Day. Chen Mengyan had to go back early. After making an appointment to visit Chen Mengyan's house tomorrow, Yang Ming sent Chen Mengyan to a taxi and returned home. Big Ming, Chen Mengyan is a good girl. You have to hold on tight. As soon as they entered the door, Mother Yang quickly said, there must be a lot of boys chasing her, right? You can't lose her. Mom, your son is also very popular with girls. Aren't you afraid that I will find someone else? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. First, Chen Mengyan wasn't a girl who changed her mind, and he seemed to have good luck with girls recently. You dare. Mother Yang said, I have already decided that Chen Mengyan is our Yang family's daughter-in-law. If you change someone else, we won't recognize it. Okay, I know. You can rest assured, Mom. My relationship with Chen Mengyan is very strong. Yang Ming had to nod and say. Well, you can't go to Chen Mengyan's house empty-handed tomorrow, right? She has already taken a gift. What are you going to take? Asked Mother Chen. Oh, it's the cigarettes that I got from my godfather last time. There are still some left. I will take some. Yang Ming had already planned it. Chen Fei was a criminal police officer. He often thought about cases. Cigarettes would definitely not leave his hands. It was just right to give him this. What about Chen Mengyan's mother? Asked Mother Yang. Hee hee, I have already prepared it. I got a platinum brooch from Uncle Zhang's jewelry company. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, as long as you are ready. Mother Yang nodded. The next day, Yang Ming still got up early in the morning. Last night, Yang Ming didn't dare to play fight the landlord again. He went to bed early to rest. However, when Yang Ming was about to go out, he received a call from Chen Mengyan. Yang Ming, have you set off? Chen Mengyan asked in a hurry. No, but I will leave soon. Yang Ming said. Then don't come first. Chen Mingyan said, I'm sorry, Yang Ming. My dad received a call from the bureau. They said that there is a case and they need to hold an emergency meeting. Oh, it's okay. Yang Ming smiled and comforted, Uncle Chen's work is like that. It can't be helped. I will go another day. And, I'm really sorry. My dad asked me to apologize to you. Chen Mingyan said apologetically, Yang Ming, you won't be angry, right? What's there to be angry about? Yang Ming shook his head. Am I not able to distinguish right from wrong? Hee, that's good. Chen Mingyan said, then that's it. I will go to sleep. I knew that you were coming. Last night, I was dragged by my mom to clean up until midnight. Huh. Then you go and rest. Yang Ming said with a smile, say hello to your mother for me. As soon as he hung up the phone, Mother Yang immediately asked nervously, Big Ming, what's wrong? You are not allowed to go? No, Uncle Chen's temporary unit has a meeting. I will go another day. Yang Ming said indifferently. Big Ming, is it because Chen Mingyan's family doesn't like you? They have some opinions about you, but they are too embarrassed to say it directly, so they came up with such an excuse. This New Year's Day is a holiday. How can they go to a meeting? Mother Yang wondered. Mom, don't think too much. Uncle Chen is a policeman. It is normal for him to have something to do temporarily. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't complicate the problem. Besides, Uncle Chen has a good impression of me. We have known each other for a long time, so you are really thinking too much. And? Chen Mingyan's father is a policeman? Mother Yang was stunned. Really? He didn't trick you? Is it because he doesn't like you and doesn't want to find you? When Mother Yang heard that Chen Mingyan's father was a policeman, her suspicion was mostly gone. She also knew that it was normal for a policeman to have something to do temporarily. Sometimes, they had to get up in the middle of the night to go to the scene. Why are you fooling me, Mom? My case at that time was handled by Uncle Chen. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it because you put that girl, that thing? Mother Yang heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly said, Chen Mingyan's father did it? Then, how can he have a good impression of you? Mom, I was also framed. It wasn't intentional. Yang Ming shook his head and said, don't worry. Don't think too much. I don't know what happened to that girl. You have harmed her for a lifetime. Mother Yang sighed. That girl is really a good person. If she didn't change her mind, you would still be in prison now. Mom, I know. I will compensate her. Yang Ming said very solemnly. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Ming's cell phone rang again. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was actually Chen Fei's number. Hello, Uncle Chen. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I have something to do temporarily at the station. I am really sorry. I asked Chen Mingyan to tell you. Did she call you? Chen Fei said in a hurry. She called. I already know. If you have something to do, just do it, Uncle Chen. Yang Ming said. That's good. Don't think too much. You know what Uncle Chen means. Chen Fei said, Uncle Chen has always been optimistic about you. Hee, I understand. Yang Ming smiled. That's good. Uncle Chen will treat you to a meal next time. Chen Fei said, let's not talk about it. I'm at the bureau. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Chen. Yang Ming hung up the phone. Are you relieved now? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled at his mother who had been eavesdropping. You child. Mother Yang blushed and walked away, minding her own business. Since you really have something to say, then forget it. You should pack up. Your dad and I are going to attend your uncle's banquet today. Uncle? Yang Ming was stunned. He took the initiative to treat us relatives? In Yang Ming's impression, his uncle was the kind of person who kept his relatives at a respectful distance. Did the last incident change his attitude? Your uncle is treating. Your dad and I received a call last night. Because you went to Chen Mingyan's house today, we didn't tell you. Now that you're fine, come with us. Mother Yang said. Well, I haven't given the gift I bought for Yongli yet. Yang Ming nodded and said. The last time he came back from Hong Kong, he hadn't seen Yongli yet. Then you should go and prepare. Your dad and I will also prepare. Mother Yang said. Okay. Yang Ming responded. The three people took a taxi to the villa area where his uncle's family lived. Today, his uncle was treating at home. This was the first time. It used to be in a restaurant. His uncle was most annoyed when relatives came to visit. Perhaps it was because Yang Ming's family helped a lot when they were kidnapped last time. So, this time, Yang Dashan didn't give Yang Ming's family any face. Instead, he greeted them very warmly. Dahai, you are here? Come in and sit down. Your sister-in-law is preparing the meal, so she can't come out to greet you. Yang Dashan opened the door and said. Uncle. Yang Ming called out. Although he had some prejudice against him, for the sake of his parents, Yang Ming still had to respect him. Moreover, her uncle's behavior today wasn't that annoying. Yang Ming, your sister is upstairs. You go and find her. Xiaobo and the others will come in a while, said Yang Dashan. Okay, I just happened to bring her a gift. I'll go up first. Yang Ming nodded. Hee, why are you still bringing gifts? We are a family. Yang Dashan's character had indeed changed a lot. Why? It was all because of the kidnapping incident. After experiencing a life-and-death situation, Yang Dashan was a little more open-minded. He wasn't so averse to having relatives anymore. Even if Yang Ming's family wanted to lend him some money, he wouldn't object. But what he didn't know was that Yang Ming was now much wealthier than him. Yang Ming went upstairs and came to the door of Yang Li's room. He knocked on the door and heard Yang Li's voice. Who is it? The door isn't locked. Yang Ming opened the door and went in. It's me, Yang Ming. You are here, too? Yang Dashan's attitude was better, but it didn't mean that Yang Li's attitude was better. I'm here. This is a gift I brought for you from Hong Kong. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Yang Ming was angry when he heard Yang Li's sarcastic tone. I owe you. Why are you giving me such a bad face when you see me? If we weren't relatives, I would have slapped you twice. You? You brought it for me? Yang Li snorted. Is it some kind of local specialty? It's up to you whether you want it or not. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. If you don't want it, you can throw it through the window. What is it? Let me see. Yang Li said that she didn't want it, but her hands weren't idle. She opened the bag that Yang Ming gave her. LV handbag? Yang Li was stunned. Is this real or fake? Can you afford this? Yang Ming was really angry. He really wanted to kick her. If you don't want it, just throw it away. This handbag was bought by Yang Ming when he bought Lin Jian's school bag. He gave it to Yang Li. He didn't expect this woman to be so picky. Humph, Yang Li snorted. She thought, this fake bag is quite real. I will look for Xianxia one day. She is more knowledgeable. She should be able to tell the authenticity. So, she said, I will take it first. If it's fake, I will throw it away. Up to you. Yang Ming was too lazy to be angry with her. This kind of person, being angry with her would only make you die. Not long after, Yang Xiaobo also came. He pushed open Yang Li's door. Big brother, big sister, you are all here? And, Xiaobo, you're here. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Are you used to high school? It's pretty good. Big brother, the pair of sneakers that you gave me, my classmates were envious. Especially the fat guy in our class, his father is a tycoon. He went back and asked his father to buy it, but he couldn't buy it. When I went to the store to ask, it was a Hong Kong edition. It wasn't sold here. Yang Xiaobo said proudly. And? Xiaobo, Yang Ming also gave you something? Yang Li looked at Yang Xiaobo and asked. Yeah, big sister, you have one too, right? Big brother went to Hong Kong a while ago. Yang Xiaobo said. Could this be a genuine one? Yang Li picked up the LV bag and looked at it. Yang Ming was too lazy to talk to her, so he went downstairs with Yang Xiaobo. Right, Zhang Song from Class 8 didn't trouble you again, right? Yang Ming asked. No, Zhang Song is now my underling. Yang Xiaobo said with some excitement, now, people in the school know that I'm your brother. No one dares to trouble me. Sweat, is this very prestigious? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. What kind of reputation do I have? Why does it feel like I'm infamous? I think it's very prestigious. Yang Xiaobo nodded. In the blink of an eye, it was time to eat. Yang Dashan sat in the main seat and greeted everyone. Next, I will announce a good news. My sand market has been sold. I won't be doing it anymore. Everyone was stunned. What kind of good news is this? Even Yang Ming was a little inexplicable. He didn't know what his uncle was going to say. I set up a real estate development company. It will be officially listed after the new year. Yang Dashan said with some pride, our Yang family has risen in Songjiang City. It's also a big family. Let's get together more in the future. Everyone understood. It turned out that Yang Dashan's business was big. Real estate development, that was a big deal. Yang Dashan was indeed a little complacent. His partner, Bao Sanli, suddenly integrated all the forces in Songjiang's underworld. Yang Dashan's identity naturally rose. If you want to do real estate, you must have a deep background. Obviously, Yang Dashan now had this capital. In Songjiang, who dared to say that they were more powerful than Bao Sanli? Of course, Yang Ming was an exception. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate, and Yang Ming also understood the meaning of his uncle's treat. He wanted to show off his strength. Now, the most powerful person in the Yang family was his uncle, Yang Dashan. He had the ability, so he naturally wanted to show off among his relatives. Of course, this was only on the surface. If Yang Ming's company opened, maybe he wouldn't talk like this. However, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. The original mean uncle could become like this now. Yang Ming felt that it was already good. What can you expect from such a person? At the dinner table, Yang Dashan kept bragging about how capable and powerful he was now. However, he said a few times that if anyone had difficulties, they could go to him. This made Yang Ming feel more comfortable in his heart. For the changes in his uncle, Yang Ming's parents and Yang Xiaobo's family also saw it in their eyes. They were also happy from the bottom of their hearts. In the afternoon, Yang Dashan was going to drive his family to karaoke. Yang Ming saw that his parents were more interested, so it wasn't good to go back first. Yang Dashan called the company's big Jinbei van and took everyone to the nightless club's KTV. Yang Ming knew the relationship between his uncle and Bao Sanli, so it wasn't strange. This was Bao Sanli's base camp. Yang Dashan was probably a regular here. Sure enough, even the greeter at the door knew Yang Dashan. President Yang, you are here. When the greeter at the door saw Yang Dashan, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Anne, I brought my family to play. Find me a bigger private room. Yang Dashan said, is Brother Bao here? President Bao and President He went to discuss tomorrow's banquet. They aren't here. The greeter said. Oh. Yang Dashan nodded. Yang Dashan knew that Bao Sanli would invite the boss of Songjiang. Tomorrow. He also received the invitation. President Yang, please wait a moment. I will contact the private room for you. The greeter said. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Dashan nodded and then said to Yang Dahai, I am very familiar with the boss here. Everyone can relax and play. It was obviously Yang Xiaobo's first time coming to this kind of place. Just like when Yang Ming came for the first time, he was very novel to this kind of luxurious place. Big brother, the cost here shouldn't be low, right? Yang Xiaobo whispered to Yang Ming. It's okay. Big brother will get you a few vouchers. You can bring Xianxia here to play. Yang Ming said, it probably costs a few thousand yuan to play here for a night, right? So expensive? Yang Xiaobo couldn't help but be stunned. When Yang Ming teased Wu Jianchao that day, Yang Li had already left, so Yang Li didn't know that Yang Ming and Bao Sanli were familiar with each other. However, Yang Ming didn't mean to show off. Since his uncle liked to show off in front of his family, Yang Ming would satisfy his vanity. His parents didn't say anything, so he wouldn't say anything. Yang Li calmly picked up the menu and ordered a few dried fruit platters and fruit salads. Then, she handed the menu to Yang Dashan. You can order whatever you want. Yang Dashan handed the menu to Yang Xiaobo. Originally, there wasn't much food in the KTV. Yang Li basically ordered everything. Yang Xiaobo didn't know what to order with the menu, so he couldn't help but feel awkward. Yang Ming saw through Yang Xiaobo's thoughts. He took the menu, ordered a few bottles of beer, and then returned the menu to the waiter. In fact, Yang Li was singing most of the time. Yang Ming wasn't interested in this. Yang Ming's parents were also here for the first time, so they couldn't play freely. Yang Xiaobo, on the other hand, was more interested because he was younger and didn't play much. He was eager to try. I'm going to the bathroom. Yang Li, the microphone hog, finally put down the microphone so Yang Xiaobo could order a few songs. However, after waiting for a long time, Yang Li didn't come back. Yang Ming's aunt was a little anxious. Dashan, why hasn't Lily come back yet? She can't take so long to go to the bathroom, right? Yeah, it's been almost 20 minutes. Do you want to go and see? Yang Dashan looked at the wall clock in the private room and said. Okay. The auntie said and was about to leave. Big Ming, you and Xiaobo go and find your elder sister. How could Yang Dahai let his sister-in-law go, so he instructed Yang Ming. Yes, Dad. Although Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the task of finding Yang Li, his father had instructed him. Yang Ming didn't say anything. Yang Ming and Yang Xiaobo walked out of the private room and walked toward the bathroom. Big brother, you seem to come to this kind of place often? Yang Xiaobo saw Yang Ming's familiar look and couldn't help but ask. Yes, I've been here a few times. Yang Ming nodded. As they were talking, the two people came near the bathroom and heard Yang Li's voice. Do you know who I am? Yang Li asked loudly. I don't care who you are, smelly bitch, you stepped on my leather shoes, you have to pay for it. A man's voice said. What kind of lousy leather shoes are these? You want me to pay 5,000? I think you are crazy about money, right? Yang Li said sarcastically. Mother ***, this is sharkskin. Asking you to pay 5,000 is already a small amount. The man said, hurry up. Be cool. I still have to ***ck the chick. You put the money here and nothing will happen. Otherwise, hee. What? You dare to threaten me? In this nightless club, there are still people who dare to trouble my young family. I think you are itching for a beating, right? Yang Li didn't put the man in front of her in her eyes. Aya? Pretty bad *SS, chick? Yang family? Why haven't I heard of the Yang family in Songjiang? I guess your family is stupid, right? The man said mockingly. Originally, Yang Ming was watching the fun and didn't intend to help. Anyway, he knew the relationship between his uncle and Bao Sanli. It was impossible to mess up in the nightless club. However, now this man actually said that the Yang family was a bunch of idiots. Yang Ming couldn't bear it anymore. He strode over and slapped the man's face. What did you just say? What? The man was stunned and covered his face. He was stunned by Yang Ming's slap. What the hell is going on? I was blackmailing this chick. Why did a burly young man suddenly come over and slap me? I asked you what did you just say? Yang Ming stared at him and asked coldly. I didn't say anything. The man was a little scared. Seeing that Yang Ming was taller than him, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Who are you? Didn't you say that the Yang family is stupid? Yang Ming didn't want to stand up for Yang Li. Although this man was suspected of blackmail, Yang Li must have pretended to be stupid first. So Yang Ming just caught the man scolding. The man was a little inexplicable. Then I didn't say anything about you. Sorry, my surname is Yang. My father's surname is Yang. Our family's surname is Yang. Yang Ming said coldly. Ah? The man was a little overwhelmed. It can't be so coincidental, right? Am I so unlucky? I just scolded, and there is someone with the surname Yang on the side? And it's such a person who isn't easy to mess with? Sorry, I didn't scold you. I was scolding her. The man also knew his own weight. Yang Ming, who was this big, hit him like a toy. Really? You didn't scold me? Yang Ming snorted. Do you mean that my ears are broken? No. The man was just about to continue apologizing, but when he turned his eyes, he saw the people who came with him walking over. The man was not afraid at all. There were only 3 people on his side. Why would he be afraid of him? Wang Long, here. This kid is looking for trouble with me. The man shouted. Oh? You even called for help? Yang Ming was amused by the man's actions. What are you doing? Who are you? The man named Wang Long came over with a cigarette in his mouth. As soon as he came up, he pushed Yang Ming with his hand. Who are you? Does it have anything to do with you? Yang Ming didn't care about him at all. He pushed Wang Long with his hand, and he staggered. Damn, you dare to push President Wang? Before Wang Long could say anything, the man beside Wang Long suddenly jumped out. He bared his teeth and rushed up with a fist to beat Yang Ming. Go to your mother. Yang Ming couldn't let this servant hit him. He reached out and grabbed the guy's collar and threw him out. Clang. He fell in the corner and couldn't say anything. Well, it's time for us to talk. You just scolded me and found 2 idiots to beat me up. How do you want to settle this? Yang Ming solved the servant and turned back to stare at the man. When the man saw Yang Ming was so fierce, he was a little dumbfounded. Oh my God, this guy is so ruthless? I should have said a few soft words and let it go. What's going on? Who is making trouble in the nightless club? Yang Ming wanted to continue to study how to scare this man. He heard another wave of people behind him, but these people were obviously from the nightless club. They should be Bao Sanli's men. Aya, isn't this President Li? What's going on? The leader of the nightless club obviously knew this man and came forward to greet him. Brother Ji, you are here. Just in time, they are beating people up. These 2 men and this woman. President Li was just dispirited. When he saw the people from the nightless club arrive, he trembled again. Especially this leader, Brother Ji, who was very familiar with him. Catch them. Of course, Brother Ji had to give face to President Li. President Li was a regular here, so of course, he should be biased toward him. Who dares to catch my daughter? Another voice sounded. Yang Ming was a little amused. This voice was obviously his uncle's. It really had the feeling of a hero appearing at the last moment. Ah? Brother Yang? Brother Ji looked back and saw Yang Dashan. He couldn't help but be stunned. His address for Yang Dashan was obviously different from President Li just now. Just now, he just politely called President Li as a certain president, but Yang Dashan was called Brother Yang. Yang Dashan was Bao Sanli's buddy. His identity and status were naturally different. Therefore, compared to President Li, Brother Ji was even more afraid to provoke Yang Dashan. He only had due respect for President Li, but for Yang Dashan, it was awe. Otherwise, if he said a few bad words about him to Bao Sanli, then Brother Ji would be miserable. Brother Yang? Do you think I'm your Brother Yang? Your Brother Yang's daughter and nephew are going to be caught by you. Yang Dashan sneered very pretentiously. That look was exactly the same as the underworld boss in the movie. What? Are they Brother Yang's daughter and nephew? Brother Ji was stunned. He knew that this was bad. He almost got himself into big trouble. But fortunately, I haven't done anything yet. It's not too late to change sides now. Li Mingri, do you know who this is? This is Brother Yang, Brother Bao's good buddy. Quickly apologize to Brother Yang. For President Li, Brother Ji didn't want to offend him too much. After all, he was a guest who gave him money to spend. Brother Ji, they. President Li was a little dumbfounded. Which Brother Yang? There were 2 Brother Yangs here. One was grabbing his collar, and the other was standing not far away from him. Brother Ji had a face of respect for him. Anyway, when Li Mingri heard that Brother Yang and Brother Bao knew each other, he was immediately stunned. I can't afford to offend this person. He also knew that Brother G was already giving him face. Otherwise, Brother G would have directly thrown him out. However, what about these two Brother Yang? How should I deal with them? Li Mingri gritted his teeth and said to Yang Ming first, that. Little Brother Yang, can you let me go first? I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. When Yang Ming saw that his uncle was here, he couldn't continue to use violence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if his parents saw it. Yang Ming also let go of his hand and said, don't simply call others stupid in the future, because you are an idiot yourself. Yes, yes. Although Li Mingri didn't admit that he was an idiot, he had to agree with his mouth. Big Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I have a misunderstanding with your daughter. I'm sorry. Li Mingri nodded and said to Yang Dashan. You should be more eye-catching in the future. Yang Dashan enjoyed the current feeling. Since Bao Sanli became bad *SS, he also followed the trend and became bad *SS. The feeling of being bad *SS was really good, especially in front of his two nephews. Yang Dashan felt very proud. In fact, Yang Dashan still worshipped violence. As a man, he worshipped money and power, and Bao Sanli now gave him this kind of power. Yes. Li Mingri nodded and left with Wang Long and the manservant with a gloomy face. Yang Ming, Xiaobo, I am buddies with the owner of this nightclub. He is called Brother Bao in the underworld. He can settle the matters of the underworld of Songjiang. If you are bullied in the future, just mention him. Say that he is my nephew. Yang Dashan patted Yang Ming and Yang Xiaobo's shoulders and said. So powerful? Yang Xiaobo didn't expect that his uncle actually knew a character at the level of Song Jiang's boss. He was a little surprised, but when he thought about it, this was really cool. In the future, he would have a place to brag when he went out. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Bao Sanli? Hee. Your uncle is now the #1 figure in Songjiang. If there is anything, just call me. Yang Dashan nodded and said with a smile. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Forget it, I'll just satisfy his uncle's desire to act cool. Actually, it wasn't easy for him. He had been around for half his life, and it wasn't easy for him to go from being rich at the start to being rich and powerful now. Yang Ming had already enjoyed this kind of pretentious feeling many times. He was basically used to it. Therefore, occasionally cooperating with others to show off was quite a happy thing. Yang Li was very proud of her father's timely appearance and completely ignored Yang Ming's previous bravery. However, Yang Ming didn't mind being angry with her. He couldn't afford it. In the evening, when he returned home, Yang Ming received a call from Ho Zhenhan. Brother Yang, I'm Big Ho. Ho Zhenhan said. I know. What's the matter? I'm with my parents now. I'll listen to you. Yang Ming looked at his parents who were walking not far in front, and then whispered to Ho Zhenhan on the other side of the phone. I got it. Ho Zhenhan immediately understood, and then said to himself, I followed Brother Yang's instructions and let Bao Sanli integrate the brothers under him and set up a security company. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Many celebrities in Songjiang City are invited. Brother Yang, Bao Sanli asked if you would come. Is he asking me or Mr. Y? Asked Yang Ming. Oh, it's Mr. Y, Ho Zhenhan said quickly, he's talking about the behind-the-scenes boss. Since it's behind the scenes, it naturally won't appear. Yang Ming whispered, it's not time for me to appear. Okay, I will tell him. Ho Zhenhan said. However, you tell him that I will observe in the dark. Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to continue to knock on Bao Sanli's head. No problem. I understand. Ho Zhenhan replied, Bao Sanli may call you in a while and invite you to attend tomorrow. Of course, it is as another identity of the boss. Okay, I got it. Bao Sanli doesn't have any disloyalty, right? Asked Yang Ming. Probably not. He admires the boss's means very much. He is already very satisfied with his current position. Ho Zhenhan said. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't say anything and hung up the phone. In fact, the integration of Songjiang's underworld was completely out of impulse. Yang Ming didn't expect to get any benefits from the underworld, and he didn't want to develop on this road. He just liked the feeling of being in control of everything in his own hands. There was a feeling of standing on the cusp of the storm and holding the rotating moon. Since he got his special abilities, his life had become uneven. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to minimize all the factors that were unfavorable to him. Ho Zhenhan was right. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Bao Sanli to call. "Brother Yang, I am Bao Sanli." Bao Sanli said straightforwardly. A while ago, he had just integrated Song Jiang's underworld. At that time, Bao Sanli's self-confidence was extremely inflated, so the name of Yang Ming at that time changed from Brother Yang to Yang Ming. However, recently, Bao Sanli's mind had calmed down. Ho Zhenhan also kept knocking on his head and brainwashing him every day. They were working for the boss. Therefore, Bao Sanli also became humble. Especially after setting up a security company and becoming President Bao, his identity was different. He couldn't be too ruffian in his words. It was worth mentioning that the Nightless Club was also taken over by Bao Sanli. Although the original boss was also a bad *SS person, compared to the current Bao Sanli, he was naturally worse. The boss was also a smart person. He knew that the Nightless Club was Bao Sanli's headquarters, so he simply gave a reasonable price and gave the nightclub to Bao Sanli. Of course, the legal person of the company was Ho Zhenhan. Because the money for the nightclub was paid by Yang Ming. As the spokesperson of Mr. Y, Ho Zhenhan naturally became the legal person. Bao Sanli had no opinion on this. He wasn't stupid. If he rushed to be the legal person, it was inevitable that the boss would have some thoughts after knowing it. When the boss was angry and didn't want him anymore, it would be too late for him to cry. Therefore, although Bao Sanli was the leader of the gang, the one who really had the final say was Ho Zhenhan. This was no longer a secret in the gang, and Bao Sanli did not reject this statement. He didn't dare to monopolize the power because both he and Ho Zhenhan were working for the boss. It was just that the trust between Ho Zhenhan and the boss was higher. Brother Bao, why are you looking for me?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked, "Are you here to give me a New Year's greeting?" "Hehe, I also have this intention." Bao Sanli smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the opening of my company. We are friends in need. How about it? Come and support me?" "Company? What company?" Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say that he already knew about the opening of the company. "I set up a security company to provide supporting security services for hotels and nightclubs." Bao Sanli said, "Are you coming tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, I can't guarantee." Yang Ming hesitated. In fact, he didn't want to go, but it wasn't good to refuse. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to appear on this occasion. "Well, then I won't force you. I just want to let you see that I am rich now." Bao Sanli said, "Tomorrow, at Huangshan Road. Call me if you are coming. I will send an underling to pick you up." "Okay." Yang Ming said, "I will try my best." After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. He quickly walked a few steps and caught up with his parents in front of him. "Who called?" Yang Ming's mother suddenly turned around and asked Yang Ming. "Ah?" Yang Ming was shocked and said quickly, "Chen Mingyan." "Oh, what did you say?" Mom asked curiously. "That." Yang Ming sweated. Nothing was said. "Alright, don't ask Big Ming anymore. They are a couple. Why are you worrying about them?" Yang Dehai said with a smile, "Now that we are home, do you think that my brother has become better than before?" I think so too, but this is good. We are like a family." Mother Yang nodded, and the two people turned the topic to uncle. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't mean to hide it from his parents, but he really couldn't tell his parents about what he was doing now. Although Yang Ming tried his best to legalize people like Bao Sanli, it was still a marginal industry. His parents wouldn't understand. Unexpectedly, not long after hanging up the phone, Yang Ming received a call that surprised him. Because the caller ID on the phone was actually Sun Haoming's name. After the class reunion that day, Yang Ming and Sun Haoming exchanged contact information. They never contacted each other again. At this time, he received a call from Sun Haoming. How could Yang Ming not be surprised? Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming? Sun Haoming asked. It's me, Sun Haoming, right? Yang Ming replied. I am. Sun Haoming said, Yang Ming, are you in Songjiang? Of course, I am in Songjiang. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Are you free tomorrow? I will take you to see a big scene. Sun Haoming said, my boss is treating. Do you want to go and see? Your boss? The boss that you said you recognized? Yang Ming asked, then why should I go? Just treat it as keeping me company. I made you sound like you're invincible. My boss wants to meet you. Sun Haoming stammered. D*MN, did this guy brag too much? Their boss wants to see me? Why does he want to see me? Yang Ming shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to go out and mingle anymore. Yang Ming, I have already promised my boss. Just help me. Sun Haoming said with a bitter face, my boss just valued me. I don't want to disappoint him. Okay. Yang Ming said helplessly. Yang Ming was a person who knew how to repay kindness. When he was in middle school, Yang Ming was still very clear about who was good to him. Therefore, although Sun Haoming's request was a bit coercive, Yang Ming wouldn't lose anything even if he went there. Yang Ming didn't believe that there was anyone in Songjiang City who could force him to do anything. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming explained clearly that he had no intention of going out, Sun Haoming's boss probably wouldn't have any objections. That's great. Sun Haoming said happily, then tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I'll look for you. By the way, is your house still near Red Flag High School? It's still there. Yang Ming said, you know, the family area of the Songjiang bus factory. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at 8 o'clock. Sun Haoming said. All right. Yang Ming agreed. It was a silent night. The next morning, Yang Ming woke up early again. He had planned to rest well during the New Year's Day, but he woke up early for 3 consecutive days. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Sun Haoming's familiar figure. This guy was straddling a 125 off-road motorcycle. He was still wearing a tight leather jacket, which was very eye-catching. The motorcycle had been sprayed with various colors, and there were also some messy stickers on it. Get in the car. Sun Haoming patted the back of his seat. D*MN, what are you doing? Can you get on the road? Yang Ming shook his head. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the police? New Year's Day holiday. There aren't many traffic police on the road. It's fine. Sun Haoming said proudly, I usually go out at night, so I'm not afraid of being caught. Yang Ming was speechless. A typical opportunist. But he still got on the back of Sun Haoming's motorcycle. Sit tight, let's go. Sun Haoming started the motorcycle and sped to the road. Where are we going? Asked Yang Ming. Let's find my boss first. Sun Haoming said, then he'll bring us along. Isn't your boss treating? Yang Ming asked curiously, what do you mean he'll bring us along? Sun Haoming blushed. His boss is treating, so he'll bring us to see. Damn. Yang Ming sweated. Is this okay? Almost. Sun Haoming smiled. Forget it. Yang Ming was helpless. But since he had already come out with Sun Haoming, he didn't care who was treating. The motorcycle in front stopped by the side. A boy suddenly came, scaring Yang Ming and Sun Haoming. Huh? Yang Ming almost fell off the motorcycle. It's Xia Shui again? Of course, this voice was undoubtedly Xia Shui's. Yang Ming thought, this is really King bad luck. How can I meet Xia Shui every time I go out? We're really enemies. It seems that I have to look at the Chinese calendar when I go out in the future. Xia Shui had just withdrawn from the People's Hospital. She had been waiting for a few days without any results, which made Xia Shui extremely irritated. That ghost seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. This group of police officers had to take shifts nervously every day to guard the hospital. She didn't have a good New Year's Day. Just as she was about to go home to rest, she saw a motorcycle suddenly jump out from beside her police car. Moreover, the motorcycle was actually carrying a person. Originally, it was against the rules for a motorcycle to be on the road. Now that it was carrying a person, it was a serious violation. Xianxia was suddenly furious. She picked up the loudspeaker and shouted at the front. What should we do? Sun Haoming asked Yang Ming. What should we do? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. If Xianxia took it down, he probably wouldn't be able to get away for a while. He might even be asked this and that. So, he asked, how is the performance of your motorcycle? It's been modified. There's nothing to say. Sun Haoming immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. Don't worry. It's more than enough to outrun her police car. Okay, then let's run. Yang Ming nodded and said. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. As Sun Haoming said this, he began to increase the throttle. A powerful engine roared and the motorcycle began to accelerate. Xianxia just felt that the person sitting behind the motorcycle was familiar. When she looked closely, why did it seem like Yang Ming? Yang Ming's coat and body shape were very familiar to Xianxia, so she quickly determined that it was Yang Ming. Yang Ming, stop the car quickly. I have recognized you. Xianxia shouted into the loudspeaker. My God? Sun Haoming was stunned. Recognize you? When Yang Ming heard Xianxia actually shouted his name, he knew that it wasn't good. Hurry up and run. Don't let her catch us. Otherwise, we will suffer. Yang Ming, did you do something wrong to her? Sun Haoming asked with a smile. I was caught by her before. Yang Ming didn't want to explain too much, so he just vaguely said this. It turned out to be like this. Sun Haoming quickly increased the throttle, and the motorcycle went away. Xianxia angrily hit the steering wheel and stopped the motorcycle on the side of the road. It was impossible to catch up with Yang Ming. The motorcycle was originally light. It was impossible to perform a car chase on this kind of road. She took out her phone and dialed Yang Ming's number angrily. Yang Ming, why didn't you stop the car? Xianxia asked angrily. Why didn't I stop the car? Who are you? Yang Ming pretended to be ignorant and asked, Oh, you are Xianxia? Yang Ming, don't pretend to be confused. Why didn't you stop the car just now? Xianxia said coldly. Stop the car? Xianxia, what are you talking about? I didn't drive, right? Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and said, My motorcycle has been returned to a friend. You know, the motorcycle has a lot of problems. I simply didn't drive it. Yang Ming. I didn't ask you about driving. Xianxia interrupted Yang Ming's words. Oh? You didn't ask me about driving? Didn't you say that I didn't stop the car? Yang Ming's tone was full of doubts. Weren't you sitting on someone else's motorcycle just now? Asked Xianxia. Motorcycle? What motorcycle? Didn't you confiscate my motorcycle? Yang Ming continued to pretend to be confused. Xianxia was speechless. Did I just see wrongly? No, that person seemed to be Yang Ming. Someone else was riding a motorcycle and carrying you, right? Riding a motorcycle? I don't do such a dangerous thing. What if I die? Yang Ming said with a smile, Let me tell you. I have a junior high school classmate who was riding a motorcycle and carrying his classmate on the street. Suddenly, the motorcycle hit a rock. As a result, the back wheel of the motorcycle tilted up. Then, the person on the motorcycle flew out like a rocket launcher. Have you seen a TV series called Dinosaur Super Cozy Eye? It was just like the shooting of a human cannon. It's okay. I'm hanging up. Xianxia completely dispelled the idea that the person was Yang Ming. Ga. I'm really a genius. Yang Ming proudly put the phone back in his pocket. D***mn, you can really make it up. Sun Haoming waited for Yang Ming to hang up the phone. Then, he suddenly laughed, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Unfortunately, before he could finish laughing, an accident happened. All of a sudden, there was a thump under the motorcycle, and the body of the motorcycle trembled violently. Because the speed was too fast, Sun Haoming couldn't control the direction and hit the curb, and the entire motorcycle flipped forward. Sun Haoming was instantly like the human cannon that Yang Ming had just said. He flew out of the motorcycle and fell heavily on the side of the road. Yang Ming's skill was still agile. This period of assassin training was not in vain. His reaction ability was naturally much better than Sun Haoming's. Although he also flew out, he adjusted his body's center of gravity so that he landed flat on the ground. He did not suffer any damage. The motorcycle was still smoking, the back wheels whirred, and the engine roared. Yang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Do you have to laugh like this? Is it over? Is it a tragedy? Yang Ming stood up and came to Sun Haoming's side. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Sun Haoming did not answer, but his mouth kept muttering, junior high school classmate, human cannon, your broken mouth is too accurate, isn't it? Sun Haoming rubbed the sore part and continued to drive the motorcycle with the paint peeling off on the road. Although the motorcycle was unsightly, it was still sturdy and there was no problem driving it. What does it have to do with me? If you don't laugh, can you overturn the car? Yang Ming snorted. Of course it has to do with me. You said it, one of your junior high school classmates was carrying someone. On the road, the human cannon fired. Sun Haoming complained. Yang Ming was speechless. What a coincidence. It didn't take long for the two people to come to a small game hall. Sun Haoming went in first, and Yang Ming followed. Brother Bai, this is Yang Ming, my good junior high school buddy. Sun Haoming pointed to Yang Ming and introduced him to a man who looked like a pickle jar in front of him. Oh? You are Yang Ming? Brother Bai glanced at Yang Ming. My name is Bai Kansas. People in the underworld call me Brother Bai. Oh, hello, Bai Kansas. Yang Ming nodded to him and did not call him by his underworld name. Bai Kan's face changed slightly. Yang Ming called him by his name, which meant that he did not put his underworld identity in his eyes, which made Bai Kan slightly upset. Howsy, your friend is awesome. Bai Kan sneered and said to Sun Haoming, he is indeed a badass. Ugh. Sun Haoming's face was a little embarrassed. He quickly said to Yang Ming, call Brother Bai. Call him? Yang Ming shook his head. I'm not related to him, and I'm not very familiar with him. Although Yang Ming, he was badass. Was a little angry. Which path are you on? I'm from Songjiang Industry University. I'm an only child. There is no boss or second boss in my family. Yang Ming said faintly. Heh. Bai Kan was so angry that he laughed. Okay, Yang Ming, right? You think you are quite good, right? What do you mean? Yang Ming pretended not to understand and asked. Pretentious. Bai Kan sneered. Howsy, your friend is quite pretentious, right? This is what you mean by introducing a friend to me? Brother Bai, Sun Haoming was in a dilemma. Yang Ming, can you give me face? Brother Bai is my boss. Yes, he is your boss. I gave you face and came with you. Yang Ming said easily. Humph. Bai Kan looked at Yang Ming coldly. Bai Kan, right? Yang Ming looked at Bai Kan and said word by word, you are Sun Haoming's boss. It is normal for him to call you Brother Bai, but I don't have any other relationship with you. Why don't you call me Brother Yang? Okay, if you want me to call you Brother Yang, you have to have the strength. Bai Kan also became stubborn. He took off his coat and revealed the vest inside. I heard that your skill is good. Let's practice. If you beat me, I can call you Brother Yang. I won't practice with you. You don't have to call me Brother Yang. Yang Ming ignored him and rejected him directly. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was getting stiffer and stiffer, Sun Haoming had to mediate. Brother Bai, my buddy's temper is like this. He was a ruthless person in the underworld. Humph, ruthless person, right? Bai Kan saw that Yang Ming didn't have the intention to compete. Because Sun Haoming was here, he couldn't use force. After all, the boss also wanted face, so he said, well, you will go with me to attend our boss's banquet. When you get there, you will know what a ruthless person is. Yang Ming shrugged and said with a smile, can I not go? Anyway, you want to see me, not your boss. If you are a man, go with me. Aren't you arrogant? When you get there, I will see if you can still be arrogant. Baiken stared unprovoked. Forget it. Since you said so, then I will go with you. Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he agreed. This Baiken's words were really unpleasant. Originally, Yang Ming didn't intend to bother with him, but because of Sun Haoming's face, he didn't want to make it too stiff. Looking at Sun Haoming's somewhat pleading eyes, Yang Ming had to nod. This time, he didn't need to ride a motorcycle. Baiken had a Charlie car that had changed hands many times. It was actually several times worse than Ho Jinhan's Jetta. The car was squeaking when it was driven, which made Yang Ming somewhat nervous. He didn't want it to fall apart halfway. However, Baiken enjoyed driving it. At least, he had a car, although the car was a bit broken. Huangshan Road? Yang Ming was stunned. Why is it so familiar? Where did I hear this name before? Yang Ming shook his head. There were too many things recently. He didn't remember in detail the unimportant things. Mingyang Security Company opening ceremony, the big slogan swayed in the wind. Security Company? Yang Ming patted his forehead. Oh my god, it turns out to be Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had called him yesterday and told him that his security company had opened on Huangshan Road. Could it be that the boss that Baiken was talking about is Bao Sanli? It is really possible. The little punks in Songjiang are basically Bao Sanli's underlings. Mingyang Security Company? Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. Is this name an innuendo? Yang Ming, Mingyang. Needless to say, this must be Ho Jinhan's masterpiece. Wait, where's your invitation? A man in a black suit at the door blocked Yang Ming's way. Ugh. Do I need an invitation? Baiken was stunned. I am following Brother Hai. Nonsense, how would I know you without an invitation? The man in the suit rolled his eyes at Baiken's, which Brother Hai? Bai Hai, Brother Bai Hai. Baiken said respectfully. Oh, it's Brother Hai's underling. Then you wait for a while. Brother Hai hasn't come yet. The man in the suit seemed to be very respectful to Bai Hai, but he didn't care much about Baiken's yes. Baiken nodded and bowed. Go aside. Don't stand here to block the door. The man in the suit waved his hand and said. Yes. Baiken nodded and then pulled Sun Haoming and Yang Ming to stand aside. You can't go in? Yang Ming looked at Baiken funnily. Who is Sun Haoming following? Isn't he too trashy? He actually follows Bai Hai, not Bao Sanli. If you have the ability, why don't you go in and let me see? Baiken glanced at Yang Ming. The one inside is the boss of Songjiang. Do you understand? Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Isn't it easy to go in? Just call Bao Sanli or Ho Jinhan, and you can go in. After a while, Bai Hai came. This guy actually brought Xianxia along. It seems that this guy put Yang Ming's words in his heart. Brother Hai, you are here. The attitude of the man in the black suit at the door immediately changed. He nodded to Bai Hai respectfully. It seems that Bai Hai is really doing well. Most people here know him. Bai Hai nodded. Right, Brother Hai, there is a person who claims to be your underling. Should we let him in? Asked the man in the black suit. Who is it? Is it Xiao Bai? Bai Hai asked. That kid insisted on coming with me to see the scene, so I let him come together. There are 3 people, said the man in the black suit. 3? Why are there 3? Bai Hai was stunned. At this time, Baiken also saw Bai Hai and went to greet him. Big Brother Hai, you are here. Bai Hai nodded and said, why? Did you bring other brothers here? No, they are my underlings. I want to bring them here to see. Baiken said carefully. Your underlings? Bai Hai frowned. Do you know that I am already making an exception by bringing you here? Do you know who are the people inside? Brother Bao and Brother Ho. How can you bring underlings with such identities? Baiken blushed. Forget it. Let them come over. Bai Hai waved his hand and said helplessly. You too, come here. Baiken said arrogantly to Yang Ming and Sun Haoming. Yang Ming shrugged and walked over with Sun Haoming. At this time, Bai Hai also saw Yang Ming. He couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Ming was a person who could talk to Bao Sanli. How could he suddenly be someone else's underling? You too, what are you looking at? Call me Brother Hai. This is my boss. Baikan glared and yelled at Yang Ming and Sun Haoming. Pa. As Baikan's voice just fell, a big slap landed on his face. He was suddenly stunned. He looked at the perpetrator, Bai Hai, with some astonishment. He opened his mouth incredulously. Brother Hai, why did you hit me? Brother Hai, my ass. Bai Hai scolded, can Brother Yang call me Brother Hai? Calling me Little Hai is already flattering me. After that, Bai Hai turned around and looked at Yang Ming and said, Brother Yang, you are here too? Why don't you go in? Oh, it was a good buddy of mine from junior high who brought me here. This is his boss. What's his name? Right, his name is Bai Kansas. He asked me to call him Brother Bai. He also said that he brought me here to see the scene. Yang Ming smiled and said. Pa. Another big slap landed on his face. Brother Yang is a friend of Brother Bao. How can he not see the world? Did your brain get punctured? Baikan really had an impulse to cry. Didn't Sun Haoming say that this Yang Ming was a college student? And he hasn't been in the underworld for a long time. Why is he still so bad *SS? What you? Call me Brother Yang. Bai Hai was a little unhappy. He thought that this underling named Baikan was a more eye-catching guy, so he brought him out to broaden his horizons. He did not expect Baikan to be so insensible. What is he doing in a daze? Brother Yang. This time, Baikan reacted quickly and said quickly. Don't. I don't have such a big face. Yang Ming was still more vengeful. What kind of person is this? He wants to fight with me. Brother Yang. I don't know. Baikan was a little embarrassed. Here, the most surprised one was Sun Haoming. He didn't expect that his boss's boss was actually so respectful to Yang Ming. This made him feel very strange. Seeing that Yang Ming ignored him, Baikan had no choice but to stand aside embarrassedly. This is none of your business. You can go back. Bai Hai glared at Bai Kansas. I will deal with you later. Baikan was also very helpless. He didn't expect that the opportunity to get in touch with the higher-ups was gone. However, there was no other way. Who asked him to be so blind? He couldn't ignore Bai Hai's words, so he yelled at Sun Haoming, you go back with me. He naturally didn't dare to say anything to Yang Ming. He could only vent his anger on his underling. I asked you to go back by yourself. Bai Hai knew that Sun Haoming was Yang Ming's junior high school buddy. Moreover, when he saw Yang Ming, he talked and laughed with him. Obviously, they were close friends. How could he drive Sun Haoming away? Not only would he not let him go, but he would also remember this person. If there was a chance in the future, he must promote him. He would not forget Yang Ming's kindness to him. Baikan was very depressed. What is this? I left, but my underling stayed. How can I go out in the future? I can't raise my head in front of other underlings. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. Baikan still left obediently. This is Sun Haoming, my good buddy from junior high school. Yang Ming patted Sun Haoming's shoulder and said to Bai Hai. Brother Sun, hello. Bai Hai quickly reached out and shook hands with Sun Haoming. Just call me Little Hai in the future. Brother Hai, you. Sun Haoming was a little overwhelmed. The person in front of him was his boss's boss. He was actually so respectful to him. Sun Haoming didn't know what to do. Let's not talk about that. You are Brother Yang's buddy. Naturally, you are a person that I, Bai Hai, respect. Bai Hai saw Sun Haoming's embarrassment and quickly explained. But, Sun Haoming was still a little embarrassed. It's okay, Sun Haoming. Just call him whatever he wants you to call him. Yang Ming said faintly, let's go. Let's go in and see. Baikan is gone. I will bring you to meet the bosses of the upper class. Although the black suit guarding the door didn't know who Yang Ming was, seeing that Bai Hai was respectful to him, he didn't dare to neglect. He welcomed Yang Ming into the banquet hall with a smile. The banquet hall was very big. There were guests coming and going. It could be seen that Bao Sanli now had a lot of face. Here, Yang Ming saw several familiar people. Guo Jianchao and President Hua were among them. Since Guo Jianchao and President Hua were here, would Sun Jia come? He didn't know why, but Yang Ming suddenly thought of Sun Jia. But then he slapped his forehead and remembered that Sun Jia was still in Donghai. It was impossible for her to appear here. There was another person who surprised him. It was Song Heng. Song Heng actually came, too. However, the surprise was still behind. One by one, unexpected people appeared in front of Yang Ming. Of course, they were all famous people in Songjiang City. What surprised Yang Ming the most was that his uncle actually came. This made Yang Ming have an impulse to leave immediately. He wasn't afraid to see his uncle, but he was afraid that his uncle would tell his parents about his matter. However, since he had already come in, it was inappropriate to leave now. Besides, Sun Haoming was still by his side. Yang Ming, how do you know Brother Hai? Taking advantage of the time when Bai Hai was greeting others, Sun Haoming asked curiously. Bai Hai, it's a long story. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This really couldn't be explained in a few words. Yang Ming said, let's talk about this later. If you really want to take this path, I will let Bai Hai help you. Yang Ming, have you been lying to me? Are you actually still in the underworld? Sun Haoming looked at Yang Ming strangely. Why does Brother Hai respect you so much? I know Bai Hai's boss. Yang Ming smiled. And Bai Hai's promotion was also recommended by me. Brother Bao? Sun Haoming said with surprise, Yang Ming, you know Brother Bao? I have a good relationship with him. I will introduce him to you later. Yang Ming nodded and said. Really? That's great. Sun Haoming said excitedly, I know that you always have a way. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to hide in the crowd. When the banquet was about to end, he would find a chance to meet with Bao Sanli privately so that he could avoid meeting his uncle. But what he was afraid of came. Before Yang Ming could find a hidden corner to hide, he heard Bao Sanli's loud voice shouting, Brother Yang, you are here? Yang Ming secretly thought, your eyesight is almost catching up with mine. Why is it so good? In fact, it wasn't that Bao Sanli's eyesight was good, but everyone who came here would be reported to Bao Sanli by Bao Sanli's followers. In this way, Bao Sanli could know who came. If there were some people with status, Bao Sanli still had to greet them personally. Delay naturally knew Yang Ming. After seeing Yang Ming come in, he told Bao Sanli. Then, Bao Sanli found Yang Ming. However, coincidentally, Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Dashan, was also not far from the door. When he heard Bao Sanli suddenly shouting Brother Yang, he turned his head with some surprise. When he saw Bao Sanli coming here, he couldn't help but feel flattered. Bao Sanli usually called him Boss Yang. He had never called him Brother Yang. This time, he called him Brother Yang in front of so many people. Obviously, Bao Sanli gave him enough face, so Yang Dashan immediately greeted him, Brother Bao, you called me? Bao Sanli frowned and looked at Yang Dashan and said, I didn't call you. Brother Bao, didn't you just call Brother Yang? Yang Dashan wondered. Do you think you are qualified to be Brother Yang? Bao Sanli said with some seriousness, we have a good relationship, but don't mess up the seniority. Ah? Yang Dashan was even more confused. It's not me? Then, there is no one with the surname Yang around here? N? Yang Ming? Why is this kid here? Yang Dashan looked back and forth and actually saw Yang Ming's figure. This kid, he didn't learn good things at such a young age. Why did he come to this place? Yang Dashan was embarrassed and had nowhere to vent. When he saw that his nephew actually appeared here, he couldn't help but be angry. He was ready to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He didn't think about how Yang Ming came here and how he came in. He simply wanted to vent his embarrassment, so he didn't think so much about other things. Yang Dashan, who was humiliated by Bao Sanli, quickly walked toward Yang Ming. Yang. As Bao Sanli was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yang Dashan who followed closely behind. Yang Ming. Why are you here? You are still in school. Is this a place for you? Yang Dashan reprimanded with some anger. How did you come in? Uncle. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment, my friend asked me to come. Your friend? What kind of shady friend did you make? Which friend asked you to come? I am going to settle accounts with him. Yang Dashan lectured. Bao Sanli stood there and his face turned green. Okay? Yang Dashan. Aren't you making oblique accusations in front of me? Isn't this equivalent to slapping my face? Bao Sanli was so angry that he gritted his teeth and trembled. No wonder he was angry. It was normal. Isn't Yang Ming's friend Bao Sanli? Yesterday, he called and invited Yang Ming to come over. How did I become a shady friend? Yang Dashan, what are you talking about? Bao Sanli was very annoyed. Are you making oblique accusations? N? Brother Bao, what are you talking about? Yang Dashan was somewhat inexplicable. I am teaching my nephew a lesson. I called Brother Yang and asked him to come over. Then, do you mean that I am a shady person? Are you going to settle accounts with me? Bao Sanli glared and said with some anger. What? What Brother Yang? Yang Dashan was stunned. Brother Bao, you called my nephew Brother Yang? Bao Sanli's face turned purple this time. Your nephew? Do you know how to speak? I called your nephew brother. Then, do you mean that I am a generation younger than you? Do I have to call you uncle too? Cough cough. Delay also saw that Yang Dashan had inadvertently annoyed Bao Sanli. He was quite familiar with Yang Dashan. He couldn't bear to let him continue to make a fool of himself, so he coughed twice and said, Dashan, we are friends with Brother Yang in the detention center. We are all friends. If you say this, aren't you making things difficult for Brother Bao? Ugh. Only then did Yang Dashan react. His words just now were really a little too much. So he said with some embarrassment, Brother Bao, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Humph. Bao Sanli snorted. I know that you are a tiger, or else I would have slapped you. Yang Dashan nodded quickly. Yes, Brother Bao. I'm just like this. I'm more straightforward. Please don't mind. After that, he quickly moved to the side. However, he was very surprised in his heart. When did Yang Ming and Bao Sanli have a life-and-death friendship? Moreover, to hear Delay say that they know each other in the detention center? Yang Ming had been to the detention center? Why didn't I know that? Yang Dashan pondered. Should I tell my brother about this? However, Yang Dashan hesitated after being yelled at by Bao Sanli. The relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli was very good. Wouldn't it be troublesome if I complained? It seems that I have to find Yang Ming and have a good talk. This nephew of mine doesn't seem to be so simple. At this time, Yang Dashan suddenly remembered Yang Ming's performance when they were eating at the Heavenly Earth. He couldn't help but frown. Did I always underestimate Yang Ming and his family? Or, did I just underestimate Yang Ming? Yes, with the close relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli, I really underestimated Yang Ming. What did Bao Sanli call Yang Ming? Brother Yang. Who was Bao Sanli? Although calling others brother didn't necessarily mean that they were direct leaders, it was at least an honorific title. It showed respect. Therefore, Yang Dashan didn't dare to say much at the moment. He could only wait until the end of the banquet and ask Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also somewhat helpless. He was hiding from his uncle, but he was still found out. He could only talk to him alone in a while so that he wouldn't tell his parents about him. Seeing that his uncle could mix with Bao Sanli, he obviously wasn't an old-fashioned person. Therefore, Yang Ming wasn't worried. At most, he would confess a little truth to his uncle. Brother Bao, I came uninvited. I'm sorry. Yang Ming thought about this and let it go. He cupped his fist and smiled at Bao Sanli. Hee hee, why did you come uninvited? Didn't I call you? Yesterday? You coming to support me is giving me face. Bao Sanli smiled and said, right, Brother Ho is over there. Don't you know him? You can meet him in a while. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, Brother Bao, your business is getting better and better. I'm just making a living. How about it, Brother Yang? Are you interested in coming over? Speaking of this, Bao Sanli suddenly remembered that he was now working for others. He didn't have the final say. He couldn't make the decision. The boss behind the scenes had to agree. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, Yang Ming didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him. "Brother Bao, let's talk about this later." "Okay, then I won't force it." Bao Sanli also took advantage of the situation and bypassed this topic. "Hee, Bai Hai, you are lucky to have Brother Yang to support you." Bao Sanli looked at Bai Hai next to Yang Ming. Bai Hai was immediately grateful. Bao Sanli was right. If there was no Yang Ming, he wouldn't be able to overthrow Wu Xingkai. There were too many guests. Bao Sanli couldn't chat with Yang Ming for too long. After apologizing, he went to greet others. Yang Ming didn't care. After all, Bao Sanli still didn't know that he was Mr. Y, the boss behind the scenes. Bao Sanli left, but Yang Ming knew several of Bao Sanli's core subordinates. Delay stayed here to talk with Yang Ming. "Lazy, let me introduce you to someone. This is my good buddy from junior high school. If there is something good in the future, remember to promote him." Yang Ming patted Sun Haoming's shoulder and said. Delay's gratitude to Yang Ming wasn't just a little bit. When he fought with Yu Xianxia in the detention center, Yang Ming contributed a lot, so Delay had always respected Yang Ming. "No problem, Brother Yang. Your buddy is my buddy." Delay nodded. "Young man, what's your name?" "Sun Haoming, I am now following Brother Bai." Speaking until here, Sun Haoming paused. Delay definitely wouldn't know Bai Can, so he had to change his words. "I am following Brother Hai." Okay. Bai Hai, go back and find a good position for him. Let him train first. When the company opens, he will be the captain. Delay instructed Bai Hai. "Captain? Let me be?" Sun Haoming was stunned. The Mingyang Security Company is divided into several security teams. You will be one of the captains. Delay said. Sun Haoming was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He came out to make a living, but he didn't expect Delay to let him work in the company directly. Delay even arranged a small position for him. How could this not make him excited? "Thank you, Brother Lei," Sun Haoming said quickly. "You don't have to thank me. Just thank Brother Yang." Delay smiled. It wasn't a big deal to arrange someone. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the social activities at the banquet, but for Sun Haoming, he still took him around and introduced him to a few people he was familiar with. When he came to Yang Ming's side, he pretended not to be very familiar with him and introduced Sun Haoming to him. Ho Zhenhan naturally understood Yang Ming's hint and nodded to Sun Haoming. Sun Haoming didn't expect that he would come here today and meet so many Big Brother-level characters. He was really happy with his wise move of inviting Yang Ming. After the banquet, Yang Ming hurriedly bid farewell to Bao Sanli and Sun Haoming. He still had other things to do. That was to find his uncle and go out to talk to him. Before he complained to his parents, he had to deal with him first. Although Sun Haoming had a lot of questions to ask Yang Ming, he could only give up when he saw that Yang Ming still had things to do. He made an appointment to talk about it later. Yang Ming was afraid that his uncle left too quickly and had already gone back. He quickly quickened his pace and rushed to the entrance of the banquet hall. Yang Dashan actually had the same idea. When the two people bumped into each other at the door, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Yang Ming, why are you in such a hurry? Come, tell Uncle what's going on." "Uncle. In fact, I was looking for you. I was afraid that you would leave." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "You are looking for me too? Let's go. It's too messy here. Let's find a quiet place to talk." Yang Dashan sighed and said, "You won't not give Uncle face, right? Brother Yang?" "Uncle, you are joking. That's because Bao Sanli respects me. In any case, you are still my uncle and my elder. How can you call me Brother Yang?" Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. "Well, Yang Ming, let's find a place to talk?" Yang Dashan inquired. Yang Dashan was originally a person who fawned over those in power. When he saw that Bao Sanli was so respectful to Yang Ming, he didn't dare to yell anymore. No problem. Yang Ming nodded. I'm not familiar with this area. Uncle, you tell me where to go. There is a good coffee shop in front. I often go there to talk about business. Yang Dashan opened the door of the front passenger seat and let Yang Ming go in first. This made Yang Ming somewhat flattered. Eldest uncle had never been so submissive to him before. Yang Ming was sometimes very strong, but that was when he was dealing with his enemies or people who were smug with him. Strictly speaking, his uncle also belonged to this kind of person, but Yang Ming couldn't show too much dissatisfaction with him. In the final analysis, this was because his uncle had the title of a relative. He was his father's brother, so even if it was because of his father's face, Yang Ming couldn't do anything to his uncle. If he likes to be pretentious, then let him be. What does it have to do with me? Today, when he saw his uncle's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, Yang Ming was really at a loss of what to do. His uncle's car was a Toyota Camry, a new model that was just bought last year, but this was the first time that Yang Ming rode in it. Yang Ming, your uncle has been doing business for the past few years. He has neglected you children. You won't blame your uncle, right? Yang Dashan asked as he drove. And? Yang Ming was stunned. What happened to his uncle today? Why did he speak so strangely? However, Yang Ming didn't have any opinion at all. His uncle wasn't his father. So what if he neglected him? Yang Ming didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yang Ming, do you think that uncle is a very unscrupulous person? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Yang Dashan smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I don't want to comment on anything. Everyone has their own way of life, right? Yang Ming shook his head. How you do it is your own business. This is understandable. Yang Ming, you really are still angry with uncle. Yang Dashan sighed. In fact, uncle had no choice. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He didn't want to say anything. After all, his uncle's attitude towards his relatives was a problem of his own character. Yang Ming had no right to criticize him. Uncle, you're looking for me just to tell me this? Yang Ming was a little impatient. If he was going to say these useless things, then he might as well not say it. When we get there, let's talk about it again. Yang Dashan gave a hollow laugh. The car drove to the door of a classic coffee house. Yang Ming and Yang Dashan got off together. The receptionist at the door was obviously familiar with Yang Dashan. Yang Dashan didn't speak, and the receptionist led them to a small table with a more elegant environment. What do you want to drink? Yang Dashan took the order from the waitress and handed it to Yang Ming. Anything. Juice is fine. Yang Ming didn't order the order, so he said casually. He didn't come here to drink, but to talk to his uncle. Is freshly squeezed orange juice okay? Asked the waitress. Yang Ming nodded, and Yang Dashan asked for a cup of coffee. After the waitress left, Yang Ming looked at Yang Dashan. He hesitated and asked, Uncle, are you going to tell my parents about today's matter? Yang Dashan wasn't a meddlesome person. He just found Yang Ming to vent his anger because he was bullied by Bao Sanli. When he knew the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli, he immediately stopped. What's the matter? Yang Dashan asked and pretended to be inexplicable. Yang Ming smiled and knew what he meant. It seemed that Yang Dashan wasn't going to tell his parents. Yang Ming's hanging heart also settled down. Originally, he planned to threaten and tempt when it really didn't work. He didn't expect his uncle to be so straightforward. Well, since uncle doesn't want to mention it, then I didn't ask. Yang Ming said, I don't know why uncle is looking for me. Yang Ming, over the years, uncle admits that uncle can be said to be indifferent to you. You may despise uncle and say that uncle is cold-blooded, but uncle is actually fighting with you. Yang Dashan said helplessly. Fighting with you? What do you mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Uncle, there are some things that you don't have to explain. I don't blame you. Although you are my uncle, you don't owe me anything. I don't care whether you treat me well or badly. No, Yang Ming, you listen to your uncle first. Yang Dashan interrupted Yang Ming's words and continued, in the past, your uncle was also a worker in the Songjiang bus factory. At that time, an old director of our workshop had retired. I was the apprentice of the old director. In terms of qualifications, this position should be mine, but the brother-in-law of the factory director at that time came out and interfered, squeezing me out. At that time, I was discouraged and wanted to leave the Songjiang bus factory, but your father and Yang Xiaobo's father advised me to continue to stay in the factory. In the beginning, the two brothers only advised me, but I had made up my mind at that time. I wanted to come out alone. Your father and Yang Xiaobo's father were very angry at that time. They accused me that I didn't want a stable job and insisted on being self-employed. Wasn't this looking for trouble? It was simply a waste of my brain. The relationship between us three brothers also became tense because of this incident. Later, your father and Yang Xiaobo's father threatened me that if I dared to resign, they would not recognize me as their elder brother. I was also young and impetuous at that time. I said in a fit of pique that if I, Yang Dashan, became rich one day, the two of you shouldn't come to me to ask for things. Your father and Yang Xiaobo's father both laughed at me at that time. They said, how much development could a self-employed person have? No matter how bad *SS I was just a stall owner. In this way, I resigned from the factory and came out to do it alone. I didn't expect that I really made a name for myself. Although I have also been in contact with your father and Yang Xiaobo's father over the years, the relationship between the brothers has faded a lot because of the incident at that time. I am the eldest in the family, the eldest in the Yang family. I was looked down upon by my two younger brothers. Do you know how uncomfortable my heart was at that time? I also know that I am not young anymore. I can't be like a child anymore, but the knot in my heart can't be untied. Ah? Yang Ming listened with his mouth wide open. He looked at his uncle at a loss. Uncle, why didn't I know about what you said? How old were you in 1995? How could he possibly know such trivial matters? Yang Dashan smiled bitterly. You should know what kind of person your father is. He is very old-fashioned. I was angry that he looked down on me in the past, so he was neither cold nor warm to you in the past few years. Because of this, your aunt has advised me many times. I was not sensible when I was young. Now that I am so old, why am I still so stubborn? Maybe your uncle is a narrow-minded person, so I have not eased the relationship with your father. But a few days ago, your first aunt persuaded me again. Your first uncle is almost 40 years old, and I've lived more than half of my life. It's meaningless to continue living like this. That's why I asked your dad to come out yesterday. You should have noticed the change in my attitude. Yang Ming didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns in the middle. Have I always misunderstood my uncle? Yang Ming finally understood why his father had no opinion on his uncle's attitude from the association. It turned out that it was because of this matter. Yang Ming still understood his father's thinking. He was old-fashioned and didn't like to take risks, so he must have conflicts with his uncle in the past. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turns out that the truth is often not what I think. Yang Ming, you may think that Yang Li's attitude to you is not good, but this is also because I spoiled her. When she was young, she didn't know about these things between your father and me. She thought that I looked down on you relatives, so it is normal for her to have prejudice against you. Yang Dashan continued, I will talk to her. Yang Ming, uncle has told you his story. Can you tell uncle about your matter? Uncle, maybe I have wronged you, but your indifferent attitude toward our family and Yang Xiaobo's family has caused a lot of confusion for me and Yang Xiaobo. Do you know? We thought that uncle was a person without feelings since we were young. Yang Ming said helplessly, many things in that era couldn't be explained clearly. In the 90s, it was normal for people to be very conservative at that time. They thought that doing business was not as good as an iron rice bowl. My father did it for your own good. You yourself also had your own ideas, but your ideas, in the eyes of my father at that time, were unrealistic and just a fantasy. Yang Ming looked at his uncle and said, and you, as a big brother, can't you be more generous? Because of this small matter, it became like this now? You're right. I understand now. Let's just let bygones be bygones. Yang Dashan nodded and said, maybe I was too stubborn. Well, don't mention this matter anymore. What about you guys? After all, it's my father's matter. I can't say anything. Yang Ming interrupted his uncle's words and waved his hand. Uncle, what do you want to know? Just ask. Yang Ming, you and Brother Bao seem to be very familiar? Yang Dashan nodded and asked. We're relatively familiar. It's okay. Yang Ming said, didn't he mention it to you? When? Did Brother Bao know that we were uncle and nephew? Yang Dashan asked, baffled. It was when you were kidnapped. I found someone to save you. Since Yang Dashan already knew some of Yang Ming's background, Yang Ming might as well tell him that he was the one who did it. However, it was more obscure. He didn't say that he did it himself, but he found someone to save him. What? That kidnapping, it was you. Yang Dashan immediately showed a horrified expression after listening. Well, let's not talk about this first. Yang Ming didn't intend to continue talking about this topic. Uncle, I understand what you mean, but you're a businessman. It's better not to be too close to Bao Sanli. It's not good for your future development. Yang Ming seemed to be advising his uncle not to get involved in the underworld. In fact, he was planning for himself. The fact that he was Mr. Y would be exposed sooner or later. Yang Ming didn't want his family to be involved in this group. He couldn't play in the underworld for a lifetime. Yang Ming's ambition wasn't here, so he didn't want his family to be involved. What he wanted to do now was to gradually normalize Bao Sanli's marginalization. After all, the underworld wasn't a good thing. Although the protection fee and security fee were similar in essence, it sounded different. The protection fee was mandatory, and it was related to the underworld. However, the security fee was much more formal. Now, many hotels and nightclubs hired security guards. Although Songjiang City now had several security companies, it was believed that with Bao Sanli's name, the business of the Mingyang Security Company would definitely flourish. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to eliminate the existence of unstable forces in Songjiang that were not under his control. I understand what you mean. However, Yang Ming, do you know? Sometimes when doing business, you have to deal with people from the underworld. Otherwise, it may be difficult to move forward. Yang Dashan sighed. Take my previous business as an example. If there was no Brother Bao, I would have been bullied by the people next to me. Since those guys knew that Brother Bao was behind me, who dared to be rash? Uncle, I've been in the underworld before, so of course I understand what you're saying. Alright, except for business matters, it's best if you don't get involved. Yang Ming also knew that his uncle was telling the truth, so he nodded helplessly. I know. I know what I'm doing. Yang Dashan said, Yang Ming, you have a good relationship with Brother Bao. Can you help me say something? Oh? What is it? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Your relationship with Bao Sanli is also good. That, we are just in a cooperative relationship. Yang Dashan was a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Yang Ming frowned. Brother Bao wants to find someone to open an entertainment city, but there are a few people like me who have a cooperative relationship with Brother Bao. Their strength is stronger than me, so if I want to get this business, it will be a little difficult. Yang Dashan said. Uncle, you have just set up a real estate company, and you want to do an entertainment city. You are fighting on both sides. Your business is so big. It's not that I want to criticize you, but don't fail when the time comes. Yang Ming felt that his uncle wasn't such an impatient person. Why did he suddenly have such a bold idea? Yang Ming, uncle is already more than 40 years old. There aren't many opportunities in life. This is an opportunity. Your uncle's struggles in the past few years have made my assets stagnate. This time, if I seize this opportunity, uncle's assets can go up to a new level. Yang Dashan said, so, I want to take a gamble. Yang Ming nodded. Uncle, you may not be willing to listen, but I still have to advise you first. Listen to me and don't fight for that entertainment city. Do your real estate company well. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it. Yang Ming said, I have already said so much. If you still insist on doing it, then I can help you say hello. Yang Dashan hesitated again and again. He gritted his teeth and said, I still want to do an entertainment city. Yang Ming, help me say something. Okay, but when you really lose money, don't regret it. Yang Ming nodded and said. Why do you have the same tone as your father in the past? Yang Dashan suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming also smiled and didn't say anything. My father's prediction may be wrong, but what I said to my uncle is the truth. Yang Ming also knew that since his uncle had made this decision, then no matter how he persuaded him, it was useless. There was no other reason. As his uncle said, he was already in his 40s this year. There were not many opportunities in his life. He wanted to fight for it. Yang Ming had done his best, so he didn't say much. Yang Ming was different from his father. He wouldn't be angry with others because of other people's matters. Out of the coffee shop, Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan and asked about the entertainment city. Sure enough, there was such a thing, and as Yang Dashan said, Ho Zhenhan hadn't confirmed the final partner. If my uncle's qualifications are similar, give the management rights to him. Yang Ming instructed. Brother Yang, your uncle's qualifications are the worst among these people. I am afraid that he can't manage it well and will lose money. Ho Zhenhan said with concern. Are you sure there is no possibility of profit? Yang Ming asked. There is a 90% chance of losing money. Yang Dashan has not engaged in a similar industry, and he has just set up a real estate company. If he is distracted, both sides can't be dealt with. Ho Zhenhan analyzed. Forget it. If he loses money, then he loses money. Yang Ming said faintly, he will do it. Ah? Okay. Although Ho Zhenhan knew that Yang Ming and Yang Dashan were relatives, now he wasn't taking care of his own relatives, but losing his own money. Since Yang Ming was the boss, Ho Zhenhan had already counted the assets of the Ming Yang company to Yang Ming. So, he was very confused. Isn't this the practice of eating the inside out? However, since Yang Ming had instructed, Ho Zhenhan had to carry it out. Moreover, Yang Ming had already said that if he lost money, then he wouldn't take any responsibility. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This uncle is still too stubborn. His heart wavered again and again. Yang Ming had to comfort himself. Just consider it as fulfilling one of my father's wishes. If Yang Dashan lost money, it would really fulfill my father's words in the past. However, if there was such a day, would my father really be happy? At present, I can only take one step at a time. Yang Ming took a taxi and returned home. Zhang Weihan successfully became Lu Weishan's disciple through Yang Ming's recommendation. For this, he was very grateful. He called several times to ask Yang Ming to come out for dinner, but Yang Ming refused. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't give him face, but Yang Ming was really too busy. He had been busy for a while. It was finally New Year's Day, but he couldn't have a good rest. He wanted to have a good rest today, but unfortunately, things came to Yang Ming again. Just after taking a shower and planning to rest early, Yang Ming suddenly saw that there were more than 20 missed calls on his mobile phone. Yang Ming was stunned. It was only 10 minutes. Who made so many calls? On average, one call every 30 seconds. I have to keep calling. Yang Ming picked up the phone and pressed the check button. They were all calls from his uncle, Yang Dashan. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Is there a need to be so anxious? Just as he was about to call him, his uncle's call came in again. Hello, uncle, I asked about your matter. Yang Ming picked up the phone, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by his uncle in a hurry. Yang Ming, where are you? Something happened to Yang Li. Yang Dashan said in a hurry. Something happened to Yang Li? Yang Ming held the phone inexplicably. Uncle, what happened to my elder sister? Your elder sister was kidnapped, said Yang Dashan. What? Kidnapped? Yang Ming was speechless when he heard it. Why is your family so willing to be kidnapped? Last time, it was you. This time, it was Yang Li. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Uncle, my elder sister was kidnapped. You should call the police. Why are you looking for me? But the other party asked you to go, so your elder sister will be fine. Otherwise. Yang Dashan didn't continue, but it obviously wasn't a good thing. Looking for me? Yang Ming was even more puzzled. Why are they looking for me? It was reasonable to say that if Yongli was kidnapped, it was nothing more than extorting some money from Yang Dashan. There couldn't be any other purpose. The other party actually used kidnapping Yongli to threaten me to meet them. This person isn't unfamiliar with me, but his brain is broken. Can Yongli threaten me? It's a joke. Yang Ming's prejudice against her was much more than his uncle's. However, this was exactly what Yang Ming was most confused about. If it was someone who had a grudge against me, they could kidnap my parents to threaten me. Or Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, Xiao Qing, or Zhao Ying, they could achieve the purpose of threatening me. Or kidnapping Zhang Ben or Tian Donghua. Even if it was Zhou Jejia, Yang Ming would also save her. Because Yang Ming's impression of Zhou Jejia was much better than Yang Li. Now, the other party kidnapped Yang Li and asked Yang Ming to go over. Wasn't this a bit too illogical? I don't know, but the other party said that they want you to contact them. Yang Dashan said helplessly, Yang Ming, you won't ignore your elder sister, right? Your relationship with Brother Bao is good. You can ask him to help. Yang Ming didn't answer his uncle's question directly. But the other party said that I can only tell you and not tell others. I don't dare to take this risk. After all, Yang Li is my daughter. Yang Dashan said, I don't want anything to happen to her. Yang Ming, you don't really want to ignore her, right? To be honest, I really don't want to care. Yang Ming said faintly. But. Yang Ming, Yang Li is your elder sister. Yang Dashan said. Uncle, are you threatening me? How do you know you can help him? Aren't you afraid of putting me in trouble again? Yang Ming asked. Yang Dashan was suddenly speechless. But the kidnapper asked you to go. I have no other way. Then you want me to take the risk? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Forget it. I know that this request is too much. Yang Dashan said sadly, I will go to the police. Yang Ming, you rest. As Yang Dashan said this, he wanted to hang up the phone. When Yang Ming heard Yang Dashan's sad tone, he couldn't help but be moved. He sighed and said, wait, how do I contact the kidnapper? Yang Dashan said, Yang Ming, you agreed? Let's see the situation first. If the kidnapper asked me to commit suicide, then I can't do anything. Yang Ming said calmly. Well, if they really have such an excessive request, then, you don't have to care about Yang Li. Yang Dashan clenched his teeth. With your words, it's fine. You still have some compassion. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Give me the contact information of the kidnapper. Okay. Yang Dashan said after listening, they asked you to call him. The number is 136x times x times 5438. It's easy to remember. The ending number is 138D. Puff. Yang Ming almost laughed and threw the phone away. What time is it now? Uncle actually still has the leisure to study this. He held back his laughter and said, I got it. Okay, I will call you again if there is news. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming dialed the phone number. All the 136 segment cards in Songjiang City were Shenzhou travel cards. It was the kind of anonymous card, so it was impossible to find the owner's information. Yang Ming also dispelled the idea of calling Chen Fei to inquire. Hello? The other party answered the phone, just a faint hello. I'm Yang Ming. Why are you looking for me? Yang Ming asked directly. You are Yang Ming? How can you prove it? The other party asked. Because I know that you are looking for Yang Ming. Yang Ming said patiently. I am looking for Yang Ming, but what if you are a police officer? You have to have something for us to believe, right? The other party asked carefully. Mother *Ker, are you okay? Yang Ming was angry. Why are you so hesitant? If you are okay, I will hang up the phone. Aren't you afraid that we will do something to Yang Li? Your tone is not good. The other party was also a little angry. Whatever. Yang Ming hung up the phone. Threatening me? Are you crazy? Yang Ming thought in a bad mood. The other party was confused by Yang Ming's actions. What's going on? Why doesn't the other party care about Yang Li's life? Wang Long, why did this kid hang up the phone? Li Mingri asked, baffled. How would I know? Wang Long rolled his eyes. You said that you couldn't take it and wanted to do something. Now you are in a dilemma. I also blame myself. I drank too much just now, so I cooperated with Li Mingri to kidnap Yang Li. Now that I was sober, I didn't have the courage. To be honest, they really couldn't afford to offend the person behind Yang Li. Yang Dashan, that was Bao Sanli's friend. Wang Long and Li Mingri didn't have the strength to challenge him. So, they thought of this way to find Yang Ming, who humiliated them that night, and teach him a lesson. Then, they let Yang Li go. But now, Yang Ming didn't seem to care about him at all and hung up the phone directly. They really didn't dare to do anything to Yang Li. They could only sulk here. Well, at least we know that he isn't the police. The police can't talk like this. Li Mingri comforted. Now, call him back and ask him to come over. Wang Long nodded and ordered his little follower to make the call. Hello, is this Yang Ming? Yang Ming smiled when he saw the caller ID. Huh. It seems that you can't wait. This also indirectly shows that the other party didn't intend to do anything to Yang Li, but they came for him. I am. Aren't you afraid that I'm the police? Yang Ming sneered. Hee, Mr. Yang, we have already determined your identity. The other party said mysteriously. Now, you can go out, take a taxi to Xianxia Park, and then call us at this number. Remember, don't call the police, or you will have to bear the consequences. Don't talk nonsense. If I wanted to call the police, I would have already done so. Okay, I will hang up. I will call you later. Yang Ming said impatiently and hung up the phone directly. Damn, so arrogant? Looking at the phone that was cut off, Li Mingri, Wang Long, and the three men couldn't help but look at each other. President Wang, President Li, I remember that Yang Ming didn't even talk to Yang Li yesterday. Could it be that their relationship isn't very good? The underling suddenly reminded. And, it really makes sense. Li Mingri also suddenly thought of this. It seems that Yang Ming really doesn't like Yang Li very much. Damn, what should we do? What if Yang Ming doesn't come? Wang Long asked with some concern. It shouldn't be, right? After all, they are siblings. Li Mingri comforted himself. AI, let's see how the situation goes. Wang Long now wanted to let Yang Li go. It seems that drinking is really harmful. Yang Ming recalled who he had a grudge with recently, and he put on his clothes and prepared to go out. The person who knows Yang Li and has a grudge with me doesn't seem to be anyone, right? The Yun Guangdou who pursued Sun Jie? He seems to know Yang Li. No, he shouldn't know her. Then it would be Guo Jianchao, but even if Guo Jianchao had the courage, he wouldn't dare to provoke Yang Ming. Yang Ming was confused and went out of his room. Dad, Mom, Uncle is looking for me. I have to go out. Your uncle is looking for you? Yang Dehai was stunned. Then go. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. I believe that even if my parents called Yang Dashan, he would say the same thing. Hello? I'm Yang Ming. I'm in Xianxia Park. What should I do next? Yang Ming stood at the main entrance of Xianxia Park and dialed the phone number of the kidnapper. Today was January 3rd, especially in winter, so there weren't many people in the park. It was deserted. Oh? You're here? Well, you go in from the main entrance of the park now, and then follow my instructions. The person on the other side of the phone said. I'm leaving. Yang Ming frowned. According to the instructions on the phone, he entered the park and walked along the main road. And then? And then, do you see a towering tree in front of you? The biggest ancient tree. The person on the other side of the phone asked. I see it. Yang Ming answered and began to search the surrounding scene with his special ability. Listening to the tone of the person on the phone, is it possible that he is monitoring me nearby? Yang Ming walked to the big tree and looked around secretly. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything unusual within a few hundred meters. Except for the park management office, There was an old man who was watching the Beijing opera while drinking a little wine. There was no one else. I'm in front of the big tree, Yang Ming said. He had to give up the search. He didn't know where these people were observing him. Oh? You're here? The other side said, you go behind the big tree. There is a tree hole. Do you see it? Tree hole? Yang Ming was stunned. Is your headquarters set up in the tree hole? Why does it look like a spy organization? You even set up a stronghold in the tree hole? Isn't this too evil? Just as Yang Ming was thinking about it, there was a voice on the other side of the phone that made people dumbfounded. Do you see the tree hole? Reach in, there is a brick. Under the brick, there is a black plastic bag. Take it out. There is what you need to do next. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He made such a big circle just to get a black plastic bag? Well, you first do what is written on the note inside. The other side finished and hung up the phone. Yang Ming cursed the other party's mother and then opened the black plastic bag. How could he read the words on it in the dark? Was this kidnapper's IQ 0? At this moment, there were no street lights in the park. It was pitch black. However, thanks to Yang Ming's extraordinary eyesight, he could see things in the dark, so he read the contents of the note smoothly. However, Yang Ming was still afraid that someone would secretly monitor him. So, he pretended to take out his phone and shone it on the note, as if he was reading the content of the note. However, reality proved that his actions were unnecessary. Because Li Mingri and Wang Long simply didn't appear in Fragrant Hill Park. What the F***ck are you doing? Why is it so troublesome? Wang Long scolded his subordinate, what are you doing? President Wang, don't be angry. Haven't you seen those foreign blockbusters about kidnapping? The subordinate said, you see in those blockbusters. Don't the kidnappers always mess with the people who deliver the ransom? But I don't think there is any difference between you telling him directly and letting him follow the instructions on the note. Li Mingri rolled his eyes. This is a big difference. This shows that we are professionals, so he won't look down on us, said the subordinate. That's right. It makes sense. Wang Long nodded after listening. But Yang Ming didn't think so. What professional kidnapper? It's obviously an amateur, and he deliberately wants to pretend to be professional. This was Yang Ming's current thought. The professional kidnappers on TV who instructed the people who delivered the ransom to walk around had a purpose. They weren't walking around randomly. They were all thinking of ways to minimize the risk. However, now the kidnapper instructed Yang Ming to do something without the slightest purpose. Yang Ming didn't see the difference between him going to Fragrant Hill Park to get a piece of paper and the other party directly telling him the contents of the note. Moreover, the things on the note were even more inexplicable. It actually said that from here, walk 10 meters in the direction of the park gate, then walk 10 meters to the right, then walk 20 meters to the left, then walk 10 meters to the left, and then walk 30 meters to the left. Yang Ming wasn't a fool. There was no problem with his logical thinking. The route written on the note was obviously back to the original position at the end. What kind of messy instructions are these? Yang Ming continued to look at the instructions on the note. After doing all this, call me. Yang Ming didn't walk. He called the kidnapper directly. Hello, what should I do next? Did you follow the instructions on the note? Asked the other party. Yang Ming snorted faintly. Then you found out that you were fooled. You went back to the original position, right? The other party seemed to be very happy and laughed. Yang Ming scolded stupid bird in his heart. However, he didn't say anything on the surface. Now, this also indirectly proved that the kidnapper wasn't nearby. They couldn't see what Yang Ming was doing now. Yang Ming's casual lie was tested. Are you done laughing? Then what do you want to do? Yang Ming coldly interrupted the other party and asked. Why? Are you angry because you were fooled? The other party asked with a smile. If you have something to say it quickly. Yang Ming pretended to be angry and said. It's really refreshing. Okay, now you come out of Xianxia Park, then take a taxi to Hongyun Car Repair Factory. The underling said. I know. Yang Ming said faintly. Hongyun Car Repair Factory? Yang Ming's mouth sneered. Others didn't know what was going on with Hongyun Car Repair Factory, but how could Yang Ming not know? Hongyun Car Repair Factory was the property of Sun Jia's company. Could Sun Jia order people to kidnap Yang Li? Yang Ming didn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Yang Ming once went to Sun Jia's company and saw the operation report of Hongyun Car Repair Factory, so he remembered it very clearly. There wouldn't be a mistake. Now, the other party asked him to go to Hongyun Car Repair Factory. It was obvious that they were continuing to make fun of him. Therefore, Yang Ming simply didn't leave. He found a bench in Xianxia Park and sat down. He smoked a cigarette. Then, it was about time, so he called the kidnapper. Hello, I'm Yang Ming. I'm near Hongyun Car Repair Factory. What should I do now? Anyway, he knew that the other party couldn't be monitoring him, so Yang Ming boasted shamelessly. Oh? You're here? So fast. The other party was a little surprised. Do you think there will be a traffic jam at night? Where are you? Hurry up and show yourself. Don't waste time. You should be able to see me. There is no one else around me. Yang Ming fooled them. Haha, I'm sorry. Hongyun Car Repair Factory is thousands of miles away from me. It's fine. I just want to see your sincerity. The other party continued to laugh. It seems that you are quite obedient. Well, now, you take a taxi to the outskirts of the city. There is a good luck bar near the sand field. I will wait for you there. Yang Ming heard the other party's tone and estimated that this was probably the real location, so he took a taxi and went straight to the Good Luck Bar in the outskirts of the city. Little brother, why are you going to the Good Luck Bar? The taxi driver was a little puzzled. Oh, a friend asked me to meet there. Yang Ming said casually. Meet? The taxi driver's face immediately showed a strange look. At the Good Luck Bar? Yeah, what's wrong? Yang Ming saw the taxi driver's strange expression and was somewhat inexplicable. The Good Luck Bar has been closed because of the murder case last year. It is currently closed. What are you going to do there? At this point, the taxi driver stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. He pointed to Yang Ming and said, Are you not a human? D*MN. Yang Ming suddenly didn't know what to say. He was a little dumbfounded. I say, buddy, your imagination is too rich, right? It's just a friend who asked me to meet there. I didn't say I wanted to drink. Then why are you going to the bar? The driver was still a little worried. It's very simple. Isn't the bar closed? My friend wants to buy it, so he asked me to go and see. Yang Ming made up a story. Ah? So that's it. The driver shook his head. What are you going to do in the middle of the night? My friend is a woman. Yang Ming naturally couldn't tell him about the kidnapping, so he had to make up such a despicable reason with a perverted smile on his face. Oh, so that's the case. The driver suddenly understood and had an I-know look. Along the way, Yang Ming was uncomfortable because of the driver's strange eyes. It was as if he was going to do something bad. Do you have to look at me like that? Isn't it just a date with my girlfriend? During the festival, there were no cars on the road at night, especially in the direction of the suburbs, which was even more sparsely populated. Fortunately, the place where Yang Ming went wasn't a remote place, or else the taxi driver might not be able to pick him up. After paying the taxi fare, Yang Ming got off. The Good Luck Bar was still relatively easy to find. It was on the side of the road, but after the murder case last year, it had become sparsely populated. The house where this bar was located had not been rented out. Whoever did business didn't want to be in a place where people had died. It was unlucky. Yang Ming looked up at the Good Luck Bar not far away. There was indeed a faint light inside. It seemed that this was the right place. Yang Ming didn't want to continue to torment himself. Yang Ming didn't go directly, but began to observe the movement in the bar. Seeing that the people in the room were sitting and chatting, and no one was near the window to monitor the outside, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Can't you be more professional as a kidnapper? There is no challenge at all. It was reasonable to say that the kidnapper with a slightly normal mind would not directly tell the other party the location of their nest. They could say a general location, or a building near the Good Luck Bar. In this way, if the person who came was the police, they could also be prepared to quickly evacuate. Well, take a step back. Even if they told the real location, when I came, the kidnapper should at least send someone to monitor the window, right? But unfortunately, these people seem to have pig brains. Yang Ming came, but they still didn't know and were chatting. Seeing the faces of the kidnappers, Yang Ming frowned. It's actually these guys? Li Mingri and a guy named Wang Long connected yesterday's incident. Yang Ming also roughly understood why these people kidnapped Yang Li and looked for him. They kidnapped Yang Li probably because Yang Li made them angry yesterday, and they asked him to come because he taught them a lesson yesterday. In that case, their purpose was obvious. They had sent him here to vent their anger for them. In the bar, there were 3 people with Li Mingri. Yang Ming found them familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them. It's probably Li Mingri's men who were with them yesterday. These 5 people, Yang Ming did not put them in his eyes. That Li Mingri and Wang Long are equivalent to waste. It's more than enough for me to fight 3 of them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to these people, but began to search for Yang Li. However, unfortunately, Yang Ming searched the 2-story bar from top to bottom, but he didn't see Yang Li. Could it be that these people did not bring Yang Li along? Yang Ming was a little worried. He originally thought that the intelligence of these kidnappers was not high, but he did not expect that they would actually think of such a method to hide the hostage alone. However, since he was already here, he couldn't care so much. Yang Ming decided to deal with these 5 guys first. Under his own pressure point technique, Yang Ming didn't believe that these people could still hide any secrets. Glancing at the location of the 5 people, Yang Ming swaggered to the Good Luck Bar. He didn't go through the main door because the main door was locked, and he didn't need to go through the door at all. He came to a window that was far away from the 5 people. Yang Ming took out something like a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. However, this wasn't a Swiss Army knife. This was a killer auxiliary weapon that Feng Tianchun handmade for Yang Ming. It was an artifact that combined the functions of a knife, a spike, a screwdriver, a lily key, a glass knife, and so on. Yang Ming easily cut open a glass window, and then carefully placed the glass under the window without making any sound. After Yang Ming jumped into the window, he first did a few stretching exercises back and forth, so that his bones and joints were completely stretched. In this way, there would be no sound of joints when he walked. After the preparation, Yang Ming walked silently to the room where the 5 people were. Mother asterisk Kerr, is this kid lost? Why hasn't he come yet? Wang Long said. As the alcohol passed, Wang Long began to have some fear. Bao Sanli, who was behind Yang Dashan, wasn't a good person to provoke. If he retaliated in the future, how could he deal with it? Taking a step back, even if Bao Sanli didn't retaliate, what he did now was kidnapping. He had to go to jail. But since he had already come to this point, there was no way to retreat. He had to continue, but his mood was inevitably a little impatient. What's the hurry? Li Mingri's mentality was very good. Even if he is lost, he is the one who is anxious, not us. Do you need to call and urge him? Wang Long was very afraid of long delays. The sooner it was over, the better. Why don't you call and ask where he is, then scare him? Tell him that if he doesn't come, we will kill the hostages. Li Mingri thought about it and said. Well, you go and call Yang Ming. You know what to say, right? Wang Long instructed his men. I know. The man nodded. As he was about to pick up the phone, he was interrupted by a voice. Don't be so troublesome. If you have anything to say, just say it to me directly. Yang Ming pushed open the door and said coldly. Who? Li Mingri was shocked. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Ming standing at the door. He couldn't help but be shocked. How did you come in? I came in the way I should. Yang Ming smiled. Didn't you ask me to come in? Where is Yang Li? We will naturally deal with Yang Li, kid, it's time to settle the account with you. Li Mingri was also briefly shocked, then he returned to normal. Yeah, it doesn't matter how he came in. Maybe there is a back door in this bar. Now the most important thing is to vent my anger first. Wang Long wasn't as fierce as Li Mingri. He was a careful person. When he saw Yang Ming coming, he calmed down. Are you Yang Dashan's nephew? So what? Yang Ming looked at Wang Long and said faintly. Your relationship with him isn't good? Wang Long probed. What do you want to ask? Yang Ming frowned. He wasn't a fool. From Wang Long's cautious words, he also understood something. What does your family do? Wang Long simply asked directly. You want to ask about my family's background, right? Yang Ming said sarcastically, why? Are you scared? You can do something like kidnapping. Why are you still so cautious? Yang Ming's words made Wang Long's face turn red. Li Mingri was a little impatient. Why do you ask him so much? Beat him up first. Hee, if I don't tell him, how can he feel at ease? Yang Ming said with a smile, I might as well tell you. My father is an ordinary worker, and my mother is laid off, but I can still beat you up until your teeth fall out. Humph. Then try it. Li Mingri snorted, and then directly told the two people not far away, you two, it's time for you to perform. Yang Ming turned his head and looked. These two people are the thugs they brought. No wonder they are fearless. Do they think that they can teach me a lesson by bringing people? What a joke. Yang Ming was ready to beat up the two thugs, but he found that the two thugs were hesitant and unwilling to come over. They even kept retreating. The behavior of the two people couldn't help but make Yang Ming stunned. No way, right? Is this okay? I haven't started yet, and these two people are scared by my momentum? Could this be the legendary aura of a bastard? What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and beat him up. Li Mingri saw that the two people didn't make a move, and he was a little anxious. What are you doing? Hurry up. Both Yu Wu and Chen Lu were trainers in the fitness center, but the income of the fitness center wasn't enough to support the two people, so they also took some private jobs outside, such as acting as thugs. Tonight, through the introduction of a friend, the two of them met Li Mingri. They agreed to help Li Mingri teach a person a lesson, and they would get 3,000 yuan. This business was simply a pie falling from the sky. 2 against 1, was there any reason not to win? However, when the two people saw Yang Ming, they were a little dumbfounded. Oh my god, why is it him? The reason why Yu Wu and Chen Lu had such feelings was that they had already suffered a loss from Yang Ming once, and they also received Jin Gang's advice not to provoke Yang Ming again. That guy was really a ruthless person, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. So when Yu Wu and Chen Lu saw Yang Ming, they unconsciously stepped back. Why are we so unlucky to accept this business? Speaking of this, the identity of Yu Wu and Chen Lu was obvious. Yes, they were the minor actor number 1 and minor actor number 2 who were hired to rob Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Yang Ming certainly didn't believe that he had the aura of a bastard. This wasn't a web novel. How could this happen? Therefore, Yang Ming also paid special attention to it. It didn't matter if he paid attention to it. The more Yang Ming looked at these two people, the more familiar they were. You too. Yang Ming suddenly remembered something. He widened his eyes and asked, my bicycle, you two smashed it last time, right? Ah? Both of them were stunned. They didn't expect such a question to be asked in this situation. Li Mingri and Wang Long were even more puzzled. What are these two people doing? Not only are they not making a move, but they are also retreating? What bicycle? Don't worry about him. His brain is sick. Hurry up and beat him into a bicycle. Li Mingri instructed. Yu Wu and Chen Lu looked at each other. Last time, both of them suffered a loss under Yang Ming's hands. However, they had also experienced Yang Ming's skill. In fact, it wasn't particularly outstanding. However, Jin Gang's words were very evil, so the two of them dispelled the idea of revenge. At this time, when they heard Li Mingri urging them again, the two people's hearts were also somewhat active. After all, this was related to their future business. If they screwed up this time, when it was publicized, they wouldn't expect anyone to hire them. What are you doing? Fight. What's wrong? Do you think the money is too little? I will give you another 2,000. Li Mingri saw that the two people didn't fight, and he was a little anxious. Yu Wu and Chen Lu looked at each other and nodded secretly. From their eyes, it could be seen that the two people were ready to fight. Since they had decided, they didn't have so many scruples. Yu Wu said, "Kid, I haven't settled the previous account with you. Well, this time, let's settle it together." "Then you admit that you smashed the bicycle?" asked Yang Ming. "So what?" Chen Lu said coldly. "Since you admit it, when are you going to compensate me?" Yang Ming asked indifferently. He didn't put these two people in his eyes. "What compensation? Are you stupid?" Yu Wu glared and threw a punch at Yang Ming. "I'll smash you into a bicycle." Yang Ming frowned and deftly dodged Yu Wu's punch and asked, "Are you going to compensate or not?" "Compensate my ass." When Yu Wu saw that his punch had missed, he threw another punch. He was a heavyweight boxer. He firmly believed that he could definitely beat Yang Ming with one punch. "Are you done yet?" Yang Ming grabbed Yu Wu's fist. "Are you playing a monkey? You, mother of asterisk cur." Yu Wu tried to pull his fist back, but he didn't manage to pull it back. He held back his strength and started scolding people. "You want me to let go?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and looked at Yu Wu. Yu Wu's face suddenly turned red. He thought that Yang Ming was making fun of him. He couldn't help but increase the strength of his pull. He clenched his teeth and tried to break free. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming would suddenly let go. Clang! All of a sudden, Yu Wu fell directly on his back. The back of his head fell heavily on the ground. The fall only made his blood surge. His eyes were full of stars. He groaned twice and fainted. "Why are you doing this? I already let you go, but you still have so much strength. The recoil is so strong." Yang Ming sighed. Chen Lu saw that Yu Wu was killed so easily. It was a little unbelievable. However, his IQ wasn't high. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't have any real skills, he wasn't very afraid in his heart. He was just a little surprised, but this didn't affect his confidence in taking revenge on Yang Ming. Is it just SOSO? He only knows how to use some dirty tricks to deceive people. Chen Lu thought, "I just have to be careful." "You still want to do it?" Yang Ming saw Chen Lu's eager look and said impatiently, "Don't you see? He is your role model." Yang Ming pointed at Yu Wu who was on the ground. "Bullsh asterisk T, that's your trick. If you have the ability, let's have a real fight." Chen Lu said angrily. "I don't have a real knife, and I don't have a real gun. Do you?" Yang Ming shook his head and asked. "No." Chen Lu nodded subconsciously, but he soon realized that he was fooled. "You are tricking me." "No." Yang Ming spread his hands. "There is no knife or gun. I don't need a knife or gun. I can take your life." As Chen Lu said this, he suddenly picked up a steel pipe from the side and smashed it at Yang Ming. This was originally a bar. There were still many ready-made steel pipes here. He didn't know if they were used to guard the place or for dancing. "Do you think you are Sun Wukong with a Jingu Bang?" Yang Ming looked at Chen Lu with some amusement. "Okay, don't be cocky with me. I don't want to turn you into the person on the ground. Otherwise, I don't know who to ask for my bicycle. You go to hell." Chen Lu jumped up and hit Yang Ming in the head. It was just like the TV show where Sun Wukong fought the monster. Yang Ming shook his head. "You are like a big toad. You still want to hit people?" If he could be hit like this, Yang Ming would have wasted his time. Not to mention that Yang Ming's current skill was much better than before. Even in the past, it was impossible to be hit by such a stick. Yang Ming rushed forward dexterously and dodged Chen Lu's stick. He directly grabbed the steel pipe in Chen Lu's hand from behind and mocked, "Okay, stop fooling around. With your ability, you are not as good as the one just now." Yang Ming's words made Chen Lu's face turn red. Yes, his skill was indeed not as good as Yu Wu, and his IQ was also worse than Yu Wu. When Yang Ming said this, he suddenly realized. It seemed that there was a gap in strength between him and Yang Ming. Last time, Yang Ming defeated him in one move. If Yu Wu still had the strength to compete with Yang Ming, then it was more or less possible. Now that Yu Wu had fallen, why should I continue to fight here? But, if I give up now, will Yang Ming let me go? Chen Lu thought in fear. What did you say? Yang Ming was stunned, but he immediately realized that Chen Lu didn't speak at all. What's going on? It's happening again. This situation hasn't happened for a long time, and it happened again today. I saw Chen Lu's thoughts. Yang Ming didn't exactly grasp the specific use of this ability. He didn't know when it worked and when it didn't. It always appeared inexplicably and disappeared inexplicably. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also suspended his thoughts of beating Chen Lu. After all, studying the special ability was more refreshing than beating Chen Lu. However, Yang Ming had studied this ability more than once before, but there was no progress. He didn't even find the way. Yang Ming looked at Chen Lu, trying to grasp something. Why is he looking at me? Could it be that he wants to beat me? Chen Lu saw Yang Ming staring at him, and he thought with some fear in his heart. He heard it again? Yang Ming shook his head. What's going on? Why is this special ability always useful when I'm beating people up? Recalling the previous few experiences, most of the time, this special ability only works when I'm about to beat people up. Yang Ming continued to stare at him and studied his special ability with interest. D***MN, could it be that he has some special hobby? Why is he looking at me like this? Chen Lu was a little more scared. I don't have any special hobby. You continue to think. Yang Ming replied. Ah? What does he mean by this? Is it yes or no? Could it be that he is lying to me? Chen Lu opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Although Yang Ming seemed to be observing Chen Lu casually, his vigilance in his heart had reached the highest level. He was afraid that Li Mingri would play some tricks behind his back and make a move against him. Therefore, he was always concentrating and paying attention to the movements around him. Sure enough, Li Mingri did have this idea. He saw that Yang Ming and Chen Lu were looking at each other strangely, so he secretly had the idea of a sneak attack. He took out a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed at Yang Ming's butt. Li Mingri wasn't stupid. If he stabbed someone to death, he would be sentenced. The flesh on his butt was thick, so there was no danger to his life. However, his every move was already under Yang Ming's monitoring. When Yang Ming saw him coming over, he immediately kicked Li Mingri's face. Suddenly, a big footprint appeared on Li Mingri's face. This guy fell straight down. After killing Li Mingri, Yang Ming's heart also breathed a sigh of relief. He had long seen that this guy wasn't a good person. He was sinister. As for that Wang Long, it seemed that he was a coward. Do you want to try? Yang Ming looked at Wang Long and asked disdainfully. No, no need. Wang Long shook his head with a pale face. He had been afraid just now. Now his fear was even worse. After being yelled at by Yang Ming, he suddenly fell to the ground. He was so scared that he couldn't stand up. When Chen Lu and Wang Long saw how strong Yang Ming was, they were so scared that they hugged each other. Of course, Yang Ming didn't have any interest in beating up these two people. He was now concerned about his special ability. But he knew that he had to solve Yang Li's problem first. Yang Ming sighed. It was a great research opportunity, but it was wasted. Yang Ming was a bit unwilling. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to find out Yang Li's whereabouts first before making further plans. Where is Yang Li? Yang Ming asked Wang Long. I know. Don't step on me. Wang Long said quickly, she's in the basement downstairs. We didn't do anything to her. Really? Yang Ming lowered his head. Crossing the floor, Yang Ming found out that there was a basement in this bar. When he was observing from the outside, Yang Ming didn't think of this, so he didn't notice that there was a basement here. Looking at it now, he found that Yang Li was in a basement of the bar. She was staring in despair and looking around in horror. The corner of Yang Ming's mouth couldn't help but flash a smile. It was time to let Yang Li, this chick, learn a lesson. Since there was nothing wrong with her body, then she should stay in the basement for a while. After confirming that Yang Li was fine, Yang Ming began to study his special ability. Being able to see other people's thoughts, this is a super cool ability. If I can master it, then it will be very useful. Let's not talk about it, let's talk about picking up girls. If I can know the thoughts of a girl, then I don't have to spend so much effort to guess this and that. Secondly, if I negotiate with others when I do business in the future, I can easily know the bottom line of the other party's heart, and I can get the most favorable conditions for myself. Or, when I gamble, I can see through other people's thoughts. This didn't seem to be important because X-ray vision could also be done. However, who would complain about having one more special ability? Taking advantage of the current opportunity, Yang Ming planned to experiment more with his superpower, and the best test subject was Chen Lu in front of him. Because Yang Ming had just heard his thoughts. Do you want to die? Yang Ming crouched down and squinted at Chen Lu. When Wang Long saw that Yang Ming didn't say anything to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that because he told the truth, Yang Ming wouldn't do anything to him anymore. He didn't know that the real reason was that he didn't have any research value to Yang Ming. No. I don't want to. Chen Lu quickly shook his head. Nonsense, who would want to die for no reason? I'm still alive and well. I didn't fall out of love or lose my job. Why should I die? Oh, that's fine. Since you don't want to die, let's play a game. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Chen Lu's behavior. The more afraid he was, the more cooperative he would be with his experiment. Why did he have to find Chen Lu and not Wang Long? The reason was very simple. Yang Ming had tried to develop this ability before, but there was no result. Therefore, Yang Ming was guessing when he had nothing to do. Was this ability only effective on specific people? For example, just like what was written in science fiction, only people with weaker brainwaves could be seen by him? Or perhaps only people whose brainwaves were closer to his own could do it? These were just guesses, so Yang Ming had to experiment again. What game? Chen Lu's body trembled. Could it be that we're playing some perverted game? If you want to give me something like a tiger stool and pepper spray, I might as well just die. In fact, it's very simple. You just have to think about something in your heart, and then I guess what you are thinking about. Yang Ming said. Ah? Chen Lu was stunned. Is there any reward or punishment measures? He was most concerned about this. As long as he wasn't beaten up, he could play anything. No. Yang Ming shook his head. Relax. Don't be nervous. Now you can think about something? Just think about it. You can think about anything. Oh. Chen Lu nodded. Although he felt that Yang Ming's game was very weird, looking at Yang Ming's appearance, it didn't seem like he was going to beat him up, so he started to think about it. Anyway, Yang Ming didn't specify what he should think, so Chen Lu's current thoughts were in a mess. Yang Ming frowned. Obviously, he didn't see or hear anything. After a while, it was still the same. He couldn't help but say impatiently, "Did you think about it or not?" I thought about it. I kept thinking about it. I thought about the women I went to the nightclub last night. Chen Lu nodded quickly. F***ck. Yang Ming cursed and kicked out. But this kick wasn't aimed at Chen Lu, but at Li Mingri, who was already on the ground. If this guy didn't stab himself with a knife and destroy the scene at that time, Yang Ming could further study his own superpower. Now, it obviously has no effect. It seems that this ability isn't targeted at anyone, but it only appears at a specific time. It may also appear randomly. Therefore, Yang Ming suddenly became angry again and vented his anger on Li Mingri. Ao. Li Mingri, who was originally unconscious, was kicked so hard by Yang Ming that he jumped up with a whoosh. He covered his butt and jumped around the room. You kicked me to death, kicked me to death. Stop jumping around. Yang Ming said coldly. Originally, his mood was good, but now it was terrible. Li Mingri was shocked by Yang Ming's voice and quickly stopped there. He didn't dare to scream anymore. You carried out the kidnapping and kidnapped Yang Li. This matter is over. Yang Ming said faintly, but other things aren't so easy to forget. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Compensation? Li Mingri was stunned. Didn't you say to forget about it? Why is there still compensation? He couldn't help but ask carefully, what compensation? Compensate me for my mental trauma. Yang Ming said with conviction, this is a big holiday. I was tossed to Xianxia Park by you guys, and I was fooled around the big tree. Then, you asked me to go to the Hongyun repair factory. Do you think it's fun? Then, you found two idiots to teach me a lesson. You even tried to stab me with a knife. What compensation are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Well, then how do you want to compensate? Since the people he found were defeated by Yang Ming, Li Mingri had to admit defeat. What are you doing? Give me your business card. Yang Ming asked. Ah? Business card? Li Mingri felt that Yang Ming really didn't play by the rules. He was talking about compensation. Why did he suddenly ask for a business card? However, although it was strange in his heart, Li Mingri didn't dare to show it on the surface. He had to obediently take out his business card and hand it over respectfully. Yang Ming took the business card and looked at it. It said, Mingri Car Repair Company. General Manager, Li Mingri. On the back, the business project was written, specializing in Toyota, Camry, Corolla series, imported accessories. Yang Ming asked for the business card because he wanted to estimate Li Mingri's value. Otherwise, if he asked for an exorbitant price, Li Mingri didn't have so much money. Therefore, after looking at Li Mingri's business card, Yang Ming also knew a thing or two. Generally, in Songjiang, those who could afford car repair, especially those who repaired such high-end cars, were also worth tens of millions, so Yang Ming was also prepared to ask for a price. Your business card. Yang Ming kicked Wang Long and said. Oh. Wang Long didn't dare to resist Yang Ming's words. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at it. This guy was also involved in car repair, but his level was obviously worse than Li Mingri's. No wonder he wasn't as bad *SS as Li Mingri. Wang Long's repair factory mainly repaired some cars like Jetta, and his value was estimated to be a few million. You, compensate me 10 million. You, compensate me 2 million. Yang Ming first glanced at Li Mingri, then looked at Wang Long and said faintly. What? Li Mingri was a little stunned. What did you say? 10 million? Is there a mistake? Yes, 10 million. Yang Ming said very calmly. Impossible, I don't have 10 million. You're kidding. Li Mingri suddenly said hysterically, you can kill me. Really? Yang Ming frowned, then he flicked the business card in his hand and said, specializing in Toyota, your value shouldn't be low, right? 10 million is just a small number. You won't be so distressed, right? No, I don't have it anyway. Li Mingri raised his neck and looked like a hero. Yang Ming looked at his appearance and couldn't help but be amused. You want money more than your life, right? Okay, then you can try. Let's try it. At most, you can kill me. Li Mingri was heroic and said loudly. And then you wait. I will settle this account with you slowly. But when you come to me again, it won't be 10 million. Yang Ming said faintly. Humph. Li Mingri snorted. At most, I will run away. What can you do to me? So, he was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. What about you? Do you want to die or pay? Yang Ming asked Wang Long. I will pay. Wang Long said with a sad face. He wasn't as heroic as Li Mingri. Although 2 million wasn't a small amount, it was nothing compared to his life. I have a family. If I offend the god of plagues because of this, it will be troublesome. If the money is gone, I can earn it again. If my life is gone, then I have nothing. What's more, what I did just now was kidnapping. If Yang Ming called the police, then I have to go to prison for a few years. It's better to give him money. 2 million is considered as a private fee. After figuring this out, Wang Long was also happy. I promise that I will transfer the money tomorrow morning. Not bad. You have a future. Yang Ming nodded and said to Wang Long, well, you can have nothing to worry about in the future. I won't find trouble with you again. Thank you, thank you. Wang Long nodded quickly. Get out, you get out too. Yang Ming kicked Li Mingri. Remember what I said. You wait. Yang Ming pointed to Chen Lu, who was about to escape, and said, we haven't settled our account yet. Ah? Brother, didn't we just play the game? Why are we still settling accounts? Chen Lu said with a bitter face. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Ming glared at Chen Lu. The account just now is that you want to beat me up today. The previous account hasn't been settled yet. Then, how do you want to settle it? Chen Lu couldn't help it. He knew that his strength wasn't as strong as Yang Ming, so he could only be slaughtered. Give me your business card, Yang Ming said. Business card. Okay, business card. Chen Lu quickly took out his business card from his pocket and handed it over. Brother, look. I'm just a trainer in the fitness center. I don't have that much money. Chen Lu was afraid that Yang Ming would demand an exorbitant price and ask him for millions or even tens of millions. That would be the end of him. I'm not going to ask you for money, Yang Ming said coldly. You're a coach in a fitness center. Can you afford a bicycle? Yes, that's possible. Chen Lu quickly said. Buy me a bicycle and bring it to me tomorrow. It's fine if you don't buy it, but you'll have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming pointed to the business card in his hand and said, this is the address of the fitness center where you work, right? I'll look for you. Buy, definitely buy. I'll buy it tomorrow. Chen Lu felt that a bicycle was nothing compared to a few million. However, Chen Lu thought about it and quickly asked, brother, where should I send him? How can I find you? This is a problem. How about this, do you know the Songjiang bus factory? Asked Yang Ming. I know. If I don't know, I can ask around. Chen Lu nodded and said. That's fine. Call me when you get there tomorrow. Yang Ming said, my cell phone number is 159XXXX0809. No problem. I'll remember it. What time should I look for you tomorrow? Chen Lu asked politely. At night. I may not be free during the day, said Yang Ming. Okay, then at night. Chen Lu immediately agreed. Okay, you can go too. Take the one on the ground with you. Yang Ming waved his hand and instructed. Then I'm leaving. Brother, I'll call you tomorrow. Chen Lu left with relief. Today's business is really a big loss. Li Mingri can't even protect himself. It seems that he won't pay. However, on the bright side, I only lost a bicycle. Li Mingri and Wang Long's losses are huge. Yang Ming found the entrance to the basement and slowly walked over. Anyway, Yang Li was locked inside, so Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. When he came to the door of the basement, Yang Ming stopped and looked inside with his special ability. He saw Yang Li sitting on a broken chair, looking in the direction of the door. He didn't know what she was thinking. Yang Ming decided to tease her. He shook the door in front of her, making a clang sound. Who is it? Let me out. Yang Li was shocked. She looked in the direction of the door and shouted, open the door, who is it? While shouting, Yang Li got up and ran in the direction of the door, slapping the door panel with her hand. Yang Ming was a little amused. Yang Li also had times when she was afraid. However, he deliberately didn't make a sound and stood silently. Yang Li slapped for a while and shouted for a while. When she saw that no one answered, she slumped to the ground weakly. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Li. Yang Ming waited for Yang Li to be quiet before he shouted softly. Ah? Who is it? Yang Li jumped up from the ground, held her breath, and listened carefully. Yang Ming? Is that you? It's me, big sister. Are you inside? Yang Ming asked, pretending not to know. I'm here, Yang Ming, I'm inside. Come and save me. Yang Li shouted for help. Big sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. Yang Ming said righteously, I'll find a way to open the door. Right, Yang Ming, where are the bad guys? You call the police first. Don't let them find out. Yang Li wasn't stupid. She was afraid that Li Mingri and the others would hear her and Yang Ming's noise here. You mean Li Mingri and Wang Long? They were beaten away by me. Yang Ming said indifferently, don't worry. You stay away. I'll see if I can kick this door open. Beaten away? Yang Li was stunned, but she remembered that Yang Ming was a gangster, and he showed his prowess that day, so she didn't doubt it. She quickly said, okay, I'll get out of the way. You can kick it. The broken door in front of him could only trap a weak girl like Yang Li. For Yang Ming, it was nothing at all. Not to mention Yang Ming, even an adult man with a little bit of strength could break this door plank. Yang Ming didn't use much strength at all. He kicked the door directly and it flew up. It fell to the ground with a bang and became torn apart. Yang Li was very excited. She screamed and rushed to Yang Ming's body. I was scared to death. I'm finally saved. Yang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. You caused the trouble, but you let me wipe it, wipe that. Although they were relatives, it was still embarrassing for Yang Ming to say the word but. Yang Li bit her lip and bowed her head. Yang Ming also knew that it was impossible for this proud sister to say a few words of gratitude. He had now completed the task given to him by his uncle, so he took out his mobile phone and called his uncle. Uncle, I'm Yang Ming. Sister has been rescued. You can drive to the Good Luck Bar in the suburbs to pick us up. Yang Ming said. What? You rescued your sister? That's great. Are you hurt? Yang Dashan asked hurriedly. No. Whether Yang Dashan was sincere or perfunctory, his tone now made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. After all, he was concerned about his own safety first. That's good. Then I will go now. You are at the Good Luck Bar near the battlefield, right? Yang Dashan asked. Yes, we are here. Sister is fine. She didn't suffer any harm. Yang Ming said faintly. That's good. Yang Dashan said with relief. After hanging up the phone, Yang Li suddenly whispered, is it my dad? And he will come to pick us up soon. Rest for a while. Yang Ming's tone to Yang Li was still not very enthusiastic. He asked you to come and save me? Yang Li didn't care about Yang Ming's tone and continued to ask. Yes, but it was Li Mingri, that guy, who asked me to come. Yang Ming snorted. Because of your trivial matter, I was sent here. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with you yesterday. Yang Ming, thank you. Yang Li bit her lip and looked up at Yang Ming. She said it word by word. You're welcome. N? Yang Ming was stunned. What did you say? Thank me? N, thank you. Yang Li sighed and said slowly, the past. I'm sorry. Are you sick? Yang Li? Are you scared silly? Yang Ming was not used to Yang Li being like this. He stared at Yang Li with his eyes wide open. What are you doing? You're the one who's sick. Yang Li was yelled at by Yang Ming and immediately showed her true self. I sincerely apologize to you. It's fine if you don't accept it. Why are you scolding me? Well, I don't need you to apologize to me. If you don't cause trouble in the future, I can be more relaxed. This is great. Your dad also knows that I'm very bad *SS don't look for me every time you have an accident. Yang Ming waved his hand and said indifferently. Yang Li licked her lips and didn't say anything, but in her heart, her view of Yang Ming had some changes. It turned out that she always thought that Yang Ming, a poor relative, would take advantage of her family, so she would mock Yang Ming. But now it seemed that Yang Ming didn't seem to have any intention of taking advantage of her family. Moreover, in this situation, Yang Ming could stand up and save her. Yang Li was still very touched. If it were her, she definitely couldn't do it. Therefore, Yang Li's mood at the moment was very complicated. It was difficult for her to say some words of gratitude, but Yang Ming didn't care. Yang Li was a little sad. Since Yang Ming didn't speak, Yang Li couldn't say anything more. However, Yang Li also secretly decided that she wouldn't roll her eyes at Yang Ming anymore. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming received a call from Yang Dashan. Yang Ming looked up outside. Yang Dashan's car had arrived at the door of the Good Luck Bar. However, he still picked up the phone symbolically. Uncle, have you arrived? I'm here. I'm at the door. You and Lily can come out. Yang Dashan said. Okay, we'll go out now. Are you talking to Yangli? Asked Yang Ming. I won't talk about it. We'll meet soon, replied Yang Dashan. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to Yangli, let's go. Your dad is waiting for us at the door. Oh, okay. Yangli nodded and obediently followed behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming also felt the change in Yangli, but he was very happy in his heart. If Yangli could become more sensible and not so arrogant after this incident, it would be a good thing. They went upstairs together and saw Uncle Yang Dashan anxiously waiting for them. Seeing Yang Ming and Yangli come out, Yang Dashan quickly greeted them. Yang Ming, Lili, are you all right? Dad. Yangli couldn't help the fear and depression in her heart at this moment. She threw herself into Yang Dashan's arms and cried. All right, be good, Lily. It's all right now. Yang Dashan looked at his daughter kindly and comforted her. It's all over now. You have to thank Yang Ming. If it weren't for him, I really wouldn't know what to do. Yang Li said in her heart. I thanked him, but Yang Ming didn't appreciate it at all. Thinking of this, Yang Li couldn't help but feel wronged. She cried even more sadly. All right, don't cry. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. He couldn't help but scold, don't act like you're the oldest in the world in the future. Then, nothing will happen. I said that I won't be like this in the future. You didn't listen. Yang Li listened to Yang Ming's words and shouted angrily. Yang Ming smiled. Perhaps Yang Li would have some changes after this. When they returned home, it was already past 12 o'clock. The key was that they had wasted a lot of time in the Xianxia park. Otherwise, they would have returned long ago. Yang Ming, who was originally a little tired, wasn't sleepy after such a torment, so he simply analyzed his special ability. His special ability came entirely from a pair of high-tech glasses. In theory, the function of this special ability was limited to using the eyes to see. However, as for seeing through other people's thoughts, Yang Ming wasn't sure if this was the effect of the eyes. Because in many cases, a person's inner thoughts directly sounded in Yang Ming's mind, so Yang Ming didn't know if this was counted as what he saw. It could also be said that he heard it. However, the only thing that was certain was that this ability definitely came from the pair of glasses. Before he got the glasses, Yang Ming had lived for more than 10 years, and there was no similar situation. Yang Ming found a piece of white paper and began to analyze the law of the special ability. Yang Ming felt that it was very necessary for him to figure out how to use this special ability. Otherwise, it could only be used passively on certain occasions or conditions, which was almost useless. Yang Ming first recalled the time and scene of each appearance of the special ability, and then listed them one by one on the paper. The first time was when he was in his senior year of high school. He went home at noon and heard the voice of two thieves who wanted to steal his father's lottery ticket. After that, in the thief's house, he also heard their inner thoughts, so he took back their spare key. The second time was on the bus, when he encountered a thief with a knife with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming inadvertently heard this guy's inner thoughts. The third time was in Tingchong, when he heard the inner thoughts of the young lady, Li Jasmine. Yang Ming judged that the person who stole the jade wasn't her. The fourth time was when Ho Zhenhan robbed Lin Jiyun. It was because Yang Ming heard Ho Zhenhan's inner thoughts that he was willing to give Ho Zhenhan a sum of money, so he subdued Ho Zhenhan. The fifth time was when Yang Dashan was kidnapped. Yang Ming heard the inner thoughts of the peaked cap man and knew about Brother Xiong and the reason why they kidnapped Yang Dashan. The sixth time was today's time. Yang Ming also clearly felt Chen Lu's thoughts. He roughly looked at the appearance of these 6 special abilities. It seemed that there was no connection before and after, but it was when some things were in crisis that his special ability began to appear. But after a closer look, except for the first, fourth, and fifth times, which were more useful, the rest of the times were really dispensable. The situation wasn't so urgent. The appearance of this special ability didn't have any impact on the overall situation. Therefore, Yang Ming also denied the possibility of the special ability appearing automatically in times of crisis. There were more dangerous times than these. For example, when I was fighting with the 2 assassins, it was more dangerous than now. I didn't hear any inner thoughts. Since this isn't the case, then what is it? Yang Ming frowned. He wanted to find the common point of each incident. Yang Ming tried a variety of methods, and he also simulated many times what he did when he heard the inner thoughts of others, but there was no result. Could it be that the initiation of this special ability wasn't in my hands? But it was related to the target? The decision-making power was on the target of the special ability? This is very possible. However, what Yang Ming didn't understand was why the results of the experiment were different for the same target. For example, today's Chen Lu, Yang Ming didn't hear any of his thoughts. There was also Ho Zhenhan. Yang Ming also tried to explore his thoughts, but he got nothing. However, Yang Ming really saw the thoughts of these two people. Yang Ming couldn't help but hold his breath and carefully imagine. What was the difference between Ho Zhenhan at that time and Ho Zhenhan later? What about Chen Lu at that time and Chen Lu later? Right. Brainwaves. Yang Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. I thought of this problem when I was in the good luck bar. What if these people's brainwaves were more active at that time? Would he be able to see through their thoughts if he did that? Then why were they active at that time? Yang Ming slapped his thigh. Yes, it was fear. Yang Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the 6 incidents on the white paper. These 6 people were very scared at that time. Perhaps only when people are scared, their brainwaves will be more special, and then I can receive them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was particularly excited. Moreover, he seemed to have found the reason why he couldn't explore Chen Lu's thoughts after that. It was very simple. When I let Chen Lu cooperate with me to play the game, I kept comforting him and letting him relax. In order to let him better cooperate with me, Yang Ming took the initiative to eliminate his fear. It must be like this. After figuring out the general idea of the matter, Yang Ming really wanted to find a person to experiment with immediately. But it was so late. Obviously, there couldn't be anyone else. I can't call my parents to accompany me in the experiment, right? Moreover, then again, even if I call my parents to cooperate with me, will they be afraid of me? Isn't this nonsense? It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming had to suppress his excitement and go to sleep. Tomorrow, I will continue to find Chen Lu to experiment with. I still have to scare him a little. Yang Ming thought evilly. Poor Chen Lu, he didn't know that he was going to be used as a test subject. Again. At this moment, he was working overnight with Yu Wu on what bicycle to buy for Yang Ming. When he woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. He had woken up early for 3 consecutive days and finally managed to sleep in. Suddenly, Yang Ming remembered that he still had 2 debts that he hadn't collected yet. Yang Ming didn't care about the small amount of money. However, sometimes this money still had to be collected. Otherwise, how could these people learn from their mistakes? Yang Ming found Wang Long's business card and called him. At this moment, Wang Long was uneasy. When he returned home, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He belonged to the kind of timid person. He didn't have the impulse to drink with Li Mingri. Wang Long's wife was also a person with such a character. When Wang Long returned home, he told his wife about his own matters. After listening, his wife first complained about Wang Long. How could he mess around with that bastard Li Mingri? However, after listening to Wang Long's story, she obediently found the key to the safe and took out her family's bank book. Over the years, Wang Long had also made a lot of money. In total, it added up to tens of millions. But even so, it was still very painful to take out 2 million yuan to give away. That was 1/5 of it. Moreover, these were all earned by the couple through hard work. However, Wang Long's wife also knew that if he did something wrong, how could he not pay the price? She didn't want to send Wang Long to prison because of money. Moreover, Wang Long said that the person named Yang Ming was so terrifying that she couldn't afford to provoke him. Even if Yang Ming didn't go to the police and came to the repair factory all day long, it was enough for them to suffer. Therefore, they could only spend money to avoid disasters. Moreover, when she heard that Li Mingri had to pay 10 million yuan, she was happy. He deserved to be unlucky. Now she could only use this as a self-comfort. Especially when she heard that Li Mingri didn't intend to pay, she was even happier. Why? She could see Li Mingri's bad luck with her own eyes. If it weren't for Li Mingri, would Wang Long be so miserable? This morning, Wang Long and his wife did nothing but wait for Yang Ming to call. If they didn't give the money to Yang Ming, they wouldn't feel at ease. They were afraid that Yang Ming would go back on his word and continue to find trouble with them. Some people might ask, why didn't they call the police? Wasn't this extortion? It was true that Yang Ming was blackmailing him, but it was based on the premise that Wang Long was involved in the kidnapping. If this matter was exposed, then he, Wang Long, would be the first to suffer. Moreover, Yang Ming could argue that this was a private fee. Although it was not legal, Wang Long felt that unless he was stupid, he would not do such a stupid thing. Therefore, when Yang Ming's call came in, Wang Long was very happy. He happily followed Yang Ming's instructions and transferred 2 million yuan to the account designated by Yang Ming. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He decided to break off all relations with Li Mingri in the future. However, he would also secretly observe Li Mingri, observing how unlucky he was. Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Long to be so straightforward. He thought that after one night, Wang Long would regret it. As for Li Mingri, Yang Ming didn't have time to pay attention to him recently. He would let him have fun for a few days. He would play with him after he had studied his special ability. As a result, this made Li Mingri experience a long period of fear. He gradually relaxed his vigilance and thought that Yang Ming was just scaring him. It was a false alarm. Even after knowing that Wang Long obediently gave Yang Ming 2 million yuan, Li Mingri scolded Wang Long as he was an idiot and his brain was pierced. After 3 days of tossing and turning outside on New Year's Day, Yang Ming planned to accompany his parents at home today. He got dressed and came to the living room. He wanted to talk to his parents and chat, but he didn't expect to see an empty living room. There was also a note on the coffee table. Big Ming, your mother, and I went shopping. We didn't wake you up when we saw you sleeping. We won't be back at noon. You can solve the problem of eating by yourself. You may come back late at night, so don't wait for us for dinner. Holding this note signed by Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. No way? My idea fell through? Yang Ming was helpless. He had to go to the kitchen and look at the refrigerator. There was some leftover bread. He took it out and simply ate it. He drank a bag of milk and solved the problem of breakfast. Where should I go today? Yang Ming slapped his head. It's New Year's Day. I should visit my godfather's place. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly called Xiaoqing. Sister Xiaoqing, where are you? Yang Ming and Xiaoqing's familiarity didn't need to be polite, so he asked directly. I'm at my parents' place. Where did you go, kid? You didn't come back for the New Year's Day holiday? Mom was still talking about you just now. Xiaoqing reprimanded him politely. Ugh. Sister Xiaoqing, I came with my parents a few days ago. I just had time, so I called you. Yang Ming sweated. Sure enough, it seems that I have to go to Godfather's place often in the future. Otherwise, it would be a bit disappointing for Godfather and Godmother to treat me so well. You called me? Then, are you looking for me or are you coming to my parents' place? Xiaoqing was slightly displeased. I just want to ask if my godfather went out on New Year's Day. If not, I will go now. Yang Ming couldn't understand the meaning of Xiaoqing's words, so he said quickly. That's more like it. I am here preparing the meal with my parents. I will wait for you to eat together at noon. Xiaoqing smiled. In fact, she hoped that Yang Ming would come to visit her parents. In her heart, she also hoped that Yang Ming would come. However, this idea could only be buried in her heart. After all, the relationship between the two people couldn't be exposed yet. Therefore, for Xiaoqing, the first thing that Yang Ming had to do now was to visit his godfather and godmother. Okay, I will go now. Yang Ming said. There was some regret in his heart. If he knew, he wouldn't have eaten. The bread just now was dry and disgusting. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming put on his coat and went downstairs. When he went to Lu Weishan's place, Yang Ming didn't intend to bring any gifts because he knew that Lu Weishan didn't lack anything. During the holidays, the students and the businessmen gave him all kinds of gifts. If he brought anything, it would be too polite. Chu Huifeng wouldn't let him do so. In the winter in the north, especially around New Year's Day and the Spring Festival, it was difficult to get a taxi during the day. On the one hand, it was too cold in the winter. It wasn't easy to get a bus. On the other hand, people's living standards had improved. They didn't care about the cost of taking a taxi. But in any case, it was difficult to get a taxi. At this time, many drivers went to eat again. It was even more difficult to get a taxi on the road. Yang Ming waited for a long time. There were customers in the taxis that passed by. There was no empty taxi. Yang Ming was a little helpless. Although he could get there by bus, it would delay a lot of time. Xiaoqing and Godfather must be waiting for him to eat. Yang Ming was a little anxious. As he was about to call Yang Ming, he suddenly heard a crisp voice shouting, "Yang Ming." Yang Ming quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a red taxi parked not far from him. From the back window of the car, a beautiful smiling face poked out. It was actually Zhou Jiejie. Zhou Jiejie? Yang Ming was stunned. It's you? Yeah, are you trying to stop a taxi? Did you not manage to stop it? Asked Zhou Jiejie. It's winter. It's not easy to stop. Yang Ming nodded. His dislike for Zhou Jiejie had disappeared, but there was still some resistance in his heart. After all, the knot in his heart for many years couldn't be untied all of a sudden. Where are you going? I'm going in the direction of our school. If it's on the way, why don't you come and go together? Zhou Jiejie asked with a smile. Great, I'm going to school. Yang Ming quickly pulled the driver and got in the car. Now wasn't the time to pretend to be bad*ss. He was almost frozen to death after standing for a long time. Yang Ming wouldn't suffer because of his pride. Hey, little brother, you have good luck with women? As soon as he got in the car, Yang Ming heard a familiar voice. He looked up and it was actually Sun Kuan. Brother Kuan. Yang Ming called out with some embarrassment. How could this be? So coincidental? But it was no wonder. Every taxi driver had their own fixed map. Sun Kuan liked to wander around Yang Ming's home. It wasn't strange to often encounter him. Yang Ming, do you know each other? Zhou Jiejie asked curiously. Yes. Before Yang Ming could speak, Sun Kuan spoke first. We have known each other for a while. Hee, little sister, it seems that my trip to the airport was in vain. More than 100 yuan is gone. Ah? Zhou Jiejie was stunned and immediately understood Sun Kuan's meaning. She said with some embarrassment, how can that be? I still have to pay for the taxi. I'm just kidding. Sun Kuan said with a smile, Yang Ming knows me. My character is like this. If you insist on giving it to me, it's like slapping my face. Ah? Then. Zhou Jiejie was a little overwhelmed. Logically speaking, her relationship with Yang Ming wasn't very close. So when Sun Kuan proposed not to ask for the fare, Zhou Jiejie didn't know what to do. Forget it, Zhou Jiejie. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head. If you feel sorry, then treat him to a meal one day. Okay. Zhou Jiejie's heart moved. If I treat Sun Kuan to a meal, then Yang Ming can't not attend, right? So she said, if I treat, brother Sun won't not give me face, right? How is that possible? I've been wanting to have a good drink with brother Yang for a long time now. Sun Kuan smiled and said, I'll definitely go. Then it's settled. Let's do it in these 2 days. Brother Sun, when do you have time? Asked Zhou Jiejie. Not today. I have to go to my sister's house for dinner. My brother-in-law is promoted. I have to celebrate. Sun Kuan thought about it and said, how about tomorrow night? I have to finish work. I can't drive after drinking. Yang Ming, are you free? Zhou Jiejie actually had an ulterior motive. She wanted to treat Yang Ming. Brother Sun has time. Of course, I am free. Yang Ming said with a smile, then it's settled. Tomorrow night. As for where to eat, brother Sun, do you have any good suggestions? It's too cold in winter. Otherwise, we will go to the food stalls. Sun Kuan nodded and said, let's go eat marinated bones. I know a place that tastes good. Okay, then let's make an appointment tomorrow. Brother Sun, do you have my mobile phone number? Asked Yang Ming. No, you can tell me. Sun Kuan said, when I first met you, you didn't have a mobile phone, right? Right, I was in high school at that time. Yang Ming smiled and told Sun Kuan his mobile phone number. Then he said, as for Zhou Jiejia, I am responsible for informing her. Let's contact each other tomorrow. No problem. I will call you after work. Sun Kuan said, I won't drive. After finalizing the gathering for tomorrow, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia also arrived at their destination. After bidding farewell to Sun Kuan, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia walked into Songjiang Industry University together. Zhou Jiejia, why did you come to school during the holidays? Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejia walking into the school with him, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. I have something in the dormitory. I will go back and get it. Zhou Jiejia was originally going to her grandmother's house near Songjiang Industry University, but when she got off the car, she couldn't help but walk into the campus with Yang Ming. She thought about accompanying Yang Ming for a while, then she would go to her grandmother's house. When she was asked by Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be nervous. Oh, so that's the case. Are you in a hurry? Yang Ming asked casually. Generally speaking, if it wasn't something particularly urgent, she wouldn't rush back to school to get it. And, it's quite urgent. Zhou Jiejia made up a story. Yang Ming couldn't ask more. Although it was strange, he could only give up. If it was a girl's personal belongings, Zhou Jiejia definitely couldn't tell him. As a result, Zhou Jiejia managed to avoid a calamity. Near the family building area, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia said goodbye. Yang Ming didn't understand where Zhou Jiejia was going. Logically, Zhou Jiejia's female dormitory should be in the opposite direction. How did she come here with me? However, Yang Ming didn't ask much. That would make him seem like an old woman. Zhou Jiejia also had the same feeling. How did I come to this place inexplicably? Didn't I say I was going to the dormitory? Yang Ming wouldn't be suspicious, right? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't ask much, Zhou Jiejia was relieved. When they came to Lu Weishan's house, Xiaoqing opened the door and said with some blame, "Why are you so late?" "Sister Xiaoqing, it's a holiday. How can it be so easy to call for a taxi? It's also lunchtime." Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, "I even shared a taxi with others." "Well, come in and eat. Take off your clothes. We're just waiting for you." Chu Huifang came out of the house and said to Yang Ming, "Godmother." Yang Ming called out, then he took off his coat and handed it to Xiaoqing next to him. "You're such a big child, yet you still bother your sister to hang your coat for you." Chu Huifang said, "However, my family's Qing looks young. She and Yang Ming don't look like siblings." "Really?" Xiaoqing was stunned, and she was very happy. What she was most afraid of was others saying that she looked older than Yang Ming. Now that she heard Chu Huifang's words, she was naturally very happy. If they don't look like siblings, what do they look like? Yang Ming asked casually. "They look like a couple." Chu Huifang smiled. "What?" Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were shocked at the same time. They were stunned on the spot. Could it be that Chu Huifang saw some clues? "What's with the expression of both of you? Is it so exaggerated?" Chu Huifang also misunderstood. She thought that her words surprised the two children, so she explained, "I'm just joking. Look at both of you. Why can't Mom make a joke?" No. Yang Ming reacted first. It turned out that Chu Huifang said it unintentionally. Yang Ming was relieved. "Godmother, you can make a joke. It's okay." "Mom, what are you talking about?" However, Xiaoqing was a girl. She was a little embarrassed. She pulled Chu Huifang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Cough cough. Chu Huifang coughed twice. "Why can't I say this? You two aren't siblings. I think both of you are a good match. It's a pity that Yang Ming already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, both of you are a match made in heaven." "Old woman, what are you talking about?" Lu Weishan came over from the study. How old are you? You're not serious at all. Why are you making fun of the children? Aren't I just saying what I think in my heart? We're not outsiders. What else is there to avoid? Chu Huifeng frowned. Well, let's eat. Ching Ching, Big Ming, you two don't listen to your godmother's nonsense. Lu Weishan waved and said with a smile. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were really afraid that Chu Huifeng would be entangled in this issue and notice something else. The two people looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Everything was understood without words. During the meal, Chu Huifeng nagged again. Ching Ching, it's now 209. You've grown 1 year older. You're 31 years old this year, right? Xiaoqing sighed. She knew what Chu Huifeng was going to say, but she couldn't stop it. She could only respond softly. Women, once they're over 30, they begin to age. Shouldn't you find a boyfriend? Chu Huifeng said, most of the girls at your age have children. Mom. Xiaoqing's face darkened and lowered her head. Ah? Right. Chu Huifeng was shocked and quickly explained, Ching Ching, Mom didn't mean anything else. Chu Huifeng naturally knew that Xiaoqing couldn't have children, so the unintentional words just now were likely to hurt Xiaoqing's heart. However, Xiaoqing wasn't very sad. She just felt a little heartache, and then she felt that it was nothing. The matter between her and Yang Ming couldn't be exposed. So what if she couldn't have children? Mom, I know. It's okay. It's all in the past. And, I don't want to get married in my life. Xiaoqing shook her head and said faintly. Ching Ching, Mom is urging you to get married for your own good. Chu Huifeng said, your dad and I are old. We can't accompany you for a lifetime. If we leave, then wouldn't you be too lonely by yourself? It's okay. Isn't there Yang Ming? Xiaoqing said with a smile, Yang Ming, you won't abandon me in the future, right? Ah? Ugh. How can I? How can I abandon you? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. This Xiaoqing, she really dared to speak. She can even say this. I don't know if she has a double meaning or something. Mom. You see, Yang Ming said it. You don't have to worry. Xiaoqing said seriously. Ai. How can that be the same? Yang Ming is your brother. In the future, he will get married. Naturally, he won't have much time to accompany you. Chu Huifeng shook her head and sighed. Okay, old woman, don't say it. Lu Weishan waved his hand and interrupted Chu Huifeng's words. The children have their own fortune. Let's just look at their matters. Don't simply criticize. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Chu Huifeng was actually kind, but when she saw that everyone was not interested in this matter, she couldn't continue. However, she still hoped that Xiaoqing could find a boyfriend as soon as possible. Yang Ming, come to my study room after the meal. I have something to ask you. Lu Weishan put down the bowl in his hand and suddenly said. This scared Yang Ming quite a bit. He had just finished talking about Xiaoqing's marriage, and now Lu Weishan was looking for him. Could it be that Lu Weishan saw something? Yang Ming finished the meal in fear, and then he quickly went to the study room with Lu Weishan. Godfather, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming stood there like a child who did something wrong. He was somewhat restrained. Do you have a conflict with Hua Tianxiong of Hua Jewelry? Lu Weishan asked directly. Who is Hua Tianxiong? Yang Ming couldn't think of who this person was. When I celebrated my birthday, he also came. He is also in the jewelry industry. Lu Weishan said. Oh, I remember. I don't have any conflict with him. However, Zhang Ben and that President Yun have some conflicts. Yang Ming said. Oh? Really? Then it's no wonder. Lu Weishan nodded and said, I participated in an academic conference of the jewelry industry in the city a few days ago. Originally, I wouldn't go to this kind of conference, but because you are going to set up a jewelry company, I also recently paid attention to these activities. At the end of the conference, I mentioned that you want to set up a jewelry company. Most people expressed their support and would provide you with help, but only Hua Tianxiong and Yin Guangdou were very disdainful. These two people are together against a common enemy. And Zhangbin's jewelry company and Yin Guangdou's jewelry company are about the same size, so the competition is more fierce. There are some conflicts between the two families. After I was in the limelight at your birthday party, Yin Guangdou's driver came to find trouble with me. Yang Ming said with a smile. Then I understand. I will try my best to mediate. However, Hua Tianxiong is a very petty person. He will probably still find trouble with you. You have to be careful. Lu Weishan instructed. I understand, Godfather. Yang Ming nodded. Oh yeah, how's the planning for your jewelry company? Lu Weishan asked. It should be able to open for business after the new year, right? When Yang Ming heard his godfather's words, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. This jewelry company was his. Now, he threw everything to Zhang Jiefeng. Even his godfather, Lu Weishan, was worried about him. Yet, he acted as if nothing had happened. Logically speaking, he should be busy in this company. Looking at Yang Ming's awkward expression, Lu Weishan understood the general situation. So, he smiled and said, Did you hand it over to Zhang Jiefeng? I'm sorry, Godfather. There were a lot of things to do during this time, so Yang Ming said embarrassedly. It's fine. However, since you are doing business with others, although you have the advantage of your godfather's name, you can't just do nothing. Lu Weishan smiled and said, Although Zhang Jiefeng is your elder, and he won't say anything, you should learn to do something yourself. This will be beneficial for your future development. I understand, Godfather. Yang Ming nodded. I will work hard in the future. Then, I won't say anything else. I will inform you if I have any news. Go ahead. Lu Weishan nodded. Okay, Godfather. Then, I will go out first. Yang Ming asked. You go ahead. Wait. Lu Weishan suddenly waved to Yang Ming. Is there anything else, Godfather? Godfather? Yang Ming turned around strangely and asked. Qing is quite pitiful. Take good care of her in the future. Lu Weishan said faintly. And? Yang Ming was shocked. Could it be that Lu Weishan noticed something? Yang Ming felt that there was a problem when he association with the words he said during the meal. What's wrong? Lu Weishan raised his head kindly and looked at Yang Ming. Is there a problem? Ah? What problem? No problem. Yang Ming stuttered. Although Xiaoqing isn't your biological sister, she doesn't treat you any worse than a biological sister. Lu Weishan said, Your godmother is right. Both of us are so old. We don't know how long we can live. In the future, you will have to take care of Qing. Although she is older than you, she is still a girl. So, you should take care of her. Yang Ming looked at his godfather's expression and his heart was slightly relieved. There was nothing wrong. Lu Weishan's expression was very normal. Yang Ming also felt relieved. It seems that I thought too much. Just now, he was scared by godmother, so now he was a little nervous. It seems that godfather didn't mean that at all. I understand, Godfather. Don't worry. Yang Ming nodded solemnly. Although this promise seemed to be for Lu Weishan, Yang Ming knew that this promise was actually from his heart. It was a promise to himself and to Xiaoqing. In the past few days, Xiaoqing had been staying at Lu Weishan's place. Yang Ming couldn't do anything excessive. After coming out of Lu Weishan's study, he watched TV with Chu Huifeng and Xiaoqing for a while. Then, he got up and left. Chu Huifeng told Yang Ming to come and visit often. Yang Ming agreed with a smile. After leaving his godfather's house, Yang Ming didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the place where he lived with Lan Ling. During this time, Yang Ming was busy. Although Xiaoqing, Chen Mengyan, and Lin Jiyun were accompanying him, Yang Ming never forgot Lan Ling in his heart. After all, the feelings between him and Lan Ling couldn't be replaced by anyone. In Yang Ming's heart, every woman was unique. No one could be a substitute for another. Looking at the room that was already covered in dust, Yang Ming quickly went to the bathroom, got a basin of water, and then took a rag to wipe the room. Here, it was full of sweet memories of himself and Lan Ling. Every inch of the room was imprinted with his and Lan Ling's footprints. The decorations on the windowsill, the small alarm clock at the bedside, weren't they the proof of his and Lan Ling's love? As he rubbed, Yang Ming couldn't help but fall into a daze. Who? Yang Ming suddenly woke up. His eyes stared straight at the direction of the window. Although Yang Ming just fell into contemplation, as an assassin and Fan Tian's apprentice, Yang Ming still kept a trace of clarity in his heart. Just now, Yang Ming suddenly felt that someone had passed by the window. If it were other people, they might think that it was an illusion, or that the eyes were tired from staring in one direction for a long time, and some visual afterimages would appear. But Yang Ming was very confident in his eyes. Since his eyes were integrated with the pair of glasses, Yang Ming's eyesight was extraordinarily good. There had never been any visual discomfort caused by sudden changes in light, or visual afterimages after staring at something for a long time. Yang Ming was conceited that he absolutely couldn't have any illusions. Therefore, there was only one answer. That was, something really passed by the window just now. Yang Ming didn't think that it would be a big bird or something like that. It was impossible to have any big birds flying in the sky in the northern winter. Even if there were, it would be some small sparrows. Thinking of this, Yang Ming jumped up, came to the window, and looked around. Of course, this was just a conditioned reflex action. In fact, Yang Ming could use his special ability to see everything outside the window. There was nothing outside. Yang Ming frowned and shook his head. Could it really be my own illusion? I missed Lan Ling so much that I had an illusion? It shouldn't be. I didn't have a similar situation in the past. No. Yang Ming's pupil suddenly shrank. He looked at the windowsill outside the window. A white envelope was lying quietly under a stone. The envelope was pressed on top of the snow, and the snow was caused by the snow this morning. Therefore, this letter was definitely not originally there, but had just been put up there not too long ago. Yang Ming frowned deeply. How could someone put this letter on the windowsill without me noticing? Yang Ming quickly opened the window and took the envelope back. There was still some residual warmth on the envelope. Obviously, it was just put here by someone. Yang Ming opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. It's fine. If you want Lan Ling to be fine, come to the stone tablet of the West Star Mountain Reservoir at midnight. There was no signature, no date, but Yang Ming knew that the other party must be referring to today. End of chapter 439. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.